The Game of Tomorrow. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. Divesting the Lifeboat. 2 weeks after integration, Emma Channing stood behind the curtain of a secured Los Angeles press venue and watched the nearest monolith rise above a broken freeway on the screen beside the stage. Repair crews moved through the exclusion zone while traffic crawled along temporary lanes. People still stopped in the street to stare at interfaces only they could see. Kayla adjusted the sleeve of her dark suit. "We could still leave through the service entrance." "And let someone else announce it?" Emma asked. "I was thinking we could announce it from home, where nobody has microphones." David glanced through the curtain gap at the waiting reporters, investors, regulators and government observers. "They're already angry. Don't give them anything you don't mean to give." Patty touched Emma's shoulder. "You don't have to begin with the hardest sentence." Emma looked at the monolith again. PromiseNet still carried communications, emergency routing and system-compatible traffic across most of the world. It worked better than it ever had, but its control architecture no longer answered to Promise Group. "If I soften it," Emma said, "they'll think we're asking permission." Kayla's fingers closed briefly around hers. "Then don't soften it." The stage manager raised one hand. Emma released Kayla and stepped into the lights with her sister beside her. Camera flashes burst across the room. Questions followed before they reached the podium. Emma waited. The noise thinned as people realized she wasn't going to compete with them. 2 weeks ago, integration placed every person on Earth inside the collective system, Emma said. The monoliths appeared, existing networks changed and PromiseNet became part of the infrastructure keeping humanity connected and operational. Several reporters began speaking at once. Emma continued before any of them could seize the room. Promise Group can still manufacture compatible devices, maintain local hardware and support civilian access. We cannot command the planetary network. We cannot disconnect a region, restrict service to paying customers or sell control to another company. Those functions no longer answer to us. Kayla remained close enough that Emma could feel her presence without looking. As of this morning, Emma said, Promise Group has divested PromiseNet from corporate operations and placed it beyond shareholder control. An investor in the second row surged to his feet. You can't do that. Emma rested both hands on the podium. If PromiseNet were still an ordinary corporate asset, you'd be right. A regulator stood with his tablet already open. Are you claiming control was transferred without review? No, Emma said. I'm telling you control moved when integration completed. Our documents record that reality. They didn't create it. The room erupted again, but Emma didn't step back. The announcement was made. Now everyone who had expected Promise to preserve the comforting fiction of ownership had to decide what to do with the truth. The questions came too quickly for any answer to satisfy the room. Reporters called over one another while investors shouted from their seats, and the moderator's attempts to restore order vanished beneath demands for legal authority, compensation and the name of whoever now controlled PromiseNet. Emma stayed at the podium, listening for the question that mattered rather than the loudest accusation. A financial correspondent pointed towards the market display mounted along the sidewall. Promise Group has lost 18% since you began speaking. Trading systems are still processing the announcement. Did you warn shareholders before destroying the company's value? Emma looked at the screen. The price refreshed, fell again and triggered an automatic volatility halt. She'd expected the market to punish uncertainty, but watching years of work reduced to a descending number still tightened her chest. We disclosed the material facts as soon as they could be verified, Emma said. Pretending we retained control would have been fraud. The investor who'd challenged her pushed into the aisle. You've handed away the company's most valuable asset and called it honesty. Kayla turned towards him. We can't hand away something we can't command, sell or withdraw. The market is reacting to the end of an assumption. That assumption built your valuation, he snapped. It also stopped being true 14 days ago, Kayla said. A government official near the front rose without waiting for a microphone. The room quieted enough for Emma to hear the click of cameras refocusing on him. PromiseNet supports emergency communications, transport coordination and public service access. The federal government cannot accept a private company declaring critical infrastructure ownerless. Emma kept her hands still on the podium. We didn't declare it ownerless. We said Promise Group no longer controls it. Then your board has admitted it cannot guarantee continuity, the official said. That creates grounds for emergency intervention. If necessary, the government will seek control of Promise Group's remaining infrastructure, records and operating entities until public risk is contained. The market display resumed trading. The price dropped hard enough to draw an audible reaction across the room. David moved closer to the curtain's edge, but Emma gave no sign she'd noticed. The threat was meant to force an immediate promise, something broad enough to make the government feel in control and vague enough to consume whatever remained of the company. A reporter raised her voice above the renewed shouting. Miss Channing, if Promise Net is gone and the government may seize the rest, what exactly is left of Promise Group? Emma looked at Kayla. Her sister's expression held the same question without the accusation. The truth about control had broken the old valuation. Now Emma had to decide which parts of Promise were still real enough to save. Emma looked back at the market display, then at the official who had threatened intervention. The falling share price couldn't answer the reporter's question. It measured fear, not usefulness. Promise Group still owns its factories, patents, transport hardware, medical device programs, local mesh equipment and the teams that build and maintain them, Emma said. It still has contracts, warehouses, service centers and people who know how to keep physical systems running. The investor remained in the aisle. None of that supports the old valuation. No, Emma said, it supports actual work. The answer drew fresh noise, but Kayla's faint nod told her she'd chosen the right line. Promise had spent years becoming too large for either twin to command personally. Trying to defend everything now would pull them back into the same trap, with every frightened manager treating Emma's attention as permission to preserve their division at someone else's expense. A reporter lifted her microphone. Which operations are you saving? Emma didn't look towards the curtain or ask David what would calm the room. Anything required to prevent immediate harm gets temporary support. Emergency transport, hospital communications endpoints, replacement hardware and local repair capacity continue under existing teams. The government official frowned. Temporary support under whose authority? Promise Management retains operational authority over assets Promise still owns, Emma said. They don't get authority over the collective network, and neither do I. Your managers will need capital, the investor said. They'll need guarantees before the banks close their lines. They can use existing reserves for defined continuity work, Emma replied. Not acquisitions. Not executive bonuses. Not speculative expansion and not a campaign to pretend Promise Net can be reclaimed. Kayla leaned towards her microphone. Every emergency allocation will identify the service being protected, the amount committed and the date it ends. Anything broader goes through the board's normal review. The official's expression hardened. You expect the government to accept limits written by the same company admitting it lost control of national infrastructure. I expect you to examine what we still control instead of seizing useful operations because you're angry about what nobody controls, Emma said. The moderator glanced anxiously towards the side of the stage, but Emma continued before the room could break apart again. Promise will stabilize essential physical services for 30 days while the board separates viable operations from anything built around control we no longer possess. That's the authorization. It isn't permission to rebuild the old company under a different name. Pens moved across tablets throughout the room. The market price was still falling, but the questions changed. Reporters began asking which services qualified, how reserves would be tracked and what the government intended to do next. Promise was no longer being discussed as an empty shell. It had become a smaller company with boundaries, and those boundaries had given the officials something specific to challenge. The shift in the room lasted less than a minute. Once reporters had numbers, dates and limits to examine, the government official stepped into the space Emma had created and used it against her. 30 days is not an adequate public safeguard, he said. The Department of Commerce will require complete operating records, asset schedules and continuity plans before Promise alters or disposes of any further critical capacity. Emma heard the trap inside the reasonable language. Refusing would make promise look reckless. Agreeing without limits would give the government the broad access she'd just denied. Kayla leaned towards her microphone. You may require records for services covered by the stabilization authorization. You may not use that request to open unrelated patents, private research or personal systems. The official checked his tablet. That distinction can be argued at the hearing. What hearing? A reporter called. A notice appeared on the moderator's screen before the official answered. Emma saw the color leave his face as he read it, then watched identical notifications reach every credentialed device in the room. The Emergency Commerce Committee has issued a compulsory appearance order for tomorrow morning, the official said. Promise Group's controlling officers will testify regarding continuity, ownership and public access. The investor laughed without humor. So the government gets a second attempt after the market finishes the first. Emma ignored him and read the notice on the podium display. It demanded records Promise could provide, powers Promise didn't possess and assurances nobody could honestly give. The hearing wouldn't settle control of the network. It would decide whether the remains of Promise were allowed to operate while government learned that fact. Kayla covered her microphone with one hand. We can challenge the scope. We should, Emma murmured. Not the appearance. The moderator ended the conference before another argument could begin. Security opened the side route, and David moved to meet them as Emma and Kayla left the stage. Behind them, reporters shouted questions about the hearing while the market display continued to fall. Patty waited beyond the curtain with their coats. She helped Kayla into hers, then looked at Emma. Did you save it? Emma glanced back through the gap. Promise no longer owned the system that had made it indispensable. It still had factories, people, tools and enough reserves to keep useful work alive, provided the hearing didn't turn stabilization into surrender. I stopped them from burying it today, Emma said. David checked the corridor before guiding them towards the secured exit. Then tomorrow starts early. They stepped outside beneath cameras held beyond the barrier. Promise remained damaged, smaller and exposed, but it was still operating. By morning, Emma and Kayla would have to defend every boundary they'd just drawn before officials determined where the company ended and public necessity began. 2. The kitchen after the storm. The secured drive home ended after midnight, when integration's 15th day had already begun and the compulsory hearing was only hours away. Kayla entered the kitchen carrying James against her shoulder while camera lights flickered beyond the distant property wall. He'd slept through most of the journey, but the change in movement woke him enough to complain against her collar. Patty set her handbag on the counter and opened the refrigerator. Nobody discusses markets, hearings or emergency authority until they've eaten something. David entered behind Emma with the security tablet in his hand. Its screen filled with perimeter reports, media alerts and messages from Promise staff asking for instructions. He read the latest update, locked the display and placed the tablet face down on the sideboard rather than bringing it to the table. Emma noticed. Is something wrong? Several things are wrong, David said. None of them become better because you read about them while exhausted. Kayla settled James into his high chair and fastened the straps. He rubbed one fist across his face, then reached towards the bowl Patty placed in front of him. Kayla caught his wrist before his fingers landed in the food and offered him the spoon instead. Small bites, she told him. You can't fight the entire bowl. James responded by gripping the spoon with both hands and turning it sideways. Patty pushed sandwiches towards Emma and David before sitting beside Kayla. You two stood under those lights for nearly 2 hours, then spent another hour answering lawyers in the car. Eat. We have to prepare for the hearing, Emma said, though she took the sandwich. You have to remain conscious for the hearing, Patty replied. Preparation comes after food and sleep. Kayla guided the spoon towards James's mouth. Half the first bite reached him. The rest landed across his chin, and he laughed as though he'd accomplished something impressive. She wiped him clean and tried again, keeping her attention on the simple rhythm of feeding rather than the muted television in the adjoining room. David glanced towards the sideboard when the tablet vibrated. He didn't pick it up. Mendez has the perimeter. Reeves has communications. Alvarez has the vehicles. Nobody needs me to supervise them from the dinner table. The statement eased something in Kayla that she hadn't realized remained tight. Holmes still had guards, reports and people watching the gates, but David had drawn a boundary before security could occupy every chair. James finished enough food to stop protesting. Kayla lifted him free, carried him against her chest and walked slowly through the kitchen until his head settled beneath her chin. Behind her, Patty continued assigning sandwiches while Emma finally stopped watching the silent television. The security tablet vibrated again, followed by a softer alert from the wall panel near the kitchen door. David rose before the second tone and crossed to the display, keeping his body between the screen and the table. Kayla continued walking with James, but his eyes opened when voices carried from the adjoining security room. Mendez appeared on the wall panel from the main gatehouse. A media van has stopped outside the eastern boundary. 4 occupants, roof camera extended, no attempt to enter. They're claiming they're parked on public access. Are they blocking traffic? David asked. Not yet. They moved after the patrol vehicle approached, then repositioned 30 meters farther down. They're testing where we'll react. Mendez glanced aside at another display. I'm surprised the van works at all. It's either converted scrap, which is impressive because someone worked fast, or one of the hardened models built through a promise partner. Emma put down what remained of her sandwich. Can you identify it? Chassis came from one of the commercial carriers Promise helped redesign after the fog, Mendez said. Shielded controls, independent navigation package and emergency grid compatibility. The registration belongs to a production company supplying footage to several networks. That vehicle could be moving medicine or food tonight, and they're using it to sit outside your wall. Kayla shifted James higher when he stirred. Beyond the darkened glass, the wall hid the road and everyone waiting on it, but she could still picture the vehicle idling on power scarce enough to matter. David's jaw tightened. Extend the visual screen along the east boundary and move arrivals to the service entrance. Nobody leaves alone. School, training, hearings and company travel use protected vehicles until this settles. Emma looked towards him. How long is, until this settles? Until we know whether today created a temporary rush or a permanent threat, David said. He turned back to Mendez. Increase the inner patrol and keep one vehicle ready for immediate extraction. Mendez didn't acknowledge at once. We can increase coverage tonight, but the current roster has already been extended twice. If you want that maintained, I'll need to rotate people before morning. Do it, David said. Bring in the next cleared team. Kayla felt James's fingers close around the fabric at her shoulder. Security wasn't an abstract barrier. It was tired people, scarce vehicles, changed shifts and equipment diverted from other work. David ended the call and faced them. From now on, neither of you travels without advance route clearance. No unscheduled stops, no separate vehicles and no public appearances unless security approves the location. James stays inside the protected property unless Patty or I authorize otherwise. The room became quiet around the sleeping child in Kayla's arms. David hadn't raised his voice, but he'd turned the media van into rules broad enough to govern all of them. Kayla carried James out of the kitchen before the new rules could gather any more weight. She took him upstairs, changed him beneath the low nightlight and settled him into his cot while the house adjusted around them. Doors closed more softly. A patrol vehicle rolled past the rear windows without headlights, and someone drew the outer blinds from the security controls. None of it disturbed James. His breathing steadied, one hand curled beside his face, and Kayla remained until she was sure he wouldn't wake again. When she returned downstairs, David was no longer making announcements. He stood beside Mendez's open report, approving vehicle coverage and shift changes one item at a time. Emma had moved to the sitting room with Patty, where the television remained dark and the compulsory hearing notice sat unopened on the coffee table. Kayla stopped beside her father long enough to read the headings on the tablet. Protected transport, route checks, screened entrances and rotating guards all belong there. A separate line proposed suspending university attendance, pool training and any travel not classified as essential. She touched that line. Not this. David looked at it, then at her. He didn't defend it. Security decides whether a route or location can be protected, Kayla said quietly. It doesn't decide that our lives are optional because James needs us safe. David deleted the line and replaced it with a requirement for advance coordination. You'll give Mendez enough notice to build coverage. We will. That includes in scheduled stops. Kayla nodded. Until the perimeter pressure drops. The exchange ended there. David returned to the roster, and Kayla crossed into the sitting room without carrying the discussion with her. She folded the hearing notice and placed it beneath Emma's phone before taking both away from the sofa. Emma looked up. I was reading that. You were staring at it while not eating, Kayla said. She handed her the remaining half of the sandwich Patty had brought in. You can read it after 6 hours of sleep. Patty pointed towards the stairs. 7. 6.5, Emma said. Kayla sat beside her and waited until she took a bite. Outside, Mendez's people moved the household arrivals to the service entrance and extended the visual screen along the eastern wall. Inside, James slept, David handled security, and nobody turned the child upstairs into an excuse to stop living. By the time the kitchen lights went out, the house had accepted protection without surrendering every decision to it. The kitchen had nearly returned to darkness when David called them back for 5 minutes. He kept the tablet on the counter rather than at the table, and the display showed a simple overnight roster instead of another argument waiting to happen. Mendez has Alpha outside until 4, he said. Serena Holt takes the handover then. Alvarez keeps one protected vehicle ready. Reeves stays on the house network and Bravo sleeps on site instead of driving home. Patty checked the line beside James's name. I have him until 6. You take over after that while I sleep. David nodded and entered the change. The hearing departure moves to 8. Kayla and Emma travel together with Mendez. I stay here with James until you return from rest, then you hold the house while I join them. Kayla read the arrangement twice. Nobody had been assigned everything. Nobody was expected to stay awake indefinitely because the country had discovered new ways to panic. Security remained present, but the plan allowed for food, sleep and the child upstairs. Mendez's voice came through the wall panel. The media van has moved beyond the eastern access road. We'll keep the screen active until daylight and reassess after the first shift change. Thank you, Patty said. And make sure your people eat before they rotate. I already lost that argument with Alvarez, Mendez replied. Food is on the way. David closed the live channel and opened a second page marked household coverage. Most of it remained blank, but 3 fixed requirements sat at the top. James was never left without a parent or approved caregiver. 1 cleared security shift always remained outside any immersive system, and real-world communications stayed under staffed control. Emma leaned against the counter. That's for later. It has to be, David said. When the game opens, we'll need the same protection you will. Whatever transfers back from it could matter here. That doesn't mean every adult in this house disappears into a pod at once. Patty added her own name beneath the first protected play block. 1 parent plays, 1 stays with James. Security does the same by shift. And nobody gets carried, David said. We earn whatever we bring home. Kayla watched the first rota take shape in plain boxes and names. It wasn't a command structure swallowing the family. It was the family making sure responsibility moved instead of landing forever on 1 person. David saved the schedule and shut down the tablet. Now everyone sleeps. This time, nobody argued. The immediate night had coverage, the future game had rules, and the house remained protected without requiring its adults to remain powerless. 3. What still works. 2 days after the hearing, Emma entered Promise's secured operations room to find 4 recovery maps competing for the same manufacturing capacity. Transport routes covered the main wall display, the surviving communications mesh occupied another, and medical equipment requests scrolled beside production warnings from the game hardware division. Every screen used a different color for urgency, but the figures beneath them said the same thing. Promise could support only part of what people needed. Kayla took the chair beside her while David remained outside with Mendez and the active security team. The overnight rota had held, James had eaten breakfast without wearing most of it, and the family had reached integration's 17th day without surrendering the house to the crisis. Emma wanted to preserve that boundary here. She and Kayla had come to make one patent decision, not resume command of the company. The operations director enlarged the transport map. Emergency carriers are keeping 12 regional routes open, but we've exhausted the hardened control packages allocated for this month. Licensing 2 more manufacturers would triple output and consume the shielded processors assigned to the mesh rebuild, the communications manager said. She replaced the map with a network diagram showing gaps across 3 counties. Those relays are carrying emergency calls, government notices and hospital traffic. Transport matters, but vehicles can still move without full automation. The medical program lead opened a list of field ventilators, diagnostic units and compact sterilization systems. Hospitals are already adapting equipment that wasn't designed for unstable power. We can release the emergency patents today, but only if production receives priority access to the same processors and battery modules. Emma looked to the final screen. The game hardware line showed fewer immediate requests, which made it appear easier to sacrifice. Its pod controllers, sensory systems and safety cutoffs weren't feeding anyone or keeping a hospital powered today. Kayla touched the projected timetable. How much of this capacity actually exists? Enough to expand 1 program safely, the operations director said. 2 if we accept delays and reduced testing. The board needs your signatures before the licensing window closes. Emma moved through the files one at a time. Transport could restore movement between isolated communities. The mesh could preserve coordination. Medical hardware could keep people alive. The game equipment looked least urgent until she opened its projected training use and found emergency response, repair, navigation and medical simulations listed beneath entertainment. We review all 4, Emma said. No promises, no general authority and no decision based on which division presents the largest disaster. The managers exchanged glances, then began opening their capacity claims in full. Emma followed each request across the displays while Kayla checked the assumptions behind it. The transport expansion needed hardened processors, battery modules and testing crews. The mesh rebuild needed the same processors, along with technicians already assigned to hospital networks. The medical package could enter production fastest, but only by taking sterilization capacity from emergency shelters and delaying replacement controllers for damaged ambulances. The operations director placed the 4 schedules beside one another. We can divide production, but everything arrives later. A broad priority order would let management move components wherever the immediate need is greatest. Whose definition of greatest? Kayla asked. The executive team's under board oversight. Emma looked past the words to the authority hidden inside them. A broad order would let Promise respond quickly, but it would also return every disputed decision to whoever held the company's central mandate. Divesting Promise Net had been meant to reduce that power, not rebuild it under emergency language. The communications manager enlarged the mesh map. If we don't approve the relays, 2 hospital regions remain dependent on unstable local networks. The medical lead answered by opening the ventilator backlog. If we prioritize those relays, these units wait another 11 days. And transport loses the control packages needed to reopen 3 routes, the operations director said. There isn't a choice here that doesn't take something from someone else. A secure board request appeared on Emma's tablet before he finished speaking. The proposed resolution authorized the twins to approve emergency licensing, redirect contracted manufacturing, suspend ordinary patent limits and settle future capacity disputes without returning for separate signatures. It was efficient, comprehensive and far larger than the decision they had been asked to make. Kayla read over Emma's shoulder. They're asking us to become the answer again. They're asking for speed, the operations director said. Every separate approval costs hours, sometimes days. The board believes a standing mandate is the only practical way to prevent delay. Emma opened the game hardware file once more. Its production line used fewer medical-grade components than the others, but closing it would free testing staff, power control specialists and secure assembly space. Keeping it alive would delay something visible and immediate for a benefit most people still considered speculative. She set the broad resolution beside the 4 recovery proposals. Then the board can show us exactly which powers are necessary for this package and which ones they added because asking once was easier. The operations director hesitated, then requested the full authorization breakdown. Rows of bundled authority began separating across the screen, giving Emma and Kayla something narrow enough to challenge. Emergency licensing sat apart from production control. Patent suspension separated from contract reassignment. Future disputes no longer hid beneath the immediate recovery package, and the board's request became less convincing each time another permanent power moved into its own line. Kayla selected the first group. Transport gets a limited license for the hardened control package, restricted to the 3 named manufacturers and the listed emergency routes. No exclusive access, no priority claim on later designs, and no authority to redirect other divisions. The operations director reviewed the wording. That will reopen the routes, but management will still have to return if demand expands. Then management returns with evidence, Emma said. Emergency need isn't permission to make every future decision today. She moved to the communications file. The mesh relays required processors already promised elsewhere, but the licensing itself didn't. Promise could release the protected network designs while leaving manufacturers to prove what capacity they could supply without stripping hospital work. Emma amended the proposal until it granted technical access, testing standards and endpoint support, but no right to seize components or cancel existing contracts. The communications manager read the revised terms twice. This gives us tools, not priority. It gives you what Promise owns, Emma said. Capacity belongs to the people producing it, and every competing use still has to be argued. The medical package required fewer changes. Kayla expanded the license to include field repair and local manufacture, then added a requirement that any modified unit retain the safety limits Promise had already tested. The medical lead accepted without protest and began marking the hospitals capable of using it. Only the game hardware file remained. Closing the line would release staff and secure assembly space, but Emma refused to treat those people as interchangeable parts. She authorized a reduced production schedule, preserving safety-critical controllers and simulation hardware while releasing non-essential promotional work and cosmetic upgrades. The operations director looked across the 4 signed packages. The board asked for 1 mandate. They received 4 decisions, Kayla said. Each one says what can be done, who can do it, and when the authority ends. Emma applied the final signature beside Kayla's, then routed execution to the existing managers rather than retaining approval control. The screens updated with separate license numbers, review dates, and named responsibilities. Promise still had work to do, but none of it required the twins to run the company from this room. As the managers began issuing instructions, the operations director paused over the reduced game line. This is the smallest package. It may be the hardest one to defend. Emma turned the file back towards herself. The projected revenue had collapsed since integration, and the board's financial notes treated the game hardware division as a luxury surviving beside emergency work. Yet the training schedules beneath those figures showed firefighters practicing unstable building searches, medical teams rehearsing triage under communications failure, and repair crews learning to work around damaged power systems without risking real equipment or lives. It won't be defended as entertainment, Emma said. Remove every sales projection from the recovery case. The operations director frowned. Without projected income, the board will ask why we're preserving it at all. Kayla opened the training list and selected the emergency response programs. Because people need somewhere to make mistakes safely. They can practice evacuation, repair, first aid, and coordination before the same failure happens outside. The medical lead studied the simulation requirements. The current hardware can reproduce equipment handling and patient response exercises, but it isn't certified as medical training. Then don't call it certification, Emma said. Offer it to hospitals and emergency agencies as supervised practice. Their qualified instructors decide what belongs in each exercise. The communications manager added network failure drills to the package. The transport team followed with convoy routing, roadside repair, and passenger evacuation. Within minutes, the game line's recovery purpose no longer depended on promised profit or public excitement. It depended on retaining enough safe hardware, technicians and simulation support to help prepare for conditions that already existed. The operations director replaced the financial defense with a limited continuity order. Reduced production, safety components only, supervised recovery simulations and no claim that promise controls the training. Emma read every line before she and Kayla approved it. Execution stays with the program managers and the institutions using it. We review only if the license changes. He accepted the restriction and released the order. Across the room, the game hardware display shifted from Endangered Division to Protected Recovery Program, smaller than before but no longer waiting to justify its existence. Emma closed the file. Promise hadn't been saved by restoring its old reach. It had kept what could still move people, connect them, treat them and teach them, while leaving each manager responsible for the work that followed. Kayla stood beside her. Campus next. Emma glanced at the practical deadline waiting on her calendar. Campus next. They left the operations room before another mandate could be placed in front of them, carrying no executive schedule beyond the university work they still had to complete. 4. Campus after integration. 2 days after leaving Promise's operations room, Kayla crossed USC's engineering courtyard with Emma beside her and Mendez's escort holding far enough back not to turn the walk into a procession. Their systems reliability practical was due that afternoon, and Professor Rhee had refused every offer from Promise staff to deliver equipment, prepare their workspace or submit materials on their behalf. Attendance under escort was acceptable. Having employees complete university work for them wasn't. Nia Brooks waited outside the laboratory with a tablet pressed against her chest and an expression caught between relief and annoyance. You actually came. Half the class thought you'd receive an executive exemption. Kayla glanced through the glass wall at the occupied workstations. Several students were watching them instead of the infrastructure model suspended above the central table. Professor Rhee didn't offer one. He offered everyone the same deadline, Nia said. That's why they're annoyed. The system arrived, half the city stopped working properly, and he still expects us to model failure propagation. Emma adjusted the strap of her bag. That sounds like a reason to understand failure propagation. Nia gave her a quick smile. I said nearly the same thing. Mine had more swearing. Professor Rhee opened the laboratory door before the conversation could spread to the students nearest the entrance. He was carrying 3 sealed data modules and showed no interest in the security officers beyond confirming where they would stand. Miss Channing, Miss Brooks. Your station is 6. The practical begins in 4 minutes, and nothing produced by your companies, assistants or private systems enters the submission unless the rest of the class has equal access to it. Kayla accepted the condition without argument. Understood. Inside, the room had been rebuilt around post-integration failures. A scaled district occupied each workstation, combining water pumps, emergency batteries, traffic controls, communications relays and a small hospital load. Every team received the same damaged network and the same limited repair capacity. Their task wasn't to restore everything. It was to decide what could fail, what had to survive and how long the district could remain functional while repairs continued. A student at the next station looked over as Kayla unpacked her own tablet. Why are we still doing this by hand? The system can identify the correct answer. Professor Rhee heard him. Then your first task is to prove that claim rather than repeat it. The room quieted. Kayla sat beside Nia while Emma took the remaining chair, and the damaged district opened across their display. The submission clock began counting down from 90 minutes as every team received the same instruction. Preserve the greatest number of essential services without assuming any resource the model hadn't provided. Kayla divided the district into demand groups while Nia mapped the available repair crews. Emma opened the network dependencies and began sorting failures by the number of services each component supported. The damaged communications relay affected traffic control, emergency dispatch and 2 hospital links, while the Eastern Battery Bank supported fewer systems but carried the district's only functioning water pumps. The relay has the widest impact, Emma said. We restore that first, isolate the failed traffic controllers and shift the remaining battery capacity towards the hospital. Nia studied the proposed sequence. What happens to the pumps? The water reserve lasts 6 hours, Kayla answered, reading the estimate produced beside the district model. That gives the repair crew time to reach the battery bank after the relay is stable. Their plan assembled quickly. The system's projections identified the most connected failures, calculated repair times and ranked the services according to immediate population risk. Kayla checked each recommendation against the visible district map, but the answers aligned cleanly enough that questioning them began to feel like wasting the deadline. Nia entered the first sequence into the submission panel, then stopped before confirming it. The other teams are still calculating basic load.
They don't have our processing support, Emma said quietly.
Kayla glanced towards the neighboring stations. Nobody appeared close enough to hear, but Professor Ree was moving between tables and watching what students chose to verify. We can use what we know. We just can't submit an answer we can't defend. Professor Ree reached their station before Nia could respond. He read the proposed order without touching the controls. Why does the Eastern Reservoir provide 6 hours? Kayla indicated the system estimate. Current volume divided by projected district consumption. Projected from what consumption pattern? The question exposed an empty field beneath the estimate. Kayla opened the source assumptions and found a pre-integration demand profile based on ordinary household use, normal fire suppression and fully staffed hospitals. None of those conditions could be trusted now. Emma leaned closer to the display. The model treated the population as stable and assumed the damaged pumps would retain their present output, Professor Ree said. Your answer is precise. That doesn't make it reliable. Nia withdrew the repair sequence before it could be recorded. So the relay might be the wrong first target. Professor Ree moved on without confirming it for them. Kayla stared at the clean recommendation they had nearly submitted and began opening every assumption beneath it. The system had calculated exactly what they'd asked. Their mistake was believing they had asked the right question. Kayla closed the recommended sequence and replaced it with a blank dependency map. We start with what the model actually gives us. No inherited demand profiles, no assumed population and no automatic priority ranking. Nia reopened the district records while Emma isolated the damaged infrastructure. Together they identified the facts they could defend: current reservoir volume, measured pump output, hospital battery reserves, verified emergency calls and the number of repair crews physically available.
Everything else moved into an assumptions column with a confidence rating beside it.
The hospital load is rising, Nia said. The model records new patients arriving, but it doesn't say how many more are expected. Then we test a range, Kayla replied. She entered low, moderate and severe intake estimates rather than choosing one convenient number. If our answer fails under a reasonable increase, it isn't reliable enough. The relay remained important, but its loss didn't disable every connected service equally. Emergency dispatch had a local fallback channel, traffic control could be reduced to manual intersections and one hospital maintained an independent link. The Eastern pumps had no comparable substitute. Once Kayla rebuilt the model around verified alternatives instead of the system's broad connection count, the repair order changed. Emma watched the revised failure tree settle across the display. Pumps first, hospital batteries second, relay third. Kayla traced the crew assignments. Only if the first crew can finish the battery isolation before the reservoir reaches the lower limit. They can, Emma said, selecting the standard repair time estimate. Kayla caught the entry before Nia confirmed it. Not with this access route. Emma looked at the district map.
The direct road crossed 2 failed traffic sectors and a bridge marked for inspection, but the system had calculated travel from ordinary distance rather than usable distance.
It assumed they could drive straight through, Emma said. And we nearly did the same thing again. Kayla removed the shortcut and routed the crew around the bridge. The longer journey forced them to split the first repair team, sending one pair to stabilize pump controls while the others prepared the battery isolation. It cost them speed, but the district remained functional under all 3 demand estimates. Professor Ree returned as their final model completed its stress test. What changed? Kayla turned the assumptions table towards him. We stopped asking the system for the best answer and started checking what had to be true before its answer could work. He examined their revised sequence, then pointed to the unstable margin beside the hospital load. You still have 12 minutes. Decide whether you're willing to submit a plan that depends on that uncertainty. Kayla looked from the warning to Emma. Their model now showed where it could fail. The remaining work was deciding what to do about it. Kayla enlarged the hospital load range and tested the worst credible case. The plan failed 7 minutes before the second repair crew reached the battery isolation point. Red warnings spread through the hospital branch, not because every service stopped at once, but because the remaining reserve couldn't support imaging, ventilation and emergency lighting together. We can't make the reserve larger, Nia said. We can only decide what loses power.
Emma opened the hospital subsystem.
Imaging goes first. Delay non-essential diagnostics and preserve ventilation. Kayla checked the practical brief. We don't have authority to decide which patients wait. We have to submit something. Then we submit the decision point, not a medical choice we aren't qualified to make. Kayla added a manual threshold requiring hospital staff to select the protected loads once reserve fell below the verified margin. The infrastructure plan would preserve options, while the people responsible for treatment kept control of how those options were used. Nia read the revised sequence. That lowers the score. It lowers the automated score, Kayla said. The district still survives, and the hospital doesn't inherit our assumptions as orders.
Emma hesitated, then removed the automatic imaging shutdown from her branch of the model.
Add a warning before the threshold. If the intake rate rises faster than expected, staff need time to act. They submitted with 43 seconds remaining. The district simulation ran from the first relay failure through the final battery repair, adjusting demand twice and closing the damaged bridge after a delayed inspection. The pumps remained active, the hospital retained critical power and the communications relay returned without requiring a repair crew to cross an unsafe route. Professor Ree reviewed their result after the clock expired. You left efficiency on the table. Kayla nodded. Because the efficient answer depended on decisions the model wasn't entitled to make. He opened their assumptions table beside the completed simulation. Keep this structure. Remove the district-specific numbers and turn it into a general safety check. For the course archive? Nia asked. For the tutorial team, Professor Ree said. They're designing infrastructure exercises for the game hardware program. Players will receive recommendations under pressure, and most will trust a precise answer before asking what produced it. Kayla looked at Emma. 2 days earlier, they had preserved that program because people needed somewhere safe to make mistakes. Now their own mistake had given it a rule worth teaching. Emma reopened the model. No recommendation without visible assumptions, confidence limits and a named human decision point. Professor Ree nodded once. Submit that revision by tomorrow. Kayla saved the new file under all 3 names. Formal study hadn't become obsolete after integration. It had just gained a much larger test environment. 5. Back in the water. The next morning, Emma stood on the starting block at USC's Olympic training pool while 3 cameras watched from behind the barrier Coach Alvarez had placed along the spectator side. The university had approved limited media access to their first full session after integration, but nobody had asked the cameras to remain silent. Shutters clicked whenever Emma moved, turning the simple act of setting her feet into something she was expected to perform. Coach Alvarez stood beneath the block with his stopwatch ready. They don't control the set. I do. You'll give me 3 starts, 6 turn sequences and the full threshold progression. Nothing changes because someone brought a camera. Emma rolled her shoulders and looked down the lane. The water was familiar, but her time away had altered how her body felt above it. She hadn't lost strength or conditioning. What she'd lost was the certainty that each movement would connect cleanly to the next. 3 starts from the block? 2 track starts and 1 relay exchange. I want control before speed. Kayla waited in the next lane, already wearing her cap and goggles. That means he noticed you trying to launch through the wall during warm-up. I adjusted. You nearly adjusted into lane 3. Coach Alvarez raised the stopwatch. Save the sisterly review for after you prove either of you can enter cleanly. Emma settled into position. At his signal, she drove forward, held her line and entered with less splash than she'd managed during warm-up. The second start was faster but too steep. Coach Alvarez made her climb out and repeat the setup before allowing the relay exchange, refusing to accept a good reaction time when her rear foot slipped during the drive. The turn sequence exposed more rust. Emma reached the wall fast, tucked late and surfaced half a stroke too soon. On the next attempt, she shortened the final stroke and planted both feet squarely, but Coach Alvarez stopped her again. "You're solving each mistake separately," he said. "Carry the correction through the whole length." By the sixth turn, Emma reached the wall without stretching, rotated tightly and held her streamline until the breakout demanded movement. Only then did Coach Alvarez release them into the threshold set. The pace increased in measured steps. Emma kept beside Kayla through the opening repeats, breathing under control while the cameras followed every touch. By the middle of the set, her shoulders had begun to burn and the space between instruction and execution had narrowed to something honest. There was no audience inside the effort, only the clock, the wall and Coach Alvarez calling the next interval before she had fully recovered. "Again," he ordered as Emma reached for the edge. "This one begins where your technique wants to fail." Emma pushed away before the cameras could turn exhaustion into a pose. She held the assigned pace through the next 50 meters, reached the wall without stretching and carried the turn into a controlled breakout. Kayla stayed close enough for Emma to hear the change in her breathing, but neither of them chased the other. Coach Alvarez called their times, then gave them 20 seconds before the next repeat. A reporter stepped nearer to the barrier while Emma rested one hand on the gutter. "Coach, isn't this becoming obsolete?" Coach Alvarez kept his attention on the stopwatch. "You'll need to be more specific. Physical training like this. Repetition, pacing drills, technical correction." The reporter lifted his microphone towards the lanes. The system arrived and changed what people thought was possible. Why assume old training methods will still matter? Emma heard the cameras turn towards her before Coach Alvarez answered. The question wasn't really about the set. It was asking whether every hour spent in the pool had become a relic in less than 3 weeks. Coach Alvarez looked at the reporter at last. "Because bodies still have to perform. But the system can provide answers humans couldn't reach before." "It can provide information," Coach Alvarez said. "That doesn't make information into discipline." The reporter shifted the microphone towards Emma. "Do you honestly believe years of training will still matter in the world that's coming?" Emma's lungs hadn't settled, and she knew any strain in her voice would be used against the answer. She took one breath before speaking. "The wall doesn't move because I understand the correct turn. I still have to reach it at the right distance, rotate on time and leave without losing speed. That's technical habit." "Yes," Emma said. "Built through training." Kayla pushed her goggles onto her forehead. "Knowing what to do when you're rested is easy. Doing it when your shoulders hurt and your breathing's gone wrong is the part that takes work." The pace clock sounded. Coach Alvarez pointed towards the lane. "You've taken their recovery. They still owe me the repeat." Emma released the gutter and drove forward beside Kayla. The interruption had shortened her rest, and irritation tempted her to attack the first length hard enough to make the reporter look foolish. She held back instead, kept the assigned stroke rate and reached the turn with enough control to carry her speed through it. Coach Alvarez called her split as she surfaced. "Better. Don't race the cameras." Emma settled into the return length. One final repeat remained, and proving the point would require patience rather than spectacle. Emma reached the wall, took the full recovery Coach Alvarez allowed and kept her eyes on the pace clock instead of the cameras. Kayla settled beside her in the next lane, rolling one shoulder beneath the water while the reporter waited behind the barrier for something dramatic enough to support his argument. Coach Alvarez crouched near the blocks. "Last one. Controlled opening, honest middle and no reaching into the turn. I don't care who touches first if either of you throws away the set." Emma nodded and moved into position. The temptation was immediate. She could leave hard, build a lead before fatigue settled and give the cameras the clean victory they wanted. That would also destroy the pacing lesson Coach Alvarez had spent the whole session forcing into her. The signal sounded. Emma drove forward without overloading the start and surfaced into the stroke rate they had practiced. Kayla gained half a hand through the opening length, then held it as they approached the first turn. Emma resisted the urge to accelerate early. She shortened the final stroke by the fraction Coach Alvarez had corrected, planted cleanly and left the wall with her body aligned instead of twisting for speed. They surfaced together. "Hold it," Coach Alvarez called. "Don't chase yet." Emma kept the pace through the middle section while the fatigue pressed harder against each pull. Kayla began to edge ahead again, her rhythm steady but her turn approach lengthening as they entered the final meters. Emma saw it without changing her stroke. She reached the wall at the distance she had planned, tucked tightly and carried the push through a clean streamline. Kayla's feet struck a moment later. Emma surfaced with a narrow lead and refused to spend it all at once. She held her breathing pattern, kept her hips high and increased only over the final 10 meters. The wall arrived without a lunge. She touched first by less than a quarter of a second. The cameras erupted behind the barrier, but Coach Alvarez looked only at the stopwatch and the turn marks. That wasn't one at the finish. Emma stayed against the wall, breathing hard. "The last turn." "The opening too," he said. "You left enough to make the turn matter." Kayla touched Emma's shoulder with the back of one hand. "You also stopped trying to beat the reporter." Emma glanced towards the barrier. The reporter had lowered his microphone, though the cameras remained trained on them. Her victory hadn't come from producing something no ordinary athlete could match. It had come from listening, pacing the work and executing the final turn when fatigue made precision hardest. Coach Alvarez straightened and looked towards the waiting media. "Session's over. Now we're going to discuss what you're allowed to film next time." The reporter lifted his microphone again. "Coach, the public has a legitimate interest in how the Channing twins are preparing for what comes next." "The public doesn't own their recovery time." Coach Alvarez pointed towards the barrier without raising his voice. "Cameras stay behind that line. Questions wait until the set ends and nobody interrupts an interval. Break those conditions again and there won't be a next time." One of the camera operators lowered his rig, but the reporter held his ground. "You invited coverage. I permitted coverage of training. You turned it into a debate while they were still in the water." Emma climbed out beside Kayla and accepted the towel waiting on the bench. Her arms felt heavy now that the set had stopped, and she was grateful Coach Alvarez had taken control before anyone asked her to explain the final repeat while she was still trying to breathe normally. The cameras followed them until he stepped across their sightline. A member of the production team approached with a tablet held against her chest. "We only need 30 seconds for the trailer. The final turn, the touch and the coach's explanation would work together." Coach Alvarez looked at Emma rather than answering for her. "Your call." Emma glanced at Kayla. The footage had value, but only if it showed what had actually happened rather than turning the final length into proof that they were exceptional by nature. "Use the full repeat from the start signal," she said. "Not just the finish." The producer hesitated. "That makes the clip longer." "Then cut somewhere else," Kayla said. "The point disappears if you only show Emma touching first." Coach Alvarez nodded towards the tablet. "Include the opening pace, both turns and the split. My comment stays attached to the footage."
The producer replayed the sequence, marking the first controlled length, Emma's clean turn and the narrow finish.
She added Coach Alvarez's explanation that the race had been decided before the final touch, then removed the reporter's interruption entirely. "That's usable," she said. "Training still matters because control holds under fatigue." Emma corrected her before the sentence could become the trailer's final line. "Training matters because control has to be learned." The producer changed the caption and showed it to Coach Alvarez. He approved the wording, then ordered the media out while the swimmers began recovery. By the time Emma and Kayla returned to the warm-down lanes, the pool belonged to the session again. The trailer would carry a lesson into public view, but the cameras had been denied the right to define how that lesson was learned. 6. Stop arguing with reality. 3 days after the pool session, Kayla sat beneath the Commerce Department seal while a wall display showed 7 versions of PromiseNet's former command structure. Each map began with the company board, descended through regional operations and ended in thousands of transport, communications and service endpoints. Every line beyond the first layer had been marked red. The deputy secretary touched the display. Promise built the network, licensed its systems and operated every physical endpoint before integration. We therefore require the company to identify the person who now exercises final authority. No one does, Kayla said. A government council opened another map. This one placed Emma and Kayla above the board, with PromiseNet beneath them as a single controlled asset. Your ownership position says otherwise. Emma shifted beside her but left the answer to Kayla. The hearing had already spent 40 minutes trying to turn corporate ownership into technical command, and correcting every mistaken assumption as if it were ridiculous would only make the officials defend it harder. Kayla leaned forward. That chart was accurate before integration. What instruction do you believe we can issue now? The council selected a regional transport node. Suspend service, redirect capacity or transfer control to an emergency administrator. And which command route would carry the instruction? The display changed again. A highlighted path ran from the board through Promise's former network authority, then ended at a red break before reaching the node. The deputy secretary's expression tightened. That failure is why emergency seizure authority is under consideration. You can seize the offices, contracts and physical equipment, Kayla said. That won't restore a command route that no longer exists. An official farther down the table turned a paper file towards her. Then who is responsible when the network denies a lawful order? Kayla looked at the dead maps covering the wall. The officials weren't fools.
They were trying to apply laws built around human ownership because admitting that no human authority remained inside the network left them without an obvious place to assign responsibility.
She kept her voice level. Before you decide who's refusing an order, establish whether anyone received it. The deputy secretary studied her for a moment. You're asking this committee to accept that a privately built global network has become autonomous. I'm asking you not to reach that conclusion from our testimony. Kayla indicated the broken routes. Choose your own technical teams, your own instructions and your own endpoints. Test every command path you believe should still work. The council closed the ownership chart.
And if the result supports these maps?
Then we stop arguing over who should control PromiseNet, Kayla said, and start dealing with what actually does. The deputy secretary ordered the tests before anyone could reopen the ownership argument. 2 independent technical teams entered from opposite doors, each carrying sealed equipment and written instructions prepared outside Promise. One team connected to the department's emergency communications node while the other worked through a transport endpoint several states away. Kayla remained at the witness table with Emma, unable to touch either system or influence which commands they attempted. The communications specialist read the first instruction aloud.
Suspend regional message routing for 10 minutes under federal emergency authority.
She entered the authorization, verified the signature and sent it. The wall display showed the command crossing the department's equipment, reaching the former Promise gateway and stopping there. A response appeared beneath it. Request denied. Endpoint routing maintained under collective continuity rules. The government council leaned towards the screen. That proves the company's system received the order. No, the specialist said. It proves something received it. Promise's authentication layer never opened. The second team sent a transport command through the remote endpoint. They ordered 30 autonomous freight units to leave their assigned medical route and report to a federal depot. The request returned almost at once, accompanied by the active allocation record. The units were carrying insulin, dialysis components and refrigerated blood products between hospitals whose local distribution systems remained damaged. Redirection rejected.
Current route preserves higher essential service priority. The deputy secretary looked towards Kayla.
Did Promise create that priority rule? Promise created older allocation models, Kayla said. Not that decision. The transport specialist disconnected his control terminal, replaced it with an isolated government unit and repeated the command using credentials Promise had never possessed. The result didn't change. He then removed the regional endpoint from the former corporate gateway entirely and connected through the public emergency mesh. The same route record appeared. Emma spoke quietly beside Kayla. It isn't using Promise as an authority. The council turned on her. Then what is it using?
The communications team began a final check, comparing timestamps, cryptographic signatures and routing decisions from both tests.
Their lead analyst placed the results on the central display. The commands were evaluated after leaving every promise-controlled layer. The responses came through infrastructure now identified only as collective managed. Silence held the room while the dead command maps remained visible beside the live results. Kayla watched the officials absorb what the tests had removed from the argument. Promise couldn't obey the orders, but it also couldn't stop them from being judged. The deputy secretary closed the seizure proposal. Then we need to establish what assistance the company can still provide without pretending it controls the outcome. Kayla opened the prepared support schedule rather than allowing the hearing to replace one impossible demand with another. Promise can provide historical routing records, endpoint inventories, maintenance data, and the engineers who understand the equipment that existed before integration. We can also support local operators when a collective decision exposes a damaged connection or unreachable service area.
The Government Council read down the schedule.
You're offering technical cooperation while disclaiming responsibility for every operational decision. We're accepting responsibility for what our people and equipment still do, Kayla said. We won't accept liability for commands we can't issue, approve, reverse, or even predict. The deputy secretary tapped the rejected transport order. That decision used infrastructure Promise designed. It also ignored Promise's former authority, evaluated government credentials we never held, and preserved a medical route we didn't select. Kayla kept her hands flat on the table, calling that our decision won't make it one. An official near the end of the panel opened the draft emergency order. Without a responsible operator, hospitals and local governments may have no party to challenge when the collective prioritizes incorrectly. Emma turned slightly towards Kayla but didn't interrupt. The objection was real. A correct diagnosis didn't help anyone whose dialysis shipment arrived late because the collective had misunderstood local need. Kayla selected the endpoint support section. Give local authorities a verified channel to submit current conditions. Promise engineers can help maintain the terminals, confirm whether the data left the human network, and preserve the response record. That creates evidence and an appeal process we can actually support.
An appeal to whom?
The council asked. We don't know yet, Kayla said. Pretending Promise is the answer only delays finding out. The deputy secretary studied the proposed division of duties. You would certify transmission, maintain endpoint access, and preserve records, but you won't certify the collective's judgment. Correct. And you won't indemnify the government against losses caused by rejected instructions. No, Kayla said. That would be fictional liability attached to a real company. It would bankrupt the parts of Promise that can still help without giving anyone more control. The council looked towards the deputy secretary. Then the seizure order would acquire assets, staff, and obligations without acquiring authority. Kayla let the conclusion remain his. The hearing had finally reached the limit she needed them to see. The deputy secretary closed the draft order and opened a blank action memorandum. Then we need a public test that shows officials, operators, and citizens what these channels can and can't do. He turned the memorandum towards the technical teams. The demonstration must use live infrastructure, not a presentation prepared by Promise. Government operators will submit the requests. Independent observers will verify the routes, and the public will see both what succeeds and what is rejected. The communications analyst nodded. We can build the test around 3 ordinary functions: sending updated local conditions, requesting a temporary service change, and confirming whether the endpoint received the supporting data. The Government Council looked at Kayla. Promise would provide the endpoint records and technical staff? Endpoint support and historical documentation, Kayla said. Your teams choose the locations, the requests, and the observers. Promise shouldn't control a demonstration meant to prove that it no longer controls the network. Emma drew the memorandum closer and read the proposed public language. Don't call it a control test. People will hear that and expect someone to take command. The deputy secretary considered the correction, then replaced the heading with collective endpoint training demonstration. The purpose will be to teach emergency officials how to submit accurate information, verify transmission, and interpret the response. An official who had supported seizure earlier frowned at the new title. A training exercise may look like the government is accepting the collective's authority without challenge. Kayla understood the concern, but softening the facts would only recreate the same argument for a larger audience. You're accepting that the infrastructure evaluates instructions.
You're not surrendering the right to document failures, challenge harmful outcomes, or build better human support around it.
And if the demonstration exposes a decision that harms an essential service? He asked. Then the public should see that too, Kayla said. Hiding the limits would make the exercise useless. The deputy secretary added a requirement for an independent review record after every request. The communications team would publish verified transmission data, government operators would explain the need behind each instruction, and promise engineers would identify only the equipment and legacy records involved. No company representative would claim authority over the result. The council closed the abandoned seizure file and signed the working group order. Until the demonstration is complete, compulsory acquisition is suspended. Promise remains responsible for its personnel, physical assets and contractual support, but not for collective decisions beyond its control. Kayla read the sentence twice before Emma signed as witness. It didn't solve a larger problem, and it didn't give anyone a reliable way to overturn a bad decision. It did force the government to begin from evidence rather than ownership charts. The deputy secretary collected the signed order. The working group meets tomorrow. After that, the public learns how to use what replaced the network. The hearing ended with no new command authority, but the next test would take the argument outside the room and place it where everyone could see the result. 10 meters down. 4 days after the commerce hearing, Kayla stood at the edge of the 10-meter platform while 3 cameras waited behind the diving center's safety line. The working group's public demonstration was still being assembled, but Promise's launch team had already moved on to the next piece of footage. The equipment below carried company markings, and every lens seemed angled to turn the morning into proof that the twins were ready for whatever came next. Coach Sato looked up from the pool deck. Forward approach first. No tricks for the cameras. Show me the same dive you'd perform if nobody else were here. Kayla stepped back from the edge and settled her breathing. Emma waited beside the stairs in a dry training jacket, watching the platform rather than the crew. That helped. Kayla raised her arms, began the approach and placed each step where months of repetition had taught her it belonged. The hurdle lifted her above the platform. She drove through the takeoff, folded into rotation and opened before the water reached her. The entry struck harder than she wanted. She surfaced, found the ladder and glanced towards Coach Sato. Half a step rushed, he called. You were already thinking about the hurdle before your last foot landed. Kayla climbed without looking at the nearest camera. The crew had remained outside the marked zone, but their presence changed the silence around every attempt. She could feel the temptation to make each movement larger and cleaner than necessary, as though good footage required visible effort. Emma met her at the platform level. Your entry was straight. My approach wasn't. You noticed before he said it. That doesn't fix it. Kayla dried her hands, then returned to the starting mark. The second approach stayed under her control. She let the final step complete before driving upward, carried the rotation through its proper line and opened without forcing speed. This time the water closed around her with only a narrow burst of bubbles. Coach Sato gave one short nod.
Again.
Reverse takeoff. Kayla completed the next sequence without treating the camera position as part of the dive. Forward, reverse and inward approaches followed, each with a different demand on balance and timing. Coach Sato stopped her twice to adjust foot placement and once to make her repeat an entry after her shoulders opened unevenly. By the 6th dive, the launch crew had enough clean footage to build any heroic sequence they wanted. Coach Sato still hadn't approved the set. He checked his tablet, then looked towards the producer waiting beyond the safety line. Training continues. You can ask your questions after she finishes the required list. Kayla completed 2 more dives before he released her from the platform sequence. Her shoulders had begun to tighten from repeated entries, and the skin along her forearms stung where the water had caught them imperfectly. She climbed out, accepted a towel from Emma and remained beside the pool while Coach Sato reviewed the final recordings. The producer approached with a tablet held against his chest. That was excellent, but we need a few dives designed for the trailer rather than technical review. Coach Sato didn't look up. Every dive she performed is suitable for review. For review, yes. Not necessarily for an audience seeing this in a 2-second cut. The producer turned the screen towards Kayla. A prepared shot list showed lower difficulty dives, wider camera angles and repeated entries from the 5-meter platform. These are cleaner to film. We can capture the takeoff, rotation and splash without risking a failed shot. Kayla read the list while keeping the towel around her shoulders. None of the dives was improper, but together they suggested that platform diving could be reduced to movements chosen for how easily an editor could arrange them. Emma leaned closer. You already have clean entries from 10 meters. We have technically useful footage, the producer said. I'm asking for exhibition footage. Something viewers can understand immediately. Coach Sato finally lowered his tablet. She isn't here to make diving look easy. The producer's smile tightened but remained professional. The launch is supposed to make people believe the training environment is accessible.
Watching an elite diver perform a difficult list may do the opposite.
Kayla understood the concern. The game needed ordinary people to enter, learn and keep trying, not assume every useful skill belonged to athletes. That didn't mean pretending the sport required less discipline than it did. The producer swiped to the next section. There's one other request. We'd like access to her biometric stream during takeoff and entry. Heart rate, muscle activation, balance correction, reaction timing. The avatar team says it could help calibrate movement. Emma's attention sharpened. Which biometric stream? The full training package recorded by the center. He looked between them. Promise would receive a copy under the production agreement, and the development team would use it only for launch calibration. Kayla glanced towards Coach Sato. He hadn't approved the claim, and the producer's wording had changed from footage to data without acknowledging the boundary. The tablet remained extended between them while Kayla decided how much of the request needed refusing and how much required correction. We're not performing a simplified list for the trailer, she said. You can use the dives Coach Sato approves from the training we're already doing. The producer lowered the tablet slightly. These aren't unsafe dives. We're asking for material that communicates clearly. They communicate that platform diving takes control, repetition and correction, Kayla said. Making the list easier because the camera prefers it would communicate something else. He glanced towards Coach Sato. And the biometric data? Coach Sato folded his arms. The center records that information for coaching, medical review and athlete safety. Production access isn't included. The avatar team believes it could improve balance modeling. Then they can submit a research request with a defined dataset, purpose and retention policy, Kayla said. They don't get my full training record because someone added a second page to a shot list. The producer's expression hardened. Promise is funding the launch campaign. Promise doesn't own my body because it paid for cameras. Emma shifted beside her, close enough to support without taking over. You asked for footage. You have footage. For several seconds, only the pool filtration system filled the space between them. The producer finally locked his tablet. I'll take the restrictions back to the team. Coach Sato waited until he had returned beyond the safety line before pointing towards the tower. You still owe me the reverse 3.5. Kayla looked up at the platform. The argument had tightened everything from her neck to her hands, but training didn't pause because she'd won one boundary. She returned the towel to Emma and climbed. At 10 meters, she set her feet and forced her attention away from the cameras. The approach began cleanly.
Her takeoff rose with enough height, but she pulled the rotation too aggressively, trying to guarantee completion before the water arrived.
The world turned faster than expected. She opened late, drove past vertical and struck the surface with her legs already traveling behind her. The impact jarred through her hips and lower back. She surfaced angry, more at herself than the dive, and reached the ladder. Coach Sato met her gaze from the deck. What happened? I chased the rotation. You had enough height. I know. Knowing after the entry isn't the same as correcting before it. He pointed towards the platform again. Reduce the pull. Trust the takeoff. Repeat it. Kayla climbed back up while the cameras continued recording. This time, correcting the dive mattered more than controlling what anyone might make of it. Kayla set her feet at the edge and waited until Coach Sato raised one hand from the deck. She began the approach without rushing the final step, drove upward and let the takeoff create the rotation instead of forcing it with her shoulders. The water rose through her vision at the correct speed. She opened, held the line and entered with her body nearly vertical. When she surfaced, Coach Sato checked the replay before answering. Better. Your feet separated slightly on entry, but the rotation was under control. Kayla climbed out and accepted the towel Emma held open. Do you want another? No, you corrected the error instead of hiding it with more speed. Coach Sato turned his tablet towards her. The replay showed both attempts side by side, with position markers tracing her center of balance through the takeoff and opening. This is the useful footage. The producer had returned to the safety line. He watched the comparison, then indicated the movement trace. Could the Avatar team use that? Coach Sato considered the display before replying. They can use the video-derived position data from today's approved dives. No medical file, no historical biometric stream and no access to the center's athlete records. The producer looked towards Kayla. That would still let us model the correction between attempts. It can show that balance depends on timing and body position, Kayla said. It shouldn't make the avatar perform the correction automatically. The game needs responsive movement. Responsive isn't the same as completing a skill for the player. Kayla pointed to the first replay. If someone pulls too hard, they should over-rotate. If they open late, the entry should be bad. The model can represent the body accurately without removing the need to learn. Emma studied the two traces. Use the clean attempt as the target and the first one as a failure case. Players should feel what their input changed. The producer entered the limitation into his tablet. Approved footage only, position data derived from the recordings and no automatic correction beyond normal avatar balance. Coach Sato took the tablet long enough to read the sentence himself. Add that diving instruction remains under qualified coaching. A trailer isn't a lesson. The producer added the line and showed it to Kayla before saving the request. Nothing about the agreement replaced the hours required to make a safe approach, takeoff or entry. It simply gave the development team enough information to make mistakes behave like mistakes. As the cameras were packed away, Emma checked the launch schedule on her phone. 1 week until we sign the final release. Kayla looked back at the 10-meter platform. The footage could now support the game without pretending it had created the sport, but the final decision about entering still waited at home. 8. Launch Eve at home. The final safety release arrived 6 hours before launch, but Emma left it unopened while the adults completed their game accounts around the kitchen table. 5 tablets displayed the same 10 years later city preview the twins had already reviewed during production testing, followed by body scan notices and class ladder summaries that offered possibilities rather than choices. Nobody would receive a class before level 10, yet the previews were detailed enough to expose what each person was already considering. David studied the warrior route first, then opened its guardian and paladin branches. Protection, interception and command. That's the obvious fit. Patty looked across from James's high chair. Obvious because you're a former Marine, or because you think choosing anything called acolyte would damage your reputation? I didn't say anything about acolytes. You looked at the healing branches and closed them in 4 seconds. Mendez leaned towards David's screen. His own preview had stopped on Warrior, Vanguard and Bulwark Commander. He lasted longer than I did. Alvarez laughed and turned his tablet so Reeves could see the technician ladder. Convoy Specialist and Road Warden occupied one side, while the systems route Reeves had opened led through Systems Warden towards Arc Engineer. At least ours admit vehicles and communications will still matter after everyone starts throwing spells. They'd better, Reeves said. Magic won't repair a broken perimeter sensor unless someone understands why it failed. Emma watched them compare abilities without correcting their assumptions. The previews showed destinations, not the work required to reach them, and none of the adults had yet experienced a classless objective, a monolimit or the consequences of choosing a role because its final title sounded useful. They still took the decision seriously. That mattered more than getting every conclusion right before entering. James struck his spoon against the tray, sending mashed banana across Patty's account screen. Patty caught his wrist before he could repeat the experiment. Apparently I've selected childcare as my starting class. David passed her a cloth. You've reached advanced mastery. No carrying, Emma said as Patty cleaned the screen. That applies to us too. Kayla and I can teach what we know, but you'll need your own contribution for levels and class gates. Mendez nodded without complaint. Good. Skills that transfer into reality need to be earned properly. James dropped the spoon and demanded it back before it reached the floor. The discussion stopped while David retrieved it. Patty wiped banana from the tablet and Alvarez moved the remaining devices beyond James's reach. When the 5 account confirmations finally appeared, each included the same immersion warning and expected session commitment. Emma looked from the notices to the adults gathered around the table. Creating the accounts had been easy. Finding a way for everyone to use them without leaving James, the house or the security operation unprotected would be harder. David brought the coverage board onto the wall screen, but before he could begin assigning blocks, Patty shook her head. I'm not watching everyone else disappear into the game while I become the permanent parent on duty. You won't, David said. We alternate. That solves us. It doesn't solve them. Mendez had opened the security roster beside the family schedule. Alpha, Bravo and Charlie remained fully staffed, with Serena Holt, Malik Grant and Priya Shah listed beneath the 3 leads. We have deputies. The organization doesn't stop because one of us enters immersion. Alvarez leaned back from the table. One of us, yes. Not all 3. Reeves nodded towards the roster. Serena can hold Alpha, Malik can hold Bravo and Priya can hold Charlie, but removing every lead at once would still strip too much experience from the property. Kayla reached for the board controls. We can build the rota around that. Emma stopped her with a hand over the tablet. Kayla looked at her, surprised, and Emma felt the familiar pull to solve the whole problem because she could already see how the pieces might fit. That was exactly what the chapter's unopened release represented. One more document waiting for the twins to become responsible for everyone else's decisions. No, Emma said. We're not building your work schedule. David's attention shifted from the board to her. It affects whether launch is safe. Then the adults responsible for the house and security decide it. Emma pointed towards the 3 deputies on the screen. Mendez, Alvarez and Reeves can each hand over to their own teams. You and Mom decide which parent stays with James. Kayla and I don't need to approve every block. Mendez considered that, then closed the detailed roster and left only 3 conditions visible.
1 parent remained outside.
1 fully staffed security shift remained outside under logged command. No complete group of trusted adults entered immersion together. That's enough for the family rule, he said. The operational schedules stay with us. Patty adjusted James against her shoulder.
And nobody gets quietly pushed to the end because their role looks less urgent.
Alvarez smiled without much humor. Meaning you. Meaning any of us. David looked at Emma for a moment before turning off the planning grid. Fair. We set the coverage standard. We don't make you administer it. The room grew easier once the board stopped asking Emma to solve every hour ahead of them. The remaining conflict was whether the final release respected the same boundary. Emma opened the document and read the first page twice. Emergency extraction, medical monitoring and automatic pod shutdown all belonged under personal safety. The next page did not. Promise had folded production access, launch scheduling and broad use of their gameplay data into the same signature, as though refusing any part of it meant refusing protection. Kayla leaned closer. They're using the safety form to get everything else. Emma scrolled through the permissions one at a time.
They're hoping we won't separate them 6 hours before launch.
David stood across the table with one hand resting near the tablet. Emma expected him to ask for the document, but he drew his hand back instead. You know what you agreed to. Read what they changed and decide for yourselves. The restraint mattered. He could have taken over without raising his voice or calling it authority. A month ago, Emma might have let him, grateful to place one more decision in capable hands. Tonight, doing that would turn the release into another family problem solved around her. James chose that moment to twist in Patty's arms and reach for Emma's tablet. Patty caught him before his fingers struck the screen. You're not signing anything until you can read. He'd probably accept the full data package, Kayla said. He'd demand payment in bananas, Patty replied. The interruption broke the tension without removing it. Emma selected emergency extraction, physical monitoring and immediate medical review. She rejected production control, session extensions and the transfer of unrelated gameplay records. The form warned that removing those permissions might limit promotional participation. Good, Emma said. Then it limits promotional participation. Kayla matched the same selections on her copy. When the final confirmation appeared, Emma hesitated over the signature line, not because the choice was unclear, but because signing still felt like stepping into a future she remembered ending badly. Kayla touched her wrist. We're signing for the pods. Not for Promise. Not for the launch team. Emma signed. Kayla followed, and the completed releases returned with only the safety provisions active. David looked at the confirmation, then closed the coverage board without reopening the schedules beneath it.
That's all I needed from you.
Patty shifted James towards Emma. Then take your brother upstairs before he decides launch eve requires another bath. Emma accepted him, warm and heavy against her chest. The pods waited in the secured cabin room, but she climbed the stairs carrying James rather than a company tablet, and for once that felt like the right preparation for entering tomorrow. Kayla followed with his bottle and blanket. The cabin room had once been designed as a private retreat from the rest of the house, but the two immersion pods now occupied most of the space beside the bed. Their lids stood open beneath soft status lights, each interior prepared for a final systems check rather than full entry until the launch window began. Emma sat with James near the foot of the bed. He grabbed at the collar of her shirt, then pressed his face against her chest as if the argument downstairs had exhausted him personally. You won't remember any of this, she murmured. He'll remember that we keep disappearing into strange machines, Kayla said as she tested the bottle against her wrist. That may become his earliest grievance. Patty entered behind them and took the bottle, but she didn't reach for James. Keep him until he gets restless. You're not late for anything now. David paused in the doorway with Mendez, Alvarez and Reeves behind him. None of them carried the planning tablets upstairs. Their new accounts existed, the adults had chosen their future paths and the house would remain protected, but they weren't asking Emma to manage any of it. Mendez looked towards the pods. We'll be behind you. You'll catch up, Emma said. Eventually, Alvarez replied. I expect a fair amount of mockery before then. Only when earned, Kayla said. Reeves glanced at the closed pod interfaces. Teach us the rules. Don't solve the game for us. Emma nodded. That was a promise she could make. The adults would learn through their own mistakes, earn their own classes and bring those gains back into a reality where training, judgment and ordinary preparation still mattered. They wouldn't remain outside every danger simply because Emma and Kayla had entered first. James began pushing away from Emma, interested now in the lights along the nearest pod. She returned him to Patty before he could test whether they responded to his fingers. David stepped aside to let his wife carry him towards the door, then rested one hand briefly against Emma's shoulder. Enter as our daughters, he said. Everything else can wait. Emma looked at Kayla. Together, they climbed into the pods and settled beneath the monitoring bands. The lids lowered, leaving their family visible through the transparent panels until the cabin lights dimmed. The launch prompt appeared before Emma's eyes. She accepted it knowing the people outside weren't being left behind. 9. Character creation. The launch prompt vanished beneath Emma's acceptance, taking the transparent pod lid and the dim cabin room with it. Darkness held her for less than a second before a date appeared, followed by an aerial view of Los Angeles beneath clear autumn sunlight. Traffic filled the freeways, aircraft crossed above the city and people moved through streets that still belonged to the world Emma knew. Then the fog arrived. She'd reviewed the production version often enough to recognize every transition, but immersion removed the distance of a screen. The city disappeared block by block as visibility collapsed. Aircraft diverted or remained grounded. Roads became chains of red brake lights, and emergency broadcasts competed with speculation until the first monolith drove through a freeway interchange and buried its base deep beneath the concrete. More followed across the world. Some crushed buildings or severed roads. Others rose from oceans, deserts and city parks while the system connected every person who had breathed the fog. The film accelerated through 10 years of consequences, governments adapting, fortified districts expanding around surviving infrastructure, escaped creatures forcing civilians behind new walls, and transport routes being rebuilt between defended hubs. Kayla's presence remained beside Emma throughout the sequence, unseen but unmistakable through their bond. Her private voice reached Emma without crossing the public interface. They kept the revised evacuation footage. It tested better than pretending everyone understood immediately, Emma replied. The view returned to Los Angeles, but not the city they had left outside their pods. Walls divided protected districts from abandoned suburbs. Guard towers overlooked repaired transit lines, and a monolith rose beyond the western defenses beside a complex large enough to process thousands of players at once. A hub selection map replaced the film. Approved cities and regional centers appeared across the planet, each connected to the same persistent future Earth. Los Angeles displayed several real-world entry facilities, but every player choosing the city would enter its shared streets rather than a private copy. Emma selected Los Angeles. Kayla's confirmation appeared beside hers a moment later. Starting hub confirmed, Los Angeles. Entry facility, West Monolith Tutorial Center. Still home, Kayla said. 10 years less comfortable. The map closed around them. Emma felt motion without acceleration as the interface placed them inside a bright processing chamber facing the distant outline of the West Monolith. Rows of occupied platforms extended across the center, with new players appearing every second before being directed towards separate registration stations. A neutral prompt opened in front of Emma. Physical baseline scan required before avatar configuration. A scanning frame rose from the floor around her, waiting for permission to begin. It closed around Emma before she could touch it. A line of pale light passed from the top of her head to her feet, measuring bone structure, muscle distribution, joint range, and every physical proportion the pod could reproduce. She felt nothing beyond a mild warmth beneath the monitoring bands, but the interface rebuilt her body in the processing chamber as quickly as it read it. Her temporary figure sharpened into an exact copy of the body resting inside the pod. The scan preserved the muscle developed through years of swimming and diving, the reach of her arms, the strength through her shoulders, and the small differences between her posture and Kayla's. It hadn't averaged them into identical twins or replaced athletic development with a standard starting model. Kayla turned beside her, studying her own completed avatar. At least they didn't give everyone the same body and call it fair. That would make the scan pointless, Emma said. The game measures what people bring in. It doesn't promise they'll all begin equal. A customization panel unfolded between them. Height, body shape, and physical proportions were locked to narrow safe ranges, but almost everything cosmetic remained adjustable. Emma could change her hair, eyes, skin detail, facial structure, and apparent age within limits. Preset displays offered taller, sharper, and more dramatic versions of her, each designed to attract attention without altering the body underneath. One option lengthened her hair past her waist and added silver through the dark strands. Another brightened her eyes until they appeared almost luminous. A third refined her face into something familiar enough to claim honesty while removing every ordinary detail that made it hers. Kayla opened a preview with blue hair, violet eyes, and pointed ears. She rotated the image once, then looked at Emma with exaggerated seriousness. I could become a mysterious immortal princess. You'd last 10 minutes before complaining that the hair blocked your view. 7. Around them, newly scanned players experimented without restraint. Elaborate hair, impossible eye colors, scars, and stylized features appeared across the registration platforms. None changed strength, reach, or movement, but spectacle spread quickly once people realized the interface would allow it. Emma tried a slightly older face and disliked how easily it turned 16 into a performance of authority. She restored the scan, shortened her game hair enough to keep it clear during movement, and removed only details that the pod had captured from temporary pressure marks. Kayla dismissed the pointed ears and made similarly small changes. Recognizable? Recognizable, Emma agreed. The cosmetic panel folded away. A new permission screen replaced it, separating public profile information from account data the game had found during the scan. The permissions screen listed what other players could inspect, what teammates might receive during grouped objectives, and what would remain visible only to the account holder. Emma opened every category rather than accepting the recommended public profile. Her chosen appearance, account name, starting hub and class status were enabled by default. Attributes, unspent points, private traits and linked account data sat beneath a second heading marked optional. Kayla read down her own list.
They've made sharing sound helpful.
It will be helpful for strangers who want to compare everyone before deciding who deserves a party invitation. Emma disabled public attributes, progression totals and account history. The interface warned that hidden information could reduce automatic group matching and prevent some leaderboard comparisons. I can live without being sorted by people who haven't met us. The bond appeared lower in the list as an unclassified account connection. The game recognized that both accounts shared numerical changes, but the description stopped short of explaining why. A disclosure toggle offered to show linked progression, shared effects and synchronized status warnings to approved teammates. Emma's hand paused above it. The system had protected the bond throughout their lives, but the game was now connected to the collective rather than the isolated intelligence she remembered. Anything displayed publicly could be recorded, tested and compared by millions of players. Hiding it wouldn't make the connection vanish, yet it would prevent casual inspection from turning their greatest private advantage into the launch's first mystery. Kayla closed the teammate sharing option. Emergency warnings between us stay active? Emma checked the private status line.
Yes.
We're hiding the explanation, not blocking the connection. They worked through the remaining permissions together. Combat contribution could be displayed after public objectives, but the numbers behind it remained private. Class and level would become visible once earned because concealing those would make ordinary cooperation impossible. Inventory, AP, SP and exact attributes stayed account only. Their account names remained Emma Channing and Kayla Channing rather than aliases that would collapse the moment anyone saw their faces. A final preview placed their recognizable avatars beside the information other players would receive. Names, hub, current level and class status appeared beneath each image. Nothing revealed the shared numerical block, the bond or the past life knowledge Emma carried into the game. Kayla studied the result. Public enough to be honest. Private enough to remain ours. Emma confirmed the profile. The permissions screen closed, and a final account initiation prompt appeared between them, waiting to establish their starting level, class state and available points. The account initiation prompt opened 2 columns, one for each twin.
Emma's public profile appeared first, followed by the starting information the game would allow other players to see.
Emma Channing. Level 1. Class none. Below it, a private section displayed 3 available attribute points and no skill points. Kayla's account showed the same starting totals. Their scanned physical baselines remained separate from the points the game had issued, but when Emma selected the attribute panel, the bond linked both private displays and warned that numerical changes would be synchronized. Kayla read the message through their private connection. That might become difficult to explain when people compare us. They won't see the totals unless we show them. Emma closed the detailed panel without spending anything. Choosing before they understood how the game measured contribution, fatigue and early objectives would waste the advantage of knowing enough to wait. 3 points aren't urgent. A recommended allocation option appeared beneath the warning, offering balanced, combat and support presets. Emma dismissed it. Kayla did the same, leaving all 3 points unassigned on both accounts. The initiation prompt expanded into a short agreement. Characters below level 10 would remain classless and earn progress through common movement, combat, defense and survival skills. Skill points would not be awarded until a class gate or specified milestone authorized them. Death, injury and exhaustion would be experienced under tutorial protection, but pain reduction and resurrection safeguards didn't remove objective failure or lost time. Kayla slowed over the final paragraph. They made the warning clearer. They had to. Emma remembered how many players in the old timeline had treated the early system trials as entertainment until consequences reached beyond the protected spaces. This game couldn't teach that lesson by pretending failure was harmless. People still won't believe it until something hurts. Around them, other players confirmed their accounts and vanished from the processing platforms in brief pulses of light. Some had spent their points immediately. Others argued over presets or reopened cosmetic menus, while the tutorial center directed completed accounts towards separate arrival zones. Emma placed her hand over the confirmation field. Kayla mirrored her across the shared prompt. Together? Kayla asked. Together. They confirmed. The processing chamber disappeared. Emma landed on both feet inside a crowded registration concourse beneath the West Monolith, with Kayla arriving beside her. Their private displays settled into place. Level 1. Class. None. Available attribute points. 3. Available skill points. 0. Ahead, illuminated signs directed new players towards movement assessment, equipment issue and wall zone safety instruction. Emma stepped forward before the crowd could decide that entering the game meant magic should already be waiting for them. 10. Run before you cast. The registration concourse released them into the Los Angeles West Wall training belt through a set of gates wide enough to process hundreds of new players at once. Kayla emerged beside Emma beneath the shadow of the outer fortifications, where repaired concrete walls rose above abandoned streets and observation towers watched the ground beyond them. She'd expected equipment issue or an introduction to combat. Instead, illuminated markers formed a route across broken pavement, low barriers, climbing frames and narrow balance rails. A player near the front stared at the first marker. Where are the classes? Others took up the complaint before the tutorial prompt finished opening. They wanted spell lists, weapons and explanations of how quickly they could reach level 10. The game answered by assigning every nearby player the same objective. Complete the wall zone movement assessment. Run, stop, jump, climb, balance. Kayla examined the route rather than the crowd. The opening stretch required a controlled run through staggered markers, followed by a stop inside a painted square. Beyond it waited a gap between two collapsed sections of road, a wall high enough to demand a proper climb and 3 narrow beams crossing a drainage channel. No magic, Emma said beside her. No class either. Kayla rolled onto the balls of her feet as the starting signal appeared. That means people will have to notice what their bodies are doing. They entered the route together. Kayla accelerated without sprinting, adjusted around the first markers and shortened her stride before the stopping square. Several players behind them charged through it and received failure notices before skidding into the barrier beyond. Emma stopped cleanly at Kayla's shoulder. The jump demanded less distance than the diving boards they trained from, but the landing zone was uneven. Kayla drove forward, landed with her knees flexed and moved aside before Emma followed.
The game acknowledged the completed action without improving or naming anything beyond the common skill being assessed.
At the climbing frame, Kayla tested the first grip before trusting her weight to it. She used her legs rather than dragging herself upward by the arms, crossed the top and descended under control. Emma reached the ground beside her while another player dropped the final meter, stumbled and blamed the obstacle. The balance rails narrowed above the dry channel. Kayla kept her eyes ahead and let years of platform work guide each step without treating the beam as easier than it was. When she stepped onto solid ground, the route opened towards a much larger assembly lane. Hundreds of players were already crowding its starting line, leaning forward as though the next objective could be won by reaching it before everyone else. The starting signal hadn't appeared, but players were already pressing towards the front. Kayla watched shoulders tighten and feet shift as the crowd treated position as an advantage worth fighting for. The assembly lane opened into a broad sprint corridor marked by broken vehicles, concrete dividers and painted stopping zones. A tutorial notice warned players to maintain spacing and obey the route marshal signals. Someone shouted, "Go," before the game did. The front ranks surged. Players behind them followed without checking the interface, and the false start became too large for the crowd to correct. Kayla moved sideways before the pressure reached her, catching Emma's wrist long enough to pull them both clear of a player who stumbled across their path. "They're racing an objective that hasn't started," Emma said. "They're racing each other." Kayla looked towards the corridor as the proper signal flashed above it. Now it has. The players already running accelerated again. Some sprinted with their heads down. Others tried to overtake through gaps that vanished as soon as they entered them. The first stopping zone filled with bodies moving too quickly to halt inside its boundary. One player collided with a concrete divider, while another twisted around him and fell hard enough to bring down 2 people behind her. Kayla and Emma entered at a controlled pace along the outside edge. The game rewarded correct movement rather than arrival order, but public markers above the lane showed completion times, giving impatient players something else to misunderstand. A man passed them at full speed and shouted, "You're supposed to push." He reached the next turn without enough room to slow. His foot slipped on loose grit, and he struck the pavement shoulder first. 2 more players jumped aside. One landed badly, while the other crashed through a damaged barrier at the edge of the route. A metallic clatter answered from the drainage trench beyond it. Kayla stopped. The player who had broken through the barrier lay half inside the trench, stunned and trying to push himself upright. Movement gathered in the shadow beneath him. Dog-sized rats climbed over one another through a service opening, their backs protected by irregular plates of bone. "Those aren't part of the movement course," Emma said. The first fog rat lunged at the fallen player's leg. He kicked wildly and missed, driving himself deeper into the trench. More rats poured through the opening as nearby players halted, turned or tried to run past. The crowd behind them kept moving, unaware that the lane ahead had become blocked. Kayla raised her voice over the shouting. "Stop pushing. Back up and give them room." Nobody followed the first order. Another player went down near the barrier, and the rats changed direction towards the easier target. Kayla stepped between the retreating crowd and the fallen group, already judging who could move, who needed help and how little time remained before panic trapped all of them together. Kayla pointed towards the open lane behind them rather than the blocked route ahead. "Walk back. Don't turn and run. Keep the center clear for anyone who's hurt." The command reached only the nearest players, but one woman repeated it, then another. The pressure against Kayla's back eased as people began moving away in uneven steps. Emma passed her without waiting for an explanation and planted herself beside the broken barrier, forcing the first fog rat away from the fallen group with a kick to its shoulder. The impact turned it rather than stopping it. Bone plates protected most of its back, and it recovered quickly enough to snap at her ankle. "Soft targets underneath," Emma called as she shifted beyond its teeth. "Don't hit the plates." Kayla reached the player nearest the barrier. He was conscious, but his right ankle had folded under him during the fall, and panic made him keep trying to stand. She caught his shoulders and pressed him back onto the pavement. "Stop moving. Your legs hurt, and the crowd is clearing." "I can still run." "You can't stand." Kayla checked for bleeding, then supported the ankle without attempting to straighten it. A first aid guide appeared at the edge of her private display, identifying assessment steps rather than performing them for her. "Can you feel your toes?" He nodded, breathing too quickly. Kayla directed another player to brace his leg with both hands and keep him still. She moved to the woman who had fallen beside the trench, checked her head and neck, then helped her roll away from the broken barrier once she could answer clearly. Behind Kayla, claws scraped across concrete. Emma kept the rats from reaching the injured by refusing to chase them into the trench. She stepped into each approach, struck low beneath the plated shoulders and recovered before the pack could surround her. One rat lunged past her. Kayla shouted a warning, and Emma turned with it, drove her heel into its ribs and sent it sliding away from the fallen man. "Two coming left," Kayla said. "I see them." Emma retreated one measured step, forcing both animals through the same narrow gap. The first blocked the second when she kicked beneath its jaw. She stamped down as it collapsed, then pivoted before the remaining rat could reach her exposed side. The crowd had finally stopped pushing, leaving space for her to move and for Kayla to organize the injured. "Anyone who can walk, help someone who can't," Kayla ordered. "Move towards the last stopping zone and stay together." Players obeyed now because the alternative was visible in front of them. As the injured began withdrawing, Emma faced the remaining rats alone, holding the opening until Kayla could get everyone clear. Kayla moved with the injured group towards the last stopping zone, checking over her shoulder whenever claws struck concrete behind them. The player with the damaged ankle leaned between two others, while the woman who had fallen near the trench walked under her own power. Nobody tried to race now. They matched the slowest pace because leaving anyone behind would place Emma between the rats and two separate groups instead of one. "Keep moving until the barrier is between you and the trench," Kayla said. "Then put the injured down carefully." Don't crowd them. Behind her, Emma gave ground by choice. She waited until a fog rat committed to each rush, then struck beneath its armor and recovered before another could reach her. The open lane let her use distance instead of trading blows. When one animal tried to circle through the broken barrier, she drove it back with a low kick, turned and caught the rat attacking from the opposite side across the jaw. Kayla reached the marked zone and lowered the injured man with help from the players supporting him. A tutorial treatment point activated beneath them, but it required the first aid sequence to be completed rather than repairing injuries automatically. She guided the helpers through keeping his ankle supported, checking circulation and reporting the injury through the objective interface. A sharp squeal pulled her attention back to the lane. Emma stood over the final rat while the others lay motionless near the trench. She didn't celebrate or chase the creatures that had retreated through the service opening. She backed away until the damaged barrier resealed in a field of pale light, then turned towards Kayla. "That was more work than the obstacle course," Emma said as she approached. "It was caused by the obstacle course." Kayla looked across the players who had finally formed an orderly line beyond the treatment point. Running faster didn't help anyone once they couldn't stop. The game completed the interrupted assessment only after every injured player had been stabilized and the route had been cleared. Notifications opened across Kayla's private display, recording successful movement, controlled retreat, first aid contribution and shared objective completion. Her level advanced twice before settling. Level 3. Common movement proficiencies. Usable. Emma's confirmation appeared through their private connection with the same level and proficiency state. Around them, players who had treated the route as a race received progress as well, but fewer had earned credit for safe stopping, recovery or helping the fallen. Kayla dismissed the display.
Ahead, the west wall training belt opened towards equipment racks and practice targets rather than spell halls.
Emma followed her gaze. "They're still not giving us magic." "No." Kayla started forward with the reorganized group moving behind them. "Next they're going to find out whether people can hit something without forgetting how to move." 11. Punch, kick, stab. The equipment racks proved Emma right, although the game made them earn access before allowing anyone beyond the training belt. Practice stations divided the reorganized group by task, with padded targets for punches and kicks, blunt-edged training daggers and reinforced arms that struck back whenever a player attempted a block. A prompt opened above the nearest target. Strike without losing your guard. Recover before striking again. Emma raised her hands and drove a straight punch into the center pad. The target registered the impact, then swung a padded arm towards her head. She brought her other hand across, absorbed the strike against her forearm and stepped back into balance before the arm reset. The man waiting behind her snorted. "That wouldn't stop anything." "It isn't supposed to," Emma said. "The block keeps you conscious long enough to move." He stepped forward before she'd fully cleared the station and hammered the target with 3 punches. The return arm caught him across the temple on the second strike. His avatar staggered, and the station marked the sequence as failed. At the next station, Kayla worked through low kicks while Emma selected a training dagger. The game projected cut and stab lines across a torso-shaped target, rejecting every attack that crossed an ally marker or left the weapon arm extended. Emma tested the point against the marked center, withdrew immediately and shifted behind the target's striking line. A broad-shouldered player at the neighboring station drove his dagger forward hard enough to bury it against the stop. "You're pulling every hit." "I'm recovering every hit," Emma replied. He grinned rather than taking offense. His public profile identified him as Marcus Reed, and a streaming icon hovered beside his name.
Marcus.
"I'd rather finish the thing before it gets another turn." "Then don't miss." Marcus laughed and moved to the blocking station, where he met each padded strike with enough force to throw the mechanical arm aside.
The game credited the blocks but failed his footing twice.
He ignored both notices and waved the next player forward as though the machine had made the mistake. When Emma completed the final dagger sequence, the training barriers opened onto a secured transit lane. Beyond it, Santa Monica's outer patrol zone stretched through damaged streets, scrub-covered lots and buildings abandoned outside the defended line. The game exchanged their practice weapons for live patrol equipment only after every player acknowledged the retreat signals and spacing rules. Marcus took the front position before the route marker finished forming. Emma watched him lean towards the open gate, eager to prove that hitting harder solved the failures he hadn't noticed. Then the patrol objective activated, and the novice group moved beyond the wall. The patrol route followed a cracked service road between the defended wall and a line of abandoned houses. Emma kept to the left side of the novice group with Kayla several places behind her, leaving enough space to see past the players ahead. The game had issued rifles to 2 designated patrol positions, but most of the group carried pistols, daggers or reinforced batons. Marcus had chosen a baton and walked near the front as though the road itself were another target station. A route marshal marker directed them towards a scrub-covered lot beside a collapsed petrol station. Emma slowed when she noticed movement in the grass, but the players behind her continued until she raised one hand. Stop. Watch the edges, not just the road. Marcus looked over his shoulder. We're hunting rats again? No. Emma studied the low grass and the shadow beneath an overturned delivery van. Nothing moved twice in the same place, but separate patches bent against one another as something passed through them. Rats rush food. This is positioning. A player near the center laughed nervously. Positioning for what? The answer came from behind the group. An ash coyote burst from a drainage cut and struck a novice across the back before anyone facing forward could react. The player fell onto both hands, and the coyote darted away before the nearest baton reached it. 2 more shapes broke from the scrub on the opposite side, larger than ordinary coyotes and lean enough that their ribs showed beneath mottled gray coats. Circle in, Emma shouted. Keep the injured person in the middle. Several players obeyed, but others turned towards whichever animal they could see. That opened a gap on the right. Another coyote accelerated through it, snapped at a player's calf and withdrew before his pistol cleared its holster. Marcus charged after it. Marcus, hold the line. Emma called. It's running. He vaulted a broken curb and followed the animal towards the petrol station, baton lifted above his shoulder. The coyote slowed just enough to keep him close. Emma saw the purpose before Marcus did. The first animal had drawn his attention, while 2 others moved through the grass behind him, their heat-sensing muzzles raised towards the exposed target. Marcus, stop and come back. He glanced over one shoulder without slowing. I've got it. The lead coyote turned sharply around the delivery van.
Marcus followed and disappeared from the group's direct line of fire.
A second animal crossed behind him, cutting off his retreat, while the third emerged from the scrub ahead. Emma drew her pistol as the pack closed from 3 directions. She fired at the coyote behind Marcus before it could close the gap. The first round struck its shoulder and spun it into the side of the delivery van. Her second hit the ribs, dropping the animal beneath the rear axle while the rest of the pack broke apart instead of charging through the gunfire. Marcus, back to us. Emma shouted. Don't chase anything. Move now. The coyote in front of him sprang before he could turn. Marcus blocked with the baton, but the impact drove him against the van and knocked the weapon from his hand. The third animal rushed his exposed side. Emma couldn't fire without risking Marcus, so she holstered the pistol and ran towards him. Behind her, Kayla took control of the novice line. 2 steps back together. Keep the injured player covered and point every firearm away from Emma. The order stopped several people from following Emma into the narrowing space. A rifle cracked from the road, forcing another coyote away from the group, but the animals around Marcus stayed too close for a safe shot. Emma reached the van as the nearer one lunged again. She shifted outside its jaws, planted one foot and drove a controlled kick into the side of its muzzle. The impact redirected the animal past her rather than leaving her overextended. Get behind me, Emma told Marcus as she recovered her stance. I can still fight. He bent towards his fallen baton. The wounded coyote beneath the van snapped at his hand. Emma caught the back of his jacket and pulled him away before its teeth closed. You can fight after you stop giving them 3 directions to attack from. Marcus stumbled behind her. Emma drew her pistol again and backed towards the patrol group without turning from the animals.
Retreat by pairs.
Front pair moves, rear pair covers. Nobody fires across the center. Kayla repeated the order from the line, assigning players before panic could decide for them. The nearest pair withdrew with the injured novice between them. 2 others covered the road while Emma and Marcus crossed the open ground. Each time a coyote advanced, Emma stopped, raised the pistol and forced it back with a measured shot rather than pursuing it. The pack followed until the group reached the broken curb. Marcus started to turn towards the animal she'd kicked, but Emma blocked his path with one arm. "The wall is behind us. That's where we're going." This time he obeyed. The novices continued their controlled retreat while the coyotes paced through the scrub, waiting for someone to separate again. The coyotes tested the retreat twice more, closing whenever the group's spacing stretched and withdrawing as soon as the rifles turned towards them. Emma kept Marcus beside her rather than allowing him back to the front. By the time the patrol reached the secured lane, every novice had learned to watch the people behind them as carefully as the ground ahead. The outer gate closed across the road. Tutorial medics took the injured player from the center of the formation while the game processed the patrol objective. Emma's display recorded firearm accuracy, controlled retreat, kick recovery and protection of another player. The level notification arrived only after the last member of the group crossed the safety line. Level 6. Kayla's matching confirmation appeared through their private connection. Their common combat proficiencies remained separate skills rather than a class, but punch, kick, block and dagger had advanced beyond assessment use. Emma dismissed the details before anyone near her could glimpse them. Marcus collected a replacement baton from the return rack and rolled one shoulder where the coyote had driven him against the van. "That proves my point." Emma looked at him. "Which point was that?" He turned towards the players gathering around the public completion board. His streaming indicator was still active. The one where people need something that works when a monster reaches them. "You had a pistol, and you still had to kick one off me. You were surrounded because you ran away from the rifles. I was surrounded because the group stood back and waited." Marcus raised his voice enough for the nearby players and his audience to hear. Anyone who relies on distance is in trouble the moment distance disappears. Melee is safer for beginners because your weapon doesn't run out, jam or need a clear firing line. Several players nodded. One of the rifle carriers looked down at the weapon she'd used to cover the retreat, as though its success had become less certain now that Marcus had named its limits. Emma stepped closer to the completion board rather than competing with his volume. "Your baton didn't stop the first coyote, and chasing with it gave the pack exactly what it wanted. The pistol didn't rescue you by itself either. The group did, once everyone moved together." Marcus smiled towards his stream. "You needed close combat to finish the rescue. I needed close combat because you abandoned the formation." The completion board updated behind them, opening the next classless objective chain. Marcus's argument was already spreading through the public comments, turning one bad charge into evidence that beginners should trust the weapon in their hands before anything they might learn later. 12. The combo is the recovery. Marcus's argument followed them into the next day's objective queue. Clips from the Coyote Patrol played above the Sepulveda Basin service gate, most ending before his charge or beginning with Emma's kick. The comments beneath them praised close combat, condemned firearms or claimed both twins had staged the rescue to advertise future mage classes they hadn't even unlocked. Emma closed the public feed. He nearly got eaten, and somehow that became a recruitment speech. Kayla checked the dungeon notice mounted beside the gate. "Then today we show what happens when nobody can edit out the recovery." Marcus stood several places behind them in the entry line, still carrying a baton. He lifted it when he noticed Emma looking. "You're welcome to prove me wrong in there." The gate admitted parties of 2 to 5, but warned that the interior contained no earth wildlife. Emma accepted the 3-person formation before Marcus could suggest a race. The secured service entrance dissolved around them, replacing dry concrete with a flooded maintenance corridor built from dark stone and corroded metal. Water reached halfway up Emma's shins, and every step disturbed pale growth clinging to the walls. A dungeon objective opened across their shared view. Restore primary pump access. Rescue maintenance echoes, 0 of 3. Collapse timer, 1 hour 57 minutes and 42 seconds. Marcus stared along the corridor. 2 hours sounds generous. Not if the route floods behind us, Kayla said. She pointed towards watermarks above their heads. Wide footing. Don't cross anyone's attack line. Movement broke the surface ahead. 3 siltlings rose from the flooded channel, waist-high creatures with broad mouths, slick gray skin and arms long enough to reach the floor. The first rushed low, caught Marcus around one ankle and pulled. He struck down with the baton, but the blow glanced from its wet shoulder. Emma stepped beside him rather than in front, drove her dagger into the creature's upper arm and withdrew before its companion reached her. Kayla kicked the second siltling away from Marcus's trapped leg, then caught his jacket when he tried to pursue it through deeper water. Stay upright, she said. They're trying to drag us, not trade hits. Emma widened her stance as the third creature lunged. She blocked its leading arm, redirected it past her hip and stabbed beneath its ribs. Marcus recovered his footing and finished the wounded one without leaving the group. The remaining siltlings retreated through an open maintenance hatch. Beyond it, something struck metal hard enough to shake the flooded corridor, and the collapse timer lost 30 seconds at once. The impact came again, followed by a grinding vibration beneath the water. Emma moved through the maintenance hatch first and found a wider chamber divided by a raised service platform. One damaged pump occupied the far wall, while 2 siltlings dragged at a metal access cover below it. A third crouched beside the platform, watching the doorway rather than helping. It's guarding them, Kayla said as she entered behind Emma. Don't let it pull you off the dry section. Marcus raised his baton. We hit all 3 before they scatter. The guarding siltling rushed before he could move. Emma stepped aside, but the creature planted one hand against the platform and changed direction without losing speed. Marcus blocked its first grab. The impact drove him backwards, leaving the siltling between him and the other 2. Emma saw an open route along the platform. Her movement prompts aligned as she accelerated. Sprint carried her past Marcus, balance held her on the narrow metal edge and kick marked the creature's exposed head. She planted her left foot, turned and drove her right heel across its jaw. The strike landed cleanly. The siltling lifted from the platform and crashed into one of the creatures beside the pump. Both fell into the flooded channel, and Marcus shouted, "That's what I'm talking about." Emma's momentum continued after the target was gone. Her planted foot slipped across the wet metal, and the turn carried her farther than she'd intended. She tried to recover by setting her right foot, but it landed beyond the platform's edge. Water closed over her boot, and her upper body twisted towards the channel. The third siltling released the access cover and lunged. Emma brought her dagger up, but her extended position left no room to withdraw after the stab. The creature caught her weapon wrist with both hands and pulled. Kayla seized the back of Emma's equipment harness. Marcus, block low. Marcus stepped in and struck the siltling's forearm before it could drag Emma from the platform. Its grip loosened. Emma tore her wrist free, but the first creature was already climbing from the water behind her. She turned too quickly again and nearly lost the platform. Kayla hauled her backwards while Marcus held his baton across the approaching siltling's shoulders. The 3 of them retreated through the hatch, forcing the creatures to crowd the narrow opening instead of surrounding them. Emma regained her stance inside the corridor, breathing harder than the brief exchange justified. The kick had worked exactly as intended until the moment after impact. Kayla kept one hand against the hatch frame and watched the siltlings gather beyond it. You linked the attack, she said. Now we fix the part that nearly fed you to them. Kayla kept the siltlings contained in the doorway while Emma reset her footing. The kick wasn't the problem. You treated landing as something that happened after the move. Marcus glanced between them. It landed. So did Emma, Kayla said. Nearly in the water. She pointed along the corridor, marking the sequence with short gestures. Sprint gets you to the opening. Balance keeps the plant foot under you. Turn control stops the rotation when the target moves. Kick delivers the strike. Recovery decides whether any of it was useful. The siltlings pushed into the hatch together. Marcus blocked the first blow while Emma moved beside him rather than past him. She accelerated for 2 steps, planted without committing her full weight and began the turn. When the nearest creature shifted towards Marcus, Emma shortened the rotation, struck its shoulder instead of chasing its head and placed her kicking foot back on the platform before drawing her dagger. This time she remained upright. Marcus finished the staggered siltling while Kayla drove the second away from Emma's exposed side. The third tried to retreat towards the pump, but Emma matched its movement without extending beyond her stance. Her stab entered beneath its arm and withdrew before the creature could grab her wrist. The chamber fell still except for water draining through damaged grates. Kayla crouched beside the access cover the siltlings had been pulling loose. "Help me lift this." Marcus wedged his baton beneath one edge while Emma took the other. They raised the cover enough for Kayla to see a submerged maintenance shaft and a pale hand gripping the ladder below. "Maintenance echo," she said. "Alive enough for the objective." Kayla stripped off the heavier pieces of her issued equipment, secured the rescue line around her waist and entered feet first. The shaft narrowed beneath the surface, but swimming gave her room that walking hadn't. Emma fed the line while Marcus held the anchor point. Kayla disappeared beneath the dark water, then pulled twice against the rope. "Bring us up," she called when she surfaced with the trapped figure secured against her chest. They hauled both onto the platform. The echo dissolved into a completed rescue marker, leaving a sealed repair pouch behind. Emma opened it beside the damaged pump and found clamps, a hand driver and 2 replacement seals. Marcus looked towards the next corridor. "We could keep moving and find the others." "The pump controls the water they're trapped in," Kayla said. She handed him a clamp. "Fight less. Repair more." Emma fitted the first seal while Kayla cleared debris from the intake. When the pump restarted, the water level began dropping and revealed a second passage beneath the platform, leading deeper into the drainworks. The lowered water exposed a sloping passage lined with pipes and strips of pale conduit moss. Emma led them down until the corridor opened above a circular control chamber. 2 maintenance echoes clung to a broken catwalk while the valve warden stood below them, a broad metal construct built around a rotating central column. One arm ended in a hooked guard, and the other controlled 3 pressure nozzles aimed across the chamber. The objective display marked the damaged pump opposite the entrance. "Restore secondary pump. Rescue maintenance echoes, 1 of 3. Marcus studied the warden. "We take it down first." Kayla shook her head. "Its armor is tied to the pumps. We rescue them and remove that advantage." The warden rotated. A pressure jet struck the catwalk between the trapped echoes, tearing another section loose. Emma sprinted across the nearest intact span while Marcus drew the hooked arm towards the lower platform. She reached the first echo, secured its rescue line and stopped before the catwalk's missing section rather than attempting to jump it. "Recovery," Kayla called from the pump controls. "Every move ends somewhere safe." Emma anchored the line and guided the echo across while Kayla repaired the first damaged coupling. Marcus blocked the warden's hook twice, but the third impact drove him towards the chamber edge. Emma descended the service ladder, accelerated along the lower platform and began the same turn that had nearly dropped her into the siltlings. The hooked guard swung towards Marcus. Emma shortened her rotation, kicked the side of the guard and redirected it into a locking lever beside the warden's central column. Her foot returned beneath her before the construct reversed direction. "Now that was a combo," Marcus said as he regained his stance. "It was a recovery," Kayla replied. The second pump engaged. Plates around the warden's body opened as the restored water pressure forced its central column to slow. Kayla crossed the remaining catwalk, brought the final maintenance echo back along the secured line and cleared the rescue objective before the structure collapsed behind her. Emma and Marcus attacked the exposed joints together. Marcus held the hooked arm away while Emma stabbed through the released valve housing. Kayla drove the repair tool into the manual shutdown slot, and the warden locked in place as water drained from its core. The construct folded onto one knee. A class gate key formed above the disabled controls beside a sealed sample of conduit moss. Level 9. Emma felt Kayla's matching confirmation through their private connection. Marcus stared at the key rather than celebrating the kill. "So the kick mattered," he said. Emma collected the reward. The landing mattered more. The dungeon exit opened behind the silent warden, carrying them towards the final classless trial and the choice waiting at level 10. 13. Why not sword first? The dungeon exit returned them to the Sepulveda service gate with wet equipment, tired legs and the class gate key suspended between Emma's hands. It dissolved when she accepted it, replacing the metal token with a route marker pointing towards the LA Basic Class Arena. Marcus read the same notice and rolled his shoulders as though the valve warden had been a warm-up. "Final trial," he said. "Then we stop pretending daggers are enough." Kayla checked the objective before following the route. The classless qualification listed no weapon requirement and no preferred combat style. It required players to cross an active arena, recover 2 injured civilians and reach the class gate with every party member still mobile. The arena occupied a converted rail depot inside the western wall. Concrete lanes crossed beneath maintenance gantries, damaged vehicles blocked the direct route and training constructs waited behind movable barriers. Hundreds of players gathered around separate starting bays, most carrying whatever they'd used successfully through the opening levels. Batons, knives, rifles and improvised shields outnumbered empty hands. Marcus lifted his baton. "Looks like the game already knows what works." "It knows what you brought," Kayla said. "That isn't the same thing." Their bay opened before he could answer. A warning tone sounded, and 3 low constructs rolled from behind a delivery truck while an injured maintenance echo called from beneath a collapsed barrier. Marcus charged the nearest machine. Emma moved with him, but Kayla turned towards the trapped echo and saw the second civilian marker blinking inside a bus farther down the depot. "Emma, cover Marcus. I'm opening the route." Kayla sprinted to the barrier, stopped before her momentum carried her into the debris and dropped into a controlled crouch. The frame was too heavy to lift cleanly, but a broken support pole lay within reach. She wedged it beneath the lowest edge, braced her foot and raised enough space for the echo to crawl free. A construct broke from Emma and came towards her. Kayla released the lever, stepped around its first strike and blocked the second with both forearms before retreating towards the cleared echo. The machine followed, leaving its side exposed to Emma's dagger. Marcus finished the last construct and looked towards the distant class gate. "We could beat the timer now." "Not without the second rescue," Kayla said. They crossed the depot together, climbing through the bus's rear emergency hatch rather than forcing the jammed front door. Kayla freed the second echo while Emma marked a safe descent and Marcus held the aisle. When all 5 reached the gate, the qualification notice cleared. Common skill trial complete. 3 class routes appeared beyond it. Marcus stared at Warrior. Kayla looked past the sword-shaped entrance towards the quieter arch marked Basic Mage. Marcus entered the Warrior Arch without hesitating. The passage beyond opened onto a narrow combat lane containing a weapon rack, 3 armored constructs and a gate marked with a crossed sword and shield. He selected a training sword, tested its balance once and grinned when the first construct advanced. "Same rules as everything else," he said. "Hit it before it hits you." His trial began at once. Marcus blocked the opening strike, drove his shoulder into the construct and cut across the exposed joint beneath its arm. The second machine entered before the first fell, but that only gave him another target for movements he'd already practiced. Block, step, strike and recover flowed without interruption. His existing skills answered every demand the route placed on him. Kayla turned towards the Basic Mage Arch beside Emma. Its entrance contained no weapon rack. 2 plain metal circles were set into the floor, and a waist-high focus stood between them. The trial notice appeared when they stepped inside. Detect the active mana path. Sustain control through 3 interruptions. Reach the gate without abandoning the focus. Emma placed her hand above the focus. "It's giving us access to mana before the class choice." "Enough to test control," Kayla said. "Not enough to make us mages." A faint pressure gathered against Kayla's palm when she copied Emma. She could sense the offered current only because the trial pushed it against her awareness, but holding it required more concentration than gripping a weapon ever had. The first interruption came from a construct crossing the arena towards them. Kayla tried to keep the mana path steady while stepping aside. The current broke the instant she moved too quickly. Her display imposed a 4-second casting gap before the focus would respond again. Across the divider, Marcus drove his sword through the final construct's chest. His gate opened before Kayla's focus had reactivated. He rested the training blade against one shoulder and looked through the transparent barrier. "You could still change your minds." Emma attempted the next connection. A warning pulse forced her to release it before the construct reached striking distance. She blocked with her forearm, retreated and waited while the same 4-second gap counted down. Marcus crossed into the warrior completion circle. I'm done, and you haven't cast anything. Kayla watched the construct approach while the unavailable focus remained dark beneath her hand. The trial wasn't asking whether magic worked. It was asking what they could do during the moments when it didn't. She lowered her stance and met the construct without mana. The construct struck for Kayla's shoulder. She stepped inside the swing, blocked its forearm with both hands and turned her hips rather than trying to stop its full weight. The machine passed beside her. She kicked behind its knee, forced it down and retreated before it could catch her ankle. The focus brightened as the casting gap ended. Kayla reached for the mana path without taking her eyes from the construct. The current settled against her awareness, thin and unstable, while the machine pushed itself upright. Keep it moving, Emma said from the second circle. Don't grip it harder. Kayla eased her control instead of clamping down. The mana continued through the focus as she shifted her feet. When the construct lunged, she dodged to its open side and maintained the connection through the movement. The first interruption marker cleared. A second construct entered from behind Emma. She broke her own connection before it struck, blocked low and used its forward motion to drive it across the circle. Kayla saw the choice immediately. The trial didn't punish them for using common skills. It punished them only when they lost the focus or abandoned the test. Trade, Kayla said. Emma moved across the shared lane and intercepted Kayla's construct with a shoulder check. Kayla crossed behind her, reached Emma's focus and restored the interrupted mana path before its reset expired. Their circles recognized the exchange as continuous control. Marcus watched from outside the warrior gate. You're taking turns failing to cast. We're taking turns keeping the test alive, Kayla said. The second interruption came as both constructs attacked together. Kayla blocked one strike, retreated 2 steps and used the focus stand to keep the machine from surrounding her. Emma vaulted the other construct's low sweep, landed inside her circle and restored her mana connection before Kayla's broke. The 2 paths joined across the center focus. Kayla felt Emma's timing through the ordinary bond beneath the game interface, but she didn't use it to hide the work. She called each movement aloud. Step, hold, release. Emma, now. Emma accepted the transferred current. Kayla grappled her construct's arm, turned it towards the other machine and shoved them together. While they struggled to separate, she returned to her circle and took the mana path back. The third interruption struck both focuses at once. Their control flickered, but neither abandoned it. Emma slowed the flow while Kayla steadied the joined path, and together they carried it through the final pulse. The constructs powered down. The basic mage gate opened ahead of them, and 5 unspent skill points appeared beside the class selection. Kayla stepped through the basic mage gate beside Emma. The arena noise dimmed, and the class selection opened across her view with a warning that felt more honest than encouraging. Basic mage. Early limits, low reserve, casting gaps, limited control. Later paths, offense, defense, healing, control, ritual and support. Marcus waited beyond the warrior gate with his new sword resting against one shoulder. It actually tells you that you'll be weaker. At the beginning, Emma said. At the part where people are getting killed now, Marcus replied. That seems important. Kayla read the warning again. Nothing in it promised that choosing magic would make the next fight easier. The trial had already shown her what happened between casts. A mage who froze during those gaps would become another rescue objective. A mage who kept using the common skills beneath the class might survive long enough for the difficult choice to matter. She accepted basic mage. The 5 available starter abilities opened beneath the class confirmation. Mana Sense and Mana Control came first, followed by Arc Bolt, Ward Veil and Stabilize. Kayla selected each one carefully. The final skill points settled into Stabilize, and the descriptions locked into place with their limits intact. It could stop trauma from worsening and support first aid, but it wouldn't erase major wounds or return someone to combat as though nothing had happened. Emma completed her own selection beside her. Mana Sense, Mana Control and Arc Bolt matched Kayla's choices, but her final two became Aegis Screen and Kinetic Assist. Their shared numerical stats equalized as both accounts processed the level 10 gains, while the separate class abilities remained attached to the twin who had chosen them. Level 10. Class Basic Mage. Available skill points 0. Marcus lowered his sword. You both picked it even after the trial proved my point. Kayla flexed her fingers as mana became something she could sense without the arena forcing it against her awareness. The reserve was present, but the new skills didn't arrive with practice or judgment. They were tools she could now begin learning to use. The trial proved we still need everything we learned before level 10, she said. It didn't prove the sword as the only answer. Emma raised one hand. A faint pressure gathered above her palm, wavered and vanished before taking useful shape. 5 skills, she said. None of them mastered. Marcus gave a short laugh. Then I'll see you after you've finished learning how to cast one thing. Kayla looked towards the exit leading to the LA Mage practice hall. You'll see us while we're learning. The gate opened, and the first basic mage training objectives appeared beyond it. 14. Basic Mage Kit. The first basic mage training objectives appeared as Emma entered the LA Mage practice hall beside Kayla. 6 practice lanes spread across the wide room, each containing target frames, movable barriers and padded rescue echoes. A status panel listed their 5 abilities with mana costs and recovery limits, then warned them that completing an exercise required control rather than maximum output. Emma activated Mana Sense first. The hall changed without becoming brighter. Thin currents ran through the target mechanisms and barrier projectors, while denser knots marked active spells in the neighboring lanes. She turned her head too quickly and lost the nearest pattern among the others. Short range, Kayla said. She stood beside a rescue echo with one hand above its chest. And it gets harder when several things are active. Emma narrowed her attention until she could separate Kayla's mana control from the training equipment. I can follow yours now. She raised her hand towards the first target and formed Arc Bolt. The spell gathered more slowly than she expected, but the force bolt crossed the lane cleanly and struck the center ring. Her mana dropped by 20, and a 2-second recovery notice prevented another cast. That's longer when something's running at you, Kayla said. Emma waited for the notice to clear before trying Aegis Screen. A pale barrier formed in front of her, no wider than her shoulders. The target launcher fired 3 padded rounds. The first 2 struck and fell. The third made the screen flicker hard enough that Emma released it before the sustained pressure broke it. Kayla tested Ward Veil beside her. The directional barrier cost slightly less mana but offered no protection outside its narrow angle. She turned too far towards Emma, and a training round passed the open edge. Useful if we already know where the attack's coming from, Kayla said. Emma moved to the utility station and used Kinetic Assist on a weighted block. It slid less than a meter before the spell reached its mass limit. A second attempt pulled a dropped practice baton into her hand, but the effort cost another 25 mana. Kayla knelt beside the rescue echo and activated Stabilize. The injury indicator stopped worsening, though the display still demanded ordinary first aid before the objective would clear. None of these replaces the thing beneath it, Emma said. A new exercise loaded across all 6 lanes. Warning lights flashed, barriers shifted and training constructs rose behind them. In the next lane, a dark-haired basic mage named Maya Ortiz lifted both hands as though 5 abilities had become 5 urgent answers. Emma checked her remaining reserve as the rush countdown began. She had enough mana to use every ability again, but not enough to waste them without consequence. Across the divider, Maya formed an arc bolt before the first construct had cleared its starting recess. The spell struck the machine in the chest and knocked it back half a step. Maya fired again as soon as her recovery ended, then a third time when the construct resumed its advance. Each impact landed cleanly, but none stopped it. Her mana display fell in sharp 20-point drops while a second construct rose behind the first. Save something for the barrier, Emma called. Maya glanced towards her without lowering her casting hand. I can finish it before it reaches me. A fourth arc bolt hit the same armored plate. The construct kept moving. Maya switched targets when the second machine entered her lane and sent 2 bolts towards it, spreading damage without disabling either one. Her breathing quickened as the range closed. The first construct swung. Maya raised a barrier at the last moment, but she'd chosen a full frontal screen against a single strike. The impact rippled across it. She held the spell while the machine struck again, spending mana to maintain protection instead of stepping away. "Maya, move," Kayla said from the next lane. Maya retreated one pace, but the second construct cut across her route. She turned her barrier towards it, exposing herself to the first. Another strike hit her shoulder guard and triggered a damage warning. She answered with 2 more arc bolts at close range. Her reserve indicator changed from yellow to red. Emma saw Maya read it. Panic tightened her movements rather than slowing them. She used another barrier to block both constructs, then tried to reinforce it when their combined pressure made the surface flicker. The spell collapsed. Her mana reached 0, and every ability icon darkened beneath an unavailable warning. Maya stepped backwards until her heel struck the lane boundary. Both constructs advanced, their padded arms raised for the next exchange. She still had room to dodge and every common skill she'd learned before choosing her class, but her hands remained lifted in a casting position that could no longer produce anything. "Why won't it recover?" Maya asked. "You emptied it," Emma said. The nearest construct accelerated. Maya stared at her dark abilities, then at the machine, but didn't move. Emma shifted towards the divider as the rush continued, knowing that stopping the exercise for her would prove Marcus's argument more effectively than any failed spell. The lane boundary opened when Emma touched the assistance control, but a warning appeared across her view. "Assistance permitted. Primary trainee must complete objective." Emma stepped between Maya and the nearest construct without attacking it. She raised Aegis screen only when its padded fist came towards Maya's head, caught the single strike and released the barrier before the second machine could begin draining it. "Move behind me," Emma said. "Don't wait for your mana." Maya stumbled sideways, still watching her dark ability icons. "I can't cast." "You can dodge, block and kick. Your class didn't take those away." The second construct closed from Emma's left. She stepped outside its reach instead of spending mana, forcing it to turn before it could attack again. Her reserve remained steady. Maya copied the movement too late, but she moved, ducking beneath a padded swing and retreating towards the center of her lane. Emma fired one arc bolt into the first construct's knee joint. It dropped to one side, damaged but active. She didn't follow with another spell. 20 mana bought us time. Use the time. Maya looked from the disabled leg to the second construct. "What am I supposed to do with it?" "Stay mobile until your reserve begins recovering. Then spend only enough to create the next opening." The mana warning remained red for several seconds before the first point returned. Maya's abilities stayed unavailable while the constructs pressed her. She blocked one strike with both forearms, turned away from another and kicked the damaged machine when it tried to rise. Her breathing remained ragged, but she stopped staring at the display. When enough mana returned for one arc bolt, Maya raised her hand. "Not yet," Emma said. She used kinetic assist to pull a loose training baton across the floor and knock it beneath the second construct's foot. The machine stumbled but didn't fall. "Wait until the cast changes the fight." Maya circled towards the damaged construct. When it pushed upright, she kicked its weakened knee and forced it down again. The second machine recovered behind her. "Now," Emma said. Maya turned and fired. Her arc bolt struck the advancing construct while its balance was still compromised, driving it into the fallen machine. Both targets collapsed inside the objective zone, and Maya crossed the finish marker before either could rise. The lane cleared. Maya bent forward with her hands on her knees while her mana recovered 1 point at a time. Emma stayed beside her rather than claiming the result. "You completed it." Maya looked at the 2 disabled constructs. "After I wasted almost everything. Then the next attempt starts with knowing what not to spend." Emma waited until Maya's reserve left the red zone before returning to her own lane. The hall offered the rush exercise again, but she ignored the start control and opened the ability list instead. 5 skills weren't a rotation. They were choices competing for the same limited reserve. Kayla joined her beside the divider. "Mine starts with stabilize only when someone's getting worse. Ward Veil buys time, and arc bolt is for an opening I can use. Emma nodded and arranged her own order. Mana sense remained passive until she needed to identify a threat or active spell. Aegis screen answered attacks she couldn't avoid. Kinetic assist changed position or balance, and arc bolt delivered force after that change mattered. None of them deserved automatic use simply because it was available. They ran the exercise again with the limits visible. Emma stepped around the first construct rather than shielding against it, pulled a weighted block into the second machine's route and used one arc bolt after both targets collided. Kayla kept her veil narrow, left enough mana for stabilize and completed the rescue requirement with ordinary first aid. Their objective cleared without either reserve falling below half. Maya watched from the next lane. You could have finished faster. Emma checked the completion score. Probably. We're training for the next fight too. By the end of the repeat objectives, the Hall advanced Emma and Kayla to level 12. No new abilities appeared. Their existing kit felt more useful only because they'd stopped treating every skill as equally urgent. Emma saved her starter rotation while Kayla recorded her own, and Maya added both examples to her practice notes rather than leaving the hall. At home, Patty emerged from her first classless first aid objective while David stood at the secure communications station with Mendez. James slept against Patty's shoulder, undisturbed by the quiet exchange taking place around him. David confirmed Serena Holt on the Alpha channel before signing the handover. Perimeter, close protection and house response are yours until I return. Serena's voice came through the secure net. Alpha command accepted. Full team is outside and active. Patty shifted James carefully and looked towards the immersion room. I'm staying with him. You take the patrol block, and nobody changes that because mine ended early. David kissed James's head, then met Emma's eyes. Learning the game doesn't count if we neglect the people we're learning it for. The handover log closed, and David entered the next wall patrol block while Patty remained outside with James and the active security team. Emma looked at the rotation she'd saved in the hall. Sustainable choices mattered here too, and the next training session would have to fit around obligations that didn't pause for mana. 15. Homework and spell rotation. Kayla found David in the secure communications room before breakfast, still wearing the patrol gear he'd entered the game with. His wall assignment had ended, but the completion panel remained open while Serena Holt confirmed that Alpha's outside roster had stayed active throughout his block. 4 officers were listed beside her, each position covered from the moment David had entered immersion until his return. Patrol requirement complete, Serena said over the secure channel. No perimeter incidents. Alpha command returns to Mendez when he resumes duty. David signed the log, then looked towards Patty, who stood in the doorway with James balanced against her shoulder. I've got him now. Patty didn't move immediately. You're awake enough to mean that? I completed a patrol, not an overnight deployment. David held out both hands. Go take your block before the girls leave for class. Patty passed James over only after checking David's grip and the bottle waiting beside him. Reeves completed his own handover at the next station, placing Charlie's perimeter sensors, communications and systems response under Priya Shah's command. The outside display showed Priya and 4 cleared officers active before Patty entered immersion. Kayla watched the final confirmations settle into place. Nobody gained time by pretending the obligations outside had disappeared. The rotation worked because every person waited for someone else to take responsibility before leaving. At USC, Professor Ree displayed the Applied Cognition and Interface Design assignment across the front wall. The mana rotation model required them to allocate a fixed reserve across defense, control, attack and emergency response while accounting for recovery delays and incomplete information. Kayla had already built a version around their starter abilities, but the first simulation failed before the final threat window. Professor Ree stopped beside her workstation. Why did you reserve 30% for emergency response? Because losing stabilize could turn a manageable injury into a failed objective, Kayla said. That explains keeping it. It doesn't explain the number. Kayla reopened her assumptions. She'd treated the emergency reserve as permanently unavailable, then expected the remaining mana to support every ordinary exchange. Emma's model had the opposite problem, assigning nearly everything according to predicted efficiency and leaving too little room when the prediction failed. We're both skipping a step, Kayla said. The reserve shouldn't be a fixed percentage. It should change with the remaining risks and the time until recovery. Emma shifted her chair closer. So we model decision windows rather than an ability order. They rebuilt the assignment around conditions. Avoidable attacks cost no mana. Control preceded damage when it improved the result. And emergency capacity remained protected only while the relevant danger existed. The final simulation cleared with less total output than either original plan. Professor reviewed their assumptions before accepting the submission. Now it's a model. You've shown why each choice changes. Kayla closed the completed assignment with enough time left to reach the training district. The academic deadline had forced them to explain the rotation before trusting it, and the next game session would test whether that reasoning survived contact with a dungeon. The training district loaded their next dungeon drill around a narrow service corridor with 2 branching rooms and a rescue echo waiting behind the final barrier. Kayla checked her full mana reserve, then dismissed the instinct to treat that number as permission to spend it. The assignment had worked on a screen. Now she had to make decisions while something was trying to stop her. The first construct rounded the corner before they reached the junction. Emma caught its opening strike with Aegis screen, and Kayla answered with Arc Bolt. The construct staggered without falling. Kayla fired again after the recovery cleared, then raised Ward Veil when a second target emerged from the side room. I've got the right, she said, holding the barrier as padded rounds struck it. Emma moved towards the left branch. Drop it and move, they're not following you yet. Kayla released the veil, but another target appeared before she'd crossed the junction. She fired immediately, then again when the first hit failed to stop it. Her mana fell faster than the classroom model had suggested because the decisions weren't arriving in neat sequence. Every threat looked urgent while it was in front of her. They reached the rescue room with both constructs still active behind them. The injury indicator beside the echo was worsening. Kayla knelt and used Stabilize, protecting the objective, but the spell left less reserve available when the constructs entered the doorway. Emma blocked the first attack. We can retreat and reset. The objective's already losing time. Kayla raised Ward Veil across the doorway and held it while 3 impacts struck. The barrier survived, but her mana dropped again. She fired Arc Bolt the moment she released it, trying to force enough damage through before the next exchange. The drill answered by opening another side passage, and a third construct entered behind them. Kayla stared at the new threat, then at her reserve. They weren't empty, but they'd spent too much simply preventing each problem from becoming worse. Emma's reserve wasn't much healthier after covering the gaps Kayla had created. We're doing Maya's first run with better timing, Emma said. Kayla hated how accurate that sounded. Not quite. She spent because she thought every spell solved something. We're spending because every problem looks like it deserves a spell. The final warning sounded as the rescue timer expired. The drill froze around them before the objective cleared, leaving their remaining mana and failed completion conditions visible. Kayla read the result twice. Their classroom model had identified where resources belonged, but it hadn't yet told them how to recognize those moments quickly enough under pressure. She opened the drill record and pulled the failed exchanges beside her assignment, ready to turn the theory into something they could actually use. Kayla left the failed drill suspended and expanded the record until each mana expenditure sat beside the threat that had triggered it. The pattern was worse than simply spending too much. They were answering each event separately, which meant every new construct could force another decision before the previous one had produced anything useful. Emma crouched beside the frozen rescue echo. So what does your assignment say we should have done here? Kayla highlighted the moment the first construct entered the corridor. Nothing magical. We had space, so that was a movement problem. She shifted to the junction. Here, the second construct threatened the route. That's where control becomes worth mana, because changing its position buys us something. And the rescue room? Shield window. Kayla looked at the worsening injury marker above the echo. Not because something's attacking us. Because I need uninterrupted time to stabilize and use first aid. Emma nodded towards the 3 frozen constructs. Then damage? Only after control gives us a clean target. Burst, then stop spending. They reset the drill. This time Kayla let the first construct advance while she retreated through the junction. Emma moved with her rather than raising Aegis screen. When the second construct entered from the side room, Kayla waited until both machines crowded the same approach, then used ward veil for the few seconds needed to cross behind cover. "Shield window closed," she said, releasing it. Emma used kinetic assist to shift a loose barrier into the lead construct's path. The machine struck it and stalled, forcing the second target to turn around its companion. "Control window," Emma said. Kayla reached the rescue echo without firing once. She activated stabilize, followed immediately by ordinary first aid while Emma held position beside the doorway. A construct pushed around the obstruction. Emma raised Aegis screen, caught 2 strikes, then dropped it as soon as Kayla stood. "Done," Kayla said. "Move." They withdrew together. The constructs followed through the narrow opening, losing their ability to surround them. Kayla waited until the lead machine stepped clear of the doorway before firing arc bolt. Emma's bolt followed after the recovery interval, both attacks landing on the same target rather than scattering damage. The construct fell, and Kayla didn't cast again. Emma glanced at her reserve. Burst window closed? Exactly. They dealt with the remaining machines the same way, spending mana only when the situation entered a defined window and returning to movement whenever it didn't. When the completion marker appeared, both reserves remained comfortably above the failed runs totals. Kayla saved the sequence beside her university model. Shield when time needed protecting. Control when position needed changing. Burst when damage could finish the advantage they'd already created. The method finally worked under pressure. Now they had to repeat it often enough to earn the next level. They ran the drill 3 more times, each repeat changing where the constructs entered and when the rescue echo began deteriorating. The second clear took longer because Kayla protected a shield window that never became necessary. On the third, Emma spent kinetic assist too early and had nothing useful to move when 2 constructs crowded the rescue doorway. Neither mistake cost the objective, but both remained visible in the completion record. "Again," Kayla said after checking the remaining session time. "Same rules, but neither of us spends just because we've named the window." Emma smiled as the corridor reset. "So now the window has to earn the mana too." The final run began with a construct directly ahead and another moving behind the left barrier. Kayla backed away without casting. Emma did the same, letting both machines commit to the junction before she shifted the loose obstruction with kinetic assist. One construct caught against it while the second lost its clean route. "Control earned," Emma said. Kayla reached the rescue echo as its injury marker began dropping towards critical. She used stabilize, followed with first aid, then stood before Emma needed to raise a barrier. They withdrew through the narrow corridor, waited until the leading construct separated from the other, and spent 2 arc bolts to put it down. No extra casts followed. The second machine forced Emma against the wall before they reached the finish marker. She raised Aegis screen, caught 1 strike and angled her retreat instead of holding the barrier against repeated impacts. Kayla stepped past her, waited until the construct turned, then fired a single arc bolt into its exposed side. Emma's follow-up ended the exchange. The completion marker appeared, followed immediately by the level notification. Level 15. Kayla's basic mage abilities opened beneath it with 1 available upgrade. Stabilize 2 replaced the original version when she selected it, the description confirming improved control of bleeding and shock without turning the skill into healing. Beside her, Emma chose Aegis Screen 2 and read through the wider coverage and improved angle control before confirming. "No new answer to everything," Emma said. Kayla closed the panel. "Good. I'm finally getting used to answers having jobs." Their reserves had fallen, but neither was close to empty. More importantly, the final drill record showed exactly where every spell had changed the outcome. Kayla saved it beside Professor Ree's model before they logged the session. 3 days of mana practice had taken them from level 12 to 15. Their upgraded abilities would matter, but the next scheduled training wasn't another controlled corridor. The Echo Archive qualification now stood open, waiting for a full party. 16. The Echo Archive. 3 days later, Emma stood beside Kayla at the USC sub-basement training portal while 4 additional party markers settled into place. Maya arrived first, followed by Marcus, Dev and Lena, bringing the roster to 6. The Echo Archive qualification that had waited at the end of their level 15 drills now showed as available to every member of the party. Marcus looked over the roster. 6 of us for library? Dev adjusted the equipment across his chest. A psionic library. That word does improve the threat level. Maya gave him a doubtful look.
You say that like you've visited lots of normal libraries that tried to kill you.
None successfully. Emma smiled, but her attention stayed on the dungeon information opening before them. The recommended level range covered their current position, and the party size was valid. More importantly, the objective wasn't a simple clear. Echo Archive qualification. Primary objective: recover 3 archive records. 3 empty record positions appeared beneath the objective. The failure warning identified temporary confusion and corrupted root data, but offered no convenient explanation of when either would happen. Lena read it with a frown. So we can't assume the map stays accurate. We can't assume anything stays accurate, Emma said. The words bothered her more than she wanted to admit. EJ remembered places where psychic attacks could turn certainty against the victim, but those memories belonged to another future. Using them as instructions here would be exactly the mistake she'd warned herself against. The game had already changed in ways her old life hadn't prepared her for. Kayla glanced towards her. Present evidence? Emma caught the reminder immediately. Present evidence. Marcus folded his arms. Meaning? Meaning if I tell you I remember something, you don't treat that as proof. Emma pointed at the 3 empty record slots. We deal with what this dungeon actually shows us. Marcus considered that, then nodded. Fair. Emma accepted the qualification. The portal surface opened, and the 6 of them crossed together. The Echo Archive formed around them as a vast stone library, its shelves climbing beyond the reach of the dim overhead light. Narrow passages split between rows of damaged cabinets, broken reading desks and sealed record chambers. Behind them, the entrance remained visible long enough for all 6 party markers to confirm before closing. A new indicator appeared ahead. Record 1. Active. Emma looked at the 5 people with her. Nobody wanders. We get all 3 records, and we earn whatever comes after together. Somewhere beyond the first shelves, something small moved in the dark. The movement came again, followed by a soft flutter that multiplied until Emma couldn't tell whether it came from ahead or above. Tiny pale shapes lifted from the upper stacks in a loose swarm. Whisper moths. Their wings barely made a sound, but a voice reached her clearly from the passage on the right. Emma, this way. Kayla stood beside her. Emma stopped. The voice had sounded exactly like her sister, down to the impatient edge she used when Emma was overthinking something. A second call came from the left, this time in Dev's voice. Record chamber. I found it. Dev raised his rifle slightly. Wasn't me. The first record marker shifted on Emma's display. It had been ahead. Now the indicator pointed left, matching the false Dev. Marcus looked between the passages. Great. The dungeon lies. It redirects, Maya said. She watched the moths settle briefly along a cabinet before lifting again. That's worse. They chose the central passage because none of the voices had called from it. 30 meters later, the corridor opened onto the same broken reading desk they'd passed near the entrance. Emma recognized the split carved across its surface, but her interface insisted they were closer to the first record. Lena stared at the desk. We've looped. No. Marcus pointed behind them. We never turned. Something stepped between the shelves ahead. The figure wore the remains of a dark archive uniform. Its face was smooth and indistinct, but its body settled into Marcus's stance after watching him raise his weapon. When he shifted his left foot back, the thing copied him. A second figure appeared behind it and matched Maya's guarded posture. Memory husks, Emma said. Marcus advanced half a step. Both husks adjusted with him. Then kill them and keep moving. Wait. Emma tracked the moths circling above the husks and the root indicator that had shifted again. A rushed attack could drive them deeper into whatever the archive was doing, and their mage rotation was built around not spending simply because a threat existed. Marcus looked at the first record marker, then at Emma. This is exactly what I've been saying. Every time mages need another decision window, everybody else stands here waiting. Kayla's expression tightened. Charging the first thing you see won't make the map true. At least I'd be doing something. The husks moved as Marcus moved again, and one copied the angle of his weapon almost perfectly. Emma kept her own hands down. The first record was somewhere close, but every convenient direction now came from something capable of lying. Before they could advance, she needed a way to prove where they actually were. Emma looked at the broken reading desk again. The dungeon could alter what they heard and what their interface claimed, but it hadn't changed the gouge across the wood. She crouched beside it and scratched a short line into the dusty floor with the heel of her boot, then added an arrow pointing towards the passage they'd just used. Physical marks, she said. We trust what we can verify. Dev, can your sensors track actual distance traveled? Dev checked his display, then swept the nearest shelves. Distance, turns and elevation. The directional overlay is corrupted, but the raw movement log still matches what we did. Marcus lowered his weapon a fraction. So we follow that. We compare it, Emma corrected. Your eyes, his log, our marks. Two agreeing sources before we commit. The husks advanced. One copied Marcus again, but Emma deliberately changed her pace, taking 2 quick steps before stopping short. Kayla moved the opposite way at the same moment. The nearest husk hesitated between their movements, and Marcus understood before Emma had to explain. He broke right while Maya dropped behind a shelf, forcing the second husk to lose sight of her. Make them choose, Marcus said. Exactly. They moved through the stacks without settling into a repeated rhythm. Whisper moths called from side passages in familiar voices, sometimes warning of danger, sometimes promising a clear route. Emma ignored them and counted her breathing instead. 4 steps while inhaling, 4 while exhaling, enough to keep fear from turning every sound into an instruction. Dev stopped beside a narrow cabinet. Movement log says we've advanced 43 meters from the desk. No loop. Lena found a scratched archive symbol beneath a layer of dust. Emma compared it with their route mark, then opened the cabinet. A pale record plate rested inside. The first objective slot filled. They marked the cabinet physically before moving on. Twice the route indicator tried to pull them backwards. Once Kayla heard Patty calling her name from behind a sealed door and went rigid for half a second before Emma touched her arm. Breathe, check. Kayla nodded, swallowed and looked at the unbroken dust around the door. Nobody opened it. The second anchor took longer. 2 husks blocked the passage, copying every obvious approach until Emma and Marcus fainted together, then broke in opposite directions while Dev called the clear lane. Maya and Lena crossed first. Kayla followed, and Emma slipped behind a shelf before the husks could reacquire her movement. Beyond it, Dev's sensors confirmed a chamber their corrupted map insisted didn't exist. Emma opened the second cabinet herself. When the record settled into its slot, 2 of 3 objectives glowed complete. She marked the floor beneath it and looked towards the remaining passage. 2 records proven. We don't need the archive to tell us where we've been. From deeper inside, the shelves began to move. They shifted sideways with a grinding scrape, closing the passage behind them and opening another where solid stone had been. Dev checked his movement log while Emma compared their marks. The new corridor couldn't exist without cutting through the chamber they had just crossed. False, Emma said. Don't follow it. The archive answered with fear. For an instant Emma saw the shelves falling towards Kayla and heard her sister scream from somewhere beyond them. Her body reacted before her thoughts caught up, 1 foot already moving towards the impossible passage. Kayla caught her wrist. Emma, check. Emma forced herself to look. Kayla stood beside her, unhurt. Their scratched mark remained on the floor, while the supposed passage crossed directly through it. False, she repeated, steadier this time. They followed Dev's raw movement log instead, working around the shifting shelves until Lena found the 3rd archive cabinet behind a collapsed reading station. Marcus and Maya kept 2 memory husks occupied with changing feints while Emma crossed to it. The cabinet opened beneath her hand, and the 3rd record settled into the final objective slot. The room changed immediately. Shelves vanished from places where their physical marks proved they'd never stood. Thick dark tendrils appeared along the walls and floor, converging on a knotted mass rooted through the central archive chamber. Other tendrils crossed the room in directions that contradicted the 3 recovered records. "The archivist knot," Dev said. Marcus raised his weapon. "Tell me which part is real." Emma compared the records with every mark they had made. 3 tendrils connected the knot to positions the recovered records confirmed. The others reached towards false rooms, false passages and routes the dungeon had invented. "Only the false ones," Emma said. "Leave the 3 anchored lines alone." They attacked together. Marcus cut the nearest false tendril while Maya protected his approach. Dev called the next contradiction from his movement log, and Lena covered Kayla as she and Emma severed another. Each false connection broke part of the illusion until the chamber's real shape remained. The archivist knot collapsed without them touching the 3 anchored lines. Completion notices appeared across the party. Level 18. A mind resistance pattern and archive fragments followed the qualification reward, but Emma barely looked at them. The 3 records had joined into a readable source entry. They weren't fictional dungeon notes. Dates, custodial transfers and damage records described the archive as a surviving fragment of an actual ruined world. Kayla read the same lines beside her. These places were real. Emma looked around the damaged library again. They still are. We've just been calling them dungeons. The exit opened, but beyond their completion panel another notification was already waiting. A natural rift had opened in Los Angeles. 17. Rift rules. 3 days after the Echo Archive, Kayla reached the Los Angeles River Flood Control Channel with Emma, Maya, Marcus, Dev and Lena just as another sporehound came through the rift. The creature landed badly on the sloped concrete, scrambled upright and charged towards a cluster of fleeing civilians. Its hide was mottled green and gray beneath patches of swollen growth, making it look diseased even before pale spores shook loose behind it. Kayla raised her hands. "Left side. Keep it away from the evacuees." Emma's Aegis screen too snapped into place between the hound and the nearest civilians. The creature struck it hard enough to stagger her, but Marcus was already moving. He drove in from the flank while Maya covered the opening with her own magic. Dev fired from farther back, forcing the hound to turn, and Lena pulled a lower-level player away before he could join a fight he wasn't ready for. "Evacuation lane stays clear," Kayla called. "Anyone under 18, civilians first. Don't chase anything towards the rift." A needle-jawed grazer bounded through before she finished speaking. It was longer-legged than the hound's, with a narrow head and rows of protruding teeth that made its mouth look built for stripping vegetation rather than fighting. That didn't make it harmless. It panicked when gunfire cracked across the channel and bolted directly towards the evacuation line. Kayla intercepted with Ward Veil while Marcus changed direction without argument. Emma hit the grazer with Arcbolt from the side, turning it towards the open channel where Marcus brought it down. Behind them, other players were finally moving the civilians up the access ramp instead of crowding around the fight. Dev glanced towards the tear. Nothing else crossing. For now. The green scar hung above the concrete like a vertical wound filled with unfamiliar light. Kayla could see vegetation beyond it, but no stable path and no indication that whatever lived on the other side understood what had happened here. Marcus wiped his weapon and looked towards the opening. "Level 18 minimum. That's us." "Minimum," Lena said. "Not recommended." Kayla checked their 6 party markers. All remained active. The spill creatures were down, the evacuation lane was moving, and lower-level players had taken over the civilian withdrawal instead of feeding themselves into the rift. She faced the others. "We hold the exit until nobody else is coming through. Then we cross together." Beyond the green scar, something moved among the alien trees. The movement vanished before anything else crossed. Kayla waited until the evacuation markers had cleared the channel and Dev confirmed no fresh spill activity. Only then did she turn towards the green scar. Same rule as the archive. Nobody separates, and nobody decides what something is before we know. Marcus checked his weapon. "If it tries to eat me, I'm making an early classification." "Defending yourself is allowed," Kayla said. "Guessing isn't." They crossed in formation. The concrete channel disappeared behind Kayla, replaced by damp ground and dense vegetation under a pale green sky. Broad leaves overlapped above them, while thick root structures rose from shallow pools around clusters of translucent pods. The air was breathable according to the game, but everything smelled sharply organic, somewhere between wet soil and crushed herbs. Dev checked their position. Return point stable. Party markers intact. Emma looked back at the rift hanging between two twisted trees. Then we established the route before moving deeper. They hadn't gone far when Maya caught Kayla's arm. Ahead. 3 figures stood between the trees. They were tall and narrow-limbed, their faces hidden behind masks shaped around ridges and dark openings that made them look predatory. Flexible armor covered mottled green-gray skin, and unfamiliar tools hung from their belts. One carried something long enough to be a weapon. Marcus brought his rifle up. Hostiles. No marker, Kayla said quickly. That didn't stop the things outside. The nearest figure reacted to the raised rifle by lowering into a guarded stance. Another moved sideways towards a cluster of pale growths surrounding a shallow pool. Kayla saw 6 fingers tighten around its tool, but it still hadn't attacked. Then Lena pointed through the vegetation. Players. 4 party markers flickered beyond the masked figures, separated from the rift by a dense grove of interlocking roots and swollen pods. One marker showed serious injury. The stranded players were close enough to see, but no direct path reached them without passing either the masked strangers or the living growth surrounding them. They're alive, Kayla said. A translation indicator flashed briefly over the nearest masked figure, incomplete and uncertain. The figure spoke, and only fragments reached them. Life. Protected. Do not. Cut. Marcus shifted his aim towards it. They're between us and our people. Kayla stared at the wounded player marker beyond the grove, then at the masked figures guarding the only obvious approach. Getting the separated party out was still the objective, but the game had just given them another problem to solve first. Marcus started forward before Kayla could answer, rifle tracking the nearest Vayari. Kayla stepped directly across his line. No, it warned us before you aimed at it. They're blocking the rescue. They're protecting something. Kayla pointed towards the pale growths surrounding the pool. And that player group is standing inside it, not being attacked. Marcus's jaw tightened, but he lowered the muzzle enough to give her room. Behind the Vayari, one of the separated players hacked at a thick root with a short blade, trying to open a faster route through the grove. The nearest surveyor made a sharp sound and abandoned its guarded position. Stop cutting, Kayla shouted. The player looked up. We've got someone bleeding out. So do they. Kayla had seen the 4th Vayari only when the others moved. It lay partly concealed beside the pool with dark fluid spreading across its flexible armor. Lena, with me. Emma, keep everyone apart. Emma moved between Marcus and the standing Vayari while Maya and Dev shifted towards the stranded players. Kayla approached the wounded alien slowly, hands visible. The translation indicator struggled as one surveyor crouched beside its companion. Help, Kayla said, pointing to herself and then the injured Vayari. May I? The masked figure hesitated before moving one 6-fingered hand away. Kayla knelt. The injury ran beneath a torn armor panel, and whatever had struck the Vayari had opened a deep wound along its side. She didn't know its anatomy, and pretending otherwise could kill it. Stabilize 2 didn't require her to understand every organ. It stopped worsening trauma. Lena, watch the bleeding. Tell me if anything changes. I'm watching. Kayla placed her hands above the wound and activated Stabilize 2. Mana flowed under careful control. The spreading blood slowed, then stopped expanding across the armor. The Vayari's breathing remained fast, but the frightening irregular hitch eased. Across the grove, Maya called, "We've got them moving." The stranded players followed Dev around the pool instead of through it. Marcus had joined Emma at the edge of the grove, using his presence to keep another impatient player from reaching for a blade. The Vayari beside Kayla spoke again. Translation assembled the meaning piece by piece. Life kept. Debt remembered. Kayla withdrew her hands only when Lena confirmed the wounded surveyor was stable. Beyond them, the last separated player cleared the grove without another route being cut. The rescue route was open now, but the Vayari were watching the humans very differently. They didn't move to block them when Kayla stood. One surveyor remained beside its wounded companion while the other two stepped away from the grove, leaving a clear route towards the rift. Kayla looked to Dev. Get the recovered party moving. Injured first. Dev nodded and took the lead while Lena moved beside the badly hurt player. Emma fell in behind them, keeping enough space that nobody brushed against the pale growths. Marcus waited until Maya passed, then looked at Kayla. You want me on rearguard? Yes. Kayla glanced towards the Vayari. Rearguard, not execution detail. Marcus gave her a tired look. I got the message. They retraced their marked route without cutting through the grove. The wounded player stumbled once, forcing the group to stop while Lena steadied him, but nothing pursued them. When Kayla looked back, the Vayari were carrying their injured surveyor deeper beneath the trees. None raised a weapon. The green scar appeared ahead between the twisted trunks. Dev crossed first with the recovered players while Emma held beside the opening. Kayla waited until Maya and Marcus were through before following with Lena. The alien forest vanished, replaced by concrete, emergency lights and the noise of the Los Angeles evacuation zone. Completion notices opened across Kayla's vision before her boots had fully settled. Green Scar Rift intervention complete. Separated party recovered. Life support grove preserved. Level 20. A second notice followed before she could dismiss the first. Vayari reputation opened. Status. Remembered mercy. Kayla stared at the words. Until now, reputation had meant players, streams, institutions and people from Earth. The game had just assigned it to a species humanity hadn't known existed that morning. Marcus read his own notice and lowered his rifle. So they really were people. They told us that, Kayla said. They told us something through a broken translator. Emma joined them, looking back at the green scar. And then they acted like people. That was the part that mattered. Behind them, the rescued players were being moved towards the medical area while lower-level teams maintained the evacuation perimeter. The rift remained open, but its status had changed from uncontrolled breach to stable passage. Kayla looked at the new reputation entry once more before closing it. They'd entered expecting monsters, found strangers, and left without making enemies of them. The next time humanity crossed that rift, the Vayari would remember what they had done. 18. Tomorrow has players. 4 days after the Green Scar intervention, Emma stood beside Kayla and Maya on the Los Angeles public stream floor while the display replayed another failed mage run. The class gates waited beyond the viewing area, still locked to anyone who hadn't reached the next threshold, but most of the crowd was watching the footage instead. A basic mage fired attack after attack into a pack of scavengers until his mana reserve emptied. When the creatures kept coming, he backed into the two players who had been protecting him and forced the entire group to retreat. The clip ended and another began. This player had copied Emma's defensive approach instead. She raised a barrier too early, held it while nothing threatened the party, then tried to maintain it when the actual attack arrived. The spell failed under the first heavy impact. Her teammate dragged her clear before the second creature reached her. Emma watched the mana record beside the footage and shook her head. She spent more than half her reserve before anything hit the screen. Maya folded her arms. Because that's what people think you do. I don't. They see the barrier, Maya said. They don't see all the times you decide not to cast it. A third recording opened. This one carried a commentary track from Marcus's channel. The mage on screen had copied Kayla's support heavy build, but he followed an injured teammate from target to target while the rest of his party lost formation. Marcus's recorded voice cut across the failure. This is what happens when experienced players tell beginners magic is the smart choice. They copy the result without having the discipline that made it work, and somebody else pays for it. Kayla glanced towards Emma. He's leaving out quite a lot. He's also showing real failures, Emma said. Maya looked away from the screen as another mage run loaded. People keep sending me these. Half of them ask how to become you, and the other half tell me Marcus is right and I should switch classes before I get someone hurt. Emma turned towards her. You shouldn't become me. Maya's expression tightened. That's easy for you to say. Before Emma could answer, the stream coordinator raised a hand from the control station. The waiting audience count climbed across the display, along with Marcus's confirmed participation marker. 30 seconds, the coordinator called. Then we're live. Emma looked from the failed mage footage to Maya. Showing people what not to do had been easy. Teaching them why it failed was about to become public. The live indicator turned green, and Marcus didn't waste the opening. He stood opposite Emma with the failed mage footage frozen behind them, rifle secured across his back and the audience count still climbing. "I'm not saying magic is useless," he said. "I'm saying telling beginners to choose the hardest early path has consequences. We've just watched 3 parties pay for somebody copying what you do." Emma kept her attention on him rather than the comments racing beside the stream. They didn't fail because they chose magic. They failed because they copied individual spells without learning when to use them. Marcus gestured towards the mage who had emptied his reserve. That player would have survived longer with a sword. He would have survived longer by not spending everything in the first 30 seconds. And while he learns that lesson? His party teaches him, Emma said. The same way someone teaches a new fighter not to charge beyond support. Marcus shook his head. A bad fighter can still swing after making a mistake. A mage with no mana becomes another person the party has to protect. Maya shifted beside Emma. The movement was small, but Emma caught it. Her hands had closed around one another, and her eyes were fixed on the failed barrier footage rather than Marcus. "He's not wrong about that part," Maya said. Marcus turned towards her. "You nearly quit at 14. The comment landed harder because it was true. Maya looked towards the waiting class gate, then back at the audience display. "Maybe I should've." Emma felt the instinct to answer immediately and stopped herself. Making Maya defend magic because Emma believed in it would prove Marcus's argument in another form. "Do you want to quit?" Maya took several seconds before answering. "I don't want people copying me and getting hurt." "That wasn't the question," Marcus said. Maya's jaw tightened. "I know." Emma stepped away from the center marker, leaving Maya room instead of filling it. "Then decide based on your build, not mine. If basic mage isn't working for you, say so. Nobody watching this gets to make you stay." The audience comments accelerated. Marcus remained silent now, and that somehow made the pressure worse. Maya looked at the frozen failures one more time, then towards the demonstration area beyond the stream floor. "I don't want to quit magic," she said. "I want to know whether I can do it without becoming the reason everybody else has to save me." Emma looked towards the unused demonstration slot. Answering that with another performance of her own wouldn't settle anything. Emma turned towards the demonstration area and stepped away from its entry marker. "Then you take the slot." Maya stared at her. "Me? You want to know whether your build works without somebody carrying you? We can test that." Emma pointed towards the waiting exercise controls. "I won't cast. Kayla won't cast. You manage your own reserve and decide when the barrier matters." Marcus glanced between them. That's a lot of pressure to dump on someone who just said she nearly quit. Maya's shoulders tightened, but she answered before Emma could. "No, I asked the question." She crossed to the entry marker and checked the exercise briefing herself. "If I fail, leave it on the stream." The demonstration loaded around her as a short defensive route with a protected target behind her and attacks arriving from changing angles. Emma remained outside the boundary with Kayla and Marcus. The first threat appeared directly ahead, close enough that Maya's hands came up by instinct. Her barrier started to form, then vanished before completing. Marcus leaned towards the boundary. "Why did you stop?" "Because it isn't attacking yet." Maya backed towards the protected target instead of advancing. "If I hold it now, I'm paying for nothing." The creature rushed. Maya waited until it committed, raised the barrier across its approach and let the impact spend itself against the defense. The instant the creature recoiled, she dropped the barrier. A second threat entered from her right before the first had fully recovered. Maya turned with it, but didn't rebuild immediately. She moved instead, forcing both attackers into the same approach before raising the barrier again. Emma watched Maya's reserve remain comfortably above the danger point. "That's it. Protect the moment that needs protecting." "I know," Maya said, breathing harder now. "Stop coaching." Emma closed her mouth. The final rush came from opposite sides. Maya couldn't block both continuously without draining herself, so she gave ground, kept the protected target behind her and raised the barrier only long enough to turn the first attacker aside. She dropped it, pivoted and rebuilt against the second impact. When the exercise ended, her reserve indicator still showed enough mana to continue fighting. Maya remained inside the boundary for a moment, staring at the completion notice. Then she looked towards Marcus. I didn't need Emma's reserve. Marcus nodded slowly. No, you needed your own judgment. Beyond him, the level 25 class gate illuminated. Maya stepped out of the demonstration boundary and joined the others before Emma touched the entry marker. The gate admitted the full party, then rebuilt the demonstration into a wider pressure course where attacks came from several directions and no single caster could cover every approach. Maya took the lead without being asked. Marcus forward, Dev rear, Lena center, Emma and Kayla, don't spend mana unless somebody actually needs it. Marcus smiled as the first constructs appeared. Now she's giving orders. You spent 2 beats telling me to think for myself, Maya said. Live with the consequences. They cleared without breaking formation. Emma used Aegis Screen 2 only when the left side collapsed inward. Kayla caught the next attack with Ward Veil. And Maya managed her own reserve instead of waiting for either twin to rescue her. When the last construct fell, the class seal opened and the level 25 advancement interface replaced the course. Emma stopped reading when the choices spread across her vision. Neophyte, Elementalist, Mind Mage, Arcanist, Summoner, Illusionist, Ward Mage, Healer, Battle Mage, Hedge Mage, Enchanter, Nature Mage. Each opened into further branches. Neophyte preserved the broadest route, leading through increasingly advanced generalist classes towards Wizard. Elementalist promised later specialization into Fire, Frost, Storm, Earth or Water. Arcanist focused on pure magical structure and efficiency. The others narrowed towards their own forms of combat, support or utility. Kayla gave a quiet laugh beside her. Now that is a choice. Emma opened Mind Mage. The class description emphasized mental communication, defense and control rather than raw damage. 3 abilities weighted beneath it. Mind Link allowed consent-based party communication, limited by mastery and range. Mental Ward resisted fear, compulsion and psychic intrusion without granting immunity. Impulse Snare disrupted a target's motor intent briefly, with intelligent and stronger opponents harder to affect. The Echo Archive came back to Emma immediately. False voices, misleading directions, the constant need to keep people coordinated when their senses couldn't be trusted. She could stay broad and continue towards Wizard someday. She could chase elemental damage, healing or stronger barriers. None answered the problem she kept meeting as directly as this did. I'm taking Mind Mage, Emma said. Kayla was still reading her own version. Mind Link and Mental Ward matched Emma's, but her third ability was Cognitive Anchor, allowing her to help one ally retain focus against confusion. She looked at Emma and smiled. So am I. They confirmed separately. Level 25 settled into place, followed by Mind Mage. Behind them, the public stream was still running. This time, everyone watching had seen that magic didn't lead to one correct build. 19. The game comes home. 3 days after choosing Mind Mage, Emma stood barefoot on a force platform in the secure test room at home while an independent technician checked the calibration for the 3rd time. The excitement of the class gate had already given way to a harder question. The family knew the game was changing them in reality because they had watched the effects accumulate through ordinary logouts. Knowing it inside the house was one thing. Proving exactly where the change came from was another. The restricted system view beside Emma showed only the fields she had authorized. Her immutable game entry snapshot recorded strength 25.9, agility 22.3 and fitness 34.2, the Olympic peak body she had taken into the game. Beside those figures sat the game progression delta accumulated since character creation. Strength up 30, agility up 24 and fitness up 41. Her current values were 55.9, 46.3 and 75.2. The technician looked from the display to Emma. Pull on the signal. Don't anticipate it. She rested one hand beside the controls and waited for Emma to settle. Emma wrapped both hands around the instrumented handle. I know. You've told me 4 times. She adjusted her footing without taking tension on the handle. The technician's mouth twitched. And you're still an Olympic athlete who anticipates starts for a living. She reset the indicator and stepped clear. Kayla laughed from beside the reaction station. She's got you there. She folded her arms and waited for the signal with considerably more enjoyment than Emma thought the situation deserved. The light flashed. Emma pulled. The machine registered the force, stored the result and reset. They repeated the test twice before moving through reaction speed, acceleration and controlled endurance measurements. David remained near the locked door with Mendez while Patty watched the independent recording system. Nobody entered without being named in advance, and nobody received access to anything beyond the 3 physical attributes under review. When Kayla completed the same sequence, the technician brought both sets of measurements beside the system records. Your ordinary training history can't account for this increase over 3 weeks. More importantly, the measured changes track the game progression delta. She enlarged the comparison so everyone in the room could see it. David folded his arms. So say it plainly. He looked from the measurements to the technician and waited. The technician glanced at him, then back to the results. The physical progression recorded by the game is present in their real bodies. She left the comparison open rather than adding anything more dramatic to it. Emma felt Kayla's satisfaction through their private bond, but she kept her attention on the display. The numbers mattered because they separated what the twins had already possessed from what the game had added. Their Olympic conditioning hadn't disappeared into the calculation, and neither had legitimate training after entry. Emma revoked the temporary system view permissions once the records were copied and verified. Mendez looked towards the secured equipment case waiting against the far wall. That proves the body. His gaze remained on the case as the technician closed the physical test record. Emma followed his gaze and nodded. Yes. Now we prove the magic. The numbers had established that something from the game followed them home, but numbers could still become arguments about calibration, training or interpretation. A spell cast in front of people who controlled the test conditions would be harder to explain away. Kayla joined her beside the equipment case. No people as targets, even with barriers. I don't care how safe we think it is. She opened the demonstration checklist and removed the proposed human volunteer line before anyone could object. And nothing that depends on promise equipment to measure the result. One of the technical witnesses nodded. Then we supply the targets and recording equipment. You don't touch either before the demonstration. She studied the listed abilities before looking up. Which spells give us a result we can verify without asking the audience to trust what they see on camera? Emma opened only the public descriptions of their authorized abilities rather than exposing either full build. Arc Bolt gives you an impact. You choose an inert target, weigh and inspect it beforehand, position it yourselves, then inspect it again afterward. She closed the rest of the display. No promise sensors required. David looked over the proposed safety distance. And the barriers? He traced the clearance around the second test lane with one finger. Kayla tapped Ward Veil on her limited display. Independent observers can release something harmless against it. Weighted training balls, padded test objects, whatever they're willing to certify. She pointed to the stop line. I cast between the object and that mark. Nobody stands behind me, and nobody enters the test lane while the spell is active. Emma considered using kinetic assist, then struck it from the list. Moving an object without touching it would look impressive, but it would also invite another round of accusations about hidden machinery. Keep it simple. Arc Bolt and barriers. She turned the revised list towards the witnesses. 2 effects, 2 kinds of proof, both abilities people have already watched us use inside the game. Mendez read the revised perimeter requirements and added a second cleared zone between the demonstration floor and the audience position. Independent cameras stay outside the active area. Targets go in under witness control. He marked the final restriction. Once they're placed, nobody approaches until you're finished. Patty looked between her daughters. And if anything behaves differently here than it does in the game? Her tone made it clear that curiosity wasn't an acceptable reason to continue. Emma answered without hesitation. We stop. The point is proving what we know, not discovering the limits in public. She looked to Kayla, who nodded agreement. The final plan fit on one page. Independent witnesses would control the targets, cameras and measurements. Emma and Kayla would use only documented spells against empty test lanes, with written mana costs and safety boundaries established before the stream began. By the time Mendez approved the perimeter, there was nothing left to hide behind except the claim itself, and the public demonstration floor was ready. Emma stood behind the marked firing line with Kayla several meters to her right while independent observers completed their final inspection of the empty lanes. Cameras covered the floor from 3 angles, but none belonged to Promise. Mendez remained outside the active perimeter, and the closest audience position sat behind the second safety line established during planning. One of the technical witnesses lifted a hand towards the first target. This plate was weighed, photographed and placed by our team. Neither Channing has touched it or any equipment connected to it since arrival. She stepped back beyond the boundary and looked towards Emma. You may proceed when ready. Emma checked the empty lane once more. She had cast Arc Bolt often enough inside the game that the sequence required little thought, but doing it here made every familiar step feel newly important. She shaped the mana, fixed the center of the plate in her attention and released the spell. The bolt crossed open air and struck with a sharp crack. The target rocked backwards against its restraint, and a visible dent appeared near the center mark. Emma's mana fell by 20, exactly as it did in the game, while the familiar recovery interval prevented an immediate second cast. The witness waited until the lane was declared safe before approaching. No projectile is present. The deformation occurred at the recorded moment of impact. She ran a gauge across the dent, checked the rear of the plate and turned the result towards the cameras. Kayla looked towards the second lane. Barrier next. She moved to her starting mark while the observers cleared the first test area. Another observer checked the launcher and nodded. Proceed. Same sequence we agreed, one release at a time. He rolled 3 padded training balls into the mechanical launcher and then withdrew behind the marked line. Kayla raised Ward Veil. The directional barrier formed in front of her, pale enough that Emma could see through it but distinct against the dark backing screen. The first padded ball launched and struck the veil instead of Kayla, dropping almost straight down. The second hit farther towards the edge and deflected sideways. Kayla held the angle steady until the third impact landed, then released the spell. Emma stepped into her own lane when the observers reset the launcher. Her Aegis screen formed wider than the barrier she had first learned at level 10, and 2 padded balls struck it before she deliberately dropped the spell rather than invite unnecessary sustained pressure. The observers waited for the effect to disappear completely before entering either lane. The lead witness checked both test areas before facing the cameras. The targets and launch equipment were independently supplied and controlled. We observed direct physical effects from abilities previously documented inside the game. She left the damaged plate and fallen training balls visible behind her. Emma looked at Kayla. Neither of them needed the bond to understand what had just changed. People had watched magic in the game for weeks. Now they had watched it happen in Los Angeles. Emma barely had time to absorb that before the quiet around the demonstration floor disappeared. The independent stream monitor filled with new connection requests, mirrored clips and search traffic so quickly that the display began grouping them by region rather than individual source. Mendez stepped closer to David as his secure handset started vibrating, while one of the technical witnesses stared at the public activity feed. Kayla leaned towards Emma without taking her eyes from the screen. That's not people arguing about whether it was real. She pointed towards the fastest rising searches. Emma watched new requests appear beneath the demonstration recording, most asking the same practical questions. Where to find a pod, how to create an account and how quickly someone could level. No, they've moved on to how they can do it. Another region switched from normal demand to a capacity warning. A witness opened a second verified feed from the game access network. Pod activations are climbing. Existing owners are logging in, and tutorial facilities are reporting people arriving without bookings. She looked towards the twins. This started within minutes of the arc bolt. Patty's expression tightened. We told people the game mattered before. She watched the access figures continue upward. Emma understood why the response was different now. We told them it could teach them. We just proved it can change what they are outside it. The public had been willing to watch other people play. Now millions of them had a reason to become players themselves. David's handset vibrated again. He checked the caller identification, then handed it to Emma rather than answering for her. Federal. He remained beside her as she accepted the call. Emma put it on speaker so Kayla could hear. Emma Channing. You're on speaker with my sister and the people supervising the demonstration. The official on the other end identified his office and moved straight to the demand. The demonstration has triggered an emergency national security review. We need Promise Group to suspend additional game access while the consequences are assessed. Emma glanced at Kayla. They had spent weeks explaining what Promise could and couldn't control since integration, but the request had arrived before anyone had tested the specific question. I'm not going to tell you we can suspend it when I don't know that we can. Promise can provide whatever controls and records it still possesses for independent testing. The official's voice hardened. We're asking whether civilian access can be paused now. The distinction clearly wasn't satisfying him. Emma kept her answer measured. And I'm telling you that needs to be demonstrated, not assumed. We'll cooperate with a test of every control Promise still possesses. The official was silent for a moment. Then expect a formal emergency session. The connection ended before Emma could add anything else. The activity feeds kept climbing. More pods activated, more tutorial sites filled, and more people tried to enter the game now that its rewards no longer ended when they logged out. Emma returned the handset to David and looked at the damaged plate still sitting in the test lane. The demonstration had answered the question they had chosen to prove. It had also given the government a much larger one. Could anyone stop what came next? 20. Shut it down. 4 days after the demonstration, Kayla sat beside Emma in Promise's Los Angeles technical control room while a wall of secure feeds connected them to the federal emergency session. The damaged plate from the public test had vanished into evidence storage, but its consequences were visible on every screen. Tutorial facilities were adding shifts, pod owners were logging more hours, and governments that had treated the game as training software now had to consider millions of civilians' learning abilities they could carry back into reality. The official chairing the session didn't spend time revisiting the demonstration. Promise Group is directed to suspend new game logins within the United States and freeze civilian access pending completion of the National Security Review. His image occupied the center display while technical advisors and agency representatives filled smaller windows around him. We need confirmation that the suspension is being implemented. Kayla felt Emma's attention sharpen beside her. The request was almost exactly what the caller had demanded after the demonstration, except now it had arrived with lawyers, technicians, and an order attached. We can suspend services we control, Kayla said. We can shut down Promise-operated support systems, stop manufacturing hardware, and disable parts of the commercial infrastructure. I'm not going to tell you any of those things will stop someone entering the game. A second official frowned. You built the game. Before integration, Kayla replied. That doesn't prove we still control access now. You expect the federal government to accept that on your word? No. Kayla turned towards the independent technical team waiting behind the glass partition. Their equipment had been connected under joint supervision, with Promise staff restricted to observation unless specifically called on. That's why they're here. The chair leaned closer to his camera. The order is to suspend access, Ms. Channing, not demonstrate why you believe suspension is impossible. Kayla kept her hands away from the console. Arguing that the collective had taken control would only sound like Promise hiding behind something nobody could subpoena, sanction, or threaten. Evidence had worked 4 days ago. It could work again. Then give the independent team the order, she said. Promise will identify every shutdown control, regional restriction, account management path, and access function we possessed before integration. Your operators can execute them themselves while everyone on this call watches what happens. Emma glanced at her, then nodded once. The official was quiet before answering. Every control? Everyone we still possess, Kayla said. If Promise can shut the game down, you'll see it happen. If we can't, you'll see that too. Behind the partition, the lead operator moved to the first isolated console. Kayla watched his hands rather than the government feeds as he opened the preserved Promise control interface and selected the former National Access Shutdown command. Every step appeared simultaneously on the independent audit screens, including the authorization chain that had existed before integration. Executing full civilian login suspension for the United States, the operator said. He entered the final confirmation and pressed the control. Several Promise managed services changed immediately. Commercial account pages stopped accepting new purchases, company-operated booking systems froze new reservations, and registered Promise hardware displayed a temporary service notice. The independent monitor beside them continued showing successful game entries. The federal chair leaned towards his screen. Those people were already connected. No, another technician said. She highlighted the timestamps. These sessions began after the shutdown command. She selected several independently monitored tutorial facilities and confirmed the result. The commercial layer responded. Collective access did not. Kayla kept quiet while the operator restored the affected Promise services and moved to the regional denial test. California was selected as the restricted region, followed by a smaller test group whose accounts had been provided voluntarily for the session. The old interface accepted the command, logged it, and returned a completion notice exactly as it would have before integration. One of the test participants entered the game anyway. The operator stared at his screen for a second before checking the audit trail. The command executed locally. It never became an access restriction. Test account ejection, the chair ordered. The volunteer was already inside the tutorial. The operator selected the account, submitted the ejection command, and received another successful local record. The independent observer monitoring the volunteer shook her head. Still connected. No interruption. Emma folded her arms beside Kayla. Try account cancellation. The result was different. The billing interface opened, but the eligibility control that had once sat beneath it was gone. Instead, the account displayed an active subscription requirement with the payment route still pointing through Promise's inherited commercial systems. The lead operator frowned. We can process the payment record. I can stop this billing service from accepting money. He looked towards the observers. I cannot change the rule requiring the subscription, and I cannot use this interface to decide whether the collective admits the player. The federal chair's expression hardened. So Promise still receives subscription revenue. Kayla looked at the surviving payment route, already knowing what the next argument would be. Yes. Nobody on the government feeds appeared reassured by the answer. The federal chair looked past the technical findings to the surviving payment route and tapped something outside Kayla's view. Then we have a company receiving money from civilian access to a capability with national security consequences while claiming it has no authority over that access. Kayla had expected the argument to move there eventually. Promise processes an inherited payment route. That isn't the same function as deciding who can enter. She gestured towards the test records still displayed behind the operator. You watched your own team try shutdown, regional denial, and account ejection. None of those controls reached the collective access layer. A defense representative opened another window. Then hardware becomes the control point. Promise manufactures compatible systems, maintains existing equipment, and supports facilities. Those assets could be placed under federal authority while access is reviewed. Emma turned towards the screen. Taking the hardware wouldn't give you the authority the test just proved isn't there. She brought up the commercial interface beside the access record. This can accept a subscription payment. It can record service history. It can support equipment Promise still owns. It cannot tell the collective that California is barred tomorrow. The representative's expression tightened. You could stop accepting payments. Yes, Kayla said. And then we'd know we had stopped accepting payments. She selected the volunteer account used during the test. Its eligibility remained governed by the inherited subscription requirement rather than a discretionary Promise permission. That does not give us a button that selectively cancels this person, preserves that person, or reserves entry for an agency you choose. The chair interrupted. So your position is that civilian access is untouchable? No. Kayla kept her voice level. My position is narrower. Promise cannot decide it. We don't control who the collective admits under the inherited rules, and we can't convert billing into an access weapon simply because the payment happens to pass through us. One of the independent technicians enlarged the audit summary. Shutdown authority, regional denial, and account ejection all showed the same boundary. Promise systems had responded where commercial services or hardware remained under company control, then stopped where collective-controlled access began. Kayla looked across the linked officials. You asked us to prove what authority Promise still has. Hardware support is ours. Payment processing still runs through us. Collective admission isn't. The federal chair didn't answer immediately. Instead, he requested the complete technical record and ordered it distributed to the departments represented on the call. Kayla watched the files begin leaving the room. The tests had answered the shutdown question, but the surviving subscription route had given Washington something else to attack. The tests had answered the shutdown question, but the surviving subscription route had given Washington something else to attack. Kayla watched the distribution list expand as the technical record moved from the emergency session to congressional staff, defense officials and commerce investigators. Nobody asked Promise to run another test. The controls had failed too cleanly for that. A new participant joined the secure session before the federal chair could close it. The congressional staff attorney identified herself, confirmed receipt of the independent findings and immediately opened the payment routing section. Promise Group is still receiving subscription payments from people entering the game? Yes, Kayla said, through the inherited route you have in front of you. And your company can stop processing those payments? Promise controls its payment systems, Kayla replied. That still doesn't make the payment system the authority deciding who qualifies for game access. The attorney glanced down at another screen. You understand why Congress may find that distinction difficult to accept when your company is being paid every month by users of a system you're telling the government it cannot regulate through you. Emma shifted beside her but left the answer to Kayla. Kayla appreciated that more than she could say while half the federal government was watching. I understand why you want it examined. I don't understand pretending the technical evidence says something it doesn't. The federal chair raised a hand before the exchange could become another argument. The shutdown directive cannot be certified as technically achievable through the controls tested today. That finding will be entered into the emergency record. He paused as though the admission cost him personally. The commercial relationship remains unresolved. A notice appeared on the secure session display while he spoke. Kayla opened it and found a congressional committee header above a compulsory appearance order. The subject line named Civilian Game Access, Inherited Subscription Revenue and Promise Group's remaining authority. The hearing was scheduled 5 days away. The staff attorney looked directly into the camera. The committee expects complete records of the subscription framework, current receipts, payment processing and every surviving contractual relationship connected to game access. Kayla read the scope twice. We'll provide the records that exist. And you'll answer whether the United States should continue allowing unrestricted civilian access to a system producing transferable combat capability. Kayla looked at the independent shutdown results still occupying the largest screen. Congress was already phrasing the question as though Promise possessed the answer. We'll answer what Promise controls, she said. You may not like where the rest of that question has to go. The session ended with the hearing notice still open between them. 21. Tell your system. 5 days after the shutdown tests, Emma sat beside Kayla at the witness table while the congressional hearing went live across the national networks. The committee had received every technical record Promise possessed, including the failed shutdown commands, but the first display behind the members showed none of them. Instead, it showed subscription receipts, monthly totals and the surviving payment route carrying game fees into Promise Group. The committee chair looked down the table towards them. Ms. Channing, your company testified 5 days ago that it cannot control civilian access to the game. Yet every civilian entering under a paid account remains subject to a monthly subscription, and those payments continue arriving at Promise Group. Is that correct? Yes, Emma said. She'd expected the question, but seeing the figures enlarged for the cameras made the arrangement look simpler than it was. The payment route survived integration. So did the subscription requirement. Yes. A member farther along the dais leaned towards his microphone. Then explain how Promise can require payment from a player while claiming it has no authority over whether that player receives the service. Emma touched the control beside her prepared exhibits and replaced the revenue chart with the access diagram from the independent tests. Before integration, those functions were all connected as required for the game to function. Promise set the subscription terms, processed payment and controlled account eligibility. Integration changed the last part without removing the first two. The chair frowned. Changed it how? The collective absorbed the game under the rules already operating at the time, Emma said. The subscription requirement remained. The existing payment system remained. What didn't remain was Promise's authority to decide who qualifies once those inherited terms are satisfied. Another member interrupted. You're asking Congress to believe the collective charges American citizens money and sends that money to your company? I'm telling you what the records show. Emma opened the account control results from the shutdown session. Promise can process the charge. We can see whether payment succeeded. We can maintain commercial systems that still belong to us. But when independent operators attempted to deny a region, eject an account or suspend game entry, the collective ignored those commands. The chair studied the diagram. Could Promise change the subscription terms? Not the eligibility rule the collective is enforcing, Emma said. We can alter systems we own. We cannot make the collective accept a replacement rule because Congress, Promise or anyone else prefers it. The revenue figures returned to the main display. Emma could already see the next line of attack forming among the committee members. They had accepted that the shutdown controls were dead. Now they wanted the surviving money to prove those controls existed somewhere else. The committee chair returned the revenue figures to the main display. Promise Group has lost substantial assets since integration, but that doesn't change the fact that you are profiting from continued civilian participation in something your own demonstration proved can produce combat capability in the real world. Emma felt Kayla shift beside her before answering. The word, profiting, is doing a lot of work in that sentence. The subscription receipts are useful, yes. They're also small compared with what Promise lost when integration removed major parts of the company from our control. A committee member looked down at the figures. You're still receiving millions. And Promise lost many billions more than that, Kayla said. Factories, patents and physical assets remain ours. Entire control structures didn't. Current subscription income offsets part of those losses. It doesn't restore them. The chair's expression hardened. So the public should feel better because the amount is comparatively small? No, Kayla replied. The amount matters to Promise's finances. It doesn't matter to the authority question. She touched the witness display and brought the failed control tests back beside the payment records. If these receipts doubled next month, Promise still wouldn't gain the ability to eject one player. If they increased tenfold, we still couldn't block California. Revenue isn't a hidden access control. Another member leaned forward. But you could refuse payment. We can refuse to process money through systems we own, Kayla said. That would prove we can stop processing money. It wouldn't create a shutdown switch. What about cancellation? The collective decides eligibility under the inherited subscription rule. Promise cannot selectively cancel one civilian while preserving another. The member glanced towards the defense representatives seated behind the committee staff. Could you preserve access for military accounts while refusing civilian payments? No, Kayla said. There isn't a military-only switch either. Emma watched several members exchange looks. That answer had changed the direction of the hearing. The argument was no longer only about whether Promise was profiting. The officials were beginning to test whether the surviving commercial route could be bent into the national security control they wanted. The chair folded his hands. Then perhaps we should stop discussing what Promise says it cannot do and address what the United States requires. Emma looked towards him. The next demand was already clear. The chair turned towards the defense representatives before looking back at Emma. The United States cannot accept unrestricted civilian access to transferable combat capability while military personnel compete with the general public for training time and compatible hardware. If Promise cannot suspend the game, then access within the United States should be restricted to active military personnel until a national framework is established. Emma heard movement through the chamber as staff exchanged documents and several members began speaking quietly to one another. The demand sounded authoritative because it had been phrased as policy rather than a technical question. That didn't give Promise any new power to carry it out. Promise can't grant that, Emma said. The chair's expression tightened. I'm not asking whether you approve. Neither am I. Emma brought the failed access tests back onto her display. You're directing us to do something your own technical teams proved we cannot do. I could sit here and agree with you, and every civilian who met the collective's inherited access terms could still enter. A committee member leaned towards his microphone. Then who exactly is the United States supposed to address? Emma hesitated only long enough to make sure she didn't answer a larger question than he'd asked. The temptation was to explain the collective, but that would put her straight back into the role everyone kept trying to assign her. You all have systems, she said. Every connected person does. The chair stared at her. You're suggesting the United States government petition its own system? I'm suggesting you stop sending requests through Promise when Promise isn't the authority receiving them. Emma kept both hands on the table. State the request yourselves. Specify what you want, who you want it applied to and why. Your systems are connected to the same collective ours are. A defense representative frowned. And what response should we expect? I don't know. You've dealt with the collective longer than anyone in this room. That doesn't make me its representative, Emma said. I won't tell Congress what answer it will give, and I won't pretend Promise can guarantee one. Kayla glanced towards her, approval clear without interrupting. The chair looked between the defense officials and committee counsel. You're willing to place on the record that the proper route for this demand is a direct system request? Emma nodded. I'm willing to say Promise isn't the proper route. Committee counsel began drafting while the microphones remained live. For once, nobody asked Emma to press the button for them. Committee counsel finished the wording and passed it to the chair's display. He read it silently, changed 2 lines, then turned towards the defense representatives. The United States requests that access to the collective tutorial within United States jurisdiction be limited to active-duty military personnel pending completion of a national security framework. Civilian eligibility is to be suspended during that period. The defense representative nodded. That states the requirement. Submit it, the chair said. Emma kept her hands folded while several officials focused on interfaces only they could see. Nothing appeared on the committee screens. There was no Promise console involved, no authorization code requested from her or Kayla, and no technical operator waiting behind glass. The room went quiet while members who had spent the hearing demanding that Promise exercise authority addressed the system connected to each of them instead. The chair's eyes shifted slightly as he read something Emma couldn't see. His expression tightened. I have a response. So do I, the defense representative said. A committee member farther down the dais looked up sharply. Same wording? Apparently. The chair authorized the response for the public record, and the committee clerk placed the text on the main display. Collective access request denied. Civilian tutorial eligibility under inherited access rules may not be restricted by nationality or military status. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Emma read the sentence twice anyway. It didn't explain itself, offer alternatives or invite negotiation. The officials had asked for military-only access, and the collective had applied the inherited rule exactly as Promise had said it would. The chair looked towards Emma. Can you appeal this? No, Emma said. Can Promise modify the request? No. The defense representative leaned towards his microphone. Can you tell us what wording would produce approval? Emma shook her head. I told you before you submitted it. I'm not the collective's representative. The chair sat back, attention returning to the denial rather than the twins. Then the United States has a civilian population gaining transferable capability through a system we cannot nationalize, reserve for our armed forces or direct through the company that originally built it. Emma didn't answer. That was finally a government problem stated as a government problem. The chair called for policy recommendations on training standards, public safety, military recruitment and lawful civilian participation. Promise's access authority disappeared from the list. The hearing had begun with Congress demanding control from the twins. It ended with Congress deciding what to do when the answer belonged somewhere else. 22. Everyone wants in. A week after Congress stopped asking Promise to control the game, Kayla sat at the kitchen table with James on her lap and watched the world rearrange its calendar around playing it. The wall display wasn't showing viewer counts. She'd stopped caring about those 2 days ago. Instead, it showed a message from their Olympic training program moving 2 afternoon sessions because 3 swimmers had secured game access and wanted protected pod time. Beside it sat a university notice proposing new attendance windows for students whose tutorial sessions conflicted with laboratory work. A third message came from one of David's security coordinators, requesting approval to move 2 officers between shifts because both had finally received compatible hardware. James slapped both hands onto the table and nearly captured Kayla's tablet. She pulled it out of reach. "No, you're not reorganizing society until after lunch." Emma looked up from across the table. "He'd probably improve it. He'd replace the national schedule with naps." Patty carried a bowl over and placed it beside Kayla. "Sensible child." Kayla smiled, but another notification appeared before she could dismiss the others. A major employer had announced protected game training hours for staff in emergency roles. 2 school districts were trialing supervised evening access for older students. Military training commands were expanding their own schedules rather than waiting for the civilian restrictions Congress had failed to obtain. None of it required Promise's permission. David entered from the hall with his security tablet and stopped when he saw the collection on the wall. "Mendez says hardware waiting lists have doubled again." "Since yesterday?" Emma asked. "Since this morning." Kayla shifted James against her as he reached determinedly for her spoon. "That's not people watching because magic is interesting anymore." "No," David said. "They've decided being left behind might be dangerous." The thought stayed with her. Before the reveal, game sessions had competed with work, classes, family dinners and ordinary training. Now families were drawing up rotations. Employers were deciding whether time in a pod counted as professional development. Schools were trying to decide how much access teenagers should have without turning education into grinding. Military planners who couldn't reserve the game were finding room for it inside existing duty schedules instead. Emma expanded a hardware demand map. Waiting lists covered nearly every major population center. Promise couldn't satisfy that if every remaining production line switched tomorrow. "And we're not doing that," Kayla said. James finally captured the spoon and waved it triumphantly. Kayla rescued the bowl before he could prove another point. The game hadn't swallowed the world, but the world had begun making room for it. The harder question was what rules people would build around that decision. Kayla shifted James to Patty before opening the public feeds, and within seconds the same argument appeared in half a dozen forms. One network showed a hospital administrator describing game training as an obvious investment in emergency staff. Another carried a panel demanding restrictions on anyone who could bring combat skills back into the physical world. A government spokesperson faced reporters outside a federal building. Employment law wasn't written for workers who can improve physical capability through an external progression system. "We're reviewing where existing safety, discrimination and licensing rules apply." A reporter called back, "Can an employer require workers to play?" "That question is under review." The feed changed to an education hearing where officials were arguing over whether schools could schedule supervised game access without making participation functionally compulsory. Another segment asked whether firearm licensing should change for people whose game progression improved strength, reactions or combat training. A retired officer on the panel wanted mandatory certification for transferred combat abilities. The lawyer opposite him immediately asked who would issue it when the collective didn't answer to government. Emma muted the argument. Everyone wants a rule before they've decided what problem the rule solves. "And half of them want the same rule to solve 5 problems, Kayla said. Her tablet chimed with a bounded promise update. She opened it only because it answered one question the feeds kept getting wrong. The operations summary showed demand for compatible pods and cabins climbing faster than available production, while approved installation sites were filling just as quickly. A promise manager appeared on the secure call. "The news keeps describing this as a capacity crisis. It isn't. The collective hasn't shown any sign of reaching a user limit." "So what's actually stopping people?" Kayla asked. "Hardware first. Safe installation space second. Then scheduling." He brought up the figures. A pod can't serve 10 people at the same time. Schools need supervised rooms. Employers need shifts that don't empty essential departments. Families are sharing equipment. We can manufacture more, but we can't manufacture ours. Emma studied the waiting lists. "Make that distinction public. No promises about how much demand we can satisfy." "Already drafted." Kayla closed the report as the Olympic organizer notice appeared beneath it. Sport had the same underlying problem as everyone else. Participation itself was becoming normal faster than institutions could decide which advantages were acceptable. By afternoon, Kayla was sitting beside Emma in the closed eligibility session of the Los Angeles Olympic organizer meeting while officials tried to answer exactly that. A competition administrator brought up the first proposal. The simplest option is level bands. Conventional athletes remain together, and game participants compete against others within an approved level range. Kayla studied the proposed divisions. That doesn't measure the advantage you're trying to control. The administrator frowned. Level is the one universal progression measure every player has. Universal doesn't mean equivalent, Kayla said. Emma and I entered the game with Olympic-trained bodies. Someone else at level 25 might have started with half our strength or fitness. Players also spend attribute points differently. Emma leaned forward. And classes matter. Two level 25 players can have completely different physical builds because one invested heavily in body attributes and the other didn't. Putting them in the same level band doesn't make the race fair. Another organizer closed the proposal on his display. So level tells us progression, but not how much of that progression benefits a specific event. Right, Kayla said. A diving representative who'd remained quiet turned towards the twins. Then we have another problem. Your synchronized diving isn't based only on physical attributes. You coordinate mentally. Kayla had expected that question eventually. Hearing it inside an eligibility meeting still made her straighten. Yes. Through the game? No. Kayla glanced at Emma before continuing. We have Mind Link as a level 25 Mind Mage ability. That's game-derived, and we agree it shouldn't be used in conventional competition. The representative watched her closely. But that isn't the connection you use when diving. No, Emma said. Our natural link existed before either of us entered the game. How are we supposed to verify that without simply accepting your word? Kayla called up the classification they were authorized to disclose and shared only the relevant field. You don't have to accept our word. The collective classifies it as an innate pre-game human variation. It isn't Mind Link, it wasn't purchased with skill points, and game progression didn't create it. The organizer read the verification twice. So your position is that conventional rules can prohibit the game ability but not the underlying trait. Our position is that you should regulate game-derived advantages as game-derived advantages, Kayla said. Not erase something a person legitimately had before playing. That left the room with the problem they'd been circling all afternoon. If level couldn't measure advantage, and lawful pre-game traits couldn't simply be banned, they needed a way to identify and remove only what the game had added. Kayla brought the athlete verification diagram onto the main display. Every player already has a starting reference. The pod recorded an immutable game entry snapshot before any game attribute points were applied. The competition administrator studied it. That tells us where an athlete started. It does, but you can't just subtract that number from whatever they have now, Kayla said. People still train. They mature, recover from injuries and change outside the game. If someone legitimately adds to their fitness through months in the pool, conventional competition shouldn't erase that improvement. Emma opened the second record beside it. The game also keeps the permanent progression ledger. From that, the system can provide the verified game progression delta for each attribute. That's the part you remove. The diving representative leaned forward. Without giving officials access to the player's entire build? Without giving them anything they don't need, Emma said. The athlete grants named officials temporary read-only system view access to specific fields. For swimming, that means the entry snapshot, current strength, agility and fitness, and the verified game-derived contribution affecting each. Kayla selected strength on the demonstration diagram. Then you suppress that contribution exactly. You don't reset the athlete to who they were when they entered the game. You remove what the game added and leave legitimate non-game change alone. The administrator looked between them. Suppress it how? Measured attribute suppression, Kayla said. It's available through support and control class paths from level 25. On a willing target, a qualified user can reduce a selected physical attribute by an exact whole point amount within their limit. Several officials began taking notes. One organizer frowned. You're proposing that our judges become players. I'm proposing you recruit qualified players and test whether they can do the job safely, Kayla replied. Don't certify anyone because we say the method works. That answer seemed to settle more of the room than another promise would have. The administrator amended the proposal on his screen. Controlled proof only. Candidate suppression judges are tested under supervision first. If that succeeds, we conduct a validation meet before discussing broader accreditation. And the twins' natural link? The diving representative asked. Recorded publicly as an innate pregame human variation, the administrator said. No private origin history. Game mind link remains restricted. Kayla looked at Emma and received a small nod. The organizers approved the proof plan. They hadn't solved worldwide sporting law in one meeting, but they'd chosen something testable. The next time Emma and Kayla entered a pool under official scrutiny, the question wouldn't be whether players belonged there. It would be whether human officials could remove the game's advantage without removing the athlete. 23. The meet before the storm. 8 days after the organizers approved a controlled proof, Kayla stood barefoot beside the Los Angeles Olympic pool while 3 officials waited for access to information nobody outside the game had ever needed to inspect before. The validation deck looked more like a training session than a meet. Lane ropes were in place, timing pads were live, and Coach Alvarez stood near the starting blocks with a stopwatch and tablet. Behind him, the small group of support and control players selected from several days of testing waited under direct supervision. They weren't accredited judges yet. Today would decide whether there was anything worth accrediting. An organizer held up his system interface. Only the approved fields. Nothing else. That's all you're getting, Kayla said. She opened the permission request and selected the immutable game entry snapshot, current strength, agility and fitness, and the verified game progression delta for those 3 attributes. Class information, inventory, AP history and everything belonging to their private systems remained inaccessible. She confirmed the named officials, set the access window and accepted. Emma did the same beside her. Can you see the progression source? The official studied his display. I can verify the contribution derived from the ledger. I can't open the ledger itself. Good, Emma said. That's what we wanted. The officials separated and checked the records independently. Kayla watched their expressions tighten when each result included the bond equalized game increase rather than only the points personally spent on her account. One judge compared his verified reduction with the others, then nodded. Same values. Coach Alvarez pointed towards the blocks. Then stop admiring the paperwork and show me whether she can still swim. The first suppression judge stepped forward. Kayla Channing, do you consent to measured attribute suppression for the verified game-derived contribution to strength? I consent. The effect settled through her body without pain. Strength disappeared in a clean, measurable step. Agility followed from the second judge, then fitness from the third. Nothing crossed the bond to Emma. Nothing touched Kayla's legitimate training since game entry. She rolled her shoulders, bounced twice on her toes and felt the difference immediately. Coach Alvarez gave her no time to analyze it. Block. Kayla climbed up. 25. Start, underwater 15, clean turn, easy return. She launched on the signal. The first stroke told her more than any display could have. Her body was still hers, but the effortless game added force was gone. She surfaced, held the line, turned and finished with Alvarez already watching the split. Again, he said. This time don't compensate because you know what changed. Kayla smiled despite herself and climbed back onto the block. The protocol had removed an advantage. Now they had to prove it hadn't removed the athlete. Kayla's second repeat came back close enough to her pre-game training range that Coach Alvarez finally allowed her out of the water. She'd barely taken the towel Emma offered before the questions began from the media position beyond the deck barrier. A reporter raised his voice. You're asking everyone to trust numbers that only the player's system can provide. How is that independent verification? One of the rival swimmers waiting for the validation race folded her arms. And the people applying the reductions are players too. If I can't see what they're seeing, how'd I know she's actually been reduced? Kayla understood the suspicion. Conventional sport had spent generations building procedures around measurements that officials could inspect with their own equipment. Now part of the measurement existed inside a system nobody could dismantle and examine. The lead organizer stepped between the blocks and the media barrier. Nobody is being asked to trust Ms. Channing's description of her attributes. The game entry snapshot is immutable. The progression ledger recording permanent game-derived gains is also immutable. He gestured to the 3 officials who had independently checked Kayla. Each authorized official received the same limited fields. Each independently derived the same game progression delta. None could alter the records. The rival swimmer looked towards Kayla. Could she hide part of it before granting access? No, the organizer said. She chooses which authorized fields we may view. She cannot rewrite what those fields contain. A second official displayed his verification record beside the first. The figures matched. A third followed, showing the same result without exposing Kayla's class, AP allocation, inventory or any unrelated system information. Emma stepped closer to the display. Revoke the permissions. Kayla did the same. The verification fields disappeared from the officials' views immediately. The reporter pointed towards the blank displays. So you can't inspect anything now? Correct, the lead organizer said. Access was time limited and field limited. We witnessed the calculations while permission existed, and the certification record preserves the result, not private build data. Another reporter called, what if strength, agility and fitness aren't the only advantages? That athlete doesn't receive conventional certification unless every material game-derived active or passive modifier affecting the event can also be neutralized, the organizer replied. A physical debuff isn't permission to carry some other enhancement into the race. Kayla looked along the pool towards the swimmers assembling behind the blocks. That rule mattered more than defending her personally. The protocol had to work when nobody trusted the athlete, the judges or the technology on reputation alone. Coach Alvarez checked the lane assignments. Verification is finished. If everyone's done arguing about whether the race can happen, we can find out what happens when it does. Coach Alvarez sent the swimmers to their lanes before anyone could restart the argument. Kayla took her block beside Emma while the declared conventional field settled around them, each athlete already cleared under the provisional rules. The suppression remained active on both twins separately. Kayla could still feel Emma through their natural bond, familiar and effortless, but there was no game mind link behind it and no borrowed burst of mana waiting beneath her muscles. The starter raised his hand. Take your marks. Kayla folded over the block. This time she didn't think about what had been removed. Coach Alvarez had already caught her trying to compensate for that once. She set her feet where years of practice told her they belonged, waded through the quiet and drove forward when the signal sounded. The water hit hard and clean. Her underwater phase lacked the ridiculous acceleration game-enhanced fitness and strength had made possible, but her line held. She surfaced into the stroke count she trained before the reveal and caught sight of another swimmer half a shoulder ahead. Emma was somewhere beyond the lane rope, close enough for Kayla to know she'd made her own start cleanly, but the link gave Kayla nothing she couldn't use in an individual race anyway. Emma couldn't pull her through the water. At the turn, Kayla resisted the urge to attack too early. She hit the wall, rotated and drove out with the technique Alvarez had spent years forcing into both sisters. The swimmer beside her gained slightly on the breakout. Good. Kayla chased rather than panicked. Her arms began to burn in the final length, a sensation the game-added fitness had softened enough that she'd almost forgotten how sharp it could become. She kept her stroke together, increased tempo without shortening and reached for the wall. The timing board populated almost immediately. Kayla stayed against the lane rope, breathing hard while the officials checked the recorded suppression status through the finish. Nothing had expired. No prohibited game effect had activated. Emma surfaced 2 lanes away and pushed wet hair from her face. That felt painfully normal, Emma said. Kayla laughed between breaths. Alvarez is going to frame that sentence. Coach Alvarez crouched at the pool edge with his tablet. I'm going to frame your splits if you two stop talking long enough to look at them. The field had finished close. Not artificially identical, not suspiciously slow and not dominated by the twins. Kayla climbed out as officials collected the timing, suppression and verification records from every lane. The race itself was over. Now the organizers had to decide what it proved. Kayla dried off beside Emma while the officials compared the timing record with the suppression logs. Each debuff had remained active through the finish. The verified reductions matched the values established before the race, and nothing in the monitoring record showed an unauthorized game-derived effect influencing the result. The lead organizer read through the final page twice before looking towards Coach Alvarez. From the coaching side? Alvarez glanced at the splits. They swam like trained athletes with the game advantage removed. Technique held. Their pacing changed where I'd expect it to change. Nothing about those numbers suggests the suppression damaged their ability to compete normally. One of the rival swimmers stepped closer. So this means they're cleared for everything now? No, the organizer said. It means this validation succeeded. We are not turning one supervised race into worldwide policy. Kayla appreciated that answer more than she would have appreciated a victory speech. Then what happens next? The organizer brought the provisional certification document onto the main display. We publish the method, not your private data. Required fields, witness procedures, suppression verification, monitoring and the conditions that invalidate certification. Federations can reproduce the process with their own approved officials. Emma pointed towards the section covering judges. And the people applying the debuffs? A formal accreditation program starts from today's evidence, he said. Candidates will have to demonstrate exact suppression, duration control, release and independent verification under supervision. Nobody becomes a sporting official merely because they possess the ability. The reporter who had challenged them earlier raised a hand from behind the barrier. Does that mean player-athletes remain eligible for conventional Olympic competition? The organizer considered the wording before answering. Provisionally, where an event can certify removal of the relevant game-derived advantage under an approved protocol. That is not universal adoption, and international governing bodies will make their own determinations. And enhanced competition? Still a separate category under review. Kayla looked towards the pool. That was enough. They hadn't demanded that every federation trust them, and they hadn't asked ordinary athletes to compete against unexplained advantages. They'd helped produce a method other people could test without needing Emma or Kayla in the room. The organizer transmitted the validation package. Copies went to the participating federations, accreditation staff and international governing bodies for formal review. Around the deck, officials began dismantling the temporary verification stations while swimmers collected bags and towels. Emma bumped Kayla lightly with one shoulder. So, back to the game? Kayla smiled. Please. Monsters are less argumentative. The sporting question wasn't finished, but it no longer required them to solve it before they could move on. 24. Guns and Mana. 4 days after the validation race, Dev Patel stood on the cracked concrete outside the glasshouse foundry approach and watched Emma put 3 rounds into a practice plate while bracing far too much of her body behind Aegis Screen 2. Again, he said. Emma lowered the pistol. All 3 hit. That wasn't the exercise. Marcus Reed leaned against a concrete barrier nearby, sword resting across one shoulder. They did hit. Dev ignored him. The argument between guns and magic had become stupidly tribal since the Great Reveal. Some players treated firearms as obsolete the moment they learned Arcbolt. Others carried rifles as though mana were an embarrassing mistake humanity would eventually correct. Dev had stopped trying to win either argument. He wanted people alive. He pointed at Emma's barrier. You built the screen square to the target, then leaned into the recoil. If something hits that shield hard enough to break it, where does your face go? Emma looked at the barrier, then at the pistol. Forward. Into whatever broke the shield. Shift the angle. Kayla stepped beside her and raised ward veil. Dev walked around them, checking the line. Kayla, more left. You're covering Emma's body and exposing her firing arm. That sounds useful if we want her to stop shooting, Kayla said. Emma smiled. I knew you supported this training. Dev waited until they corrected the angle before moving them to the next concrete divider. Maya followed with Marcus, both carrying firearms in addition to their normal equipment. Dev had insisted on that too. Nobody entering an alien foundry with a functioning rifle was proving anything by refusing to use it. Cover drill, Dev said. Emma moves first. Kayla protects the crossing. Maya watches the rear. Marcus, you're not charging anything. Marcus straightened. You say that like I have a history. 4 people looked at him. Fine. Dev demonstrated the route himself, rifle tight against his shoulder as he moved from concrete to a rusted machine housing. Magic changes what cover can do. It doesn't make cover unnecessary. A barrier gives you another angle. Healing gives you another chance after someone screws up. Neither one makes standing in the open intelligent. Emma shifted into position. And guns? Guns kill things without spending mana. Kayla nodded towards the dark foundry entrance beyond the industrial yard. So your revolutionary doctrine is use everything that works? Exactly. Dev checked each of them once more, then pointed towards the approach. Now follow my plan long enough to prove it. The first 100 meters made cooperation look unnecessary. Broken foundry walls formed narrow lanes between heaps of dark crystal metal, and 2 parties ahead were already moving quickly. One group relied almost entirely on firearms, dropping a forge imp before it reached cover. The other advanced behind overlapping magical barriers, bolts of mana flashing down the passage whenever something moved. Then crystal beetles came out of the wreckage. Dev saw the gun-heavy party concentrate fire on the first beetle's plated back. Rounds sparked and flattened against the carapace while 2 forge imps darted behind them towards an exposed cooling conduit. The shooters turned to deal with the imps, and the beetle kept coming. Don't copy them, Dev said. Marcus, front. Emma, angle right. Kayla and Maya stay behind the barrier line. Marcus drew his sword. You just told us guns kill things without mana. They do when you shoot something worth shooting. A second beetle scuttled from beneath a collapsed gantry. Emma raised Aegis Screen 2 on instinct, but this time she angled it as Dev had taught her. The creature struck the barrier and slid sideways rather than driving straight through her position. Hold it there, Dev said. He fired at one of the forge imps crossing behind it. Emma's barrier stopped the return rush while Marcus stepped in and forced the beetle away from her. Kayla kept ward veil between Maya and the open passage instead of adding another attack. Across the approach, the magic-heavy party ran into the opposite problem. Their spells battered a beetle without cracking its armor, then their front barrier flickered as repeated impacts drained the caster maintaining it. A forge imp slipped past the weakened edge and reached the cooling line before someone shot it with a sidearm. Dev pointed. That. They had the answer on their hip after wasting half their mana, proving they didn't need it. Emma glanced towards the beetle Marcus was containing. And ours? Dev watched heat shimmer across its plates as it crossed between a hot discharge channel and a leaking coolant pipe. A thin crack opened along the crystal shell. Now. Emma shifted the screen. Marcus disengaged. Dev fired twice into the cracked plate, and Maya's arc bolt followed through the damaged section. The beetle collapsed before it reached them. Kayla looked from the body to the struggling parties ahead. So neither pure build is actually pure once things go wrong. Exactly, Dev said. He reloaded while another cluster of movement stirred deeper in the approach. Now we find out whether you can do it on purpose. The next section answered with a ruptured cooling pipe and 3 forge imps already tearing at the exposed fittings. 2 crystal beetles blocked the direct route, their plates glowing where heat from the damaged line washed over them. Dev stopped the party behind a broken machine housing instead of letting Marcus charge. Emma, screen the center. Kayla, protect the pipe. Marcus, keep the beetles off them. Maya, you're with me. Dev pointed towards the leaking coolant. We don't clear this by killing everything. We clear it by keeping that line alive. Emma raised Aegis Screen 2 across the passage. The first beetle struck hard enough to drive her back half a step, but she held the angle instead of meeting it squarely. Marcus moved into the space Dev left him and forced the creature away without chasing it. Kayla reached the damaged line behind ward veil. I can cover the fitting, but somebody has to actually fix it. That's me. Dev crossed behind Emma's barrier while Maya fired an arc bolt past its edge at a forge imp climbing over the pipe. Dev dropped beside the rupture, found the torn coupling and started working. Kayla, call anything that gets through. Don't leave the line to fight it. A forge imp darted around Emma's right side. Right. Dev didn't look up. Emma pivoted the barrier instead of abandoning the center, and Maya shot the imp before it reached Kayla. Behind them, Marcus drove a beetle across a hot channel, then backed away on Dev's earlier instruction rather than trying to finish it alone. The cooling flow returned beneath Dev's hands. Cold liquid surged through the repaired section and sprayed across the beetle's heated shell. A sharp crack split one plate. Emma, open left. Marcus, move. Emma shifted Aegis screen 2 just enough. Marcus disengaged, and Dev rose into a firing stance. 2 shots struck the cracked section. Maya's bolt followed, and the beetle folded against the channel wall. The second tried to push through Emma's screen while another imp scrambled towards the restored pipe. Kayla held ward veil across Dev's flank, giving him the second he needed to shoot the imp before it reached the fittings. Then the approach warning changed. Cooling route stabilized. Access corridor secured. Dev checked the pipe before he checked the bodies. Nothing leaked. Emma's barrier faded only after the final movement marker cleared. Marcus lowered his sword. I hate how well that worked. Dev smiled and pointed towards the newly unlocked foundry entrance. Good. Remember that feeling? The approach objective closed behind them before anyone moved on. Experience notifications appeared across the party, and Dev watched Emma's expression change as the final contribution credit settled. Level 28, she said. Kayla checked her own result and nodded. Same. Marcus looked towards Dev rather than the twins. You realize what everyone watching that just saw, right? Dev followed his gaze. Several parties had stopped near the cleared approach, and the public feed attached to the training route was already replaying the last engagement. The clip didn't show Emma overwhelming anything with magic or Marcus charging through a monster line. It showed Dev repairing the cooling system while barriers, firearms, magic and melee created the time he needed. That we completed an objective? Dev asked. That you told the Channing twins where to stand and they actually listened. Emma holstered her pistol. Don't make it weird. It's already weird, Marcus said. Half the game thinks they should copy whatever you two do, and the other half wants to prove you're doing it wrong. Patel just made both groups look stupid. Dev frowned. That wasn't the point. A player from one of the gun-heavy parties approached while the replay continued. He glanced towards the cracked beetle shell, then at Dev. How did you know when to switch from rifles to magic? I didn't switch. Dev gestured towards the damaged cooling line. We used the tool that solved each problem. Marcus held the beetle. Emma shaped the barrier. Kayla protected the objective. Maya exploited the opening. I repaired the line and fired when armor cracked. The player looked back at his own team. We emptied 2 magazines into one of those things. And the magic group nearly emptied their mana doing the same job, Dev said. Neither resource is free. Stop treating equipment like a class identity. More questions came from the nearby parties, practical ones this time. Shield angles. Ammunition conservation. Who should carry repair tools? Whether a mage should keep a firearm when mana was low. Dev answered what he knew and refused to pretend he knew more. Emma waited until the crowd began comparing loadouts among themselves. Congratulations. Dev looked at her suspiciously. For what? You've become educational content. Kayla grinned. It happens faster than you think. Beyond them, the full glasshouse foundry entrance remained open, its deeper objectives still uncleared. Dev looked towards it while players behind him argued about combined teams instead of guns against magic. The approach had proved his point. The dungeon waiting beyond it would demand more. 25. The Glasshouse Stream. 5 days after the approach clear, Emma stood at the Glasshouse Foundry entrance again while a sponsorship authorization occupied the center of her interface. The professionals had already fought over the contract language. Public combat feed, party audio, objective progress and ordinary exterior equipment were permitted. Private system panels, personal AP or SP allocations and unrelated account information were not. Emma read the restrictions once anyway before touching the final confirmation beside Kayla's earlier matching authorization. That's it. We're signing the stream release, not giving them another route into our accounts. Marcus checked the camera marker hovering beyond the entrance. You know they're going to ask for dramatic shots. They already have, Maya said. She adjusted her grip on her focus and looked towards the dark opening. Apparently I'm supposed to stay behind Emma because her barriers look better on camera. Dev gave her a flat look. Stay where the objective needs you. Exactly. Maya stepped past the camera's suggested starting mark before anyone could arrange her. Can we go kill things now? Emma dismissed the signed page. That was bounded promise decision number 3 finished, and the rest belonged to the people paid to manage sponsorships. Please. The dungeon accepted their party and sealed the entrance behind them. Heat struck first. Crystal metal walls rose around a production floor crossed by glowing channels, suspended pipes and machinery that looked functional despite whatever catastrophe had emptied the place. A cooling line ran along the far wall towards the deeper forge, already flashing an objective warning. Keep cooling line operational. Something pale slid from beneath the nearest pipe. Slime, Dev called. The cooling slime flattened across the floor and wrapped itself around the line. Frost spread over the crystal metal casing while a second creature emerged farther ahead. Emma raised Aegis screen 2 as forge imps scrambled down from an overhead service frame. Don't let them separate us, she said. They're not the problem. Maya pointed past them. The line is. A crystal beetle burst from behind a damaged machine housing and struck the pipe hard enough to make the objective indicator pulse red. Marcus moved to intercept it while Dev fired at an imp crossing towards the fittings. Emma angled her barrier across the center lane, giving Kayla and Maya room to move without blocking their attacks. Maya ignored the stream camera trying to reposition beside Emma and ran straight for the cooling junction. Kayla, with me. Emma, keep that beetle off the pipe. Emma shifted to cover her. The sponsorship wanted heroes arranged for the audience. The Foundry had already chosen a different picture. Maya and Kayla reached the cooling junction while Emma and Marcus forced the beetle away from the pipe. Dev fired twice at a forge imp crossing the machinery above them, then shifted towards the control housing beside the line. Flows holding. Keep the slimes off the hot side and we can move. A heavy impact sounded deeper in the Foundry. The machinery around them answered with a rising mechanical hum, and the orange glow beneath the floor brightened. Emma felt the heat against her face before the dungeon warning changed. Foundry heat cycle altered. The glassback smith stepped onto the far forge floor. It stood taller than Marcus, 4 arms working independently around a broad crystal-backed torso. One hand carried a hammer, another dragged a broken blade from a scrap pile, and the remaining pair fed damaged metal into a glowing forge built directly into the floor. Emma watched the fractured weapon soften, change shape and emerge whole enough for the creature to grip. Marcus stared at it. It repairs its weapons during the fight? Reforges them, Dev said. And look at the floor. The heat cycle surged again. Channels that had been safe seconds earlier turned orange, while another section darkened as coolant redirected through the Foundry. A crystal beetle crossed onto the hotter surface and its armor began warming instead of cracking. Emma backed away from it. Our approach trick just stopped working. Not stopped, Dev said. Changed. We need the cooling system controlling where the heat goes. A notification opened at the edge of Emma's vision before she could answer. It wasn't from the dungeon. Sponsor production request. Expanded live panel access requested for boss engagement. She almost dismissed it automatically, but a second request followed, asking for combat resource displays and current character statistics to be added to the public overlay. Someone outside had decided the boss fight needed numbers. Kayla glanced towards her. You got it too? Yes. Marcus drove the beetle away from the cooling line and looked back. Please tell me nobody expects us to negotiate a broadcast contract while that thing is rebuilding weapons. Another hammer strike rang across the chamber. The glassback smith threw the restored blade aside, reached into a mound of broken equipment and began feeding more scrap into the forge. The floor changed again, pushing the active heat lane towards the cooling junction Maya was protecting. Maya planted herself beside the pipe. Deal with the cameras later. If this line goes, we lose the dungeon. Emma left the sponsor request open without granting anything. Maya was right. The smith had changed the fight, and the cooling line had just become the center of it. Emma dismissed the request without granting a single additional field. A confirmation replaced it immediately, recording the refusal while the public feed continued under the restrictions they'd already signed. No combat stats. No private panel access. They can watch what we do. Good, Maya said. She planted herself between the cooling junction and the advancing heat lane as another cooling slime crawled towards the pipe. Because I'm busy. Dev had already reached the forge controls. A component pattern hovered above the work surface, demanding intact material and uninterrupted cooling while the forge completed its cycle. He swept loose scrap away from the glassback smith's nearest root, then loaded the required crystal metal into the forming cradle. I need this station alive. Maya, if the line fails, the forge fails with it. Then forge. The smith hurled its repaired blade across the floor. Emma caught the strike on Aegis screen 2 and angled it aside, but the impact still shoved her backwards. Marcus moved past her before the Guardian could retrieve another weapon, forcing it away from the scrap piles and towards the brighter section of floor. Maya didn't follow them. A forge imp dropped onto the cooling pipe beside her, and she hit it with arc bolts before turning immediately towards a slime spreading across the trench. Cutting it would only divide the creature, so she used her position instead, forcing it away from the hottest machinery while Kayla kept ward veil between her and the next imp. You need help? Kayla asked. I need the line protected. Maya pointed towards another movement marker without taking her eyes off the junction. Left side. Kayla shifted rather than replacing her. Emma noticed the choice even while blocking another hammer strike. Maya wasn't being protected through the objective. She was carrying it. Dev worked through the component sequence while the foundry cycled beneath him. Halfway. Keep the smith off this platform. Marcus drove the Guardian towards the quench floor, but it twisted away when another pile of broken weapons came within reach. Emma saw the turn and fired into the scrap instead of the smith, scattering the usable pieces beyond its grasp. Deny the weapons, she called. Don't chase damage. The next heat shift washed across Maya's position. She held long enough for Dev's forge indicator to climb, then stepped around the cooling junction as another slime reached for the exposed pipe. Dev? Almost. Maya raised her hand and fired past the pipe into the approaching imp. Then finish it. The forge locked shut around the forming component. Behind them, the glassback smith turned away from Marcus and started towards the cooling line. Maya saw it coming and didn't retreat. Quench floor, she called. Marcus, bring it across. Emma, keep the route open. Marcus struck the smith's flank and backed towards the darkened section of floor as Emma intercepted the Guardian's next hammer swing with Aegis screen 2. The barrier buckled but held long enough for Marcus to clear the lane. Dev stayed beside the sealed forge, watching the component cycle while Kayla protected him from the last forge imp. The smith followed Marcus onto the quench floor, then stopped when another scrap pile came within reach. Maya fired arc bolt into the loose metal instead of the Guardian, scattering broken weapons away from its hands. No more repairs. Emma understood immediately. She moved left, cutting off the nearest route back to the forge while Marcus pressed from the opposite side. The smith raised its hammer and committed to him. Now, Maya said. Dev hit the cooling control. Coolant surged beneath the floor. Frost raced across the quench channels, and the smith's heated crystal back cracked with a sound Emma heard over the machinery. Marcus disengaged before the Guardian could trap him. Emma fired into the opened fracture, Dev's rifle followed, and Maya's arc bolt struck through the damaged plate. The glassback smith staggered once, tried to reach the scattered scrap, then collapsed across the quench floor. The forge opened behind them. Safe component forged. Glasshouse foundry cleared. Emma's level notification arrived with the completion credit. Level 30. Kayla's appeared beside it through their shared awareness. One new skill point became available on each account, and the level 30 upgrade offered the same choice their ledger had been building towards. Emma selected Arc Bolt 2. Kayla did the same, improving efficiency and penetration without changing what the spell was. Maya leaned against the cooling junction and looked towards the stream camera. Please tell me that was heroic enough without showing anyone's private statistics. Marcus laughed. You spent half the boss fight defending plumbing. And we won doing it, Maya said. The public response was already moving faster than the replay. Emma opened only the permitted stream summary and watched mage training applications rise as clips spread of Maya holding the cooling line while everyone else worked around her objective. Dev collected the completed component from the forge, apparently protecting plumbing recruits mages. Emma looked at Maya, who had carried the part of the fight the sponsor hadn't wanted to feature. The stream had gone looking for heroes. It had shown people why a support mage mattered. 26. Family Party. 5 days after the Glasshouse stream, Kayla stood in the Channing house's secure cabin room while Mendez completed a handover that looked more like a military change of watch than anyone preparing to play a game. Serena Holt faced him across the communications console, Alpha's roster open between them. 4 cleared officers were already outside with her, and the secure log showed the time, command transfer and active coverage before Mendez touched his pod. Alpha is yours until I'm physically out and we've completed the return check. Serena confirmed the transfer. Close protection remains staffed. If the house moves, I command it. Good. Mendez looked towards Malik Grant and Priya Shah on the adjacent displays. Bravo's transport team was ready under Malik, while Priya held Charlie's perimeter and communications coverage. Nobody had been pulled from real protection so Mendez could gain levels. Transport? Vehicle ready. Route is live, Malik said. You're not getting called back because somebody forgot how Rota works. Priya gave him a brief smile from the Charlie station. HouseNet is mine. Go earn your levels. Across the room, Patty settled James more comfortably against her hip. He'd developed a fascination with the glowing pod controls and kept reaching for David's whenever she came close enough. Patty caught his hand before he succeeded. No, your account is still several years away. David checked his equipment list one final time, then looked at Patty rather than the pod. You're staying here until I'm back. I'm aware. Patty shifted James to her other arm. You're the one going into danger. Try not to make me regret agreeing that adult progression counts as preparedness. It does count. That wasn't permission to get shot. Kayla smiled despite herself. The family rule had survived long enough to become routine without becoming casual. One parent remained with James. Staffed security remained outside. Nobody disappeared into immersion because the twins happened to be stronger. Minutes later, Kayla opened her eyes inside the game beside Emma, David and Mendez at the Los Angeles Wall Zone staging point. David's Guardian class marker sat beside his name, while Mendez's Vanguard designation reflected the levels he'd earned without either twin carrying him through objectives. David checked the patrol route, then looked at both daughters. You're with us today, not in front of us. Emma raised an eyebrow. This isn't our first rodeo. We know how patrols work. I know exactly how you think protection works, David replied. Today you follow assignments. Mendez started towards the outer road. Kayla exchanged a look with Emma and followed. They hadn't gone far before something heavy crashed through brush beyond the verge, followed by the unmistakable scrape of plated hide against broken concrete. The scrape became a charge before Kayla finished turning. A razorback boar burst through the brush, plated shoulders low and thick enough to make the front of its body look armored. Emma moved immediately, stepping across David's firing lane as Aegis Screen 2 formed between him and the animal. Kayla raised Ward Vale on his other side while Mendez shifted forward to intercept. David's voice cut through all 3 movements. Stop protecting me. Kayla almost missed the words beneath the boar's pounding approach. Dad, it's charging. I can see that. David moved left, trying to recover the firing angle Emma had blocked. Emma, barrier right. Kayla, watch the flank. Mendez, don't take my target. The boar struck Emma's screen instead of reaching him. The barrier absorbed the impact, but the animal twisted away with its plated shoulder intact. David's expression hardened. You just gave it exactly what it wanted. Static defense and armor forward. Emma stepped back. We were keeping it off you. You were keeping me out of the fight. The razorback turned for another charge. David planted his feet, rifle already shouldered, and Kayla had to fight the urge to move between them again. He wasn't a civilian they'd dragged into a dangerous zone. He'd earned warrior, then guardian, through patrols they hadn't even attended. Treating him as fragile was another kind of carrying. David tracked the animal without firing. Mendez, pressure left. Mendez moved wide and struck the boar's attention just enough to change its line. The creature corrected towards him, exposing the softer tissue behind its plated shoulder for less than a second. David fired twice. The first round hit behind the foreleg. The second landed lower as the boar stumbled, but it kept moving. Emma now blocked the retreat, not the attack. Emma placed Aegis Screen 2 behind the animal, cutting off its turn back towards the brush. Kayla, right side. Kayla moved where he'd assigned her. The boar tried to pivot away from David and found her ward veil narrowing the lane instead of protecting him from it. David waited until the soft flank opened again and fired. The razorback collapsed before reaching the barrier. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Kayla lowered her veil and looked at her father. David checked the rifle before meeting her eyes. You can protect me when I need protecting. You don't get to decide I'm incapable before the fight starts. Kayla winced. That sounded uncomfortably familiar. Emma sighed. Very. Mendez looked towards the next patrol marker. Good. Then we've established who's commanding this block. David started forward without waiting for either daughter to argue. Assigned roles. Try staying in yours. David's order stayed with Kayla through the rest of the patrol block. He didn't need another rescue, and Mendez didn't need the twins turning every contact into a demonstration. By the time the return marker opened, Kayla had spent more effort restraining herself than casting. David still checked the route, still chose his firing lanes and still corrected Emma once when she drifted too far ahead. When they logged out, Patty was waiting in the cabin room with James asleep against her shoulder. David sat up in his pod and immediately looked towards the household display. Everything quiet? Quiet enough that you're taking him. Patty crossed the room and transferred James carefully into his arms before he could ask another question. You had your block. Mine starts when Reeves completes his handover. David adjusted automatically as James settled against his chest. Fair. Reeves stood beside the Charlie command station with Priya Shah on the secure house link. The handover log was already open, showing perimeter sensors, local communications and the current incident queue. He worked through each line rather than treating the transfer as a formality. Eastern cameras normal. Backup mesh is live. 2 sensor faults cleared before this block. Priya has Charlie until I'm physically back and checked. Priya confirmed each item. Charlie is staffed. House communications stay with me. If anything fails, I handle it outside before anyone thinks about interrupting immersion. Mendez had already returned to Alpha Command after Serena's relief block, while Malik Grant remained responsible for Bravo and its ready vehicle. Kayla watched the names settle into place on the board and finally understood why her father had been so sharp about assigned roles. The game session didn't replace the real operation. It fit inside it. Patty checked the coverage herself before approaching the second pod. David has James. Mendez has Alpha. Malik has Bravo. Priya has Charlie and the secure net. Reeves nodded. And I'm not required anywhere outside unless Priya calls the block. David looked down at James, then towards Patty. Go earn it. Patty smiled as she settled into the pod. Try not to reorganize the house while I'm gone. No promises. Kayla took her own place beside Emma. When the game returned around them, Patty and Reeves appeared at the wall zone staging point in their established roles, acolyte and technician rather than passengers waiting to be carried. Patty looked at the patrol objective, then at her daughters. Same rule your father gave you. Kayla already knew what was coming. Patty pointed towards the route. Let us do our jobs. Patty proved the point before Kayla had a chance to interfere. The patrol route led them to a damaged warning post where a wounded patrol NPC sat against the wall while the sensor housing beside him flashed a repair objective. Kayla moved towards the casualty automatically, then stopped herself when Patty was already kneeling beside him. Reeves went straight to the open housing without waiting for Emma to inspect it. Minor bleeding, bruising and no sign of internal trauma, Patty said after sense distress confirmed what her examination had suggested. She used mend only after cleaning and dressing the wound through ordinary first aid, then looked at Kayla. You may stand there looking helpful. Kayla folded her arms. I'm practicing restraint. Needs work. Beside them, Reeves had the sensor casing open and was tracing the failed circuit by hand. Emma crouched near enough to cover him without touching the repair. Want another set of eyes? When I do, I'll ask. Reeves isolated the damaged connection, replaced the failed section from the patrol repair kit and tested the unit before closing the housing. The warning post came alive, and his contribution marker updated beside Patty's medical credit. The rest of the block followed the same pattern. Kayla and Emma covered what the patrol required, but Patty and Reeves completed their own objectives, made their own decisions and received credit for work nobody had handed to them. When the return marker finally opened, Kayla's level notification appeared alongside Emma's through their shared awareness. Level 33. Back in the cabin room, the household ledger recorded the checkpoint without displaying anyone's private statistics. David remained level 25 Guardian. Patty had reached level 23 as an acolyte. Mendez stood at level 27 Vanguard, while Alvarez and Reeves were both level 24 on their technician pads. David read the summary with James sitting on his knee. Nobody carried? Patty removed her pod interface and gave him a pointed look. Your daughters behaved themselves. Mostly, Reeves said. Kayla glanced towards Emma. We're improving. Mendez checked the live security board before looking at the progression record. Alpha was staffed, Bravo still had its ready vehicle and Charlie had never lost the secure house net. Nobody had abandoned James, stripped the property of protection or sacrificed someone else's progression to make the schedule work. Kayla looked from the active rota to the adult levels beside it. The game hadn't required the family to stop protecting one another. It had required them to stop confusing protection with doing everything for someone else. David bounced James once on his knee. Same system next block. This time, Kayla didn't try to improve it. 27. No free answer. 5 days after Kayla decided not to improve the family rota, Emma stood beside her in USC's design studio while Professor Ree wrote 3 words across the main display. Irreversible optimization problem. Their level 33 progression could wait. The assignment due today had nothing to do with killing monsters faster, and Ree had made that point before either twin reached the room. He faced the class. Most optimization problems assume you can revise a bad decision. Change the design, rerun the model, spend more resources and try again. Today, you don't get that luxury. Emma opened the assignment packet on her workstation. Beside her, Nia Brooks did the same while Kayla leaned closer to read the constraint list. The scenario was deliberately broad. Each team would be presented with several benefits, each apparently superior under a different metric, but some choices permanently removed later options. The winning answer wasn't the largest immediate improvement. They had to defend what they preserved as well as what they gained. A student across the studio raised his hand. So we're supposed to choose the option with the best long-term projected value? Professor Ree shook his head. You're supposed to decide whether you have enough information to know what long-term value means. Emma smiled faintly. That changed the problem. Nia noticed. You already have an answer. I have an instinct, Emma said. That's usually when he tells us we've skipped something. Good, Ree called from 3 tables away. Miss Channing is learning. Kayla laughed under her breath. He definitely heard you. He always hears me. Emma studied the decision tree again. One branch offered a large immediate capability increase while permanently closing several unknown future branches. Another preserved flexibility but produced a smaller measurable return. A third delayed the decision while imposing an accumulating cost. None came with enough information to prove what waited beyond the locked choices. Kayla tapped the largest number. Past life me would have hated leaving that on the table. Emma knew exactly what she meant. In the old timeline, immediate strength had often determined whether someone survived long enough to regret a bad build. Currentus should still hate leaving it. Nia looked between them. That sounds like you're arguing for it. No. Emma enlarged the dependency map. I'm saying rejecting something because it looks tempting is just as lazy as taking it because the number is big. We need to know what the choice destroys. Professor Ree stopped beside their table. Then that is your assignment. Defend an irreversible choice without pretending uncertainty has disappeared. Emma looked at the branching model and began marking every option that could never be recovered once surrendered. Several hours later, inside the game, the lesson stopped being theoretical. Kayla and Maya entered the reward vault at the end of their scheduled objective chain and found 3 reward displays waiting beneath the completion marker. Emma barely noticed the smaller options at first. The relic in the center had the largest damage increase she'd seen offered at their level. Maya stepped closer to the display. "That's not subtle." "It isn't supposed to be," Kayla said. Emma opened the full description instead of accepting the headline. The damage increase applied immediately and scaled with later offensive progression, making it far stronger than anything they currently carried. For a player trying to clear faster, it was exactly the sort of reward that made every alternative look timid. Then Emma reached the restriction field. Acceptance permanently fixed the account to the relic's listed offensive class branch. Future class evolutions outside that branch would become unavailable. Kayla read over her shoulder. "That's a very expensive damage bonus." Maya frowned. "Expensive? It doesn't cost currency." Emma expanded the class restriction until it occupied most of her display. "It costs choices." The old version of EJ would have understood the attraction immediately. Faster kills meant faster clears. Faster clears meant more experience, safer grinding and earlier access to stronger content. In a world where falling behind could eventually kill you, turning down immediate power had never felt intellectually clean. Sometimes the biggest number really had been the best survival decision. Maya examined the relic again. "But if somebody already knows they want that branch, what's the downside?" "Maybe none," Emma said. "If they actually know." Kayla opened the future class information available to them. Much of it remained deliberately incomplete. Names, broad roles and prerequisites were visible in places, but the game wasn't handing them a complete map of every later specialization. Accepting the relic would therefore exchange known damage now for unknown options later. Maya folded her arms. "Which is exactly Ree's assignment?" Emma gave her a look. "I was hoping not to hear his voice inside the game." "You brought the homework with you." Emma returned her attention to the relic. The acceptance control remained open, bright and uncomplicated. One confirmation would make them stronger immediately. The restriction beneath it was just as clear. She didn't touch either choice. "Before we pick anything, we read every other reward." Kayla opened the remaining displays while Maya moved between them. Most of the rewards were ordinary enough to dismiss quickly: temporary supplies, equipment improvements and narrow bonuses that offered useful advantages without changing an account's future. The final pair required more attention. 2 small utility seeds appeared together, one assigned to each twin, with descriptions built around later development rather than immediate combat output. Neither carried the fixed class restriction attached to the damage relic. Maya compared the displays twice. "These are weaker." "Right now," Kayla said. She brought the relic description back beside the seeds. "The relic gives us something measurable today. These don't promise anything nearly as dramatic." Emma examined every restriction field before allowing herself to consider the choice settled. The damage relic was still excellent at what it offered. That mattered. Pretending the alternative was secretly stronger would turn the decision into another easy answer, exactly what Professor Ree had warned them against. Maya pointed at the relic. "If you take that, you clear faster. Faster clears mean more experience, which means you reach later abilities sooner. You could be giving up months of advantage because you're afraid of closing a door you might never use." "Yes," Emma said. Maya blinked. "That's your defense?" "It's part of it." Emma placed the paired utility seeds beside the relic on her display. "We can value the damage. We can estimate what faster clears are worth. What we can't value properly is every class option we haven't been shown yet. The relic asks us to pretend the unknown part is worth 0. Kayla nodded towards the seeds. "These give us less now, but they don't make that decision for our future selves." Maya looked between them. "So always choose flexibility?" "No," Emma said. "If staying flexible gets you killed before the choice matters, it's worthless. If we knew the fixed branch was the one we wanted, I'd take the relic." That was the part Emma trusted. They weren't refusing power because caution sounded wiser. They were refusing a permanent answer before they possessed the information needed to justify it. She selected her utility seed. Kayla confirmed the paired selection a moment later. The damage relic vanished from their available rewards without entering either inventory. Maya watched it disappear. That hurt, didn't it? Emma stared at the empty space where the largest number had been. Enough that I know it was a real choice. The reward vault accepted the decision without congratulating them. The paired utility seeds remained in their separate inventories, the fixed branch relic was gone, and the route beyond the vault reopened towards the completion chamber. Maya followed them through, still looking thoughtful rather than convinced. Emma preferred that. If the answer had been obvious to everyone after 5 minutes of explanation, Professor Ree's assignment wouldn't have been worth assigning. The final objective marker activated when all three reached the chamber. Emma accepted the completion record, and accumulated progression settled into place almost immediately. Level 35. Kayla's matching notification reached Emma through their private awareness. The level itself mattered, but Emma went straight to the class information rather than the larger number beside her name. Kinetic Assist 2 had become available on her own path, offering greater mass handling and finer control without changing what the ability fundamentally did. Kayla's corresponding level 35 option was Ward Veil 2, strengthening and widening the defensive tool she already understood. Maya watched them examine the choices. So you turned down the huge damage relic and immediately got stronger anyway. Not in the same way, Emma said. She confirmed Kinetic Assist 2 only after reading its limits. That relic would have decided what kind of stronger I was allowed to become later. Kayla finished checking Ward Veil 2 and selected it. This improves something I already chose. It doesn't close the rest of the map. Emma opened the future class preview again. The information remained incomplete, but the level 50 branch points were still present. Aegis Paladin remained available on her route, while Kayla's High Priest path remained untouched. Other compatible possibilities stayed visible as unresolved options rather than grayed-out choices they could never revisit. Maya leaned closer. You checked. Of course I checked. You already knew that was the reason. I knew what the reward description claimed. Emma closed the panel. Irreversible decisions deserve verification. Kayla gave her a sidelong look. You're going to put that sentence in the assignment. I am now. Maya laughed and headed towards the exit marker. Professor Ree is going to regret teaching you terminology. Emma followed, but looked once more at the still open level 50 branches before dismissing the interface. They had reached level 35 without buying certainty they didn't possess. The next dungeon wouldn't care about the elegance of that reasoning. It would only test whether the choices they'd preserved were worth having. 28. Sunken Choir. 6 days after preserving their level 50 options, Kayla stood waist-deep in black game water beneath Long Beach while the Sunken Choir entrance finished sealing behind the party. The submerged station dropped away ahead of them through a tilted corridor, its walls curved rather than built in straight human lines. Pale guide marks showed the safe route into the flooded temple ship, but the objective display was less comforting. Trapped scholars remained alive inside, 3 resonance chambers had to be silenced, and failure conditions included separation, breath loss and sonic disorientation. Kayla checked the tether clipped to Emma, then the next junction in the party line. Nobody detaches because they think they can swim faster alone. If your breath warning reaches yellow, signal before it becomes an emergency. Emma tested the line between them. You realize telling Olympic swimmers not to show off underwater is deeply insulting. I was mostly talking to you. The first flooded section swallowed the last pocket of air. Kayla pushed forward, letting her swimming training do the work rather than wasting mana against the water. Their breath plan divided the route around marked recovery pockets, and the tethers kept everyone within reach even when the corridor opened into a chamber large enough to hide its far wall. The first scholar marker appeared below them, wedged behind a collapsed screen near the base of a carved pillar. 3 small shapes moved around the wreckage. Gilkin. More emerged from gaps in the walls, amphibious bodies twisting through the water as they rushed the party's lights. One caught the rear tether and pulled. Junction. Kayla called through Mind Link. Emma turned, but Kayla stopped her before an arc bolt formed. Not beside the scholar. Draw them off. A low power pulse flashed from the opposite side of the chamber. The Gilkin reacted immediately, abandoning the tether to chase the moving light. Kayla dropped towards the trapped scholar while Emma protected the junction. Another Gilkin darted for Kayla's lamp, but she let it take the light rather than turn the rescue into a close-range spell fight. The scholar was pinned, conscious and frightened. Kayla secured a second line around the wreckage, checked the injury marker and began freeing them carefully. Beyond the collapsed screen, a circular mechanism pulsed against the wall in measured intervals. Emma followed Kayla's gaze. First chamber? Kayla felt the next vibration pass through the water and into her ribs. Has to be. She looked towards the rescued scholar, then along the tether connecting the entire party. They'd found the first person they needed to save and the first chamber they needed to silence. Neither problem was going to wait politely for the other. Kayla secured the freed scholar to the rescue line and started towards the circular chamber mechanism, but the next pulse struck before she reached it. The water compressed around her hard enough to jar her teeth. Her direction sense slipped sideways, and for 2 seconds the corridor ahead seemed to turn beneath her even though she knew it hadn't moved. Hold positions, Kayla said through mind link. Don't follow what you think you're hearing. A long shape flashed beyond Emma's shoulder. Then another. Bell eels swept through the chamber in opposite directions while figures detached themselves from the carved walls. The choir husks moved with them, drowned attendants using the chamber's pulses to coordinate their attack. One drove into the party line as an eel struck from the other side. The tether snapped tight, separating Emma and 2 others from Kayla, Lena and the rescued scholar. Kayla saw one party member spin into the pillar and immediately pushed towards them. I've got the casualty. Lena was already moving. So do I. Another pressure pulse rolled through the chamber. Kayla forced herself to ignore the false sense of falling and reached the injured player first. She caught their harness, checked the damage and used Stabilize 2 before the next attack could worsen it. Behind her, Lena turned to protect the scholar because somebody had to. Emma's voice reached her through mind link. Kayla, we've got husks on this side and 2 eels circling the tether. Keep them off the junction. I'm coming. You're treating someone. I know. Kayla finished securing the injured player, then pulled along the tether towards Emma. A choir husk struck before she crossed half the distance. Another party member took the blow against the shoulder and lost control of their position. Kayla changed direction at once. Lena caught her arm. Stop. They're hurt. And I'm standing right here. Kayla pulled free and reached the second casualty, checking them while Emma held the divided line together farther ahead. The chamber pulsed again. Every attack was using the same weakness against them. Disorientation created separation, separation created injuries, and each injury pulled Kayla away from everyone else. Lena followed, anger replacing the patience in her voice. You asked us to enter as a party. Try acting like you brought another healer. I'm making sure nobody goes down. No, you're making sure you touch every casualty yourself. Lena pointed towards the scholar still secured behind them while the bell eels circled for another pass. If you don't trust me to do my job, say it now. Kayla opened her mouth, but the next chamber pulse hit before she could answer. This time, she heard the accusation clearly even after the water stopped shaking. Kayla looked from Lena to the injured player, then towards the rescued scholar behind them. Every instinct told her to keep moving between casualties herself. That instinct had already helped split the party once. You're right, Kayla said. Triage is yours. Tell me who needs moving and who stays. Lena's anger vanished into concentration. She checked the injured player Kayla had just reached, then pointed towards the scholar. They're stable enough to wait. Take this one through the junction. I'll handle both casualties and bring the scholar after you clear the route. Kayla almost asked whether Lena was sure. She stopped herself. Emma, bring your side back to the tether. We move on Lena's calls. Gladly, Emma replied through mind link. Because another eel is coming. The bell eel swept out of the dark as Kayla reached the separated swimmer. She caught the back of their harness, kicked hard and angled them towards the junction. The eel accelerated. Kayla waited until its line committed, then cast Ward Veil 2 across the narrow approach. The barrier caught the creature's charge long enough to turn its head aside, but Kayla didn't hold it and waste mana. She dropped the veil, pulled the swimmer through and kept moving. Again in 6 seconds, Emma warned. Kayla reached the next chamber mechanism before the pulse. Its rhythm matched the pressure waves that had been disrupting them. On the quiet interval, Emma, cover the tether. Lena? Casualties stable, Lena answered. Scholar moving. Kayla counted through the next pulse, then reached into the chamber controls during the gap. Another swimmer joined her, and together they forced the mechanism through its locking sequence before the next wave could build. The chamber went still. The effect was immediate. One source of false direction disappeared, leaving the remaining pulses easier to separate from the movement of the water. Kayla didn't celebrate. Next chamber. They advanced as a unit. Lena controlled the wounded and told Kayla when someone actually required extraction. Kayla swam those rescues, placing Ward Veil 2 only when an eel committed to an attack or a choir husk threatened the tether. Emma guarded the junctions rather than chasing kills. One chamber fell silent, then the last. The final mechanism locked with a heavy vibration through the wall. Ahead, a sealed doorway opened onto a larger flooded hall. A new objective appeared. Drowned Cantor access available. Kayla checked Lena before looking towards the opening. Everyone ready? Lena finished securing the last scholar and met her eyes. Now we are. The chamber beyond them pulsed once, slower and far stronger than anything they had silenced. Kayla's breath broke halfway through the pressure wave, and every spell structure she'd been holding in mind scattered. At the center of the hall, the drowned Cantor rose from behind a flooded altar, its ruined ceremonial robes drifting around a body that looked almost weightless until it opened its mouth. Wait for the pulse, Kayla said through mind link. Nobody casts through it. Emma shifted beside her. That gives us a very small window. Then don't waste it. The next pressure wave struck. Kayla stopped fighting the disruption and let her spell collapse cleanly rather than lose mana trying to force it stable. The instant the pressure passed, Emma fired Arc Bolt 2. The bolt struck the Cantor before it could begin another cycle, and the rest of the party attacked with her. Kayla held Ward Veil 2 across the exposed swimmers until the warning vibration returned. Stop. Brace. They obeyed. The Cantor's next pulse hammered through the chamber, but nobody broke formation. Without the 3 smaller chambers reinforcing it, the attack still disrupted breathing and casting, yet it no longer twisted their sense of direction. Lena kept the rescued scholars behind the protected line while Kayla watched the boss rather than abandoning position to check them herself. Lena caught her glance. They're mine. Kayla nodded. Tell me if that changes. 3 cycles taught them the rhythm. Pulse, recover, attack, brace. Emma stopped trying to squeeze one more cast into the closing gap. Kayla stopped trying to protect everyone personally. When the Cantor surged towards the scholars during the 4th opening, Emma intercepted its path while Kayla placed Ward Veil 2 between the boss and Lena's group. Now, Emma called. The party struck together. The Cantor recoiled, tried to begin another song and failed before the pressure wave formed. Its body collapsed beside the altar, and the water finally went still. Completion notices spread across Kayla's interface. Level 40. Her new class option appeared beneath it. Mend. Kayla read the limits before confirming. Minor tissue repair, high mana cost, no instant restoration of major injuries. Useful, but not permission to become the only healer in every room. Emma's matching notification carried shared Aegis, extending part of her barrier to one linked ally. Kayla felt her sister's satisfaction through their private bond before Emma spoke. Apparently the game approves of teamwork. Lena snorted. It took you 240 levels? Kayla looked from the rescued scholars to the party that had carried them out together. Some lessons need repetition. The dungeon exit opened beyond the silent altar. Level 40 was theirs, but Kayla left knowing the more important change wasn't something the game could put on her panel. 29. The Long Patrol. 6 days after the sunken choir clear, Marcus Reed walked beside a medicine carrier beyond Los Angeles's east wall and wondered why anyone with access to a dungeon would volunteer for this. The convoy had 3 enclosed vehicles, 2 armed escorts and enough medical crates to keep an outer settlement clinic supplied through its next delivery window. The route paid less experience than a concentrated dungeon clear, offered no boss chest and required them to spend hours crossing territory where the enemies were scattered instead of waiting conveniently behind doors. Dev checked the thermal display mounted beside the lead vehicle's cab. Movement on the northern slope. One contact, then nothing. Marcus tightened his grip on his weapon and searched the broken houses above the road. Fog cougars were supposed to be difficult to see even before they attacked. Their mottled hides blended into ruined suburbs, and unlike half the creatures people streamed for entertainment, they didn't announce themselves by charging straight down the road. Then we stop and clear it. Emma shook her head from the opposite side of the carrier. We stop every time a thermal sensor twitches. This medicine arrives tomorrow. And if a cougar gets into the convoy? Then we deal with the cougar, Kayla said. The mission is the medicine, Marcus. He glanced at her. You two really know how to make killing monsters sound secondary. It is secondary, Dev said. He tapped the side of the carrier. These boxes are why we're out here. That irritated Marcus mostly because he couldn't argue with it. He'd spent months telling viewers that practical builds mattered, that humans needed people willing to stand in front when something ugly came through the dark. Escorting medicine should have fit that argument perfectly. Somehow, walking beside a slow vehicle while refusing every tempting movement on the ridges felt less heroic than he'd imagined. The convoy rolled onward. Marcus forced himself to watch the terrain instead of hunting it. Broken windows, drainage cuts, abandoned gardens and collapsed walls offered dozens of places for a fog cougar to wait. He kept close enough to the carrier that an ambush couldn't isolate him without first crossing the group. Dev's thermal unit chirped again. This time, Marcus saw the shape a heartbeat later. A mottled body slipped between two ruined walls ahead, visible only when it crossed a strip of open sunlight. Marcus raised his weapon. Emma's barrier shimmered into readiness beside the lead vehicle. Don't chase. Marcus held position as the cougar vanished again. The medicine carrier kept moving, and somewhere beyond the road, something patient moved with them. The shape on the ridge vanished, but Marcus never got the chance to decide whether the fog cougar was still following them. A cry cut across the road from above, sharp enough to make him look up. Sunlight flashed along transparent edged feathers as the first glasswing hawk dropped from a utility tower. Air, Dev shouted. Marcus ducked as the hawk crossed above the medicine carrier. Its talons missed him, but the second bird came lower. Emma raised her barrier before it reached Kayla, and the hawk struck the angled surface hard enough to skid sideways through the air. 3 more shapes lifted from the roofs ahead. Flock, Emma said. Stay against the vehicles. Marcus tracked the nearest bird with his weapon, but every time he found a clean angle it folded its wings and dropped. The glass wings weren't circling like ordinary birds. They attacked exposed people, withdrew behind the ruined buildings, then came back from another direction before anyone could settle. The lead carrier stopped when 2 hawks crossed directly in front of its cab. The second vehicle braked behind it, leaving the convoy trapped along the narrow road. Marcus pointed towards the buildings. We push forward and clear the roofs. Dev shook his head without lowering his rifle. You leave the carriers, they keep diving on everyone who stays. Then we can't sit here. A heavy crash sounded behind them. Marcus turned. Movement filled the road they'd just crossed. The first ironhide elk stepped from a broken park entrance, antlers spanning almost the width of the lane. Plaited hide covered its chest and shoulders. 2 more followed, then another, forming a defensive herd across the retreat route. Kayla moved closer to the rear carrier. Nobody fires at the elk unless they charge. Marcus stared at her. They're blocking the road. And their armor is facing us, Dev said. That's the worst angle we could choose. A glasswing dived before Marcus could answer. He stepped towards it, weapon rising, but the bird broke away the instant he exposed himself from the carrier. Another dropped from the opposite side and forced him back under Emma's barrier. The convoy had become a box. Glasswings controlled the open ground above and beside them. The ironhide herd denied the road behind them, while the unseen fog cougar still had cover somewhere along the slope. Marcus looked from the elk to the circling birds. Charging one threat would expose the convoy to the others. Emma shifted her barrier towards the next incoming dive. Marcus, if we're getting these vehicles through, we need one plan. This time, he didn't have an easy answer. Marcus kept watching the circling glass wings while Emma shifted her barrier to cover the space between the lead carrier and the second vehicle. The obvious answer still pulled at him. Get onto the roofs, force the birds to fight at close range, then deal with the elk once the air was clear. It would also leave the medicine convoy without its strongest melee fighter while the fog cougar waited somewhere he couldn't see. Emma pointed towards the narrow lane beside the first carrier. I can give Dev a protected firing position, but I can't cover every side at once. We need the birds coming through one approach. Dev crouched beside the vehicle and checked the angles towards the roofs. Give me the eastern side. If everyone stays out of that lane, I can shoot when they commit to a dive instead of trying to track them through cover. Marcus looked towards the elk. And them? Leave them alone, Dev said. They're defending the herd. We don't need the road behind us if we can move forward. Another glasswing dropped towards Emma. Her barrier caught its dive and turned it across the road. Dev didn't fire because Marcus was standing beyond her shoulder. Marcus understood the problem immediately and hated that it was his problem. He stepped back against the carrier. Your lane's clear. Dev fired on the next dive. The rifle cracked once, and the hawk tumbled across the road before it could reach the barrier. The remaining birds climbed instead of following it down. Marcus pointed towards the gap between the vehicles. I'll hold here. Anything lands inside the convoy, I take it. Nobody crosses Dev's line chasing one. Emma glanced at him. That works. Don't sound so surprised. I wasn't. You absolutely were. A glasswing swept low over the rear carrier, but Marcus stayed where he was. Kayla ducked behind the vehicle rather than exposing herself, and the bird turned towards Emma's protected lane. Dev waited until it committed, then fired. This one escaped, but its climb carried it away from the convoy instead of into another attack. Movement flickered along the northern slope. Marcus caught the mottled outline of the fog cougar crouched behind a broken wall, waiting for someone to separate. He raised his weapon but didn't move towards it. Cougar's still there. Dev kept his rifle trained on the next glasswing approach. Then don't give it what it wants. Marcus planted himself beside the medicine carrier and watched all three threats instead of choosing the one he most wanted to fight. Fine. We move the convoy through Emma's cover. Dev owns the firing lane, and I keep anything that gets close off the vehicles. Emma began shifting her barrier forward. Now we've got a plan. Marcus moved with the lead carrier instead of ahead of it. The choice felt wrong for the first 20 meters. Every instinct wanted him searching the roofs for the next glasswing or climbing towards the fog cougar's last position, but Dev's rifle covered the open lane and Emma's barrier gave the convoy something better than another hunter. It gave the drivers room to move. A glasswing dropped towards the second vehicle. Dev fired once and forced it away before it reached the roof. Another came from Marcus's side, too low for the firing lane. He waited until it committed, stepped out only far enough to meet it and struck as it crossed the carrier's flank. The bird hit the road, rolled and scrambled back into the air before he could finish it. Marcus started after it, then stopped himself. Still moving. Kayla glanced towards him while keeping pace beside the rear carrier. Look at that. He can learn. Don't ruin it. Behind them, the ironhide elk remained across the road but didn't charge. The herd watched the convoy leave instead of following, exactly as Dev had predicted. Marcus hated being pleased by not fighting something. The fog cougar made one final attempt near the edge of the ruined district. It burst from a collapsed garden wall towards the gap between the second and third carriers, choosing the moment Emma's barrier was angled against another glasswing dive. Marcus was already there. He intercepted the cougar without pursuing beyond the vehicles, driving it sideways before its claws reached the convoy. Dev's rifle cracked from the protected lane. The shot struck behind the cougar's shoulder, and the animal fled uphill rather than risk another attack. Leave it, Marcus called before anyone else could chase. Hearing the words in his own voice was almost embarrassing. The road widened beyond the ruins. Defensive markers appeared first, followed by the outer settlement's barricades and the clinic objective beacon. The carriers crossed the delivery line one after another, and the mission display confirmed every medicine crate intact. Marcus looked at the experience notice, then at the vehicles being waved through the checkpoint. That paid better than I expected. Emma smiled. You sound disappointed. I'm reconsidering several deeply held beliefs. 2-level notifications appeared beside the twins. Level 45. Emma's new ability registered as Interception Step 2. Kayla received Cognitive Anchor 2. Marcus watched them read the notices, then looked back at the medicine disappearing into the clinic entrance. They'd gained 5 levels without turning the convoy into a hunt. He rested his weapon against his shoulder. Fine. Civic duty isn't completely inefficient. 30. Platform corrections. Emma stepped onto the 10-meter platform and immediately noticed what the developmental suppression field had taken away. There was no access to game mind link, no magical reinforcement waiting behind instinct, and no class ability available if she reached for it. The restrictions were expected. What mattered was the quiet thread connecting her to Kayla beneath all of that, unchanged and unmistakably theirs. Coach Sato looked up from the pool deck. You're here to dive, not test the field. Forward sequence first. Full list. Emma moved back to her mark. Understood. Kayla waited near the stairs while Emma completed the approach, drove through the hurdle and took the first rotation without adding the extra force that had become increasingly natural in the game. The water closed over her cleanly. She surfaced, checked Coach Sato rather than the score display and found him studying the replay. Your hurdle was high, he said. Your opening was early. Emma climbed out. By how much? Enough that I noticed. Do it again without trying to correct anything halfway through. That irritated her more than it should have. She knew exactly where the adjustment belonged, but Coach Sato was asking her to repeat the movement before changing it. Emma climbed again and obeyed. The second dive felt slightly slow through the rotation, yet the entry was cleaner. Coach Sato pointed towards Kayla. Now synchronized. Same sequence. Your own timing, your own technique. The bond can tell you where your sister is. It doesn't get to perform the dive for either of you. Kayla joined Emma on the platform. That sounded suspiciously aimed at you. Emma glanced sideways. You're standing here too. Because he needs someone to demonstrate good behavior. Coach Sato's voice carried from below. If you're finished helping each other, take your marks. They stepped back together. Emma felt Kayla through the innate link, not as words or borrowed sight, but as the familiar awareness that had existed long before either of them entered the game. The suppression field hadn't touched it. Emma raised her arms, waited for Coach Sato's signal and began the approach. Their feet struck the platform in matched rhythm. Hurdles rose together, bodies leaving the edge within a fraction of one another. Emma resisted the urge to force perfect synchronization and followed the technique instead. They opened, aligned and entered close enough together that the two splashes nearly became one. When Emma surfaced, Coach Sato was already shaking his head. Again, he called. You're both faster than you were before the game, and you're starting to trust that speed more than the dive. Emma pulled herself from the pool and looked up at Coach Sato. Faster isn't supposed to make the timing worse. It doesn't, he said. Using speed to fix timing makes it worse. Back up. Same synchronized dive again. Emma climbed beside Kayla, replaying the last attempt despite knowing Coach Sato hadn't asked her to. The opening had felt controlled, but she could see where more speed would buy them a cleaner finish. She'd spent weeks in the game learning to exploit every fraction of improved movement. Using less of what her body could do felt almost as wrong as ignoring an available spell during a fight. Kayla settled beside her. Don't fix it before we start. I'm not. You're thinking very loudly. Emma resisted answering through the bond and faced forward instead. Coach Sato raised his hand. They began together, matched through the approach and hurdle. Emma drove harder from the platform, folded quickly and pulled the rotation through with the confidence that her stronger body would give her time to open. It gave her too much. She passed the point she'd expected, opened late and felt vertical escape before she could recover. Kayla sensed the change immediately. Instead of completing her own rotation, she opened early to follow Emma's altered timing. Both entries suffered. Emma struck past vertical with her legs trailing, while Kayla entered short of her proper line. Water hammered Emma's thighs and lower back before she surfaced. Coach Sato was waiting. Why did you change it? Emma swam towards the edge. I thought I could complete the rotation earlier and give myself more time for the entry. You thought correctly. You could. His voice stayed level. Then you kept rotating as though you still needed the old amount of force. Emma caught the gutter and glanced towards Kayla. And you opened early. Kayla pushed wet hair from her face. I felt you going long. So you decided to join her? Coach Sato asked. Kayla grimaced. When you phrase it like that, it sounds stupid. It was stupid. He pointed between them. Synchronization doesn't mean matching the other diver's mistake. If Emma loses her line, you finish your dive correctly. You don't manufacture two bad entries so they arrive together. Emma climbed onto the deck. The correction landed harder because she knew exactly why Kayla had reacted. Their connection made compensation almost automatic, and years of synchronized work had rewarded them for closing tiny differences before anyone else could see them. Coach Sato collected both towels before either twin could reach for one. No more full dives yet. You're both trying to solve technique with abilities your bodies didn't have when you learned it. We're going back to the beginning. Coach Sato pointed towards the dry approach strip beside the pool. Start there. No platform, no rotation, no entry. I want the approach and hurdle until both of you stop trying to solve the dive before your feet leave the ground. Emma took her position beside Kayla. The drill felt insultingly basic after everything they'd done in the game, which was exactly why she knew arguing would prove his point. She raised her arms, began the approach and drove into the hurdle with the same power she'd used above. Too much, Coach Sato said immediately. Again. Emma stopped herself from explaining what she'd intended. She walked back and repeated the sequence with less force. The hurdle still rose higher than the movement she remembered from before the game, but this time she landed where Coach Sato expected. Kayla followed. Her approach stayed cleaner, but she shortened the final step when she sensed Emma watching. Coach Sato caught that too. Kayla, your sister isn't part of this drill. Finish your own approach. Kayla reset with a small grimace. That's going to take some practice. That's why you're here. They repeated the sequence until Emma stopped measuring every movement against what her stronger body could produce. Coach Sato moved them next to the platform edge without allowing a full dive. They practiced the hurdle and takeoff, landing feet first in the pool instead of rotating. Every time Emma tried to drive harder, he made her repeat it. After the fourth correction, frustration escaped before she could stop it. I can make the rotation from that height. Coach Sato looked up at her. I know. Then why deliberately take power out of the takeoff? Because I'm not teaching you whether you can rotate. He tapped two fingers against his temple. I'm teaching you when to stop adding things. Emma glanced at Kayla. Her sister wisely kept quiet. Coach Sato moved them to the spotting drill. From the edge, he called body positions while each twin rehearsed the opening point without entering a full rotation. Emma had to identify the pool, hold the visual reference and open on the cue rather than waiting for instinct to tell her she could squeeze out more turn. On her third repetition, she spotted the water and opened without forcing anything. Again, Coach Sato said. The next one matched it. So did the one after that. Kayla completed her own sequence without adjusting to Emma's timing. When she finished, Coach Sato finally waved them towards the tower. Emma looked up at the 10-meter platform. The full dive hadn't changed. What had changed was what she was allowed to trust while performing it. Emma climbed the tower with Kayla beside her, carrying Coach Sato's corrections instead of trying to improve them. At 10 meters, she returned to the starting mark and looked down at the pool. The developmental suppression field still excluded every game-derived advantage it was meant to block, but the absence no longer bothered her. She knew what the dive required without reaching for anything beyond her own body and the familiar awareness of Kayla beside her. Coach Sato raised one hand. Same synchronized sequence. Don't chase each other. Perform the dive you just rebuilt. Kayla glanced towards Emma. Your dive, my dive. Emma nodded. Meet at the entry. They began together. Emma kept the approach controlled and let the final step finish before the hurdle. The takeoff rose cleanly without the extra drive she'd used before. Rotation followed from position instead of force. Through the bond, she knew Kayla remained close, but she didn't alter her pull to close the tiny difference between them. Coach Sato's spotting drill returned when the water entered her vision. Emma opened on the reference she'd practiced, straightened and held the line. The water closed over her with a narrow splash. Emma surfaced and found Kayla less than a meter away. Neither spoke until Coach Sato checked the replay. Again, he called. Emma laughed once. That good? That correct. I want to know whether it was repeatable. The second attempt demanded more concentration because success tempted her to trust instinct again. Emma kept the same approach, the same measured takeoff and the same opening point. Kayla performed beside her without compensating for differences that didn't need correction. Their entries struck within a fraction of one another, cleaner than the first attempt. Coach Sato finally lowered his tablet. That's the version I want you remembering. Emma climbed out beside Kayla. The slower version. The controlled version, Coach Sato corrected. Your body's changed. Your technique has to account for that, but you don't get to replace technique with capability. Kayla took her towel and bumped Emma lightly with one shoulder. Sounds familiar. Emma looked towards the 10-meter platform. In the game, every new advantage encouraged them to find out how much more they could do. Here, improvement sometimes meant refusing the extra force, speed or correction simply because it was available. Coach Sato collected the replay tablet. Good. Training's done. Your next problem is the level 50 class gate. Emma smiled as she followed Kayla towards the changing area. At least that one expects us to use everything we've got. 31. 2 classes, 1 pair. Kayla entered the Twin Gate Citadel with Coach Sato's last correction still fresh in her mind. Using everything they had didn't mean using everything the same way. The level 50 class gate seemed determined to make that point immediately. Beyond the entrance hall, the fortress divided into 2 broad passages marked by matching seals, and the objective appeared across the party's vision before anyone could choose the easier side. Both gates must advance. Neither path may stand idle. Marcus looked from one passage to the other. So much for staying together. We're still one party, Kayla said. She checked the others before pointing. Emma, Marcus and Dev take left. Maya, Lena and I take right. Jorge floats between until we know what each side needs. Jorge nodded. Call pressure, not pride. If one side stalls, I move. The first shield revenants appeared as soon as both groups crossed their thresholds. Armored figures stepped from recesses in the stone, shields already locked together. On Kayla's side, 2 oath hounds came low behind them while matching enemy markers appeared through Emma's mind link from the opposite passage. Contact both sides, Emma reported. Revenants front, hounds behind. Same here. Kayla raised Ward Veil 2 as the first revenant struck. The impact shoved her backwards, but Lena was already moving clear rather than crowding behind her. Maya, pressure the shields. Lena, watch the hounds. A sharp warning flashed across Kayla's vision when Emma's group gained ground first. The seal beside Kayla's passage dimmed, while the revenants in front of her straightened as if strength had flowed into them. Dev's voice came through the link. Left objective is ahead by 12%. Stop pushing, Kayla said. Marcus answered immediately. You're asking us to wait during a fight? I'm asking you not to strengthen ours. Emma understood first. Hold left. Defensive only. The effect was immediate. Kayla's seal steadied. Maya drove an arc bolt into the exposed edge of a revenant's shield. Lena forced one hound away from Kayla's flank, and Kayla used the opening to push forward instead of trying to finish anything herself. Jorge crossed through the central connection just as the second hound lunged. He intercepted it with his shield and shoved it sideways. Right side moving, left can advance. The party began progressing in measured stages, neither corridor allowed to outrun the other. Every time one team gained too much ground, the opposite defenders hardened. Every time someone tried to solve their own fight without regard for the paired objective, the Citadel punished both groups. By the time the last shield revenant fell, Kayla could see matching sealed doors waiting at the ends of both passages. Emma's voice reached her through the link. Looks like the real choice is next. Kayla stared at the paired seals. Then nobody opens anything alone. Emma's answer came through MindLink before she spoke aloud. Together. Kayla placed her hand against the right-hand seal while, somewhere beyond the adjoining passage, Emma did the same. The stone warmed beneath Kayla's palm. Both doors remained closed, but pale lettering formed across her vision as the Citadel recognized the paired activation. Class evolution trial available. The notice changed almost immediately. High Priest path identified. Kayla stopped reading for half a second. She'd expected some version of priest advancement. Her entire build had been moving towards healing, protection and keeping other people functional under pressure. Seeing the name still made the choice feel more final than theory ever had. Emma sent through mind link, "I've got Aegis." Kayla's attention snapped towards the shared connection. Aegis what? Aegis path. Defensive mage integration. Emma sounded pleased enough that Kayla could picture her expression without the bond supplying anything more. It likes barriers, interception and holding ground. Kayla looked back at her own offer. The description emphasized healing, cleansing and protective support. Nothing in it demanded that she abandon mind mage, and nothing suggested Emma's path would stop using magic. They remained compatible. Their shared stats remained compatible. Their roles, however, were no longer variations of the same answer. Marcus's voice came through the party link. "You two have gone suspiciously quiet." "We're reading," Emma said. "Dangerous habit." Lena stepped beside Kayla without touching the seal. "What did you get?" "High Priest." Lena smiled. "That surprises absolutely nobody." Kayla gave her a look. "You could pretend I'm complicated." "You are complicated. You're also the person who watches everyone's health while pretending you aren't." That landed closer than Kayla wanted. She glanced towards the closed gate. Emma had always been the one she trusted most, the person whose strengths could become hers and whose weaknesses she could cover almost without thought. Choosing different evolutions shouldn't threaten that. Their bond didn't require identical classes. Emma's voice softened through mind link. "You wanted this kind of path before we ever entered the game." Kayla remembered conversations years earlier, when class choices had been nothing but plans built around a future they weren't sure would arrive. She exhaled. "Yeah, I did." The seals brightened again, and a second notification replaced the offers. Paired evolution paths accepted for trial qualification. The doors began to open. Jorge raised his shield. "Whatever comes next, those classes haven't been earned yet." Kayla stepped back from the widening doorway and raised Ward Veil too. "Then we earn them." The two gate champions entered their passages at almost the same moment. Kayla's opponent carried a heavy shield and advanced without hurry, accepting Maya's first arc bolt against its guard as though the attack barely mattered. Through mind link, Emma's side became clear enough to understand without stealing Kayla's attention. Their champion fought aggressively, driving Emma, Marcus and Dev backwards with repeated attacks that left little time to reset. Jorge looked between the passages from the central connection. "Different fights. Don't copy tactics." The warning proved necessary almost immediately. Kayla's champion refused to chase. It occupied the gate, absorbed attacks and forced them to spend mana and effort for every meter. Emma's team had the opposite problem. Their champion pressed so hard that Marcus wanted to burn it down before it could break their formation. "Hold your side," Kayla said. "If either gate goes idle, they heal." Lena moved past her towards Maya after the barrier adept took a shield strike badly enough to stagger. Kayla instinctively started towards her, then stopped. Lena was already there, checking Maya and directing her behind cover without asking for help. "I've got her," Lena said sharply. "Watch your champion." Kayla obeyed. She took the next impact on Ward Veil too while Jorge stepped into the opening and forced the champion away from the gate. He didn't wait for Kayla to direct him. "Right side stable. Emma, report." "Too fast," Emma answered. "We can finish ours now." "Don't," Kayla said. Her champion's remaining health was still visibly higher. "Give us time." Marcus's voice came through immediately. "We've got a clean kill. And then ours starts healing while you wait 30 seconds for us," Kayla replied. "Control it." For once, Marcus didn't argue. Emma's team reduced pressure while Dev called their champion's movement and Marcus stopped chasing openings that would end the fight too early. Kayla changed her own side instead of asking Emma to compensate. "Maya, keep it facing us. Jorge, take the next opening. Lena, stay independent. If one of us gets hurt, decide who needs you." Lena gave her a quick grin. That sounded almost healthy. Their champion finally yielded ground. Jorge drove it away from the seal, Maya held its attention, and Kayla struck only when the opening was real. Its remaining health dropped towards Emma's. 8% here, Emma called. 10, Kayla answered. She watched the paired objective settle into alignment. Nobody finishes until I call it. Emma held her champion at 8% while Kayla's dropped through 9. Jorge backed clear rather than steal the final strike, and Lena stayed with Maya, trusting Kayla to manage her own position. When both displays reached 7%, Kayla felt the 30-second completion condition settle into place. Now. Both passages erupted with movement. Kayla drove an arc bolt into the gate champion as Maya struck from the opposite angle. Jorge caught its shield when it turned, giving Kayla the opening for another cast. Through Mind Link she felt Emma's team commit at the same instant. Marcus hit hard, Dev maintained his firing lane and Emma kept their champion from breaking past her. Kayla's opponent collapsed. Right clear, she called. Left clear, Emma answered 4 seconds later. The paired gates flared together. Experience settled, and Kayla's level increased to 50 as the class trial completed. High Priest evolution confirmed. The waiting abilities followed with it: High Priest Core, Purifying Light and Sanctuary Circle. Kayla read each name once before looking across the central connection as Emma emerged from the other passage. Aegis Paladin? Kayla asked. Emma grinned. Aegis Paladin, Guardian Mark and Bulwark Field 2. Different classes. Different responsibilities. Kayla waited for the old instinct to translate that into distance and found nothing she needed to fix. Emma was still there, close through the bond and visibly pleased with a path that suited her. They logged out during the protected interval and found Patty waiting at home with her own level 25 class choice open while James played beside her. David was already a guardian, and Mendez had reached Vanguard through his own protected sessions. Patty turned her display towards the twins. Ward Healer. Emma sat beside her. You already decided. I wanted to hear everyone argue first. David folded his arms. I said Guardian-style protection has advantages. You always say that, Patty replied. I'm the one doing triage, watching James and making sure people survive long enough for the people with shields to matter. Kayla smiled. Ward Healer fits. Patty confirmed the choice. Then that's what I'm taking. I can build towards sanctuary work later. The family compared the choice against childcare, emergency response and the household's existing protection before closing the discussion. Emma and Kayla also approved the waiting bounded safety signature without taking back operational control. Kayla looked at her sister afterwards. Level 50 had given them different classes, but not different directions. The next game session would be the first time they entered it with those differences made permanent. 32. Convoy Country I. 6 days after the Twin Gate Citadel, Jorge Navarro stood beneath the departure board at Los Angeles' Western Gravity Rail Hub and read the mission brief twice before looking at the people he was expected to command. The route ran from Los Angeles towards Las Vegas through territory the game classified as uncontrolled waste, with Barstow marked as the first secured stop. 3 transport vehicles would travel on the service corridor beside the rail line carrying repair equipment, power cells and supplies for settlements that still depended on the route. Keeping those vehicles moving mattered more than killing whatever attacked them. Alvarez and Reeves were waiting near the boarding barrier, both dressed for their own protected game sessions rather than the convoy. Alvarez finished reading his class gate and looked towards Emma and Kayla. Convoy Specialist. That one wasn't difficult. Emma smiled. You've been doing the job without the class for years. Exactly. Alvarez confirmed the choice, then glanced towards Reeves. Your turn. Reeves studied his options a little longer before selecting Systems Warden. Network Ward, Fault Isolation and Counter Intrusion. I'll take Useful over Impressive. Kayla checked the household coverage before either man moved on. Malik has Bravo? Face-to-face handover completed before immersion, Alvarez said. He has command and the full shift outside. Reeves nodded. Priya has Charlie. David and Patty have James in the house. Nobody disappeared into a pod without replacement coverage. Jorge appreciated that the twins accepted the answers without trying to inspect the arrangements themselves. Alvarez and Reeves left for their assigned objectives, and the convoy briefing replaced household concerns with a route map stretching northeast from Los Angeles. The mission dispatcher highlighted the vehicles, the service road and several damaged crossings before assigning Jorge party command. Marcus glanced at him. Congratulations. You get blamed when I do something stupid. That sounds less like a possibility than a schedule, Jorge said. He studied the formation before assigning positions. Emma takes forward protection. Marcus, rear security. Dev stays with the vehicles and tells me what they can actually survive. Kayla and Lena cover casualties. Maya stays mobile between the center and whichever side starts taking pressure. Kayla didn't offer a correction. Emma didn't either. That was more noticeable than Jorge wanted it to be. The loading signal sounded, and the party boarded with the convoy crews. Ahead of them, the route left the fortified Los Angeles corridor and crossed into open country where broken roads, abandoned drainage works and flooded channels interrupted the gravity rail service line. Jorge watched the first vehicle roll through the outer checkpoint and opened the party channel. Nobody solves the whole mission alone. Call what you see, do your assigned job and let me move people when the situation changes. This time, both twins answered with the rest of the party. Understood. The first flood crossing looked passable until the lead vehicle reached the middle. Jorge watched its front wheels enter brown water spread across the broken service road while Dev walked beside the second vehicle, checking the depth markers against the route display. The gravity rail line remained elevated to their left, but the maintenance road dipped through an old flood channel where concrete barriers had been torn away. Dev stopped suddenly. Hold the convoy. Jorge raised one fist. The drivers braked, but the lead vehicle was already committed. Water erupted beside it as something massive came out of the mud and struck the front quarter hard enough to shove the vehicle sideways. Meyer Gator, Marcus shouted. A second animal surfaced behind the first, its armored back breaking through the water before its jaws closed around a wheel assembly. Dev fired into the joint behind its foreleg. The round hit, and the creature twisted away instead of releasing the vehicle. Jorge saw the problem immediately. Don't shoot the scales, eyes and joints. Emma moved towards the crossing, but Jorge pointed her towards the lead vehicle. Protect the crew. Don't chase. She changed direction without argument and raised her barrier as the first Meyer Gator lunged. Its jaws struck the defense instead of the exposed driver's compartment, forcing Emma back 2 steps through the water. Marcus started forward. I can get behind it. Stay where you are, Jorge ordered. We don't know how many are under us. The answer arrived beneath Dev's feet. Mud exploded upward, and a third Meyer Gator rolled through the shallow water. Dev threw himself aside before its jaws closed, but the creature's body slammed into the second transport. Metal screamed. The vehicle tilted towards the damaged edge of the crossing as one wheel dropped into the washed-out channel. Dev, Maya called. I'm clear. Dev scrambled upright and reached for the vehicle instead of retreating. Driver, power down. Don't fight the tilt. The driver obeyed, but the ground beneath the rear wheel collapsed another half-meter. The transport slid sideways, struck the concrete edge and rolled onto its flank with a crash that sent one cargo compartment tearing loose into the floodwater. Jorge's party channel filled at once. Lena reported injuries from the lead vehicle. Dev shouted that the overturned transport was finished. Marcus called movement behind them, while Kayla asked where Jorge wanted her. He looked from the stranded lead vehicle to the wrecked second transport, then towards the road they'd just crossed. The convoy had stopped being one problem. Jorge tightened his grip on his shield. Nobody moves until I assign this. He pointed towards the lead vehicle first. Kayla and Lena, casualties. Emma, keep the gators off them. Dev, tell me whether the second transport can be recovered. Maya, cover Dev while he checks. Marcus, rear guard. Nothing comes down this road without you calling it. Marcus looked towards the fighting around the crossing. You want me watching an empty road while everyone else gets the fun part? I want to know we still have a way out. Jorge turned away before the argument could become a discussion. Do it. Kayla was already moving towards the lead vehicle when she caught herself and looked back at Jorge. For an instant he expected her to redirect someone or revise the assignments. Instead, she nodded. Lena, you take the driver. I'll check the passenger. Lena dropped beside the injured driver while Kayla climbed onto the vehicle's damaged step. Emma positioned herself between them and the nearest mire gator, forcing it to strike at her barrier while Jorge moved to the opposite side. He drove his shield against the creature's head when it lunged, turning the jaws far enough for Emma to retreat without exposing the healers. Dev reached the overturned transport with Maya covering him. He crouched beside the exposed undercarriage, checked the sunken wheel assembly and then leaned far enough underneath to inspect the frame. Not recoverable here, he called. Chassis is twisted and the rear mount tore loose. We can salvage the cargo and redistribute weight between the other two. Do that, Jorge said. Maya stays with you. A rifle cracked behind them. Marcus's voice came through the party channel. Rear contact. One gator coming out of the drainage cut. Jorge didn't look back. Can you hold it? Marcus paused only a moment. Yes. Then hold it. That left Jorge free to deal with the two still threatening the crossing. He waited until one turned towards Emma, then struck its foreleg joint while she forced its head aside. The creature collapsed low enough for Jorge to drive it away from the rescue lane rather than chase a kill. Behind him, Dev and Maya dragged intact cargo clear of the wreck. Lena finished stabilizing the driver while Kayla treated the second casualty without trying to supervise anyone else. Jorge watched the separate jobs begin fitting together. Nobody was waiting for the twins to solve the entire field, and neither twin was trying. Dev raised one hand from beside the wreck. Give me 5 minutes and we can move what matters. Jorge looked towards the damaged crossing, the surviving vehicles and Marcus's guarded rear approach. You've got 4. Dev needed 3.5. He and Maya transferred the last usable power cell case into the rear transport while Emma and Jorge kept the remaining mire gators away from the work area. Marcus finished the animal threatening the retreat lane, then returned without being called forward. By the time Dev slapped the rear vehicle's side and announced it balanced, Kayla and Lena had both casualties secured inside the lead transport. Jorge checked each position before giving the order. We abandon the wreck. Emma rides front protection. Marcus stays rear. Dev monitors both vehicles. Maya moves where he needs coverage. Kayla and Lena stay with the injured unless I change it. Kayla climbed aboard without modifying anything. Understood. The answer pleased Jorge more than it should have. He took the exposed position beside the lead vehicle as the convoy crawled out of the flood channel. Losing one transport forced slower movement and tighter weight limits, but the remaining vehicles held. Dev called warnings whenever damaged road threatened the suspension, and Jorge changed pace or formation without waiting for Emma or Kayla to solve the route for him. Several kilometers later, the distant walls around Barstow appeared beyond the broken corridor. Marcus looked towards them from the rear position. I'm starting to miss dungeons. Because walls don't move? Maya asked. Because dungeon objectives rarely ask me to protect cargo. Dev laughed through the party channel. That's because cargo has the sense not to follow you into melee. The outer checkpoint opened as the convoy approached. Jorge didn't relax until both surviving transports crossed the defended line and the mission status changed. Transport line secured to Barstow. Experience settled across the party. Emma and Kayla reached level 55, followed immediately by their authorized class progression. Emma gained Shield Bash. Kayla gained Mend 2. Neither stopped to test the new abilities while wounded passengers and damaged equipment still required attention. Jorge turned towards the twins as the convoy crews began unloading. You know what worked? Emma glanced at Kayla before answering. We listened to the commander. You listened eventually, Jorge corrected. Kayla smiled. Don't ruin your victory by becoming unbearable. Jorge looked back towards the battered transports. One vehicle was gone, people had been hurt, and the route ahead still continued beyond Barstow towards Las Vegas. They had succeeded because 7 people had handled 7 responsibilities instead of waiting for 2 exceptional players to handle everything. He opened the next route brief. Good. Then we do it again tomorrow. 33, Convoy Country 2. 7 days after Jorge opened the next route brief, Emma stood beside a disabled gravity carriage north of Barstow and watched Dev remove an access panel while glass wing hawks circled the broken service line overhead. The carriage had stopped with its rear suspension locked and one gravity control unit refusing load, blocking the safest transport route towards Las Vegas. The mission board gave them a simple objective: restore the carriage and get the stranded passengers moving. Emma had learned enough about the game to distrust objectives that sounded simple. Dev leaned into the open compartment and traced 2 damaged connections with his tester. Control units intact. Impact knocked the power feed out and cracked the mounting bracket. I can repair both. Emma looked up as sunlight flashed from transparent feather edges above them. How long? 10 minutes if nobody interrupts me. Dev glanced towards her. Which means 20. Jorge assigned the perimeter before Emma could. Marcus took the exposed western side, Maya and Lena stayed near the passengers, and Kayla covered the carriage entrance. Jorge pointed Emma towards Dev. Your job is keeping him alive and working. Emma almost said she could take the birds herself. The thought arrived quickly enough that she recognized it for what it was. She nodded instead. Dev decides where I stand. Dev gave her a brief look, then pointed beside the damaged compartment. There. If you block my light or stop me reaching the tools, I'm firing you. The first glass wing folded its wings and dropped. High right, Marcus called. Emma raised Aegis Screen 2 across Dev's exposed side. The hawk changed angle at the last instant, transparent edged feathers scraping across the barrier before it climbed again. A second dived towards Emma's face, forcing her to shift the screen upward instead of pursuing the first. Dev never stopped working. Hold that angle. I can move forward and give Marcus a shot. No. Dev removed the cracked bracket and reached for replacement. I need the birds predictable. If you chase them, they change approach. Stand there and be useful. Emma bit back her answer and held position. Marcus fired when the next glasswing committed to its dive. The shot missed as the bird twisted away, but it broke the attack long enough for Dev to seat the new bracket. Kayla called another warning from the carriage doorway while Maya moved the passengers farther inside. Dev tightened the final fastener, then reached deeper into the unit. Mount is fixed. Now I need power. Above them, the circling flock tightened and began another descent. Emma raised her barrier before the first glasswing committed, but a shout from the far side of the carriage pulled her attention towards the service road. Ground contact. Jorge called. Coyotes, both sides. Movement broke from the scrub beyond the damaged line. Ash coyotes came low through the brush in 2 separate groups. Their larger bodies spread wide instead of charging directly towards the carriage. Emma counted 4 on the eastern side before another 3 appeared behind the passengers' marked evacuation route. Marcus turned his rifle towards them. They're cutting off the fallback. The stranded passengers saw the animals and reacted before Jorge could stop them. Several moved away from the carriage towards the emergency markers placed along the road. The coyotes changed direction immediately, one group pressing from behind while the second curved towards the route ahead. Back to the carriage, Jorge shouted. Nobody follows the markers. Kayla moved into the opening and waved the passengers towards the shelter of the disabled transport. Inside or behind the wheels. Stay together and don't run. Emma took 1 step away from Dev before remembering exactly what Jorge had assigned her. A glass wing dropped through her peripheral vision. She snapped Aegis Screen 2 upward, caught the dive and forced the bird aside while the coyotes continued closing on the evacuation lane. Marcus fired twice. 1 coyote fell, but the others spread farther apart instead of retreating. They're using the passengers to pull us out. Then don't let them, Jorge said. He shifted towards the eastern approach and planted himself between the pack and the carriage. Maya, cover the rear route. Marcus, keep them outside rifle distance. Emma looked towards Kayla. Her sister had the passengers moving back into cover, but 2 coyotes were already circling towards the opposite end of the carriage. Emma could reach them quickly. Interception step would put her across the gap before either animal reached the nearest passenger. Dev's arm remained buried inside the damaged gravity unit. Emma. She stopped. I still need power, he said. And I still need you here. Another glasswing screamed overhead as Marcus fired past the carriage. Emma reset her feet beside the open compartment and raised her barrier again. The coyotes had turned the obvious evacuation route into a trap, and the hawks were keeping anyone protecting the repair from looking down for too long. Dev pulled one cable free and pointed into the exposed unit. If they want us divided, we stop giving them choices. I need 30 seconds without losing this compartment. Emma understood what he wanted. She planted her feet beside the carriage and committed to bulwark field. The larger barrier spread around Dev's working position, covering the open access panel and enough of the carriage flank to deny the glasswings their clean diving angle. The spell immediately punished movement, turning every instinct to chase into something she had to ignore. You have your 30. Good. Dev reached into the unit with both hands. Then nobody improve my plan. A glasswing struck the field hard enough to jar Emma through her shoulders. Another followed from the opposite angle, forcing her to reinforce the barrier while Marcus and Jorge kept the ash coyotes from closing. She could hear rifle fire beyond the carriage but couldn't see every threat without turning away from Dev. That was the point. Her job wasn't to see everything. Kayla called from the passenger side. I've got an injured woman here. Lena, take the boy beside her. Emma glanced across the carriage opening long enough to see Kayla kneeling beside a passenger with blood running from a cut above her temple. The woman tried to rise when another coyote snarled nearby, but Kayla pressed her gently back against the wheel housing. Stay down. Jorge's keeping them out. Let me do my job. Dev snapped the replacement cable into place. Power feed connected. Emma, hold 5 more seconds. That wasn't the deal. It is now. The bulwark field shuddered as 2 glasswings hit nearly together. Emma tightened her control instead of stepping forward. Marcus fired from beyond the field, and one bird tumbled across the service road while the other climbed. 3 seconds, Dev said. Jorge's shield slammed into an ash coyote trying to break around the carriage. You're getting expensive, Patel. 2. Kayla finished stabilizing the injured passenger and moved immediately to the next without trying to direct Lena's treatment. Emma felt her mana draining under the repeated impacts, but she held the field exactly where Dev had placed it. 1. Dev twisted the final connector into position and slapped the access cover shut. The gravity unit hummed beneath Emma's boots. The carriage settled level as its suspension unlocked. Repair complete, Dev said. Drop the field. Jorge, I need everyone aboard before the predators adjust. Emma released bulwark field and drew a full breath as the barrier vanished. This time, she didn't ask where she should go. She looked at Dev. Passenger side, he said. Keep the boarding lane open. Emma moved where he'd assigned her and raised Aegis Screen 2 between the carriage entrance and the nearest ash coyotes. Jorge and Marcus compressed their defense towards the restored transport while Maya covered the last passengers crossing from the road. Kayla and Lena brought the injured aboard together, neither healer abandoning her own patient to check the other's work. Everyone's inside, Kayla called. Dev climbed into the control compartment and brought the carriage fully online. Suspension is responding. Gravity unit is carrying load, but I'm not promising comfort. Marcus backed through the doorway after Jorge. I've had worse reviews from hotels. A glasswing dropped towards the entrance before the doors could close. Emma held her position instead of stepping out to meet it. The bird struck her barrier, twisted away and climbed as the carriage doors sealed between them. Dev increased power gradually. The damaged carriage lifted onto its restored suspension and began moving along the service line. Ash coyotes paced them through the scrub for several hundred meters before falling behind, while the remaining glasswings circled once and broke away when the carriage gained speed. Emma lowered her hands. Her mana reserve had taken a beating, but the passengers were aboard, Dev's repair was holding and nobody had needed her to win the entire fight. You know, you could have asked more politely. Dev kept one hand on the diagnostic display. Would you have listened faster? No. Then I optimized correctly. Kayla laughed from beside the injured passengers. I'm putting that in the after-action report. The fortified approaches to Las Vegas appeared ahead as the damaged line rejoined the defended transport corridor. Dev kept the carriage below normal speed until the outer checkpoint captured control and guided them onto the receiving track. Only when the doors opened inside the walls did the mission completion notice settle across Emma's vision. Level 60. The new class progression followed. Guardian Mark II became available to Emma, extending her protection to 2 marked allies at the cost of greater cognitive load. Beside her, Kayla received purifying light too, strengthening the cleansing spell against more dangerous toxins and debuffs. Emma confirmed the upgrade and dismissed the display. Dev was still explaining the damaged gravity unit to the receiving crew, and Jorge was already counting passengers before releasing anyone from assignment. Emma looked towards him. Do we get to celebrate arriving? Jorge glanced past her towards the Las Vegas walls. After everyone's accounted for. This time, Emma didn't argue. 34. Beast Tie-Dye. 7 days after the damaged carriage reached Las Vegas, Kayla stood on the city's outer wall and watched warning lights spread across 3 sectors at once. The first impact came from the south. A razorback boar hit the reinforced vehicle barrier below hard enough to buckle one support and send players stumbling away from the parapet. 3 more charged behind it, dense shoulders lowered while rifle fire struck armor that had evolved to survive exactly that kind of frontal attack. Beyond them, the scrub appeared to move as a larger herd emerged from the broken highway approaches. Don't waste rounds on the shoulders. Dev called from the firing position. Side angles or wait until they turn. Kayla heard a second alarm before anyone could answer. She looked east and saw Ironhide elk advancing towards another gate in a loose herd, their plated chests and huge antlers turning the open approach into a killing ground. Defenders on that sector were already backing away from the outer barricade. Then the western sector alarm joined the others. 3 breaches, Marcus said. He stared along the wall. That's not an attack. That's an exam. Jorge was already moving, then stopped admiring the question. Marcus, south line with Dev. Emma, cover their firing lane. Maya stays central. Lena, Kayla, western civilian shelter. Kayla looked down into the streets behind the wall. The Beast Tide warning had released civilian evacuation routines across the district, and NPC families were moving towards marked shelters while reserve defenders hurried in the opposite direction. The problem wasn't only the animals outside. 3 simultaneous attacks meant every healer, barrier caster and gun team would be asked to choose who received help first. Emma caught Kayla's eye before turning towards the south sector. You good? I've got it. Kayla started down the access stairs with Lena beside her. Don't make me come fix your side. Emma grinned once. Same rule. The western gate shook before Kayla reached street level. An Ironhide elk had broken away from the eastern herd and driven through a damaged divider, forcing civilians off their marked route. Players opened fire too early. Bullets struck its plated chest, and the animal lowered its antlers and charged towards the nearest shelter entrance. Hold your fire, Kayla shouted. She raised Ward Veil 2 across the civilians while Lena pulled 2 fallen players behind cover. Move them through the rear door. Nobody stays in the street. Another impact rolled through the wall behind her. Then another. Kayla watched the crowd compress against a shelter entrance and felt the first real pressure of the mission settle into place. 3 sectors were failing, casualties were beginning to arrive, and every instinct she had told her to spend whatever it took to make this one position safe. The Ironhide elk reached the shelter lane before the last civilians cleared it. Kayla dropped Ward Veil 2 and cast Sanctuary Circle across the entrance instead. Light spread over the pavement around her, enclosing the civilians nearest the doorway in a stationary protective zone as the elk drove forward. Its plated chest hit the edge of the spell hard enough to shake Kayla's control, but the charge stopped short of the people behind her. Lena looked from the stalled animal to Kayla. They're moving. Drop the circle when they're inside. Not yet. Kayla held the spell while 2 wounded players were dragged towards them from the wall stairs. Bring them through. The first had a crushed forearm. The second couldn't put weight on one leg. Lena guided both into the circle while Kayla fed more mana into maintaining it. Behind them, the shelter doors were already swallowing civilians, but another impact struck the wall and sent debris across the access lane. Kayla, release it, Lena said. We need to move with the casualties. A razorback boar burst through the damaged divider before Kayla could answer. Rifle fire struck its shoulder armor and failed to turn it. Kayla shifted her attention towards the approaching animal and pushed more mana into Sanctuary Circle instead of abandoning the position. The boar hit the protected edge, recoiled and charged again. Lena caught Kayla's arm. You're spending on people who are already behind cover. There are still wounded outside. And there will keep being wounded outside. Kayla knew that. She could see the cost dropping through her reserve and could feel the strain building behind her eyes, but releasing the circle while anyone remained exposed felt worse than the numbers. She held through another impact while the last injured player crossed into the shelter. Now, Lena said. Kayla released the spell. The circle vanished, and the sudden absence of sustained mana pressure left her legs weak enough that her first step almost folded beneath her. Lena caught her shoulder before she hit the wall. Kayla tried to pull away. I'm fine. No, you're standing. Lena looked towards the next group of casualties coming down from the wall, then back at Kayla. Those aren't the same thing. Another sector alarm sounded. Kayla straightened, but when she tried to move towards it, her legs answered too slowly. The first breach was contained, and she'd spent enough making it safe that she could no longer reach the next one. Lena tightened her grip on Kayla's arm before letting go. You're not crossing the district like that. I'll take the casualties. You tell people where they need to go. Kayla's first instinct was to refuse. Another pair of wounded defenders appeared on the wall stairs, one supporting the other, and the refusal died before reaching her mouth. Lena was already moving towards them. Kayla forced herself to stop measuring the situation by what she could personally cast. Fine. Triage is yours. Good. Lena pointed towards the shelter workers. And stop sending me people who can still walk. Kayla turned towards the wall access and keyed into the party channel. Jorge, Western shelter is secure, but I'm nearly dry. I can coordinate. I can't hold another breach. Jorge answered over gunfire. Then coordinate. South line is being pushed back by Razorbacks. East has Ironhides pressing the vehicle barricade. Kayla looked across the street network and forced the problem into pieces. The shelters didn't need one perfect wall. They needed enough distance between civilians and every animal entering the district. Marcus, stop trying to kill the South herd at the barricade. Give ground to the second firing line and make them turn. Marcus's reply came immediately. You want us retreating? I want their sides exposed. Dev already told us where the rifles work. Dev cut in from the south sector. She's right. Give me 20 meters and stop shooting the armor. Marcus swore, then called his people back. Kayla heard the shift happen through overlapping reports. Players abandoned the damaged first barrier instead of dying over it, withdrawing behind parked utility carriers while the Razorbacks followed. The moment the herd angled around the vehicles, Dev's rifle team opened fire into exposed flanks. Kayla turned towards the eastern sector. Maya, layer your barriers behind the barricade, not on it. Make the elk break momentum twice. Jorge, guns behind her, side angles only. Maya hesitated. If the first barrier fails? Then the second one matters. That earned a quick, got it. Kayla stayed beside the shelter entrance while Lena worked through the injured behind her. She couldn't sprint to another breach or bury it under sanctuary circle. Instead, she watched reports, moved civilians through secondary routes and kept defenders yielding ground in controlled stages rather than collapsing all at once. Then Jorge's voice came through the channel. Western sector, new herd turning your way. Kayla looked towards the open street beyond the shelter. Her mana was still too low for the answer she wanted, but this time she had guns, barriers, retreat space and people already waiting for instructions. Kayla keyed the western defenders. Don't meet the herd in the street. First line falls back behind the utility carriers. Maya, give them a barrier only long enough to disengage. Dev, I need a firing angle when they turn. Already moving, Dev replied. The approaching Ironhides filled the far end of the street. Antlers spread wide as they accelerated towards the shelter district. Kayla watched the defenders retreat instead of holding ground for pride. Maya placed her barrier across the narrow approach, forcing the lead elk to slow when it struck. The players behind her immediately withdrew to the second position rather than reinforcing a failing line. Drop it, Kayla called. Maya released the barrier. The herd surged forward and split around the first utility carrier exactly as Kayla had hoped. Their plated chests stopped facing the rifles. Dev fired. Left flank exposed. Marcus's group joined him from the adjoining sector. Rifle shots struck behind the shoulder armor, and the first Ironhide stumbled into the animal beside it. The herd lost its clean charge. Another turned towards the shelter and found Emma waiting with Aegis screen 2 angled across the lane. Emma glanced towards Kayla. This enough help? Don't get ambitious. I'm wounded by the accusation. Jorge's voice cut through them. Finish the sector. Kayla stayed where Lena had left her and kept directing instead of moving into the fight. Maya rotated barriers to break charges without trying to hold them indefinitely. Dev and Marcus used the openings. Emma protected the retreat lanes, while Jorge shifted defenders between positions whenever one threatened to buckle. The last Razorback reached the western street already bleeding from flank fire and collapsed before it could regain charging speed. The sector completion notice appeared only after the final civilians were confirmed inside shelter and the wounded had been transferred to Lena's triage line. Level 65. Kayla's progression display followed. Sanctuary Circle 2. The upgrade enlarged the protective zone she had nearly emptied herself maintaining minutes earlier. Kayla stared at the description, then dismissed it without casting. More reach wouldn't fix the mistake she just made with the smaller version. Through the bond, Emma's own notification registered beside hers. Bulwark Field 2 had unlocked, expanding the stationary defense she'd learned to trust during the convoy repair. Emma looked across the street at her. Apparently the game thinks we need bigger circles. Kayla managed a tired smile. Then we'd better learn when not to use them. Before either could say more, another city alarm sounded beyond the outer wall sector. Jorge turned towards the transport ring as fresh warning markers appeared deeper inside Las Vegas. 35. Beast Tide 2. The fresh warning markers spread across the transport ring before Marcus reached the bottom of the wall stairs. Jorge was already ahead of him, following the emergency route towards a district where elevated transit tracks crossed above shattered streets. One section had collapsed across the roadway, leaving two passenger platforms connected only by service ramps and broken maintenance lanes. Gunfire sounded somewhere beyond the wreckage, followed by the sharper alarm identifying an apex predator inside the perimeter. Marcus caught up as Jorge stopped beside an abandoned transit kiosk. What got through? Fog cougar, Jorge said. Apex classification. Something pushed it close enough to the wall for the beast tide to carry it inside. Marcus checked the rifle in his hands. Thermals? Dev's bringing them. Don't go hunting blind. Marcus almost answered that he knew how fog cougars worked, then stopped himself. Their mottled hides were hard enough to follow in open scrub. Broken transit gave them places to disappear every few meters. An apex version had survived long enough to become the thing other predators avoided. Emma arrived from the western sector with Dev behind her. Dev handed Marcus a thermal optic without ceremony. It crossed the south platform 6 minutes ago. We've got 3 sightings and none of them agree on direction. Tracks do, Marcus said. He moved to the edge of the damaged roadway and crouched beside a smear of blood on the concrete. It wasn't cougar blood. An ash coyote lay beneath the collapsed rail support 20 meters away, its neck broken rather than torn apart. Another dead one rested farther along the route, while living members of the pack had abandoned the street and scattered deeper into the transport district. Emma studied the bodies. It's driving them ahead of it. Or they're running from it, Marcus said. He rose and followed the thermal optic across the broken station frontage. Residual heat marked the places animals had crossed, confused by overlapping trails but still useful. Either way, the packs aren't the main problem. Jorge keyed the local defenders. Contain the smaller animals. Nobody breaks formation chasing the apex. Marcus climbed over a fallen barrier and entered the service lane beneath the elevated track. Fresh claw marks scored the dusty concrete ahead. The marks continued towards a dark maintenance passage, then vanished where the passage opened onto another ruined platform. Dev lifted his weapon. Contact? Marcus scanned slowly until a large warm shape flickered between 2 wrecked transit cars and disappeared again. There. Marcus started forward. We've got its trail. Somewhere ahead, civilians began shouting as another evacuation alarm activated. Marcus took 2 more steps towards the maintenance passage before the thermal optic caught the cougar again. The shape moved along the far platform, crossed behind a wrecked carriage and vanished into a service corridor that led away from the evacuation route. For several seconds, Marcus had exactly what he wanted. A clean trail, an apex predator moving away from everyone else and enough open ground to pursue before it disappeared. Then another shout came from behind him. Marcus looked back. Civilians were spilling from a damaged platform access, only to find the lower route blocked by frightened ash coyotes driven ahead of the cougar. Players were firing from poor positions, and every shot pushed the pack closer to the evacuation lane. The cougar's thermal trace was already fading from his display. Dev raised his rifle towards the service corridor. "Marcus, if we're taking it, we move now." Marcus stared after the disappearing heat signature, then lowered his weapon. "No, we clear the people." Jorge answered immediately over the party channel. "Your call. I'll hold the junction." Marcus ran back towards the platform. "Stop shooting the coyotes towards the civilians. Give them the maintenance side and keep the evacuation lane open." Two defenders started to follow a fleeing animal, and Marcus pointed them back. "Forget the kill. Move people." The decision cost him the cougar. By the time the last civilians reached the lower ramp, the thermal trail through the service corridor had gone cold. Marcus hated that more than he expected, but he kept moving with the evacuation instead of trying to recover it. Emma reached the platform edge just as a warning flashed across his optic. "Marcus, left." The fog cougar came over the wrecked carriage in a silent burst, mottled hide resolving into a huge body only after it committed to the jump. Marcus stepped towards it on instinct, then checked himself. Fighting it here would put the civilians directly behind him. "Emma, trap the lane." Marcus called. "Dev, get ready." Emma moved sideways and planted Bulwark Field 2 across the cougar's retreat instead of between Marcus and the animal. The apex landed, saw the barrier behind it and twisted towards the only open route, exactly where Marcus wanted it. He yielded ground instead of charging. "Come on, keep looking at me." The cougar followed, driving him backwards until Emma shifted her field against the wreckage and denied it another escape angle. Dev's heavy weapon fired from behind the protected line. The first shot staggered the cougar. The second dropped it before it could break past Marcus towards the evacuation ramp. Marcus watched it collapse, then looked towards the civilians disappearing into shelter access. He hadn't made the kill. He'd made sure Dev could. Marcus kept his rifle trained on the fallen fog cougar until its body stopped moving. Only then did he turn towards the evacuation ramp. The last civilians were already disappearing below street level, escorted by defenders who hadn't needed to become heroes to keep them alive. Beyond the ruined station, scattered rifle fire was fading as the remaining ash coyotes found open routes away from the shelters instead of being trapped against them. Jorge came down from the junction and looked first at the evacuation markers, then at the cougar. "Civilians?" "Clear," Marcus said. "No losses on this route." Dev lowered the heavy weapon. "Apex is down. I'm going to pretend that shot was the entire plan." Emma released Bulwark Field 2 and rolled one shoulder. It was definitely the part Marcus will claim he arranged. Marcus looked at the cougar, then towards the corridor where he'd nearly followed it. "I did arrange it." Emma smiled. "Of course you did." The citywide beast tide counter continued falling. One sector cleared, then another. The final warning marker vanished from the transport district only after the outer wall defenders confirmed that the remaining herds had broken away from Las Vegas. A completion notice spread across Marcus's view as emergency lights along the station changed from evacuation red to recovery amber. Las Vegas beast tide contained. Experience settled across the group. Emma stopped beside the damaged platform as her level notification appeared, and Marcus saw Kayla's marker update through the party display at the same moment. Level 70. Emma's progression notice followed with Aegis recovery, allowing her to recover a capped fraction of absorbed energy as mana. Kayla received Grace under fire, reducing interruption while she cast treatment spells under pressure. Neither twin tried the new ability. The district still contained wounded players, damaged barriers and exhausted defenders who needed somewhere safe to stop. Marcus checked his own progression, then dismissed it. He'd spent months arguing that melee mattered because somebody eventually had to step forward and finish the fight. He still believed that. What he no longer believed was that taking the kill made that person the most important one there. Jorge glanced towards him. "You had the cougar." "For a few seconds." "And you turned around." Marcus looked towards the cleared evacuation ramp. People were behind me. Jorge nodded once. Good choice. Marcus slung his rifle. Don't sound so surprised. Emma laughed as they started back towards the transport ring. The city had survived, but the party moved like people who'd spent too long running on alarms and reserve strength. For once, Marcus didn't suggest another objective. 36. Home between raids. 11 days after Las Vegas, Emma came through the front door expecting quiet and found James crying hard enough to drown out the security handover taking place in the adjoining room. Patty carried him against her shoulder while he twisted, shoved a fist into his mouth and immediately complained when that failed to help. A chilled teething ring lay abandoned on the kitchen counter beside 3 half-finished mugs of coffee. Welcome home, Patty said as Emma and Kayla entered. Your brother has declared war on his own teeth. Emma dropped her bag beside the stairs. How long? Today? Since 5:30. In general, I'm beginning to think forever. Kayla washed her hands and held them out. Give him here. James went willingly, which lasted until Kayla tried the teething ring again. He threw it onto the floor and buried his face against her shoulder. Emma retrieved it, rinsed it and opened the refrigerator, only to find the family schedule fixed to the door covered in handwritten changes. 2 adult game blocks had been crossed out. Alpha's handover had moved twice, Bravo had taken an extra transport window, and another note showed Charlie covering a perimeter rotation that should already have ended. Emma frowned. What happened to Patty's block yesterday? Cancelled, David said from the doorway. He carried a security tablet but didn't look pleased about needing it. Bravo was still out on the route change, and we weren't dropping outside coverage to make the slot work. Mendez followed him in, rubbing at one shoulder. Alpha took the overlap. Then my own session disappeared because Serena couldn't take command until Bravo cleared. From the security room, Alvarez called, and before anyone volunteers me for tonight, I've already covered 2 extra vehicle shifts. Reeves answered from somewhere behind him. 3 if you count the sensor failure. Emma looked from the marked schedule to the adults. The beast tide hadn't damaged the house, but it had reached home anyway. Every emergency deployment, delayed return and extended security requirement had pushed somebody else's protected progression time aside. Kayla shifted James when he began fussing again. How far behind is the rota? David set the tablet beside the schedule. Far enough that fixing it 1 block at a time isn't working. James chose that moment to start crying again. Kayla closed her eyes briefly, then looked at Emma across his head. Okay, nobody adds anything else until we know what we've already broken. Emma kept looking at the crossed-out blocks. Then we fix it tonight. Kayla and I can go back in, clear something fast and pull enough people through to make up the lost time. David stared at her. That's exactly what we're not doing. We're already logged out and recovered enough to function. Emma tapped the schedule. If the problem is missed progression, sitting here doesn't solve it. It isn't your missed progression. David took the marker from beside the board and circled Patty's cancelled block. She lost this because Bravo's handover ran late. He circled Mendez's next. He lost this because Alpha covered the overlap. Another mark went beside Alvarez and Reeves. They've both had outside duties extended because somebody still has to protect this house while emergencies keep moving the schedule. Emma folded her arms. So we restructure it. David shook his head. You're still treating their time as something you can replace with yours. That landed harder than Emma expected. She looked towards Patty, who was pacing slowly with James after taking him back from Kayla. He'd stopped crying, but one hand remained jammed against his mouth and Patty looked as tired as everyone else. David tapped the board again. Every block they miss delays abilities that come home with them. Patty's healing. Mendez's protection skills. Alvarez's vehicle work. Reeves's systems abilities. Mine too. Those aren't hobbies anymore. I know that. Then act like it. David's voice stayed level. Las Vegas needed you. The convoy needed you. The next emergency probably will too. But every time the rest of us give up our protected blocks to keep your real-world support running, the people protecting you stay weaker than they should be. Emma's first answer rose automatically. They were level 70. They could handle more danger than any of the adults in the house, and every hour in the game pushed them closer to whatever waited at level 100. None of that made David wrong. Kayla leaned against the counter beside her. Going straight back would also steal another handover. Emma glanced at her. We can take a different shift. And move the problem again, Kayla said. James began fussing against Patty's shoulder. Emma watched her mother adjust him without interrupting the argument, then looked at the schedule covered in corrections. David put the marker down. Nobody needs you to save the rota. We need you to stop consuming it long enough for everyone else to use it. Emma looked at Kayla, expecting agreement and finding something more uneasy in her sister's face. Kayla drew a slow breath. He's right about the rota. But that isn't why I want us to stay out. Emma turned fully towards her. Then why? Kayla hesitated long enough that Emma felt the answer through the bond before she heard it. Not words, just the tight unease Kayla had been keeping under everything since Las Vegas. Kayla looked towards Patty and James instead of meeting Emma's eyes. Because I wanted to go back too. The moment we logged out, I was already thinking about what came next. Then we walked in here and I realized I was relieved you said it first. Emma's irritation disappeared. You're scared we're pushing too hard. I'm scared we're getting used to pushing too hard. Kayla finally looked at her. Convoys, the beast tide, another objective, another level. We keep telling everyone else to preserve reserves and rotate people before they're exhausted. We're terrible at doing it ourselves. David didn't interrupt. That mattered. Kayla wasn't asking him to enforce anything against Emma. She was saying what she wanted and accepting that Emma could answer. Emma looked back at the schedule. So what do you want us to do? Kayla crossed to Patty and held out her hands for James. I want Mum to take the block she missed. I want Alvarez and Reeves to take the next protected security block. We stay here, take James and whatever else needs doing, and we don't turn it into a strategy session. Patty studied both daughters before surrendering the increasingly unhappy toddler. You understand that taking James includes the part where he refuses everything except the thing he dropped on the floor? I'm prepared to negotiate, Kayla said. James immediately grabbed her hair. Emma laughed despite herself. Strong opening position. David checked the outside coverage before anyone moved. He remained home with James as the required parent while Mendez retained Alpha Command. Malik Grant accepted Bravo from Alvarez, Priya Shah accepted Charlie from Reeves, and the secure house communications net remained staffed throughout both handovers. Only after every acknowledgement was logged did Patty, Alvarez and Reeves head towards their pods. Emma watched them leave, then took the abandoned coffee cups to the sink. Kayla carried James towards the sitting room while he complained against her shoulder, and Emma followed with the teething ring, a clean cloth and the household tablet. Kayla glanced at the tablet. No game schedule. It's the grocery list. That's acceptable. Emma set it on the table and sat beside her. For the next protected block, their job wasn't to become stronger. It was to make sure somebody else had the chance. By the time Patty, Alvarez and Reeves returned, James had finally surrendered to sleep. Emma carried him upstairs herself, settled him into his cot and stayed until his breathing remained even after she eased her hand from his back. When she returned, Kayla was stretched across one end of the sofa with her eyes closed instead of studying a game screen. Patty entered from the cabin room and stopped beside them. Nobody moved? Emma opened one eye. We achieved sitting down. I'm proud of you. The protected blocks had done what the abandoned schedule hadn't. Patty's ledger now showed level 36 ward healer. Alvarez and Reeves had both reached level 38 in their convoy specialist and systems warden paths. Their abilities weren't theoretical anymore. Ward circle and stabilize strengthened the household's medical response, while Alvarez's route and vehicle abilities and Reeves's network ward and fault isolation added options the security teams could use outside the game. David brought the household board into the sitting room, but this time Emma didn't reach for it. What about you and Mendez? Already caught up during the recovery window, he said. Level 40 Guardian for me. Mendez is level 42 Vanguard. Mendez leaned against the doorway. And Alpha is mine again. Serena completed the handover 20 minutes ago. Alvarez checked his own section. Bravo is back with me. Malik's off duty. Reeves tapped the final command line. Charlie returned to me after Priya completed the systems report. Secure communications stayed staffed the entire time. David drew a line beneath the repaired schedule. No missed blocks remained waiting to be shoved into somebody else's rest period, and no active outside shift had been stripped to make the recovery work. This is the rota again. Not a temporary patch. Kayla opened her eyes. Meaning? Meaning emergencies can break the schedule, David said, but they don't get to become the schedule. Emma looked at the 5 adult names and their levels. Months ago, the adults had entered because eventually their game progress might matter. Now a guardian, ward healer, vanguard, convoy specialist and systems warden were part of the real protection surrounding James and the house. She leaned back beside Kayla instead of asking when they could log in again. Their own level 70 hadn't changed during the recovery window. That was fine. When the next game notice finally offered orbital qualification training at the Mojave launch terminal, Emma read it once and closed the display. Tomorrow, she said. Kayla smiled without opening her eyes. Tomorrow. 37, orbit training. The Mojave launch terminal looked less like a gateway to space than a machine built to punish assumptions. Emma stood inside the qualification bay with Kayla beside her while Dev inspected the docking controls mounted around the training cradle. The game had given them rifles, magic, armored vehicles and ruined cities without making any of those things feel simple. Orbital access apparently intended to continue the tradition. Dev pointed at the guidance display. Nobody touches a spell until you can dock this manually. Emma settled into the control seat. You know I can move objects without touching them. I know. That's why I said manually. Dev tapped the thruster controls. Kinetic assist won't teach you what happens when you fire the wrong correction and turn half a meter of drift into a collision. Kayla secured herself into the adjacent station. He's enjoying this. He's been waiting 70 levels, Emma said. Dev smiled. Absolutely. The first docking run punished Emma for thinking in terms of roads. She corrected too strongly, cancelled too late and watched the simulated docking collar slide past before Dev froze the exercise. On the second attempt she stopped trying to point the craft where she wanted to go and used smaller thrusts, allowing momentum to carry them into alignment. Kayla handled the final approach call while Emma brought the indicators together and locked the collar without impact. Vacuum movement was worse. With no ground beneath her, every push demanded an answer from the rest of her body. Emma shoved away from one handhold, rotated farther than intended and caught the next rail with both hands before drifting beyond it. Dev floated past using short, controlled movements. Your strength isn't helping. I noticed. Good. Use less of it. By the fourth crossing, Emma stopped treating each handhold as something to pull herself towards. She used fingertips, boots and brief pushes to control direction without wasting movement. Kayla adapted faster and gave Emma an irritatingly pleased look when they met at the far bulkhead. Hull repair forced another change. Dev handed them sealed patch kits and made them secure tools before opening the damaged training panel. A loose wrench wasn't dropped in vacuum. It became a moving problem. Emma tethered each tool, cleaned the simulated breach, positioned the patch and held it while Kayla worked the seal into place. Dev checked their finished repair, then looked towards the next pressure chamber. Docking passes. Movement passes. Repair passes. Emma followed his gaze towards the sealed hatch. Next, Dev said, you learn what happens when the hull stops cooperating. Dev didn't give Emma time to ask what that meant. He led them through the sealed hatch into a pressure training compartment where handholds lined the walls and an emergency bulkhead divided the chamber in two. Kayla clipped her safety tether to the nearest rail while Emma examined the narrow inspection panel set into the opposite wall. Dev secured his own tether. Simulated hull breach. Your job is to keep the compartment usable until the breach is isolated. Emma looked at the panel, then at the bulkhead controls. That's easier than docking. Good, Dev said. Show me. The warning tone sounded. The inspection panel snapped open and air began rushing through the breach. Loose training markers jerked towards it, and Emma planted her boots against the deck before raising Aegis Screen 2 directly across the opening. The barrier appeared exactly where she wanted it, broad enough to cover the damaged section. For less than a second, Emma thought she'd solved the problem. Then the airflow bent around the edges. A restraint strap ripped free from the wall and whipped past her shoulder. Pressure continued falling while the barrier held perfectly against nothing. Emma widened the screen and pushed it closer to the breach, trying to cover the surrounding frame, but that only changed where the escaping air went. The flow split around the barrier and dragged harder along both sides. Kayla caught another loose marker before it reached the opening. Emma, pressure's still dropping. I can see that. Emma shifted the barrier again. Aegis Screen 2 had stopped charging bores, gunfire and creatures heavier than she was. Her instinct said anything strong enough to block an attack should block a hole. The compartment disagreed. Dev reached the emergency control and closed the training breach. Airflow stopped immediately. Emma lowered the barrier while the chamber restored pressure around them. You tried to fight decompression, Dev said. Emma stared at the sealed panel. I blocked the opening. No, you put a defensive screen in front of it. Dev tapped the frame surrounding the simulated breach. Those aren't the same job. Kayla unclipped the marker she'd caught and secured it properly. It never sealed. Emma looked at the barrier position she'd chosen and understood the mistake before Dev explained anything further. She'd treated escaping atmosphere like an incoming attack, something to meet head-on. The spell had done exactly what it was designed to do. Her assumption had failed. Dev reset the chamber. Again, but this time you follow procedure before you decide where magic belongs. Emma took her place beside the bulkhead controls and left her hands lowered. Fine, she said. Teach me the procedure. Dev didn't start with the barrier. A station crew instructor opened the emergency panel beside Emma and pointed down the checklist. Alarm, tether, account for people, secure loose equipment, isolate adjoining spaces, then identify whether the breach is repairable. You don't stand in front of a hole deciding which spell looks useful. Emma clipped her tether to the bulkhead rail. And if we can repair it? Then somebody repairs it, Dev said. He handed Kayla a patch kit and fastened the tool case to a second tether. Your magic keeps that person able to work. It doesn't become the repair because you're more comfortable casting than following procedure. Kayla checked every attachment before looking at Emma. I'll patch. You keep me from becoming part of the leak. The warning sounded again. Emma acknowledged the alarm instead of casting. Kayla secured the remaining loose markers while Dev confirmed the adjoining hatch was closed. Only when the simulated breach opened did Emma raise Aegis Screen 2, and this time she didn't put it across the damaged panel. 2 square, the crew instructor called. Think about where the air goes after it hits. Emma rotated the screen until one edge stood closer to the breach and the other opened towards the empty side of the compartment. Air still escaped, but the strongest flow turned away from Kayla's approach instead of splitting unpredictably around a flat obstruction. Dev watched the pressure display. Better. Don't chase the leak. Hold the work lane. Kayla moved behind the angled protection, clipped herself beside the damaged panel and pulled the physical patch free. Emma felt the barrier taking uneven pressure and had to resist the urge to widen it. Bigger wasn't automatically safer. She adjusted the angle by degrees as Kayla crossed the last meter, keeping the strongest airflow off her without blocking access to the breach. Hold there, Kayla said. Emma stopped moving the spell. Kayla cleaned the damaged frame, seated the patch and locked the first fastener. Pressure continued falling, but more slowly. Dev passed her the sealing tool along its tether rather than stepping into the exposed lane. Kayla secured the remaining fasteners, activated the seal and slapped the confirmation control. The airflow stopped. Emma released Aegis Screen 2 only after the pressure display stabilized. The crew instructor inspected the patch, then checked their tether points and the isolated hatch. Pass, he said. Not because the barrier stopped decompression. Because you finally used it for the job it could actually do. Emma looked at Dev. Procedure first. Magic where it helps. Dev opened the hatch leading towards the qualification section. Good. Now prove you can do all of it without us talking you through it. Emma followed Dev through the hatch without answering. The qualification section combined everything they'd already practiced into one timed sequence. Manual docking, transfer through a low-gravity passage, inspection of a damaged hull compartment and emergency stabilization before the simulated craft could be cleared for orbital approach. No instructor stood beside the controls this time. Dev and the station crew remained behind the observation line while Emma and Kayla took their assigned stations. Kayla checked the restraint indicator. Docking first. Small corrections. I remember. You said that before the decompression test. Emma glanced sideways at her. Helpful. Kayla smiled. I thought so. The guidance display activated. Emma used brief thruster inputs instead of trying to force alignment, watching relative motion rather than the apparent position of the docking collar. Kayla called distance and closing speed while Emma corrected the final drift. The contact indicators moved into tolerance, the collar locked and the qualification system released the next section without comment. They moved through the transfer passage on tethers, pushing lightly between handholds. Emma caught herself before using too much strength and let momentum do most of the work. At the far bulkhead, Kayla secured the equipment case before opening the inspection compartment. The decompression alarm sounded almost immediately. Emma acknowledged it, checked Kayla's tether and secured the loose tools nearest her before touching magic. Kayla isolated the adjoining compartment while Emma identified the breach and angled Aegis screen 2 to divert the strongest airflow away from the repair lane. Working, Kayla said. Emma held the angle steady. Kayla crossed behind the screen, anchored beside the damaged section and removed the patch kit. She cleaned the frame, positioned the seal and fastened it while Emma watched both the pressure reading and the barrier edge. When the final indicator changed, Kayla activated the patch and waited. Pressure stabilized. Emma lowered the barrier. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the qualification display changed. Orbital Operations Qualification. Complete. Level 72. Kayla exhaled and looked through the observation window. Do we get to say we know what we're doing now? Dev entered the compartment with the station crew behind him. You get to say you're qualified to start learning somewhere less forgiving. Emma looked past him towards the terminal display. A new destination had appeared among their available objectives, the orbital reliquary. She remembered the notice she'd closed at home instead of rushing after it. Waiting hadn't cost them anything. It had given them the chance to arrive ready. Kayla read the same destination. Tomorrow? Emma shook her head. Not this time. Dev raised an eyebrow. Emma opened the raid requirements. We prepare first. 38. Orbital Reliquary. 13 game days after qualification, Kayla watched the orbital reliquary grow across the forward display as Emma brought their raid shuttle onto final approach. The Kharid station was larger than the training structures beneath Mojave, a broken ring of pressure compartments, docking arms and darkened modules turning slowly against the earth below. Damage marked nearly every section. Several hull plates had peeled outward, and emergency lights flashed around a docking collar that still reported partial atmosphere beyond it. Closing at point 3, Kayla said. 2 meters lateral drift. Emma touched the thrusters once. Correcting. Jorge stood secured behind them with the raid status display open. Nobody leaves the shuttle until we have pressure, tethers and assigned lanes. Rescue takes priority over salvage. The collar locked with a heavy vibration through the cabin. Kayla had barely released her restraint when the station warning system changed. Something struck the outer structure hard enough to send a shudder through both vessels. The docking display filled with pressure loss markers as 3 compartments farther along the ring began venting. Debris strike, Dev said from the engineering station. Multiple breaches. Jorge was already assigning teams. Dev, keep the dock alive. Emma, outer hull group. Kayla with me. Rescue team moves on compartment 12. Nobody chases targets away from a breach. The inner hatch opened onto rushing air and a corridor filled with drifting equipment. Kayla clipped her tether before crossing. Small gray shapes crawled across the damaged wall ahead, each no larger than her palm. Vacuum mites clustered around seams where escaping atmosphere gave them access to the structure. Farther along, something longer and dark clung across a torn pressure panel. Hull leech, Dev warned over Mind Link. Don't tear it off. It's widened the breach around itself. Emma raised Aegis Screen 2 at an angle, diverting the strongest airflow while 2 raid specialists advanced with patch kits. Kayla moved behind Jorge towards a sealed emergency door where 3 survivor markers flashed on the other side. A vacuum mite launched from the wall. Jorge caught it on his shield and crushed it against the deck without abandoning the doorway. Patch first. Fight second. More mites emerged from the damaged seam, but the raid held position instead of pursuing them. Emma protected the repair lane while the specialists sealed the first breach. Kayla reached the emergency controls and found the compartment beyond already losing pressure. 3 alive, she said. We open this before that section vents. Jorge checked the spreading damage markers, then divided the raid with 3 quick assignments. Emma holds the breach team. Dev owns doors and pressure control. Kayla, you're with me. The emergency lock cycled. Behind them, somewhere deeper inside the station, dormant defense systems began coming online. The emergency lock finished cycling just as the first defense drone entered the corridor behind them. Kayla heard Dev's warning through MindLink and turned enough to see the machine unfold from a recessed wall compartment. 2 articulated arms locked into firing position while a second drone activated farther back, its status lights changing from amber to red. Contact rear, Dev said. They're station systems, not scavengers. Jorge didn't abandon the rescue door. He drove his shield into position between Kayla and the corridor. Emma holds rear security. Dev, get me something useful from those controls. Kayla, open the compartment. Kayla triggered the emergency release. The hatch moved less than 20 centimeters before damaged pressure seals stopped it. She braced both hands against the edge and pulled while Jorge held the entrance. Inside, 3 compact figures in modular pressure shells were secured against a bulkhead, one moving weakly and the other 2 motionless. A burst of fire struck farther down the corridor. Emma's barrier caught it with a sharp flash, and Dev dropped behind an access console rather than returning fire immediately. They're broadcasting challenge codes, he said. Same sequence before every shot. Emma shifted Aegis Screen 2 to cover the repair specialists. Can you shut them down? Not yet. Dev worked the console while another drone emerged from the ceiling. I can read part of the local record. These aren't general combat units. Custodial defense. Kayla reached the nearest survivor and checked the pressure shell indicators. Atmosphere remained inside, but the suit's emergency reserve was dropping. She connected the raid's portable supply before releasing the restraint. Custodial means what? Jorge asked. Dev enlarged a translated record across the shared interface. Preservation Authority. Structural protection. Restricted access. Removal of protected material requires recorded transfer. A third burst struck Emma's barrier. Marcus's voice came from the rear team. They're shooting at us. That seems pretty clear. Kayla looked past Jorge at the drones. They advanced only when players crossed particular junctions, firing in controlled bursts and never targeting the sealed survivor compartment. One drone even changed its angle when Emma's barrier exposed a damaged pressure line. They're defending the station, Kayla said. Not trying to kill everything inside it. Marcus answered immediately. They're still trying to kill us. Then we deal with what they're doing without deciding why before we have the records. Jorge glanced at Dev's display while Kayla transferred the first card survivor into the corridor. More translated entries appeared, all repeating the same language: custody, continuity, authorized recovery. Raid order stands, Jorge said. No indiscriminate fire. Protect the rescue and keep reading. Ahead of them, another defense door unlocked, revealing a corridor lined with active custodial markers and more drones waiting beyond it. The waiting drones didn't advance until Kayla crossed the first custodial marker. Their weapons came up together, and Emma caught the opening burst while Jorge pulled Kayla back behind his shield. Dev dropped beside the nearest wall terminal, working through the translated records as more station systems activated around them. Stop crossing marked boundaries, Jorge ordered. Dev, tell me what those markers authorize. Working on it. Dev opened 3 damaged records and discarded 2 before the third resolved into readable text. Command lineage. Station custody passed through named officers, then emergency stewards. The chain ends during evacuation. Kayla looked towards the survivor they'd recovered. The carried pressure shell carried markings matching one of the terminal symbols. Can we use them to prove they belong here? Maybe, but the station currently thinks we're removing protected personnel and material without authority. A new warning replaced the drone challenge code. Reactor scuttle sequence initiated. Jorge swore once and opened the raid map. Sections of the station turned red as access doors began sealing between them and the reactor. Dev, root. Everyone else stays on rescue and pressure control. Nobody shoots a console because it's inconvenient. Kayla reached the next sealed junction with 2 drones covering it. The control panel beside the door offered a direct destruction prompt through the raid interface, but the physical system beneath it showed separate feeds for weapons, door control and emergency authority. Destroying the panel would open the route. It would also erase whatever access record Dev needed. I can break it, Marcus said from behind Emma's barrier. No. Kayla opened ManaSense and followed the active structures through the panel until she found the feed powering the drone's firing authorization. She cut only that flow with Mana control. Both machines remained upright, tracking the raid without firing. Dev looked over. Good. Door systems still live. The hatch opened under his command. Jorge moved through first and found the reactor access split between 2 corridors, one marked emergency containment and the other command verification. The scuttle timer continued dropping. Containment is faster, Emma said. And probably irreversible, Jorge replied. He pointed towards the command route. Dev with me. Kayla, keep disabling anything that blocks us without destroying the records. Emma holds the retreat. Kayla moved from panel to panel, shutting down weapon authorization while leaving doors, life support and archives intact. Each preserved system gave Dev another piece of the command chain. At the final junction, Jorge stopped beside a reactor control showing the scuttle sequence halfway complete. Found continuity, Dev said. But we need the station guardian to accept it. A heavy lock released ahead of them. The reliquary sentinel was waiting on the other side. The reliquary sentinel filled the junction without advancing. Its weapons remained trained on the raid while the scuttle timer continued falling beside it. Kayla could see no safe path around the guardian, and destroying it would prove exactly what the station already believed about them. Jorge raised one hand before anyone fired. Dev, give it the command chain. Dev pushed the recovered records into the surviving control interface. Emergency stewards inherited custody during evacuation. The survivors we removed are inside that same chain, but the station marked their movement as unauthorized salvage. The Sentinel rejected the submission. The reactor timer continued. Marcus shifted his rifle. We're running out of time. We know, Jorge said. Nobody shoots unless I call it. Kayla looked back through the open junctions. The raid had repaired breaches, preserved the records and carried living Kharid out of failing compartments. The station had recorded every part of it. It doesn't need us to claim custody. It needs proof custody never ended. Dev understood first. He reopened the rescue records and linked them to the repaired sections, surviving Kharid identification and the intact command lineage. Witnessed continuity. Stabilization before removal. Submitted under the survivors, Jorge ordered. Not us. The Sentinel moved as the new record entered the station system. Emma stepped between it and Dev, but Jorge kept his hand raised. Kayla watched the scuttle timer fall through another second, then another. The reactor warning vanished. Weapons across the Sentinel's frame lowered. The drones behind them returned to their wall positions, and the Guardian sank onto one knee as the custodial markers changed from hostile red to steady white. Raid objective complete. The progression hit before Kayla could finish exhaling. Level 75. Her class interface opened with the advanced path already authorized by the cleared reliquary. Celestial High Priest appeared above 3 available abilities, the specialization itself, Mass Stabilize and Life Covenant. Kayla read the limits carefully before confirming them. Mass Stabilize could keep an entire party from worsening during an emergency, but it wasn't full healing. Life Covenant could move part of fresh harm from marked allies onto her, with consequences severe enough that she read that warning twice. Emma's matching progression settled through their bond. Astral Aegis. Mobile Bastion. Last Line Oath. Emma stared at the last description. That one's expensive. So is mine, Kayla said. Good. Jorge glanced between them. Save the celebration until everyone's breathing somewhere safe. Dev recovered the reliquary's reward record before closing the interface. An advanced specialization key registered as consumed by the completed progression, while a star map fragment remained attached to the RAID archive. Kayla looked at the fragment, then at the preserved station around them. They had come to clear a dungeon. Instead, they'd learned that someone had owned it before them. 39. The assignment after orbit. Emma stood at the front of Professor Ree's USC Systems seminar with an image of the broken Carrid station suspended behind her. The star map fragment remained private, but the RAID's structural data had given her more than enough material for the complex systems validation assignment. Half the class had spent the opening minutes asking why someone who'd just helped save an orbital station was still required to defend coursework in person. One student finally said what the others had been circling. "You were actually up there. What's Professor Ree supposed to teach you about system failure that the reliquary didn't?" Emma glanced towards Ree. He'd made no attempt to rescue her from the question. Nia Brooks sat beside Kayla near the front, looking more entertained than sympathetic. "Experience gives you examples," Emma said. "It doesn't guarantee you understand them." "Still sounds backwards," the student replied. "You survived the real thing, then came here to model it. Which is why I have data worth modeling." That earned a few laughs, and Emma turned to the display. She'd built her solution around the reliquary's pressure compartments, custodial controls and reactor scuttle system, then mapped them onto a proposed resilient infrastructure network. A damaged node could isolate itself while preserving essential services. Local controllers retained authority when central command disappeared. Restoration depended on verified continuity rather than assuming the highest surviving system should automatically take control. She advanced the model through 3 simulated failures. Each section isolated cleanly, rerouted capacity and preserved the services Emma had ranked as critical. The reliquary survived because its subsystems kept functioning after the government that created them was gone, Emma said. Its mistake was treating interrupted authority as hostile intrusion. So our design preserves local autonomy but uses witnessed continuity to restore trust between isolated sections. Nia leaned forward. "You're using custodial authorization as the equivalent of distributed authentication?" "Partly. The important piece is that nobody has to rebuild central command before the network can cooperate again." Emma enlarged the recovery sequence. If communications fail, each section keeps operating. When contact returns, they compare preserved records, establish continuity and reconnect without giving either side unrestricted control. Kayla watched the diagram settle into its final state. Through the bond came quiet approval, followed almost immediately by caution. Emma felt it too. The solution was neat. Perhaps too neat. Professor Ree rose from his chair and walked towards the display. "Good presentation," he said. "Now remove the Carrid station from your thinking." Emma lowered the control tablet slightly. Ree pointed at the first assumption beneath her model. "Tell me why this remains true on Earth." Emma read the line again. "Local controllers preserve essential services when central authority fails. Because distributed control prevents one failure from disabling the entire network. That explains why you want it to be true." Ree tapped the next field. "What guarantees the local controller has the power, personnel and physical access required to preserve those services?" Emma looked at the diagram. Her model treated each section as capable of autonomous operation because the Carrid station had been built that way. Nothing guarantees it. That would have to be designed into the system. Then you haven't described an Earth system. You've described the reliquary with different labels. A few students shifted in their seats. Emma felt the attention sharpen. 10 minutes earlier they'd been asking why she needed the class. Now Professor Ree was dismantling her answer in front of them, and nobody appeared eager to interrupt. Nia raised a hand from the front row. "What if the local section doesn't own its dependencies? A hospital might have backup generation but still depend on outside fuel deliveries, replacement parts or communications." Ree nodded. "Exactly, Miss Channing?" Emma enlarged the dependency layer. She could already see the problem spreading through her neat solution. Then autonomy isn't binary. A section can remain operational locally while still depending on resources controlled somewhere else. "And who decides what counts as continuity?" Ree asked. "The Carrid station accepted recorded custodial succession. Which Earth authority do you intend to substitute for that?" Emma hesitated. "Municipal control, federal authority, private ownership and emergency management all offered answers, but none applied universally. Her model had quietly assumed that a valid record would be recognized merely because it existed. Kayla folded her arms. We also assumed cooperating sections want restoration under the same authority. Emma glanced at her. That one hurt more because it was obvious once spoken. The reliquary's custodial systems shared one legal tradition. Earth networks crossed companies, governments, jurisdictions and contracts that might disagree even when the hardware could reconnect. Ree stepped away from the display. Your analogy is useful. Your conclusion isn't supported yet. Emma could have defended the structure, narrowed the scope or argued that the assignment was conceptual. Instead, she closed the final simulation and left the assumptions visible. Then my answer's wrong. The room stayed quiet for a moment. Ree nodded once. Good. Now determine where it stops being wrong. Emma looked at the exposed assumptions filling the display. She no longer needed another simulation. She needed evidence. Ree gave them the remainder of the seminar period, and Emma surrendered the presentation controls instead of trying to repair the model at the front of the room. She took the seat beside Nia, opened the assignment sources and began stripping every card-derived assumption out of the design. Power independence disappeared first. Shared authority went next. By the time she reached communications, half the original model was marked unsupported. Nia pulled the dependency map onto her own screen. You're still starting with the station. Emma stopped typing. I removed the station architecture. You removed the labels. Nia highlighted 3 link nodes. You're still asking how Earth can imitate a system that was designed as one system. Start with Earth. What actually has to keep working? Emma's first instinct was to explain why the preserved record method still mattered. She killed the answer before it reached her mouth. Nia had found the same habit Ree had exposed, only deeper. Emma turned her tablet towards her. All right. You lead. I'll test it. Nia hesitated. Seriously? You're seeing the problem better than I am. That changed the work immediately. Nia began with services rather than architecture, hospital power, emergency communications, water control and transport coordination. Emma searched the provided infrastructure records for dependencies and failure conditions while Kayla checked each proposed connection against ownership and jurisdiction. Their clean diagram became messier with every verified fact, but it also became harder to lie to themselves about what would survive. Hospital generation lasts, Nia said, tracing one branch, until fuel or maintenance becomes the limiting dependency. So local control isn't enough. Kayla added another marker. And communications restoration can't automatically restore authority. 2 functioning organizations can reconnect without either agreeing that one commands the other. Emma revised the model around that distinction. Then continuity proves history, not ownership. It can tell us what happened before separation. It can't decide what authority should exist afterward. Professor Ree had returned to their table without Emma noticing. He read the new assumption list, then looked at Nia. Why is she doing the talking now? Nia glanced at Emma before answering. Because the original model started from her experience. The correction starts from our evidence. Ree nodded. Continue. Emma felt no urge to reclaim the presentation. She shifted another source window towards Nia and removed the last automatic authority rule. The revised model still wasn't finished, but it was finally describing Earth rather than disguising the reliquary as one. Emma rebuilt the opening claim while Nia checked every dependency and Kayla tested the authority rules against the evidence they'd gathered. They stopped using continuity as permission. In the new model, preserved records established what had existed before a break, while restored control required separate proof of legal authority, available resources and cooperation from the systems being reconnected. Where those conditions couldn't be verified, the model stopped and marked the decision unresolved. Nia read the final sequence aloud. Local systems preserve whatever they can support. Reconnection establishes communication first. Authority follows only after verification. She looked at Emma. That's much less impressive than your original version. It also doesn't accidentally appoint somebody ruler of the water pumps because their server rebooted first. Kayla laughed quietly. I'd call that an improvement. Professor Ree returned when they submitted the revision. He didn't look at the conclusion first. He opened their assumptions, selected one at random and pointed to the supporting evidence. Why does this dependency matter? Emma answered without reaching for the current example. Because local operation can fail from an external resource shortage even when the local equipment is intact. We have to validate operational independence rather than infer it from control access. Ree selected another. And this? Nia answered. Historical continuity proves the prior relationship. It doesn't create present authority. He moved through 4 more entries, forcing each of them to defend something the model had previously treated as obvious. Emma felt the difference by the third question. She wasn't trying to make the reliquary lesson survive. She was trying to discover which parts deserved to survive. Ree finally closed the review panel. Pass. Emma glanced at the score field, then back at him. That's it? That's the assignment. Ree tapped the revision history. Your first answer was elegant and unsupported. Your second is narrower, uglier and useful. Emma accepted that more easily than she would have expected. Before closing the project, she added one final note to the copy she kept for their own planning. Alien systems could offer evidence, methods and warnings, but never assumptions about another place. Local authority, dependencies and survival conditions had to be verified again whenever they crossed into a new environment. Kayla read it over her shoulder. Future expedition rule? Future everything rule. Nia gathered her tablet. Including university assignments? Emma saved the file. Especially university assignments. The orbital raid had given them experience nobody in the room could duplicate. Professor Ree had just demonstrated why experience still needed checking before they trusted it somewhere else. 40. Backstroke under load. 10 days after Professor Ree passed their revision, Kayla came downstairs for swim training to find Reeves kneeling beside an open perimeter control cabinet while 3 sections of the house security display flashed amber. Priya Shah stood at the main console with Charlie's shift status spread across 2 screens. 4 officers already reassigned to cover the blind sections. Sensor cascade, Reeves said before Kayla could ask. One damaged subsystem is feeding bad state data into the next. David looked up from the household security panel. Do we cancel? No. Reeves placed one hand against the controller and activated fault isolation. The amber warnings stopped spreading. 2 sections remained unavailable, but the rest of the perimeter returned to verified status. I've quarantined the damaged branch. Priya has Charlie command until it's repaired. Priya nodded without turning from the console. We can hold coverage without it. Patty appeared from the family room with James balanced against her hip. Then go swim. Your father's here, I'm here, and nobody needs 2 Olympic athletes staring at a broken sensor. Kayla smiled. That sounded suspiciously like an order. It was. By the time they reached the Olympic pool, the certified competition zone had already been checked. Coach Alvarez met them at lane 4 with a timing tablet while accredited judges waited beside the suppression station. Enhanced set first, he said. Backstroke starts, turns, then threshold work. I'm measuring line and execution. I don't care how impressive the clock looks. Kayla entered with her full game added physical progression available. The opening lengths felt almost unfairly easy. She drove from each wall, held speed through the underwater phase and came up carrying enough momentum that small errors disappeared beneath raw acceleration. Emma stayed close, which only made Kayla push harder. Coach Alvarez stopped them after the final enhanced repeat. Good speed. Now we find out what belongs to you and what your numbers are hiding. The judges verified the restricted system fields, then applied measured attribute suppression to remove the exact ledger-derived game progression delta from Kayla's strength, agility and fitness. The anti-magic venue field came online around the competition zone, cutting away game-derived magical assistance as well. Kayla rolled her shoulders. Her body was still trained, familiar and hers, but the change was immediate. Emma adjusted her goggles. Race you? Obviously. Coach Alvarez pointed towards the blocks. Don't race the first length. Give me the same backstroke you just claimed was clean. Kayla climbed onto the start platform, suddenly much more interested in exactly what he'd seen. She settled beneath the surface, feet planted against the wall and hands locked around the backstroke grips. Coach Alvarez's warning followed her down. The same backstroke. That should have been simple. She'd swum the enhanced set fast enough that the turn error he'd noticed had barely registered to her. The signal sounded. Kayla drove away from the wall, surfaced into her stroke and immediately felt how much less forgiving the conventional state was. Her cadence was familiar, her training unchanged, but the extra acceleration she'd used through the earlier set was gone. Emma remained beside her instead of dropping behind during the first length. At the flags, Kayla counted her strokes and attacked the wall exactly as she had during the enhanced repeat. She rotated hard, carried too much speed into the turn and planted her feet slightly low. Earlier, enhanced leg power had driven her out strongly enough to erase the mistake. This time her push sent her deeper than intended. She corrected upward, but the correction cost distance and rhythm. Emma surfaced ahead. Coach Alvarez's whistle cut across the pool before Kayla reached the far wall. Stop there. Kayla rolled onto her front and caught the lane rope. The suppression changed my distance. No, Alvarez said from the deck. It exposed your distance. Kayla frowned and looked back towards the turn wall. I used the same count. That's the problem. Alvarez brought up the recording from the enhanced repeat beside the conventional one. Watch your last 2 strokes. Kayla climbed out and stood beside Emma while the recordings played together. In both, she reached the wall slightly too close, rushed the rotation and planted low. The enhanced version looked clean afterward because her push recovered the lost angle almost immediately. Emma pointed at the first recording. You fixed the bad entry with the exit. I powered through it, Kayla said. You powered past what it cost, Alvarez corrected. He replayed the conventional turn. Here you don't have enough surplus force to hide it. Your line drops, your breakout moves late and you spend the next strokes recovering something that should have been settled at the wall. Kayla wanted to blame the altered body state. The argument lasted about 2 seconds in her own head before the paired recordings killed it. The fault hadn't appeared under suppression. It had been there all morning. Emma adjusted her cap. Still want to race? Kayla looked from the recordings to lane 4. More now. Coach Alvarez reset the timing display. Good. Same conventional state. 50 back. This time I want you to find out exactly how expensive that turn is. Kayla returned to the wall beside Emma and reset her grip. The suppression effects remained active, the venue field steady around the competition zone. She could still feel Emma through their innate bond, familiar and immediate, but the game mind link was absent and neither of them needed the bond to know what Coach Alvarez wanted. This was an individual 50. Emma's presence told Kayla where her sister was emotionally, not where her hand would touch the wall. The signal sounded. Kayla drove out cleaner than before and resisted the urge to chase Emma's opening speed. She held her line, counted into the flags and approached the turn with the same stroke pattern she'd used earlier. Knowing the fault existed didn't remove it. She arrived crowded again, rushed the rotation and lost enough momentum that Emma came off the wall ahead. Kayla fought back through the final meters, but Emma touched first. Coach Alvarez checked the timing display. That's the cost. Kayla surfaced beside the wall and pulled off her goggles. I knew it was coming and still did it. Because knowing what's wrong isn't the same as correcting it. Alvarez replayed the turn. You're deciding too late. Stop trying to rescue the wall after you've already committed. Emma rested her arms on the lane rope. Want me to tell you what I saw? Kayla's first reaction was irritation, mostly because she already knew Emma had beaten her. She let it go. Yes. You shortened the stroke before the flags, then tried to put the missing distance back into the last one. Emma pointed towards the screen. Your count stayed the same, but the strokes weren't. Kayla watched the sequence again. Emma was right. So I'm protecting the number instead of the distance. Alvarez nodded. Fix that. Kayla took 2 controlled approaches without racing, adjusting the penultimate stroke until the rotation began where it should. On the third, her feet planted higher and the push carried her straight instead of down. Alvarez sent her back immediately. Final precision repeat. Same conditions. Emma grinned across the lane. Still racing you. Good. They launched together. Kayla ignored Emma's position and worked her own markers. At the turn she held the full stroke, rotated without rushing and planted cleanly. The breakout arrived on time. She kept the line through the finish and touched a fraction ahead of Emma. Alvarez raised the timing tablet. That one you get to keep. Kayla looked back at the turn wall, breathing hard. The power had never fixed her technique. It had only made the mistake cheaper. She climbed out beside Emma while the judges released the temporary attribute suppression. Strength returned without drama, followed by agility and fitness, restoring the game-derived physical gains that had been removed for the conventional repeats. The anti-magic venue field remained active until the officials completed their integrity check, and Kayla flexed one hand while the familiar enhanced body state settled back into place. Coach Alvarez closed the turn recordings and opened the season schedule instead. We're keeping both programs. Emma leaned over the timing table. Conventional and open? Both. Alvarez tapped the conventional qualification blocks first. These stay certified. Accredited suppression for the verified game progression delta. Venue field whenever magical effects are relevant. Continuous verification and no game-derived assistance during the event. If the venue can't certify the required conditions, the swim doesn't count for conventional qualification. Kayla nodded towards the second column. And open? Physical enhancement stays available there, but those results live in their own record set. Alvarez looked directly at her. Which means you don't get to treat open training as the place where technique stops mattering. Kayla glanced towards the turn wall. I gathered that. Emma smiled. Eventually. Kayla bumped her shoulder. You were useful for about 5 minutes. Don't spoil it. Alvarez ignored them and marked the next training blocks. The season plan alternated enhanced sets with certified conventional work rather than choosing one and abandoning the other. Kayla could see why now. The open work taught them how their stronger bodies behaved under load. Conventional training stripped away the surplus that could conceal mistakes and forced every start, turn and breakout to stand on technique. One of the judges completed the field check and signaled that the competition zone was clear. Alvarez shut down the schedule. Your game progression doesn't make the old program obsolete. The conventional program doesn't require pretending the game never happened. We measure the advantage, remove it when the rules require it and train honestly in whatever state you're actually competing in. Kayla picked up her towel. So next session we do this again. Until I stop finding things your extra power is hiding. Emma looked at Kayla. That could take a while. Kayla laughed and followed Alvarez towards the changing rooms. Conventional qualification still demanded certified suppression and controlled conditions. Open swimming allowed their enhanced physical development to remain. Neither program erased the other, and after the morning's turn work, Kayla no longer wanted either one to. 41. The map that lied. 10 days after Kayla's backstroke session, Emma stopped beside the secure cabin room with one hand on the door control and waited for Reeves to finish his report. The damaged perimeter branch had remained isolated since the sensor cascade, but knowing fault isolation had contained the problem wasn't the same as leaving the house while part of the system was still under repair. Reeves brought the security display up between them. The quarantined branch is still offline. Nothing has propagated beyond it, every remaining section has stayed verified, and the secure house net hasn't dropped once. Emma studied the status blocks. Priya still has Charlie? She has command and 4 officers outside. David's here, Patty has James, and the independent communications route is live. Reeves closed the display before she could ask for another diagnostic. Emma, the fault is contained. Go do the mission. Kayla was already waiting beside the immersion cabin. I was wondering how many different ways he'd have to say that. One more might have been useful. No, it wouldn't. Emma knew her sister was right. Canceling the Broken Orchard expedition wouldn't repair the missing sensors, and Reeves had already demonstrated that the household could lose part of its technical protection without losing control of everything around it. Emma entered the cabin and settled into the pod beside Kayla's. The game returned around them at the abandoned agricultural research belt east of Los Angeles. Their party assembled near the contained spatial tear while the mission interface identified Rift A37, Broken Orchard. Emma stared at the opening longer than anyone else. She knew this one. Not from the game. Not from anything the collective had shown her since character creation. EJ had crossed the Broken Orchard years later in another history. He remembered abandoned grow complexes beyond the entrance, a hostile route through the western terraces and a narrow service path that avoided most of the defenders. The details were old, but they were unusually clear. Kayla glanced at her. You've got that look. I remember the route. Useful? Emma nodded. Very. They crossed. The transition released them beneath immense fruiting structures whose branches formed layered canopies over cultivated ground. Water channels ran between raised beds, biological machinery clung to living trunks, and distant structures stood where Emma remembered defensive fields and ruined terraces. She took 3 steps, then stopped. The western route was still there. What surrounded it wasn't. Emma's remembered western terraces had been stripped of the defensive works she expected. Living barriers now divided cultivated plots, irrigation channels crossed ground that had once been abandoned, and low structures stood among the trees where EJ remembered burned foundations. More troubling were the people moving between them. Kayla slowed beside her. Those are Vayari. Emma saw the 6-fingered hands and mottled green-gray skin as several figures turned towards the newcomers. Some wore the protective masks she remembered from the green scar, but others carried containers and flexible ceramic tools instead of weapons. Between them worked smaller groups whose clothing and movements marked them as civilians rather than survey teams. Growers tended the channels, shifted covered seed trays, and guided water through the planted terraces. That route was hostile, Emma said. She hated how certain the words sounded even as the evidence contradicted them. There should be defensive positions along that rise. Kayla looked towards the occupied terraces. There are people farming it. A sharp cry carried from farther along the channel. One of the growers dropped a container and ran as movement burst from beneath the outer plants. Orchard mantids drove into the cultivated area, long bodies forcing through the growth while Vayari scattered away from the exposed beds. Emma reacted before thought could catch up. Protect the growers. Don't fire through the crops. She pushed forward with the party and raised Aegis screen across the nearest open approach. The first mantid struck the barrier hard enough to force her back half a step. Kayla moved towards 2 civilians trapped beside an irrigation channel while other party members shifted to clear firing angles that didn't put the fleeing Vayari behind their targets. Left side, Kayla called. They're trying to get those growers out. Emma saw it then. 3 armed Vayari weren't advancing on the humans. They were covering civilians, withdrawing between the planted rows, placing themselves between the mantids and the people behind them. Another creature broke through the growth near Emma's remembered shortcut. She redirected the screen and blocked it long enough for the nearest civilians to clear the lane. Everything about the fight forced her to look at what existed now rather than what EJ had once known. Kayla reached her as the immediate pressure eased. Still want the western route? Emma stared past the damaged crops towards the path she'd been prepared to trust. It was still physically open. Now she had to decide whether that meant anything. Emma kept looking at the western path while the Vayari regrouped around the damaged beds. The route in EJ's memory would still cut distance from their entry point, and every instinct built from that earlier life wanted to turn familiarity into advantage. But the civilians running through those terraces hadn't existed on his map. One of the armed Vayari approached without raising the compact weapon held across his chest. Emma recognized him only when he lowered his mask. Sel had been among the expedition they'd encountered through the green scar, younger looking than Emma remembered him but unmistakable once she saw his eyes. He indicated the western path. You intended to go there. Emma didn't bother denying it. I knew that route from other information. I thought it avoided the dangerous ground. Sel looked towards the terraces. It did. Before the eastern houses moved survivors into these orchards. Now it ends beyond 2 failed water channels. He pointed instead towards a narrower track running between living barriers. Our evacuation route is north. Growers are gathering there. Kayla looked at Emma rather than Sel. Your shortcut are his civilians? Put that plainly, the choice embarrassed her. Emma had been treating the remembered terrain as privileged information when everything in front of her proved the information had expired. Professor Ree's corrections returned with uncomfortable precision. Experience could be evidence. It couldn't be protected from contradiction. My map is wrong, Emma said. Saying it aloud removed the last temptation to defend it. She turned to Sel. Show us the current route. Sel moved immediately. Emma followed him between the cultivated rows while Kayla and the rest of the party covered their rear. They reached the first damaged water channel to find several Vayari civilians trying to move loaded carriers around a collapsed crossing. Emma nearly suggested the old service path behind the western terrace, then stopped herself. "What does your extraction need?" she asked. Cell pointed beyond the channel. "That crossing, then the raised irrigation road. It reaches the gathering point without entering the root crawler beds." Emma studied the ground he identified, the civilians waiting behind them and the narrow line they actually had to protect. "Then that's our route." She helped establish a protected crossing and moved with Cell rather than ahead of him. The remembered shortcut remained behind them, open and useless. For this mission, knowing what the plane had been was no longer enough. Emma stayed beside Cell as the last civilian carriers crossed the repaired channel and moved onto the raised irrigation road. The party spread along the route instead of pushing ahead, protecting the growers while the Vayari gathered damaged seed containers and abandoned anything that would slow the evacuation. At the next junction, Cell stopped beside a living marker woven through two low branches. He touched its surface, waited for a change Emma couldn't interpret and pointed towards a cluster of structures beyond the cultivated rise. "The gathering point is secure. The people from these terraces can reach shelter from there." Emma looked back along the road. "Anyone still outside?" "Two grow teams were missing before you arrived. Both are accounted for now." Cell studied her for a moment. "You changed your route when you learned ours had changed." "I nearly didn't." "That matters more than nearly." The game acknowledged the completed extraction a moment later. Objective credits settled across the party, followed by the level notification Emma had been expecting only in the abstract. Level 80. The new milestone brought the next authorized Mind Mage refinement with it. Mind Link 2 became available on both accounts, extending their game communication structure to support raid subchannels. Emma registered the unlock and left it alone. The mission in front of her didn't need a new communication trick to explain what had just happened. Kayla glanced towards her. 80. Emma nodded. "And no shortcut. Seems healthier." Cell watched the exchange, then indicated the settlement beyond the rise. "Our local representatives will speak with you. Humans help defend growers instead of treating this place as abandoned ground. That changes what they are willing to discuss." Emma felt the weight of the offer more sharply than the level gain. EJ's old knowledge had promised a route through territory he believed he understood. Abandoning that certainty had given them something the remembered shortcut never could have offered. "What kind of discussion?" Kayla asked. Cell replaced his mask before answering. "One that requires witnesses, boundaries and people who understand that this orchard is occupied." Emma looked towards the settlement. Whatever the Vayari wanted, whatever Earth might want in return and whatever claims already surrounded this place belonged to another conversation. She gave Cell a small nod. "Then we'll listen before we decide anything." He turned towards the settlement, and this time Emma followed without pretending she already knew where the road led. 42. What the Vayari need. Kayla followed Cell into the settlement with Emma beside her, leaving the damaged terraces behind. The structures were low and built around the living orchard rather than over it, with water channels passing beneath raised walkways and seed containers stacked beneath sheltered growing areas. She'd expected the invitation to become a discussion about territory. Instead, Cell led them to a covered work area where several Vayari were sorting damaged plants beside containers marked for storage. One of the local representatives waited until the humans had gathered before speaking. "You defended growers. You should understand what they are defending." Kayla looked across the settlement. Cell said the eastern houses moved survivors here. Because other growing regions failed. The representative touched a display built into the work surface. It showed cultivated areas, water routes and storage sites, but too many sections carried the same inactive markings. "Our houses hold rights to water, seed and life support systems. Those rights matter less when the systems no longer support everyone who depends on them." Emma remained beside Kayla. "How much of this plane is still viable?" The translation hesitated before giving an answer that sounded less precise than the question. "Enough to survive. Not enough to assume survival continues." That stripped away any temptation. Kayla had to treat the settlement as simply another faction position. The growers they'd protected weren't expanding into abandoned territory because they wanted more land. They were keeping functioning agriculture alive while other parts of their society contracted around whatever still worked. Cell indicated several sealed containers. We recovered seed patterns here that our houses no longer possess. Other ruins contain water control records and biological methods. Earth has agricultural and water technologies we do not. Kayla understood the request before he made it. You want access. We want exchange, the representative corrected. Knowledge for knowledge. Technology where both sides agree. We will not ask humans to surrender what sustains your own people. And the Karat? Kayla asked. Cell's posture tightened slightly. They claim abandoned ruins by salvage law. If they stabilize and record something first, they consider it theirs. They want many of the same records we need. Emma glanced at Kayla, but didn't answer for her. Kayla looked from the sealed seed containers to the cultivated terraces outside. Need didn't make the Vayari harmless, and it didn't give them ownership of anything Earth possessed. It did tell her what failure would cost them. Then start with what you need most, she said. Not what you think we'll give you. The representative activated another set of records. Water first. Kayla moved closer to the display. The representative enlarged the water records until several linked sites filled the surface, each marked by symbols the collective translated as pumping, purification and biological treatment. One complex sat beyond the northern edge of the occupied orchard, separated from the settlement by abandoned cultivation ground. The records there describe a system that kept damaged water usable, the representative said. We recovered part of the archive. The remaining records were being prepared for removal. Cell turned sharply towards movement outside the shelter. A Vayari grower was running along the raised path, calling before he reached them. The translation arrived broken by distance, but Kayla caught enough. Archive opened. Strangers inside. Records taken. The representative abandoned the display and moved. Kayla followed with Emma and the party, keeping close as Cell led them through the settlement towards the northern boundary. They reached the archive site to find one storage housing open and two Vayari standing beside an emptied record frame. Beyond them, compact figures in modular pressure shells were withdrawing along a service track with sealed data containers secured against their backs. Karad, Cell said. One of the departing figures stopped and turned. Its translated voice came through with clipped precision. Salvage stabilized. Record made. Possession established. The Vayari representative stepped forward. Those records support living settlements. They were under recovery. Recovery was incomplete. Kayla looked at the opened housing rather than either side. You removed them while the Vayari were using this site. The Karad agent's helmet shifted towards her. Human parties entered the archive first. Human disturbance broke the prior claim. We recovered exposed salvage after your incursion. Emma stiffened beside her. We never came here. Humans crossed this plane. Humans altered access. Human presence created the dispute. The accusation was convenient enough to make Kayla angry, but anger didn't make it false by itself. She forced herself to separate what had happened from what the Karad wanted it to mean. Show us the record that says our party entered this archive. The Karad remained still for several seconds. Human entry is recorded elsewhere. Species responsibility does not require individual identity. No, Kayla said. You don't get to turn every human into the same claimant because some humans crossed the rift. Cell's hand tightened around his weapon, and the Karad shifted their stance in response. Kayla stepped between the two lines before either side could make the next decision with a gun. The records stay intact, she said. Nobody fires. If you claim salvage law and the Vayari claim active recovery, then we establish who did what before anyone decides who owns anything. The Karad agent looked past her towards the waiting Vayari. Then establish it quickly. We are leaving with the records. Kayla held her ground. Not with all of them. You stabilized the archive, so I'm not pretending your claim means nothing. But you removed life support records from an occupied settlement after the Vayari had already begun recovery. Those go back first. The Karad helmet tilted. Restitution requires recognized loss. Cell stepped beside Kayla. Our growers depend on the water system those records describe. Loss is already occurring. Kayla pointed towards the containers secured to the Karad shells. Return the water and biological support records. In exchange, the Vayari acknowledge your stabilization work and you keep a recorded share of non-life support salvage recovered during a joint extraction. Everyone witnesses the division. The Vayari representative hesitated. They took from us. And restitution comes before exchange, Kayla said. You get back what directly supports civilian survival. That doesn't make every object in the ruins exclusively yours. Emma stayed silent, letting Kayla hold the negotiation. The restraint helped more than another human voice would have. Kayla turned back to the Kharid. You said your law respects stabilization and records. Fine. Record this. Civilian survival has priority. Existing life support data returns to the settlement. Remaining salvage is recovered jointly and divided by witnessed agreement. The Kharid agent considered her proposal. Human technology? Not part of this settlement, Kayla said. Earth hasn't offered ownership, unrestricted designs or access to our infrastructure. Any crop or water technology exchange happens later, item by item, with human approval. Sel looked towards the representative, who gave a short gesture Kayla couldn't interpret until the translation supplied assent. Bounded exchange is acceptable. The Kharid finally released 2 containers from their harnesses and placed them on the ground between the groups. Life support records returned as restitution. Joint recovery accepted. Salvage shares recorded before removal. Nobody lowered their weapons completely, but the lines stopped looking ready to fire. Kayla crouched beside the returned containers while Sel checked their seals. Civilians move first if the recovery route becomes unsafe, she said. Then the life support records. Salvage comes after both. Accepted, Sel said. The Kharid agent answered a moment later. Accepted. Kayla stood and looked towards the deeper ruin route. They hadn't solved ownership between species, and Earth hadn't promised away a single asset. They had something narrower and more useful. Rules everyone present had agreed to follow long enough to finish the extraction. Kayla made them prove it. The returned life support containers went first, carried back towards the settlement under Vayari guard while 2 Kharid witnesses recorded each transfer. The remaining recovery teams entered the exposed archive together. Every intact record was identified before anyone moved it, and anything connected to water treatment, sea preservation or functioning biological systems went into the civilian priority group before the salvage shares were considered. The arrangement slowed them, but nobody fired. When the final carriers reached the settlement, the Kharid agent reviewed the recorded division and turned its helmet towards Kayla. Human arbitration preserved our recognized salvage share. Kayla shook her head. I didn't arbitrate ownership. I helped you agree on what happened today. That distinction is recorded. Sel stood beside the recovered life support containers. So is the restitution. The game acknowledged the completed Broken Orchard objectives before either side could reopen the argument. Kayla felt the familiar progression settle across the party as the level notification appeared. Level 85. The new class refinement followed immediately. Celestial Ward became available on her account, while Emma received Astral Aegis too. Kayla read the names once and dismissed the display. Neither ability had produced what mattered here. They'd reached the milestone because they'd protected civilians, recovered records and found terms that stopped 2 groups with competing claims from shooting each other. Emma glanced at her. 85. And we still don't own their argument, Kayla replied. Sel's expression shifted in what Kayla had learned was close to amusement. You understand quickly for humans. Some days. The Kharid agent secured its documented salvage share. Future recovery may require further negotiated division. Human claims will be considered when humans establish them precisely. Kayla accepted that without pretending it was friendship. And Earth technology stays Earth's until someone with authority agrees otherwise. Recorded. Sel looked towards the restored water records, then towards Kayla. Our houses will remember the assistance. We may also compete with you for ruins, resources and routes. I'd be worried if helping once meant you agreed with us forever. Emma smiled faintly beside her. The Vayari weren't becoming dependents, and the Kharid hadn't become enemies because their interests collided. Both were people with laws, needs and ambitions that could align with humanity one day and oppose it the next. Kayla looked across the occupied orchard. Earth had entered the negotiation thinking it had found survivors who needed help. They were leaving with something harder to classify and far more valuable, neighbors. 43. Magic is not one build. 8 days after the Broken Orchard mission, Maya Ortiz stood in the Los Angeles Mage Hall facing a training floor full of players who wanted her to tell them which build to copy. That was the problem. She dismissed the barrier she'd been holding across 3 practice lanes and turned towards the waiting groups. If you're asking whether my build works, yes. If you're asking whether taking the same abilities will make you good at my job, no. Someone near the front called, but you're a barrier adept. I am. Maya pointed towards the practice targets. Because I wanted to keep people alive when things reached them. Emma protects by intercepting threats. Kayla heals and stabilizes. Marcus makes enemies regret getting close to him. Those are different jobs. Marcus folded his arms. That might be the nicest description you've ever given my build. Maya smiled. I left out the shouting. Laughter moved through the hall, easing some of the frustration she'd heard throughout the morning. Too many evolved players had copied successful streamed builds, spent their choices and discovered that knowing which abilities someone else used didn't teach them when to use them. Maya gestured towards 3 volunteers. Barrier forward, healer behind, ranged caster on the left. Don't copy me. Solve the problem you were given. The barrier went up too early. Stop, Maya said. You've spent mana before anything has threatened the group. Again. They reset. This time the caster waited until the practice construct advanced before raising protection, and the healer moved into cover instead of standing beside the front line. The ranged player shifted until both had a clear firing lane. Better, Maya said. Your class isn't a list of abilities. It's what you're trying to accomplish with them. Emma watched from beside Kayla without correcting her. Maya noticed because months ago she would have expected one of the twins to take over the explanation. Neither did. A collective notice appeared above the training floor. Clinic Crucible registration complete. 6 teams, 5 players each. The hall's practice barriers faded as the scored instance entrance opened along the far wall. Maya read the station sequence: collapsed shelter, mixed roll waves, moving evacuation. No loot objective. No damage leaderboard. The score measured whether they actually completed the work. Marcus stepped beside her. Still want everyone choosing purpose over damage? More than ever. The 6 teams entered together. Maya crossed the threshold with Emma and Kayla nearby, and the mage hall vanished behind them. Broken concrete, smoke and trapped civilians filled the first station. The score began. Maya's team entered beside a copied Aegis group whose 3 defensive mages immediately spread overlapping barriers across the collapsed shelter. For several seconds, it looked impressive. Debris stopped shifting above the trapped civilians, smoke rolled around the protected lane, and the group's healer moved beneath enough magical cover to begin stabilization. Then the mixed pressure arrived. Shield breaker constructs advanced against the front barrier while movement indicators appeared beneath the floor. Burrowing flankers surfaced behind the defensive line almost simultaneously, forcing one Aegis mage to turn. Mana drain wisps descended through the smoke before the formation could settle again. Keep the shelter covered, Maya called from the adjoining lane. Your score is the civilians. One of the Aegis players reinforced the front instead. We can't hold them with wisps draining us. Then stop trying to hold everything. The first barrier buckled under the shield breakers. The mage supporting it abandoned his position and joined the second caster in attacking the wisps. That opened the rear. A burrowing flanker emerged beside the healer, forcing her away from the civilian she'd been stabilizing. The shelter score began falling. Maya saw exactly what was happening because she'd done versions of it herself months earlier. Every player on that team knew how Emma's defensive build worked. They'd copied barrier choices, defensive positioning and the instinct to stand between danger and other people. What they hadn't copied was Emma's willingness to release a shield when holding it stopped serving the objective. Civilian stabilization interrupted, the scoring notice warned. The Aegis team's leader looked from the civilians to the approaching constructs. Fall back, clear the hostiles, then retake the shelter. You'll lose the station, Maya said. We'll lose the team if we stay. They withdrew anyway. The moment the last defender crossed the marked shelter boundary, the score collapsed to 0. The trapped civilians remained behind beneath failing debris while the copied Aegis group concentrated everything on enemies that hadn't been the objective. Marcus stared after them. That's what you were talking about upstairs. Maya didn't answer immediately. The shield breakers were still advancing, the flankers were spreading and the wisps were forcing every mana-heavy player to reconsider how much casting they could afford. Emma looked towards Maya rather than stepping forward herself. What do you need? That question mattered more than any spell she could have offered. Maya studied the remaining teams, the threatened shelter and the lanes nobody was covering. Copying Emma had failed. Sending Emma to fix it would prove nothing. She raised her voice. Everyone who can still hear me, stop choosing abilities. Start choosing jobs. The surviving teams looked towards her. Maya pointed at the shelter first. Barrier players hold debris and smoke channels. Healers stay on civilians. Ranged damage takes the wisps. Anyone who can move without spending mana watches for burrowers. Nobody leaves an objective to chase a target. Marcus glanced towards the shield breakers forcing their way through the abandoned lane. And those? You, Maya said. Not yet. He stared at her for half a second, then grinned. I knew you liked me. Stand where I put you. Maya moved before he could answer. She established one barrier adept field across the failing shelter line, angled to take the pressure from the shifting debris without blocking the healers beneath it. A second field went farther forward, not to stop the constructs indefinitely, but to force them into the narrow approach between two collapsed walls. Emma, left opening, Maya called. Emma moved there without taking command. Her barrier caught a burrower as it surfaced beside the evacuation route and turned it away from the civilians. Kayla, shelter team. I'm on them, Kayla answered, moving towards the interrupted stabilization work. The wisps descended again. Maya watched two ranged players start to turn towards the shield breakers and snapped, your job is mana drain. Trust Marcus. They corrected. Concentrated fire struck the first wisp before it reached Maya's forward field, then shifted immediately to the second. Mana pressure eased enough for her to hold both barriers while the shelter team resumed its work. The shield breakers entered the channel she'd left open. Marcus shifted his weight forward. Wait, Maya said. The first construct struck her outer field. The barrier bent under the impact. Maya let it give ground rather than feeding more mana into a contest she didn't need to win. The second construct crowded behind the first, narrowing both into the same lane. Now. Marcus went through the opening she'd preserved for him. He hit the lead construct while its weapon was still committed against Maya's barrier, drove it back into the second and finished the exposed pair before either could spread out. He turned towards another target. Don't chase it, Maya called. Back to the lane. Marcus stopped. That pleased her more than the kills. Around them, the shelter score began climbing again. The teams weren't copying Emma, Kayla, Marcus or Maya anymore. They were covering functions, trusting someone else to handle the jobs they hadn't chosen, and the clinic Crucible responded by opening the route towards the moving evacuation station. Maya entered first and found the corridor already shifting around them. Civilian carriers moved between marked safe points while damaged partitions repeatedly narrowed the route. The station instructions required barriers, ranged cover, repair and healing to rotate with the evacuation instead of settling into a fixed formation. Same rule, Maya said. Jobs before spells. Dev, keep the route open. Kayla, casualties. Emma, protect whichever side is moving. Marcus, you don't leave the carriers. Marcus looked offended. I learned that lesson. Good. Prove it twice. They moved. Maya raised a barrier adept field across the exposed rear while the first civilians crossed to the next safe marker. When the corridor changed and her angle became useless, she dropped it instead of dragging the defense with them. Rotate, she called. Emma took the forward protection while Maya moved past the carriers and rebuilt on the opposite side. Dev stopped beside a damaged route control long enough to restore the next section, then abandoned the panel the instant its indicator turned stable. Kayla kept pace with an injured civilian rather than stopping the entire column to finish treatment. A hostile wave struck from behind. Marcus turned, planted himself in the lane Maya had left him and didn't advance after the first target fell. Still here, he called. Maya smiled despite herself. Miracles happen. The final civilians crossed the extraction line together. The station froze around them, and the scoring display expanded above the corridor. Collapsed shelter. Cleared. Mixed roll waves. Cleared. Moving evacuation. Cleared. A second notice credited command clarity, barrier timing and teammate enablement. Maya's name appeared above the contribution record, followed by the public designation she'd spent months growing into. Barrier adept. Instruction contribution recognized. For a moment she only stared. Beside her, Emma's progression notice appeared, matched by Kayla's. Level 87. Emma dismissed hers without ceremony and looked towards Maya instead. You taught that. Maya glanced at the 6 teams gathering beneath the score display. We taught each other. Marcus shook his head. No, don't give them this one. The players were already turning towards Maya rather than the twins. Some wanted to know why she'd dropped barriers. Others asked how she'd assigned roles when the copied formation failed. Maya faced them and started answering. This time, nobody asked how to become Emma Channing. 44. The Crownless Sky. 8 days after the clinic crucible, Kayla stood on the high-altitude launch platform watching Rift C-40 twist above the departure deck. The collective had opened Crownless Sky access at level 87, and the mission record was almost annoyingly simple. Enter the ruined plane, recover its archive and return. Emma stood beside her while Maya, Marcus, Dev and Lena completed their own checks. Beyond the rift, broken towers hung against a pale sky, their upper levels connected by narrow structures that looked far less welcoming from this side. Marcus checked his weapon. So the place that supposedly belonged to a god has an archive we're allowed to walk into. Allowed is doing a lot of work there, Dev said. Kayla looked at the mission marker. We recover records. We don't decide what they mean before we read them. Emma glanced towards her. You expecting trouble with the word God? I'm expecting trouble with people deciding the word answers questions. The rift stabilized. They crossed together, and the launch platform disappeared behind them. Kayla had barely registered the ruined temple rising ahead when something screamed overhead. Down! Marcus shouted. A winged war beast swept across the entry terrace. Emma's astral aegis too flared before it reached them, taking the impact and forcing the creature away from the group. 2 more shapes dropped from the broken heights beyond the temple. Maya, cover the rear, Kayla called. Dev, keep them off the approach. Marcus, don't chase anything over an edge. Marcus drew his weapon. You really know how to ruin the fun parts. Dev fired as the nearest beast turned for another pass. Maya raised a barrier adept field across the exposed side of the terrace while Kayla brought up Celestial Ward over Lena and herself. The creatures kept them moving, attacking from above whenever someone broke cover, but none forced the party away from the temple route. Emma caught another dive on her barrier. Opening. Marcus moved exactly far enough to punish the committed attacker, then came back before Kayla could call him. I learned, he said. Apparently miracles survive plane travel. They advanced between attacks, using the ruined structures for cover until the final stretch narrowed beneath a massive temple arch. The winged beasts broke away rather than follow them inside. Kayla slowed. Figures of metal and stone stood motionless beyond the entrance. Automatic custodians lined both sides of the hall, facing a raised structure at its center. Ancient symbols brightened across its surface as the party approached. The temple had noticed them. The symbols on the raised structure brightened into readable collective translation while the custodians remained motionless along the hall. Kayla expected an identification challenge or archive access condition. Instead, a second layer opened across her vision. Protection available. Acknowledge sovereign divinity. Submit before the crownless throne. Marcus read it aloud and gave the empty structure a long look. That's convenient. Worship the dead ruler and the building promises not to kill us. Don't touch anything yet, Kayla said. She moved closer without crossing the illuminated lines surrounding the central structure. The interface followed her, offering the same terms while temple records appeared beneath it. Their translation repeatedly named the former ruler as God, protector and master of the sky. Nothing on the display separated religious language from administrative authority. Dev studied the nearest custodian from several meters away. They're active. Power readings change every time one of us approaches the line. Emma stopped beside Kayla. Can Mana Sense tell whether the interface is controlling them? Not safely from here, Kayla said. We know the protection offer and the machines are connected. We don't know what accepting actually authorizes. Marcus lowered his weapon but kept both hands on it. We came for records. If kneeling gets us through the door, I can fake respect for 10 seconds. Lena looked towards him. That's easy to say when you assume nobody ever believed this. Marcus frowned. The ruler's dead. That doesn't make the belief meaningless, Lena said. These records belonged to people. Kayla appreciated the distinction. Calling the ruler a fraud would be as careless as accepting the temple's claim because its machines enforced it. Power could compel behavior. It couldn't settle what anyone had believed about the being who once held that power. The interface changed when Emma tested one step towards the marked boundary. Submission required for protected passage. Unsubmit persons remain outside divine custody. The custodians turned their heads towards her in perfect unison. Emma stepped back. They returned to their original positions. Maya exhaled slowly. So we can probably walk through safely if we accept the wording. Probably, Dev said. Which is exactly why I don't like it. Kayla reread the translated records beneath the demand. They needed the archive, and the system controlling access wanted more than identification or obedience. It wanted them to affirm what the old regime had claimed about its ruler. She looked from the waiting custodians to the submission prompt and understood what the next decision actually required. They couldn't destroy the history simply because they rejected the demand, but neither could they treat forced worship as an ordinary access fee. Kayla stepped towards the illuminated boundary and stopped before crossing it. We're here for the archive. We acknowledge that people worshipped the ruler recorded here. We aren't accepting the claim that we owe that ruler worship ourselves. The interface flashed. Submission not recorded. Protected passage denied. The custodians moved together. Marcus raised his weapon, but Kayla caught the motion immediately. Don't destroy them. They're coming at us. They're custodians, not the ruler. Emma moved between the first pair in the group, bringing Astral Aegis 2 up as their attacks struck. Maya covered the opposite side while Kayla watched the machines rather than the throne. Their movements were rigid and repetitive, each custodian returning to the same marked positions whenever Emma forced it back. Dev noticed it too. They're defending access lanes. They're not pursuing. Then keep them alive, Kayla said. We need the records they've been guarding. Marcus shifted sideways as another custodian advanced. You're asking me to rescue the things trying to hit me. I'm asking you not to erase evidence because it's inconvenient. He blocked the custodian's next strike and drove it backwards without following through. Fine. I'm officially inconvenienced. Kayla moved towards one of the wall records while Emma held the nearest machine away from her. The translated text described ceremonies, tribute and petitions made to the ruler over generations. Kayla copied the record into the mission archive rather than dismissing it as propaganda. Lena joined her. Somebody believed this. Probably a lot of somebodies, Kayla said. That deserves preserving even if the temple's demand doesn't. Dev reached a damaged control housing beside one custodian station and opened its outer panel. I can interrupt the command feed without destroying the unit, but I need time. Emma, give him the time, Kayla said. Emma shifted her barrier to cover Dev while Marcus and Maya kept the remaining custodians contained. Dev worked through the exposed controls until the nearest machine stopped advancing and returned to its station. He repeated the process on the next, then the next, leaving each custodian intact rather than broken across the floor. The worship prompt remained suspended above the central structure, unanswered. When the final custodian settled into place, a separate archive indicator illuminated behind the throne structure. Kayla looked at the preserved machines, the copied historical records and the unopened archive beyond them. They had refused the temple's moral demand without pretending its history had never mattered. Now they could find out who the ruler had actually been. Kayla crossed behind the throne structure with Emma beside her while Dev verified that the disabled custodians remained stable. The archive indicator opened into a sequence of preserved records, older than the temple inscriptions outside and written before generations of worship had reduced the ruler's history to titles. Emma read the first translated heading. Administrative accession record. That doesn't sound very divine, Marcus said. Kayla opened it. The record identified the ruler as an off-world governor who had arrived with a fleet, atmospheric machinery and weapons powerful enough to defeat the plane's existing authorities. Later files documented biological modification, repeated personal enhancement and centuries of accumulated capability. The terminology changed as the records advanced. Governor became ascendant. Ascendant became sky sovereign. Only much later did the temple records begin using God. Lena moved closer to the display. So the worship wasn't invented from nothing. No, Kayla said. People watched someone become powerful enough to control things they couldn't understand. Maya looked back towards the waiting custodians. And eventually the government became a religion. Dev opened another recovered file. Not exactly eventually. This one shows temple administration operating alongside civil command for more than a century. Kayla kept reading. That mattered. Calling the ruler a fraud would erase the people who had genuinely worshipped them. Calling the ruler divine would accept the conclusion those people had drawn from overwhelming power. The archive supported neither shortcut. A final collective translation settled across the recovered record. Classification. Ascended alien governor. Human observer term. Godlike being. Kayla read it twice. Godlike. Not God. Marcus gave the old throne a sideways look. I'm guessing the distinction would have annoyed whoever sat there. Probably, Emma said. Still useful. The archive objective completed. Mission credit followed for preserving the historical records, refusing the submission interface and recovering the custodial systems without destroying them. Kayla felt the shared progression update reach her at the same moment Emma did. Level 90. Mass Stabilize 2 unlocked for Kayla, while Emma's Mobile Bastion advanced to Mobile Bastion 2. Kayla dismissed the notice after confirming the names. The abilities mattered, but the record in front of her mattered more. She looked once more at the temple inscriptions before the party turned towards the return route. Power can explain why someone was worshipped. It can't prove the worship was correct. Emma nodded. And proving they weren't a god doesn't make the believers stupid. Kayla followed her towards the exit with the recovered archive secured. Earth now had a better term for beings whose power looked divine from below. Godlike was an observation, not a species. 45. Raid Trials. By the time Jorge Navarro reached the Los Angeles Central Monolith qualification grounds, the argument over who deserved places in the final raid had already become larger than the raid itself. Government delegations wanted trained personnel represented. Sponsors wanted proven names. Stream audiences wanted favorites. The collective answered all of them with 5 scored stations and no reserved positions. Jorge stood with Emma, Kayla, Maya, Marcus, Dev and Lena among the waiting candidates while the qualification interface opened across the grounds. 5 separate objective zones appeared on the display: civilian rescue, wall defense, damaged vehicle repair, rift perimeter containment and raid command relay. Scores would measure objective completion, survival, resource efficiency, command clarity and how well each player enabled everyone around them. Marcus read the criteria twice. So killing everything quickly isn't enough. It helps if killing it solves the objective, Jorge said. If it doesn't, you're wasting time. Dev studied the damaged vehicle station. Finally, a test written by someone who understands that broken machinery doesn't repair itself because the fighters look impressive. Emma glanced towards Jorge. How are you assigning us? I'm not. That earned him several looks. Jorge pointed towards the station markers. Not yet. This isn't our party running 5 missions. It's a qualification trial. I want to see who recognizes the job before somebody tells them what they're good at. Kayla nodded first. Fair. The candidates began moving towards their opening stations. Some chose the areas closest to their established builds. Others watched the public score displays before committing, already calculating where they could produce the largest numbers. Jorge ignored the rankings and entered the civilian rescue station with the first group. The simulated district formed around them in damaged streets and partially collapsed structures. Civilian markers appeared throughout the zone while the station interface assigned extraction points, casualty limits and a resource budget. No enemy had appeared yet. The first test was simply whether candidates would read the whole objective before moving. One player immediately started towards the deepest marker. Jorge caught his shoulder. "Where are you going?" "Highest value rescue." "And the 3 people between here and there?" The player looked back at the nearer markers and stopped. Jorge released him. "That's why we're doing this." Across the qualification grounds, the other 4 stations activated in sequence. Emma and Kayla entered separate objective groups without complaint. Maya moved towards wall defense, Dev towards the damaged vehicle. Lena joined another rescue team and Marcus chose rift containment. Jorge watched the 5 scores remain at 0. Nobody had qualified for anything yet. The first Fog Cougar changed that calculation by ignoring the armed candidates nearest Jorge and slipping through the broken street towards 2 civilian markers trapped beside a collapsed storefront. A damage-focused fighter turned after it, then stopped when a second Cougar appeared behind him. Above the street, Glasswing Hawks folded into dives against the candidates carrying injured civilians towards extraction. "Keep the rescue moving," Jorge called. "Don't chase the Cougar away from the objective." One candidate ignored him and sprinted after the retreating animal. His civilian marker remained on the pavement. The station flashed an elimination notice before he'd gone 10 meters. Jorge shoved another simulated casualty towards a waiting healer and watched the score adjust. The lesson wasn't subtle. A dead enemy earned contribution. An abandoned civilian ended the trial. Sponsor requests began stacking beside the public roster display while the stations rotated. One wanted a highly followed striker protected for a capstone seat. Another argued that its sponsored team had earned representation through audience reach. Government requests pressed the same idea through different language, asking that proven institutional candidates receive consideration before final selection. Marcus saw the notices during the wall defense station. "They know the trial is still running, right?" "They know," Jorge said. "Hold your lane." Shield revenants struck the barrier line before Marcus could answer. 2 candidates broke formation to finish a damaged revenant and left a gap wide enough for another to cross the defense marker. Their personal damage scores rose. Their team score collapsed. The damaged vehicle station punished the same instinct differently. Bridge drones crowded around the disabled machine while Dev worked at the exposed control housing. A fighter destroyed one immediately and smiled at the score increase. Dev stared at the wreckage. "That one was between me and the repair access." The next drone moved into the space it had occupied, forcing him away from the vehicle while the repair clock continued falling. At the Rift Perimeter Station, War Beast juveniles tested the boundary in short aggressive rushes. Candidates who held their assigned sectors contained them. 2 who pursued a retreating beast opened enough space for another juvenile to cross the marked line, and both were removed for ignoring their roles. Jorge watched the qualification board fill with impressive numbers beside failed objectives. The sponsor messages kept arriving. So did requests for preferred candidates, famous candidates and candidates whose individual scores looked excellent until he examined what their teams had lost around them. Emma returned from her station and followed his gaze. "You're not choosing the highest scores. Not if the scores belong to people who leave their jobs." Jorge closed the sponsor channel and opened the full station results. Damage alone was producing a roster that couldn't clear the trial. He needed to find one that could. He expanded the station results and stripped away the damage ranking entirely. The board reorganized around rescue completion, defensive holds, repairs finished under pressure, perimeter breaches prevented and command decisions that improved other candidates' scores. Several famous names dropped immediately. Others climbed from the middle because they'd stayed where they were needed. A private access request appeared beside the roster tools, asking candidates to authorize disclosure of detailed attributes so outside sponsors and government teams could compare builds. Jorge rejected it without opening the secondary fields. "No." Marcus leaned over his shoulder. That sounded personal. "It's unnecessary," Jorge said. "The station's already measured whether they can do the job. I don't need their private stats to know who held a wall." Another request followed, this one naming reserved seats for sponsor-backed candidates whose individual rankings remained high. Jorge rejected that too. A government allocation request appeared beneath it, phrased as operational representation rather than sponsorship, but it still demanded places that hadn't been earned through the trial. Emma watched the notices disappear. You're going to make some people very unhappy. They can be unhappy after the raid clears. Jorge began building the roster by function. He selected defenders whose scores improved when civilians or specialists worked behind them, then added healers who'd stabilized casualties without abandoning extraction routes. Repair specialists came next, including Dev, because damaged infrastructure had remained operational longer whenever they were present. Maya's barrier scores earned her a place through teammate survival and lane control rather than personal damage. Marcus qualified because his best results came after he stopped pursuing kills beyond his assigned sector. Kayla studied the developing list. You haven't added Emma or me yet. I know. Emma smiled slightly. Good. Jorge compared their records against the remaining gaps. Emma's protection scores covered interception and mobile defense, while Kayla's stabilization and support work connected rescue teams to the people holding those teams alive. He added them only after the need was visible on the board. Then he reached the command relay. Several candidates had excellent personal results but weaker teams whenever they directed others. Jorge's own station records showed the opposite. His damage contribution sat below theirs, but objective completion rose whenever assignments passed through him. The completed roster filled every specialist requirement without needing a reserved seat or a private attribute disclosure. Marcus read through it. That's really the team? That's the team that can cover all 5 jobs, Jorge said. The qualification interface accepted the roster and immediately opened the final command evaluation. The 5 station maps collapsed into one combined field, linking rescue routes, defensive positions, repair points and rift containment under a single command channel. Jorge's name appeared beside the control marker, not as a reward but as the candidate responsible for keeping every part of the roster working at once. Marcus looked at the new layout. So now they make us do all 5 together. That's the point, Jorge said. Nobody leaves their assignment unless I move them. The elite wave began before anyone could argue. Fog Cougars pushed towards the civilian lanes while Glasswing Hawks attacked exposed support positions. Shield Revenants struck the defense line at the same time bridge drones crowded Dev's repair route and juvenile warbeasts tested the rift perimeter. Jorge started issuing assignments. Emma, mobile defense between rescue and repair. Kayla and Lena, casualties stay moving. Maya, reinforce whichever line starts bending. Marcus, rift perimeter. Dev, keep the repair objective alive. Marcus fired at a war beast turning away from his sector, then stopped himself before following. Holding. Good. The field became harder when objectives overlapped. One civilian extraction route crossed behind Dev's damaged vehicle. Kayla wanted to shift towards a wounded defender, but Jorge saw Lena already moving. Stay with the rescue group, he ordered. Kayla checked the casualty, saw Lena reach him and nodded. Understood. A Glasswing Hawk broke through Maya's first barrier angle and dived towards Dev. Emma intercepted it without abandoning the rescue lane, forcing it aside long enough for Maya to close the gap. Dev finished the damaged control connection and brought the vehicle marker back online. The final rift surge hit Marcus's sector just as the civilian extraction cleared. Jorge moved 2 defenders there, shifted Maya to cover their approach and kept Emma with Dev until the repair score locked. Every station remained active, but none was being sacrificed to save another. The last warbeast juvenile crossed into Marcus's range and went down before reaching the boundary. The combined field froze. Qualification complete. Jorge's command marker changed first. Raid Commander, Jorge Navarro. The roster followed, every selected candidate confirmed according to contribution. Then the accumulated quest chain, Elite Wave and Command Objective credits settled across Emma and Kayla. Level 92. Jorge looked over the qualified roster while the capstone access notice opened behind it. Sponsors had wanted names. Governments had wanted seats. The collective had given him a raid. Emma dismissed her level notice. Looks like you're stuck with us. Jorge opened the capstone briefing. Then learned to follow orders. 46. The World Watches level 95. Jorge's capstone briefing had ended with 4 words. Then learn to follow orders. 10 game days later, Emma stood on the inner side of the Los Angeles wall and watched the Earth-plane capstone turn that warning into an objective. 3 sectors flashed red across the raid display. 600 civilian markers crowded the streets behind them, already moving towards evacuation routes as warning sirens sounded from the wall towers. Jorge's voice filled the raid channel. 200 civilians per sector. Defense teams hold the wall. Escort teams keep the routes moving. Nobody abandons a sector because another one looks worse. The first Ironhide elk struck the eastern barricade hard enough to shake the firing platform beneath Emma's boots. More followed behind it, plated chests lowered as the herd drove towards the damaged wall section. Rifle fire concentrated on exposed angles rather than their frontal armor, but the capstone animals were larger than anything Emma had faced in the ordinary wilds. She raised her hands and spread an aegis across the evacuation lane as the next impact scattered fragments across the road. Eastern route still open, Emma reported. Keep them coming. Kayla answered from another sector. Central evacuation has 114 across. We're moving the next group now. Then the glasswings arrived. The flock didn't dive randomly. It split above the 3 sectors, forcing defenders to choose between watching the sky and stopping the ground attack. Emma shifted her barrier angle as transparent-edged feathers struck it in rapid succession. Maya reinforced the exposed side while civilian markers continued past them towards the extraction gate. Marcus's voice cut through the channel. Western sector has ash coyotes inside the outer line. Hold your assignment, Jorge ordered. West team contains them. Emma, don't move. Emma had already turned towards the western marker. She stopped. The urge to reinforce the worst-looking problem was exactly what Jorge had spent the qualification trial beating out of everyone. Her sector still had 83 civilians behind the line in an Ironhide herd battering the eastern defense. Leaving would only create another failure. Understood, she said, and faced the wall again. An elk broke through the damaged barricade. Emma intercepted its charge long enough for the defenders to shift their fire into its flank, then retreated instead of pursuing when it fell. Behind her, another cluster of civilians reached extraction. 3 sectors remained active. Hundreds were still inside the danger zone, ammunition counters were falling, and Emma could already feel the cost of holding repeated barriers. The capstone hadn't asked them to win one battle. It had asked them to keep Los Angeles alive while fighting 3 at once. Emma held that thought as the eastern evacuation count dropped below 60 remaining and Jorge shifted her towards the western control bunker to reinforce the sector's failing barrier network. The passage behind the wall shook with another impact from outside, dust dropping from overhead joints while warning lights marked damaged maintenance systems along the concrete corridor. West needs another route open, Jorge said over the raid channel. Emma, check the bunker controls. Dev is committed east. On it. Emma entered the control room and found half the displays dead. The surviving wall schematic showed evacuation lanes, ammunition lifts and maintenance access points, but one access seal beside the rear service panel didn't match anything around it. The symbol was older than the wall interface, small enough to disappear among ordinary maintenance markings. Emma stopped moving. She knew that seal. Not from this game. Not from anything she'd seen since character creation. EJ had known about it decades later, when players traded reports about forgotten routes, obscure shortcuts and methods for squeezing the last levels out of dangerous objectives. He'd never used this one himself, but he'd read enough arguments about it to remember what the mark meant. Kayla felt her recognition through the bond. Emma? Come here, Emma said. Don't touch anything yet. Kayla reached the bunker while another western sector warning sounded. Emma moved aside and pointed to the seal. Kayla stared at it, then at her. You remember this? EJ did. Emma examined the concealed control without activating it. The game responded to both bonded accounts standing within range. A private access condition appeared, requiring the twins together and synchronized MindLink authorization before the conduit would open. Then the destination resolved. Bridge approach. Kayla's expression changed. That's ahead of the wall phase. Way ahead. Emma read the remaining conditions. The conduit wasn't a raid route. It would accept only the 2 bonded accounts, transfer them directly to the bridge approach and seal after transit. Personal discovery credit would follow them. Nobody else could use it. Outside, gunfire rattled through the wall while the evacuation counter continued falling far too slowly. Kayla looked towards the bunker door. If we take it, Jorge loses both of us. And the route closes behind us. Emma kept her hands away from the authorization field. The old reports had called this clever. Efficient. A hidden route for players willing to leave slower objectives behind. Now she could see exactly what those reports had left out. The shortcut worked because everyone else stayed to pay for it. Emma closed the access condition without touching the synchronized authorization field and opened Jorge's command channel instead. The bunker shook again as something struck the western wall hard enough to trigger another structural warning. Jorge, I found a hidden capstone route, Emma said. Bonded twin access only. It takes Kayla and me straight to the bridge approach, seals behind us and awards personal discovery credit. Jorge answered immediately. Cost? Emma looked at the evacuation display. 47 civilians remained inside the western sector, and the defensive integrity bar had dropped again while they stood in the bunker. It removes both of us from the wall phase. The evacuation score fails, and this sector probably goes with it. Then why are we discussing it? Because I knew it was here before the game showed me. Emma kept her eyes on the control seal. She wasn't going to explain EJ over an open raid channel, but Jorge deserved the part that affected his command. I recognized the route from old information. I'm declaring it instead of using it. Kayla moved beside the bunker door as another warning sounded. And we're staying. Jorge was silent for less than a second. Good. Western evacuation just lost its outer escort. Emma, reinforce the street approach. Kayla, casualties are stacking at extraction. Move. The hidden conduit remained available behind them, its authorization field waiting for two confirmations that weren't coming. Emma turned away from it and followed Kayla into the corridor. The western sector had worsened while they were inside. A fog cougar had crossed the damaged outer barricade, forcing civilians away from the marked route, while glasswings kept the remaining defenders under cover. Emma reached the street and raised mobile bastion, accepting the movement penalty as she advanced beside the evacuation column. Stay behind the field, she called. Nobody runs ahead. A glasswing struck the barrier and rebounded across the roadway. Emma let it go. The old instinct to finish every threat had no place here. Her job was to keep the route open. Kayla dropped beside a wounded defender near extraction and started stabilize too while Lena managed the next casualty without waiting for permission. 32 civilians still inside, Kayla reported. The wall shook again. Western integrity dropped into the failure band. Jorge's voice came across every raid channel. All teams, Western sector is critical. Nobody abandons another objective to save it unless I assign you. Emma, you wanted to stay? Emma braced as another impact hit her field. I'm staying. Then hold it long enough for everyone else to finish their jobs. Emma planted herself between the damaged barricade and the evacuation route while another Ironhide elk drove into the western line. Mobile Bastion shuddered under the impact, forcing her back half a step before the defenders beside her fired into the animal's exposed flank. It collapsed short of the civilian lane, but Emma didn't have enough mana left to pretend she could keep doing this indefinitely. 21 civilians, Kayla reported. She and Lena were moving with the last cluster rather than waiting at extraction. 2 casualties need assistance. Everyone else can walk. Jorge's answer came immediately. Marcus, Western reinforcement. Maya, cover his transfer. East stays where it is. Marcus arrived at a run as glasswings folded towards the evacuation column. He stopped inside Emma's defensive line instead of charging beyond it and raised his weapon. Tell me what you need. Anything that tries to make me turn around, Emma said. He grinned once. That I can do. The last minutes became a test of restraint rather than damage. Marcus kept the ash coyotes from reaching Emma's flank. Maya blocked the glasswing command flock from breaking Kayla's route. Emma held her shrinking field across the street while Kayla and Lena brought the wounded through behind her. Nobody pursued retreating creatures. Nobody left a position because another target promised easier credit. 8, Kayla said. Another impact drove Emma to one knee. Her mana warning deepened, but the barrier remained standing. 3. Emma looked past the field towards the control bunker. The concealed conduit was still there, somewhere behind concrete and damaged machinery, offering an empty bridge approach to anyone selfish enough to leave. Clear, Kayla said. Jorge didn't celebrate. All sectors report. One after another, the answers came back. East held. Central held. Western evacuation complete. 600 civilians extracted. The wall phase objective changed from red to green. Emma let mobile bastion collapse and lowered her hands as the remaining capstone creatures withdrew beyond the phase boundary. The raid notification opened across her vision. Wall test complete. Level 95. Kayla laughed softly over their private bond, exhaustion mixed with relief. Emma felt the same answer settle through her before Jorge spoke to the entire raid. Phase complete. Regroup, resupply and count what we spent. Nobody advances until I say so. Emma looked once towards the western bunker, then turned towards the gathering raid. The bridge approach was still ahead of them. This time, all 40 players would reach it together. 47. The breach line. 2 game days after the wall test, Dev Patel followed a damage marker down beneath Los Angeles with the rest of Jorge's raid spread through the service corridors behind him. The capstone hadn't reset the city simply because they'd cleared a phase. Repairs covered the wall sectors they had defended, ammunition reserves remained reduced, and the fatigue from that fight had followed them into the next objective. Now something below the western sector was feeding fresh hostile markers into the city faster than the defense crews could contain them. Jorge stopped the column at a junction where 3 concrete passages split beneath the wall. The objective says dungeon overflow. Find me the entrance before we waste people clearing the wrong corridor. That would be easier if the maintenance map agreed with the damage map, Dev said. He enlarged the local schematic and compared it with the raid display. The marked service route ended 30 meters ahead at an ordinary utility chamber, while the hostile contacts were appearing beyond a wall that the map insisted had nothing behind it. Whatever opened down here isn't using the current corridor plan. Emma remained beside Jorge rather than moving ahead. Can you trace where the creatures are entering? Not from the creature markers. Dev crouched beside an exposed maintenance panel and opened the cover. Several status lines were dead, but pressure, drainage and power readings still reached the local controls. I can trace what the breach is doing to everything around it. Kayla glanced towards the dark passage ahead. Which is? Pulling air, water and power towards the same place. Dev brought the surviving readings onto his display and stood. That corridor. Jorge looked at the route. Distance? About 400 meters if the old service access is still open. Marcus shifted his rifle and studied the ceiling. And if it isn't? Then you get to complain while I find another way through. That's practically a reward. Dev started forward before Marcus could add anything. The shared corridor showed increasing damage as they descended. Drainage water ran against the intended slope. Emergency lights flickered in sequence towards the same point, and thin black vine tendrils had begun pushing through cracks around cable conduits. Dev didn't touch them. The growth was evidence, not the problem yet. At the final junction, the concrete service passage opened into a maintenance chamber that shouldn't have existed on the current map. A collective dungeon marker glowed above a reinforced physical doorway set into the far wall. Dev stopped several meters short of it. Beyond the sealed entrance, the raid display showed 2 friendly team markers and a growing mass of hostiles. I found it, he said. Then the first trapped team distress call broke across Jorge's channel. The distress call dissolved into gunfire before the speaker finished identifying his team. Dev crossed the maintenance chamber and brought the dungeon entrance onto his display, but the seal opened before he reached it. Black vine spilled through the widening gap, thick runners forcing themselves across the floor and climbing the concrete walls as if the dungeon had been waiting for another route into Los Angeles. Contact, Jorge ordered. Nobody crosses alone. Dev, tell me what we're looking at. Dev backed away as Marcus and the forward defenders cut the first tendrils. The severed growth kept moving until rifle fire and blades reduced it to pieces, but more pushed through behind it. That isn't the root mass. Cutting this only clears the doorway. The dungeon seal completed its opening, revealing a service passage choked with black vine. Farther inside, metal movement flashed between the growth. The first capstone war construct stepped across the corridor, followed by another from a side route. They didn't need to chase the trapped players. Their positions were enough to divide the passage into separate pockets while the black vine thickened between them. A second voice broke through the raid channel. Jorge, this is South Rescue. We have visual on 4 trapped players, but constructs just closed the junction behind us. The first team answered almost over them. North group is cut off too. Black vine is regrowing across our withdrawal route. Dev studied the markers. The rescue groups had entered from opposite sides before his team located the physical entrance. Now both had been pushed deeper, with the war constructs holding the connecting corridors and black vine filling every route they abandoned. The hostile markers weren't spreading randomly either. The thickest growth clustered around the breach itself. Stop cutting unless you need room to survive, Dev said. Marcus glanced back while forcing a runner away from his legs. You have a better suggestion? I have a reason. Dev switched from the raid map to the surviving maintenance readings. Power loss had accelerated since the dungeon entrance opened, and drainage flow was now pulling directly towards the breach. Each new black vine cluster appeared along the same damaged utility lines. The root mass is feeding on whatever's leaking through here. Every minute the breach stays active, it gets more material to grow. Jorge's answer was immediate. Can you shut it? Not from this side. Dev enlarged the internal route and marked the 2 stranded teams. The constructs had separated them from each other and from the entrance, while the root mass sat deeper beyond both positions. We have to get inside, reach the breach controls and stop feeding the root. Another distress marker flashed as the northern team lost ground. Jorge looked from Dev's route to the divided raid. Then give me a way to reach them without losing everyone else. Dev studied the divided routes for 3 seconds before marking a maintenance junction between them. We don't chase either team. We restore this junction, open both withdrawal lanes, then bring them to us. The damaged controls showed one surviving isolation circuit buried beneath the black vine. If he could restore it, the service doors on both branches would respond again. Marcus, I need this corridor for 5 minutes. Marcus moved into the narrowest section and planted himself between Dev and the approaching constructs. 5 sounds optimistic. Then make me look clever. Dev dropped beside the damaged panel and stripped away the dead casing while rifle fire started behind him. The first replacement lead sparked uselessly. Blackvine had crushed the conduit farther inside, forcing him to pull another section free and rebuild around the break. A warning flashed from the northern team as its retreat space shrank. Emma's barrier spread across Marcus's exposed side. Dev, you have 3 constructs coming. I only need the controls to care about electricity again. Kayla moved towards the southern branch as wounded player markers appeared behind its sealed door. South team has 2 people below half health. I'm going when that opens. Wait for my call, Jorge ordered. Emma covers north. Kayla takes south. Nobody spends enough to leave us empty for the root mass. Dev seeded the replacement connection and forced the isolation circuit through its restart. Both service doors unlocked at once. Now. Emma advanced behind Mobile Bastion, its reduced field taking repeated strikes while the northern team fell back towards her. On the opposite branch, Kayla reached the first wounded player and used Stabilize 2 before helping him move rather than stopping for a complete treatment. Their mana reserves were already carrying the cost of the wall phase, and neither twin treated extraction as permission to empty them. A fog cougar burst through the black vine beside Marcus. He turned into it instead of abandoning the corridor, catching its attack long enough for the defenders behind him to fire into its exposed flank. The second cougar came through farther back and tore into the raid's staged consumable cache before anyone could redirect safely. Leave the cache, Dev shouted. Keep the junction. Marcus gave ground one controlled step. Wasn't planning to die for bandages. The northern team crossed first. Emma collapsed Mobile Bastion as soon as the last player reached cover, while Kayla brought the southern wounded through seconds later. Dev watched both stranded team markers change from isolated to recovered. Jorge's voice cut through the fighting. Both teams accounted for. Dev, finish the job. Dev looked past the battered junction towards the Blackvine root mass still feeding on the open breach. Now we shut off what's keeping it alive. Dev moved through the recovered junction before the Blackvine could reclaim it, following the damaged utility lines towards the root mass. Jorge reassigned the rescued teams behind them and kept the main raid compressed around the corridor instead of letting anyone chase the retreating constructs. The closer Dev came to the breach, the worse the infrastructure damage became. Water poured through ruptured drainage pipes, power conduits flashed behind torn panels, and every surviving feed disappeared beneath the same mass of roots. Marcus caught up beside him. "Tell me you don't need 5 more minutes." "I need the lines isolated." Dev pointed towards 2 service controls half buried beneath the growth. "And I need the black vine off them long enough to work." "That sounds suspiciously like 5 more minutes." Then stopped counting. Emma and Kayla took opposite sides while Marcus and the remaining defenders cleared only the growth threatening Dev's access. They didn't try to destroy the whole root mass. Every cut runner was already beginning to twitch towards another surface, but its growth slowed as Dev shut the first utility feed, then the second. The drainage pull weakened, the lights stopped dimming towards the breach. "Power isolated," Dev reported. "Water next." A war construct pushed through the root mass before he reached the final control. Emma caught its first strike on Aegis screen too, but the barrier broke under the follow-up. Marcus intercepted before it could reach Dev, forcing it sideways while Kayla covered the wounded behind them with Celestial Ward. "Dev," Jorge said over the channel, "finish it." Dev reached through the remaining black vine, found the manual isolation control and forced it closed. The last water feed stopped. For several seconds nothing happened. Then the root mass contracted across the breach, its runners losing tension as the stolen resources disappeared. The dungeon interface changed. Dev opened the breach control and selected seal. The physical doorway began closing while the raid withdrew through the service corridor. Blackvine tore away from the frame as the 2 sides met, and the remaining hostile markers vanished behind the sealed boundary. 2 objects dropped into the completion field where the root mass had been anchored. Dev collected them and the capstone identified both as bridge key fragments. Jorge checked the raid status. 2 fragments secured. Nobody advances. A second notification appeared across every raid member's interface. Mandatory recovery logout required before continuation. Dev looked at the exhausted roster, the missing consumable cache and the twins' depleted resources. Nobody argued. Jorge opened the logout order. "We recover properly. The bridge will still be there when we come back." Dev accepted the command. The breach was closed, both teams were alive, and the next capstone phase would have to wait until they were ready to face it. 48. The night before graduation. Kayla woke in her pod with the capstone's logout order still fresh in her mind and exhaustion waiting for her in the real world. By the time she reached the kitchen, Patty had James in his chair, David was carrying plates to the table, and the secure house display showed alpha coverage under Serena Holt. Mendez's status sat beside it as immersed, with Holt holding outside command until his protected block ended. James spotted Kayla and immediately reached for her. She took him before sitting, settling him against her while Patty pushed a plate towards her. "Eat before you start checking anything else." "I'm checking one thing," Kayla said. James tried to steal a piece of toast from her plate, and she broke off a smaller piece for him instead. "Then I'm eating." David turned the wall display towards her. "Alpha handover is logged. Serena has the property, perimeter teams are staffed, and Mendez is in his session." Nobody moved until she accepted command. Kayla read the confirmation herself, then nodded. "Good." The next protected block belonged to Alvarez. Malik Grant appeared on the secure house net from Bravo's station, already standing beside the active roster. "Bravo is staffed. I accept outside command until Alvarez returns." David entered his confirmation. "I remain with James for the full block." Kayla watched the handover record lock before Alvarez's status changed to immersed. The rule mattered more now that the adults were strong enough for their game classes to matter outside it. Progression couldn't become an excuse to leave the house depending on whoever happened to remain awake. Reeves's block came separately, after Alvarez had returned and Bravo Command had transferred back. Priya Shah checked Charlie's communications and perimeter roster on the same channel before saying, "Charlie coverage confirmed. I accept command." Patty lifted James from Kayla when he began rubbing his eyes. "And I have him." Only then did Reeves enter his session. Kayla checked the final log, closed the roster and finally returned her full attention to the food in front of her. Every adult had a chance to progress. James had a parent with him, and the property never lost staffed command. The recovery window had barely begun, but the first thing waiting outside the game had been handled correctly. Then Kayla's phone started vibrating beside her plate. By the third alert, Emma's had joined it. Kayla checked the queue without answering any of them. Professor Ree wanted confirmation that their missed university work would be completed after the recovery window. Coach Alvarez wanted to know whether they would attend the next protected swim block. Coach Sato had sent a shorter message asking only whether they were sleeping enough to dive safely. 2 government offices wanted updated availability, and Promise had marked one request urgent. Emma looked over Kayla's shoulder. Apparently mandatory recovery means everyone gets a turn. Not everyone. Kayla silenced the university, coaching and government alerts without declining them. They can wait until we've slept. The Promise request reopened immediately as a secure call invitation. Kayla accepted only after checking that the house network had routed it through the protected channel. Maria appeared on the wall display with a single document beside her. I'm sorry to interrupt the recovery window, but this page can't wait for the next board cycle. Kayla read the heading. Emergency Disconnect Safety Authority covered barely 1 page, but one paragraph went much farther than its title. It allowed Promise personnel to disconnect game hardware during immediate physical danger, then continued into live operational access during an emergency. Those aren't the same permission. That's the dispute, Maria said. Safety wants immediate disconnect authority. Operations says they can't guarantee a safe disconnect unless they retain live control long enough to assess the equipment. A crash sounded from the hall before Kayla could answer. David was moving before she fully turned. Guardmark settled on Kayla as he reached the doorway, his attention fixing on the hazard while she pulled James closer against her chair. A security officer had stumbled against a damaged side table while carrying replacement equipment, driving a broken edge into his forearm. Patty crossed the distance with practiced speed. Hold still. She pressed her hand above the wound and used stabilize. The bleeding slowed under the transferred ability while David moved the fallen equipment clear and checked that nothing else could reach James. The officer flexed his fingers carefully. That's going to save a lot of pressure dressings. It doesn't replace the dressing, Patty said. Sit down and let me finish. Kayla looked from her parents back to Mireya's waiting document. The game had already changed what her family could do in the real world. That made emergency safety authority more necessary, not unlimited operational control more acceptable. Leave the page open, Kayla said. Emma and I will decide exactly what Promise gets. Kayla pulled the disputed page onto the larger display while Emma moved beside her. The first paragraph authorized an emergency physical disconnect when a pod, power feed or surrounding equipment created immediate danger to the person using it. Kayla left that intact. The next paragraph allowed Promise personnel to retain access long enough to evaluate ongoing game operations after the emergency had passed. She selected the second paragraph. Delete this. Maria read the highlighted language. Operations will argue they need it to determine whether reconnecting is safe. They can determine whether the hardware is safe, Kayla said. They don't need access to someone's game session to inspect a power supply, cooling system or pod connection. Emma enlarged the final clause. And this would let emergency access become continuing operational access without another approval. That isn't safety. Maria nodded once. I can separate the authorities. Do it, Kayla said. Emergency disconnect only. Immediate physical danger, minimum access necessary, logged action, and no continuing game control after the person is safe. The revised page returned less than a minute later. Kayla read every line before signing, then passed authorization to Emma. Her sister added her signature and closed the document rather than opening the waiting operational files. Maria gave them a tired smile. That's the 5th bounded signature. I'll tell them anything else waits. Please do, Kayla said, and ended the call. David returned from checking on the injured officer while Patty settled James against her shoulder. Finished? With Promise, Kayla said. Not everything else. She reopened the muted requests, but this time the family answered them as boundaries rather than emergencies. University remained part of their schedule, with missed work completed after the mandatory recovery window instead of during it. Swimming and diving remained protected commitments, but neither coach would receive exhausted athletes simply because a calendar said training was available. Government offices could request time through the established channels rather than treating every logout as open access. Patty adjusted James as he began drifting towards sleep. And childcare? Kayla looked at the adult rota still displayed beside the household schedule. The same rule. Progression matters, but nobody uses it to leave James uncovered. David nodded towards the logged handovers. And nobody weakens the real security team just to gain levels faster. Exactly. Kayla closed the remaining alerts instead of answering them one by one. Promise had owners without needing the twins to operate it. University and sport had claims on their time without owning all of it. Their parents and security team needed progression without turning James or the house into someone else's problem. Emma glanced towards the stairs. So are we finally allowed to sleep? Kayla stood. That's the next thing on the schedule. Kayla made it upstairs before discovering how tired she really was. The moment she sat on the edge of her bed, the capstone fatigue seemed to settle through every muscle at once. Emma entered behind her, closed the door and put both their phones on the dresser rather than within reach. No alarms? Emma asked. Only the house emergency channel. Emma checked the setting herself. Good. If Professor Ree wants us before we wake up, she can come fight Mom. Kayla smiled and changed for bed. Downstairs, the household didn't become less protected because the twins stopped watching it. Patty remained with James, and the secure display outside their room showed the current security roster still staffed. The next adult game block couldn't begin without the required handover, and nobody needed Kayla awake to enforce a rule the family had already accepted. Patty appeared at the bedroom door before Kayla lay down. James rested against her shoulder, half asleep and clutching the collar of her shirt. Everything downstairs is covered. You two are officially unavailable. Kayla looked at her brother. Even to him? Especially to him. Patty adjusted his weight. He has several other adults available to admire him. Emma pulled back her blanket. Cruel, but necessary. Kayla didn't remember falling asleep. She remembered closing her eyes, then opening them to daylight that had shifted far across the room. Her body still carried the memory of the capstone, but the heavy exhaustion had eased. Beside her, Emma was awake and staring at the ceiling. How long? Kayla asked. Emma checked the clock. The whole window. They dressed and went downstairs together. James was awake with Patty in the kitchen, while the security display showed another completed handover and uninterrupted outside coverage. No emergency messages waited. Nobody had broken the rota to shorten a game session, and nobody had woken the twins because an email had been marked urgent. Kayla opened her game status only long enough to verify what mattered. Their level hadn't changed. No reward had appeared for sleeping, and nothing had advanced while they were away. Their ordinary recovery had done exactly what the capstone required. Mana, stamina and the abilities limited by normal recovery were ready again. Emma looked at her. Back? Kayla glanced once towards James, Patty and the staffed security display before closing the panel. Back. The mandatory recovery window was over. The capstone was waiting for them. 49. Capstone. The Wilds. Marcus saw the twins return before the capstone gave anyone time to welcome them back. Emma and Kayla appeared beside the raid assembly with their armor restored, their posture rested and the exhaustion from the breach phase gone. Ahead of them, 600 NPC civilians filled the broken roadway in a column stretching between ruined buildings and dead vehicles. Beyond the last checkpoint, black vine covered the ground in thick mats and climbed walls high enough to hide anything waiting behind them. Jorge pointed towards the route marker. This phase is evacuation. 600 civilians cross the wastes. Nobody gets left behind. He looked directly at Marcus. You take the movement line. Marcus almost asked why him. Then he looked at the civilians, many carrying packs or helping slower people walk, and understood exactly why. Fine. Vanguard and rifle teams on the outside. Casters stay where they can cover the column, not 50 meters ahead looking for targets. Keep everyone moving. The first black vine reached for them when the front ranks entered the ruined district. Marcus saw the growth tighten before it struck, reacting to hundreds of footsteps at once. Cut the edge. Burn the root masses only. Don't stand there fighting branches that grow back. Players opened a corridor while civilians hurried through. Emma held protection over the exposed side, Kayla stayed close to the middle of the column, and Marcus kept walking instead of joining every kill. The habit still pulled at him. Something moved, he wanted to hit it. The capstone kept giving him people who mattered more. Dev's warning came through the raid channel. 2 thermal contacts. Left ridge. Cougars. Don't spread out, Marcus ordered. The first fog cougar burst from broken concrete towards a straggling civilian and met concentrated rifle fire before it reached the road. The second tried the opposite flank, using the confusion instead of attacking the strongest line. Marcus shifted 3 players rather than chasing it himself. Cover the people. Make it come through us. It did, and died doing it. The road narrowed beyond the ridge. An apex razorback stood among overturned vehicles ahead, too large for the column to pass safely and armored across the shoulders like a moving wall. Marcus studied the available space. Nobody fires into the front plate. Emma, keep the civilians stopped. Everyone else, give it a lane. The boar charged. Marcus's group broke sideways instead of holding ground, opened its flank and poured fire into the exposed soft zones as it passed. The animal crashed beyond the column without reaching a civilian. The route marker turned green. Then a second marker appeared deeper in the wastes, glowing gold instead of blue. Marcus stared at the new objective as its reward text began to form. A second route illuminated beyond the convoy corridor, cutting north through broken buildings and away from the civilians. The marker settled over a distant movement signature while the game finished identifying the offer. Optional Apex Hunt. Bonus experience awarded for successful elimination before convoy departure from the current checkpoint. Marcus read it twice. The target wasn't blocking the road. It wasn't threatening the civilians. The game had placed a valuable kill close enough to reach and far enough away that taking it meant stripping players from the escort. One of the Vanguard players beside him whistled. That's not a small bonus. No, Marcus said. The convoy remained halted behind them while Emma's protection teams watched the exposed approaches. Civilians shifted between the wrecked vehicles, some sitting where they could, others checking packs or helping children drink. The route ahead was temporarily clear. That made the hunt look reasonable. 10 minutes out, kill the apex, 10 minutes back. Maybe less with the people Marcus could choose. A rifleman on his left looked towards the gold marker. We've got 40 players. Take 6. The convoy isn't moving until Jorge clears the next section anyway. Marcus glanced towards Jorge, but the raid commander didn't answer the question for him. Movement line is yours, Jorge said. You decide what it can spare. That was worse than an order. Emma stepped closer without leaving the convoy edge. If you're asking whether we can hold here, yes. If you're asking whether nothing will happen while you're gone, no. Marcus gave her a flat look. Helpful. It wasn't meant to be comfortable. The reward remained visible at the edge of his interface. Bonus experience mattered this close to graduation. Everyone knew how much harder the final levels had become, and Marcus had spent most of the game arguing that players who refused efficient progression eventually became liabilities to everyone around them. Now the capstone had offered him efficiency with a clean label and an obvious target. Behind him, one civilian called for help securing a damaged pack. Another player moved to assist without being told. Marcus looked back towards the gold marker. How long until it expires? Dev checked the objective data. No fixed timer. It disappears when the convoy leaves this checkpoint. So we can take it now, the Vanguard beside Marcus said. Or walk away from free experience. Marcus watched the distant target move deeper into the ruins while the civilian column waited for his next order. The game hadn't hidden the choice from him. It had made sure he understood exactly what he would be giving up. Marcus dismissed the gold objective. The marker vanished from his active route, leaving the convoy path ahead in blue. The Vanguard beside him stared at the empty space where the bonus had been. You rejected it? I rejected leaving 600 civilians standing in Apex territory while we go hunting something that isn't attacking them. Marcus turned towards the waiting column. We earn what the objective pays. Jorge's voice came over the raid channel. Movement lead confirmed. Continue. There was no congratulations in it, which Marcus appreciated. He didn't need praise for finally making the choice he demanded from other players for months. He needed the convoy moving before the wastes found another way to punish hesitation. Emma, forward cover with me, Marcus ordered. Dev, stagger rifles behind the front group. Kayla, keep the support teams inside the column. Nobody breaks formation for a kill unless it opens the civilian route. Emma moved up beside him. That almost sounded like mixed party doctrine. Marcus started walking. Don't make me regret it. Blackvine blocked the next straight in a thick spread of roots and climbing growth. Marcus stopped the front civilians before their footsteps could trigger the whole mass. Cutters take the edges. Fire teams hit exposed roots. Rifles watch beyond it. We're opening a lane, not clearing the district. The first growth snapped towards the cutting team. Emma's barrier caught it long enough for 2 melee players to sever the reaching vines. Dev's shooters held their fire until the root mass showed through the torn vegetation, then concentrated on the exposed center while the fire team burned only what blocked the road. Marcus moved with the cutters instead of charging ahead of them. When another section tightened around a broken vehicle, he pointed past it. Leave it. Civilians go right. Emma, cover that corner. The column advanced in controlled groups. Kayla's support teams kept slower civilians together while vanguard players held the exposed sides and Dev shifted his rifles whenever the road narrowed. Nobody chased movement beyond the buildings. Nobody abandoned formation for a better target. At the far end of the district, the final civilian crossed the marked boundary. Marcus looked back over the intact column, then towards the direction where the gold lure had disappeared. Whatever bonus waited there could keep waiting. The convoy route remained open, and the capstone began counting what they had actually protected. Marcus watched the objective list update as the last civilians moved deeper into the secured zone. The Blackvine corridor registered first, followed by the civilian escort and the 2 intercepted predator threats. A rescue marker he'd barely noticed during the movement phase changed from active to complete once every separated civilian group had crossed the boundary with the main column. Emma looked towards the civilian count. 600. Still 600, Marcus said. Kayla checked it herself before relaxing. That's the number I wanted. The optional hunt remained absent. No replacement reward appeared for refusing it, and Marcus found himself strangely pleased by that. The game wasn't pretending restraint deserved a consolation prize. They'd abandoned bonus experience and finished the job they were supposed to finish. Jorge brought the raid to a halt inside the protected boundary. Hold positions until the phase confirms. Nobody wanders off because the road looks safe. Marcus glanced at the vanguard who'd wanted the apex hunt. The other player gave a reluctant shrug. Fine. You were right. Don't sound so devastated. I'm thinking about the experience we left walking around out there. Marcus looked back towards the wastes. Then remember why we left it there. The final route objective completed. Emma stopped beside Kayla as both twins reacted at nearly the same instant. Their game interfaces brightened, and Marcus saw enough from their expressions to know the result before either spoke. Emma smiled. Level 96. Kayla nodded. Same. Marcus laughed once. Of course it is. The capstone didn't linger over the advancement. The civilian counters closed, the cleared route faded from their active objectives and the battlefield ahead changed. The ruined Earth route no longer remained the raid's destination. New mission text identified the next stage as a cross-plane operation, and the briefing replaced evacuation priorities with competing objectives involving Vayari life support records, Kharad's salvage claims and the bridge connecting them. Jorge read long enough to catch the problem. Nobody moves until we understand what each side wants. Marcus stepped back from the movement lead without argument. The wilds had been his test, and he'd brought everyone through them without turning survival into a hunt. He looked towards Kayla as the next briefing opened. Looks like this one's yours. Kayla studied the conflicting objectives filling the raid display. Then nobody agrees to anything until we know what we're trading. The waste's face closed behind them, and the capstone opened the way to the plains. 50. Capstone. The plains. The waste's face closed behind them, and the capstone opened the way to the plains. Kayla watched the ruined roadway dissolve as a rift opened across the raid's route marker, replacing broken Los Angeles with tall pale growths beneath a dim green sky. The objective divided into 3 length stages, each beyond the next: Vayari Grove Shard, Kharid Salvage Deck, Bridge Engine Chamber. Nothing on the display called either alien group friendly. Jorge studied the route before looking at Kayla. You wanted to know what everyone's trading. Start finding out. I'll keep the raid together. Kayla nodded. Nobody touches the grove unless the Vayari say we can. We already learned that lesson. The 40-player raid crossed in organized groups. Vayari appeared among the living growth before the rearguard cleared the rift. Tall figures with mottled green-gray skin and black eye membranes visible behind their protective gear. They didn't attack. Neither did they welcome the humans. Their 6-fingered hands stayed close to low signature weapons while the raid followed the marked path between cultivated pools and dense biological structures. Marcus glanced towards one of the Vayari positions. Better than the first meeting. Because nobody's cutting their home apart this time, Kayla said. Keep it that way. The far side of the grove opened onto a second transition. Kayla crossed and immediately felt the environment change beneath her boots. Living ground became metal decking, scarred bulkheads and stripped machinery. Compact Kharid and modular pressure shells occupied salvage stations along both sides of the route. Recorded claim markers covered opened panels and stabilized equipment, and several Kharid constructs tracked the humans as they passed. Dev slowed beside a partially dismantled mechanism. They've already tagged half this deck. Then don't touch any of it, Kayla said. I wasn't planning to. You were staring. I'm a technician. Staring is professional conduct. Emma laughed softly, but Jorge kept the formation moving. The deck narrowed towards a reinforced bridge where the first warbeasts appeared beyond a damaged barrier. Rifle teams fired from cover while Emma's protection line absorbed the opening rush, giving Vanguard players room to drive the creatures away from the crossing rather than pursue them into side passages. Kayla crossed last with Lena and reached the bridge engine chamber as the final war beast fell behind them. Ahead, Vayari and Kharid representatives had already taken positions on opposite sides of the massive machinery. Then both groups began speaking at once. Kayla caught only pieces through the collective translation, but the conflict became clear quickly. The Kharid representative pointed towards the bridge engine machinery and the tagged components surrounding it. Stabilized material is under recorded salvage claim. Human participation does not void prior claim. Across the chamber, the Vayari representative answered before Kayla could speak. The archive contains biological support records taken from our failed houses. Those records are not scrap. The Kharid's pressure shelf shifted as he turned. Records abandoned inside unmaintained machinery are part of the stabilized site. They were not abandoned, the Vayari said. Their owners died. Kayla raised both hands. Stop. One at a time, or the translator turns this into noise. She glanced towards Jorge. He remained with the raid line rather than stepping into the argument, exactly as promised. This part belonged to her. Kharid first. What exactly are you claiming? The Kharid indicated 3 marked equipment sections, stored components and the bridge machinery beyond them. His claim included anything recovered through Kharid stabilization work, with shares owed according to recorded contribution. Kayla listened until he finished, then faced the Vayari. And you? Life support records, the Vayari replied. Water purification patterns, seed adaptation records, atmospheric filter histories. The machines may be divided. Those cannot. Dev spoke quietly from behind Kayla. If the archive and the machinery are integrated, pulling one may damage the other. The Kharid looked towards him. Then extraction requires skilled stabilization. That strengthens the salvage claim. The Vayari's hands tightened. You would charge us for recovering records of our dead. Kayla understood why neither side was going to accept a vague promise about fairness. The Vayari needed information that could keep living households alive. The Kharid saw abandoned infrastructure through a legal system built around preserving, recording and dividing what could still be used. Neither position disappeared because the other had a better tragedy. Emma leaned closer. The invasion engine is still active. I know. Kayla looked between both representatives. And if we fight over ownership before disabling it, everybody gets less. The Kharid answered immediately. No surrender of recorded claim. The Vayari matched him. No sale of life support inheritance. Kayla opened the objective record and created a blank agreement field instead of choosing either demand. Fine. Then nobody surrenders anything yet. We define what counts as salvage, what counts as life support record, and what each side owes if they break the terms. Both representatives went silent. That was enough to begin. Kayla selected the first field and turned it towards both representatives. Life support records get priority status. They can be copied and removed by the Vayari without being counted against salvage shares. Anything physically required to keep those records intact until transfer stays protected until the transfer is complete. The Kharid representative examined the wording. Protected machinery cannot become Vayari property by association. It doesn't, Kayla said. Once the records are secured, the machinery returns to the salvage pool unless both sides agree otherwise. The Vayari representative looked dissatisfied. Some systems contain adaptation data inseparable from their operating structures. Then you identify those systems before anyone dismantles them, Kayla replied. Dev verifies whether separation destroys the data. If it does, that component gets classified before salvage begins. Dev glanced at her. You're volunteering me as neutral technical witness? You're already staring professionally. Marcus coughed into one fist while Dev shook his head. Fine. Kayla moved to the second field. The Kharid claim records already measured stabilization work, recovered components and secured deck sections, so she used their own accounting rather than inventing a new division. Salvage shares follow documented contribution. Existing Kharid stabilization counts. Human combat and technical work performed during this phase counts. Vayari work that preserves or recovers non-life support material counts. The Kharid representative answered after reviewing the allocation rule. Measured contribution is acceptable. The Vayari representative pointed towards the final blank section. And breach? Kayla had expected that question. Witnessed breach penalties apply to everyone. If the Vayari remove salvage outside the protected record category, their share is reduced. If the Kharid dismantle protected life support material before verification, their claim to that material is suspended. If humans take anything outside the agreement, our contribution share is forfeited. Jorge spoke from behind the raid line. I'll witness for the players. The Kharid representative entered his mark. After a longer pause, the Vayari did the same. Kayla added her own confirmation last. The temporary pact locked into the objective record, and the conflicting claim markers across the chamber changed from hostile red to monitored gold. Emma looked towards the bridge engine controls. So now we're allowed to work together? Kayla closed the agreement field. Now we know what happens if we don't. A warning sounded from deeper inside the chamber. Bridge drones activated around the invasion engine, and Jorge ordered the raid into position. Kayla saw the coalition move before anyone had time to reconsider the pact. Kharid salvage crews dropped behind reinforced consoles, Vayari specialists pulled protected record modules clear of the machinery, and the human raid spread between them as war beasts pushed through the chamber entrances. Marcus, left approach, Jorge ordered. Emma, keep the technical teams alive. Dev, you're on the engine with the Kharid. Maya, cover him. Kayla, center support. Kayla planted Sanctuary Circle 2 where the two work groups overlapped. The spell spread across the deck in a broad protected zone, and the mana drain hit hard enough to make her tighten her jaw. If you're working on the engine, stay inside the circle unless Jorge moves you. I can't chase everyone. The first bridge drones struck from above while war beasts crashed into the vanguard line. Emma's barriers caught the opening fire. Marcus drove the beasts away from the technicians, and rifle teams concentrated on anything trying to cross the protected work area. Dev dropped beside an opened control housing with a Kharid specialist while a Vayari technician fed life support records through a separate interface. 2 shutdown paths, Dev called. Both have to complete. Then complete both, Jorge said. Nobody abandons their station for damage. A drone burst through Emma's outer screen and detonated against the edge of the circle. Players and alien specialists went down together. Kayla felt the temptation to leave the spell and run to them, but breaking the circle would expose everyone still working. Lena, triage the worst, she ordered. I've got the group. Kayla triggered mass stabilize too. The faster application reached across the injured party before several wounds could worsen, but it wasn't healing and she knew it. Pain remained. Damage remained. What changed was whether people had enough time for Lena and the other healers to reach them. The second monologue left Kayla breathing harder while Sanctuary Circle 2 continued pulling from the same reserve. Dev shouted from the engine. Carad path clear. The Vayari specialist answered seconds later. Record secured. Life support transfer complete. Disable it, Jorge ordered. Both controls were committed together. The invasion engine powered down, bridge drones dropped inactive and the remaining warbeasts lost their objective pressure long enough for the raid to finish them. 3 linked completion notices appeared across Kayla's interface. Her level increased to 98, and Emma's matching reaction told her the bond had kept them together. Then the bridge machinery opened a sealed command route, and something deeper inside identified itself as the World Bridge Custodian. 51. Capstone, the Custodian. The World Bridge Custodian finished identifying itself, and the machinery around Emma came alive. Panels sealed across the disabled invasion engine while a second layer of controls rose from the deck around the newly opened command route. Beyond them, transparent shields formed around dense banks of stored records, damaged interfaces and machinery that extended farther into the structure than Emma could see. Jorge reacted before anyone fired. Hold positions. Nobody crosses that line until we know what it's doing. A bridge construct unfolded from the ceiling. Emma brought Aegis' screen up as its first pulse struck the raid, catching the force across the barrier instead of the people behind her. The impact drained mana, but the shield held. Marcus and the rifle teams answered immediately. Their shots struck the Custodian's outer defense, and the barrier flashed where each round hit. Then the next volley behaved differently. Emma saw rounds slow before impact and deflect into the deck. Maya's spell followed, only for the shield to thicken across the point she targeted. Kayla sent an arc bolt from another angle. The defense shifted again, spreading the force across 3 adjoining panels without exposing the machinery behind them. It's adapting, Emma said. No kidding, Marcus replied. He changed firing position and sent a controlled burst into a lower section. The first rounds struck cleanly. The remaining shots curved away before reaching the same point. It learns fast. Jorge raised one hand. Stop wasting ammunition. Test it. Don't burn everything trying to win in 30 seconds. Emma disliked the order only because it was correct. She moved forward far enough to cover Dev and Maya while they examined the nearest interface. Another Custodian pulse struck from the right. Emma angled Aegis' screen into it, then changed the barrier before the next attack arrived. The second pulse adjusted with her and hit lower, forcing her to widen the screen. Kayla looked past the fighting towards the protected machinery. It isn't using the archive as cover. Emma followed her gaze. The adaptive shields moved constantly around the raid, but the inner barriers protecting the stored records never dropped. Even when Marcus deliberately fired wide, the Custodian diverted the shot away from the archive rather than simply blocking it against the nearest surface. Dev crouched behind Emma's shield and studied the control display. Those records are getting more protection than the weapon systems. Another command trial opened across the chamber, its interface filling with unfamiliar symbols while the Custodian reinforced the archive around it. Emma tightened her grip on the spell as her mana continued falling. Whatever the thing wanted from them, destroying it wasn't going to be as simple as breaking through one shield. She watched another pulse strike the raid line and felt her barrier flex under the impact. The Custodian had already adjusted to rifles, spells and her changing shield angles, but it was still reacting rather than overwhelming them. That made the obvious answer increasingly attractive. Jorge, we can still burn through it. Concentrate everything on one section before it has time to redistribute. Marcus shifted behind cover. I'm willing to test that theory. Jorge didn't answer immediately. Another command trial appeared across the machinery. 3 shield sections brightened in sequence, followed by 2 short pulses from the Custodian. Jorge watched instead of firing. Nobody attacks. Emma stared at him. It's giving us openings. No, we're treating them as openings. Jorge pointed towards the changing shields. Watch the sequence. The first section dimmed. A second strengthened, then the archive barrier flashed once before returning to its previous state. A symbol appeared above the command interface. 2 more followed at measured intervals. Emma saw the pattern but couldn't tell what it meant. It's moving protection. It's answering, Jorge said. The custodian fired again. Emma caught the pulse with Aegis screen 2 while another symbol appeared. Jorge ordered Marcus 3 meters right and told Maya to hold her spell. The custodian's shields changed again, but no attack followed until Marcus crossed the marked boundary. Jorge pointed. Movement. Response. Then confirmation. Dev looked up from behind Emma's barrier. You think the combat is part of the interface? I think all of it is. Jorge waited through another sequence. Every time we do something, it changes the shields and gives us a new command state. When we repeat an action it already answered, it adapts harder. Emma looked towards the protected archive. Brute force could still work. 40 players concentrating damage on one section might overwhelm the custodian before it learned enough to stop them. The raid had survived worse odds than that. We can destroy it faster than we can learn its language, she said. And destroy what it's protecting, Jorge replied. The objective didn't tell us to kill the custodian. A fresh sequence crossed the command display. Jorge called the order before anyone else reacted. Nobody answer yet. Dev, Maya, watch the interface. Everyone else holds. Emma kept her shield raised as the custodian waited. Jorge had found the command pattern. Now somebody had to trust him enough to follow it. Every instinct Emma had developed through the game pushed her towards the opposite answer. She could see attacks coming, she understood barriers and she knew exactly how much force the raid could concentrate if Jorge gave the order. Instead, he was asking 40 players to stand inside an unfinished test while Dev and Maya tried to understand machinery nobody had seen before. Jorge pointed towards the specialists. Dev, Maya, move to the interface. Emma, cover them. Everyone else follows my calls exactly. Emma almost answered with a better plan. She stopped herself before the words came out. Jorge was the raid commander because he was better at this than she was. Understood. Dev crossed first. The custodian answered with a pulse from above, and Emma moved Mobile Bastion 2 across his path, taking the strike on the reduced field without blocking his view of the interface. Maya joined him seconds later. Another shield section changed, and Jorge immediately called, Marcus, 1 step back. Nobody fires. Marcus obeyed despite the weapon already braced against his shoulder. The custodian's next pulse vanished before discharge. Maya reached the controls and studied the repeating symbols. It's asking for paired responses. One command changes state, the next confirms whether the change was intentional. Dev touched nothing. Then don't guess. Show me the sequence again. The custodian complied with another shifting pattern. Emma caught a lateral strike on Astral Aegis 2 while Dev called symbols and Maya compared their order against the shield movements. Every interception took more from Emma's remaining mana. Aegis recovery returned only a fraction, nowhere near enough to replace what the sustained defense cost her. Emma, left, Jorge ordered. She shifted without questioning him. The attack struck exactly where he'd predicted. Her field shuddered, and the mana reserve she'd been watching dropped into uncomfortable territory. Kayla glanced towards her. You're getting low. I know. Last line oath? Emma looked at the ability waiting unused. One activation could make this easier, but Chapter 52's final phase still waited beyond the custodian. Not unless Jorge calls it. Jorge heard her. I'm not calling it. Ordinary defense only. Emma accepted the order and rebuilt the weakened screen around Dev and Maya. Her remaining mana reserve was shrinking quickly, but the specialists were still working. Then Dev placed his hand over one command field without activating it. I have the grammar. Maya pointed to the paired control beside it. And I have the answer. Emma held Mobile Bastion 2 across them while Jorge studied the custodian's waiting shields. Her mana had fallen far enough that maintaining even the reduced field demanded attention. Tell us what you need. Responses in order, Dev said. It isn't asking us to surrender. It's checking whether we understand which systems have priority. Maya indicated the protected archive. Preservation first. Command access second. Weapons last. Jorge nodded once. Do it. Everyone else holds. Dev activated the first field. Maya answered through the second. The custodian's outer shields rearranged, exposing a command panel while strengthening the archive barriers. A pulse gathered above Emma's position, and she braced for another impact, but Jorge raised his hand. "Don't move." Emma obeyed. The pulse remained charged for 2 seconds, then vanished. Another command field opened. Dev looked back. Same structure. "It wants confirmation." "Confirm it," Jorge said. The next exchange took longer. Maya entered the preservation response, Dev selected the matching command state, and the custodian shifted 3 defensive sections around them. Emma's field flickered as her reserve approached its practical limit. She could still trigger last line Oath 2 and force the issue if the sequence failed. Jorge glanced towards her. "Still holding?" "Barely." "Then barely is enough. Keep the oath." Emma almost laughed. "That's becoming your favorite order." "It's a good ability. I'd rather have it when we actually need it." Dev activated the final field. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the custodian's weapons folded into their housings. Its adaptive shields collapsed in sequence, but the barriers surrounding the bridge archive remained intact. The construct above the command platform lowered itself into a dormant position as translated text appeared across the interface. Command trial complete. Archive preservation accepted. Custodian stand down authorized. Emma released Mobile Bastion 2 before her mana could fall any farther. The relief was immediate, but so was the satisfaction when 3 reward notices followed the stand down. Command credit, preservation credit and discovery credit resolved together. Her level increased to 99. Kayla's sharp grin told Emma the bond had matched the gain exactly. Emma checked the ability she'd refused to spend. Last line Oath 2 remained ready. Jorge looked towards the newly opening return route. "Good. Because we're not finished." Beyond the custodian chamber, the capstone marked one final destination, Los Angeles. 52. Level 100. The return route opened before Kayla had time to ask whether anyone's mana had recovered enough for another fight. Light swallowed the custodian chamber, and the next step put 40 players back in Los Angeles beneath the central monolith. The plaza should have been familiar after the capstone's opening phases. Instead, warning markers covered every approach. Civilians were running between damaged barricades, and Jorge's command channel filled with reports from 3 directions at once. "Raid, spread by assigned roles," Jorge ordered. "This is the final phase. Don't chase targets. Protect the evacuation." Kayla saw why a heartbeat later. Apex Ash coyotes weren't attacking the civilians directly. They darted along the edges of the crowd, snapping and feinting whenever anyone tried to turn away from the plaza. Each threatened flank pushed the evacuation column farther towards 2 6-legged ramframes planting themselves into the roadway ahead. "Those constructs are the trap," Kayla said. One ramframe drove its legs into the pavement. Sections along its body locked into place as a bridge charge began building between them. "Alvarez, move that column now," Jorge ordered. "Dev, Reeves, find the anchor cycle." Alvarez was already running towards the civilians. Dev dropped beside the nearest broken traffic barrier while Reeves moved for a second angle, both watching the ramframe instead of wasting shots against its armor. Above them, Fred knife drones descended. "Barriers," Maya shouted. Her first field caught 2 drones, but a third skimmed along its edge and sliced through the outer layer. Emma raised Astral Aegis 2 behind it before the opening could widen. Marcus and the marksman fired through the overlap, forcing the drones higher while Maya rebuilt the damaged section instead of trying to hold one perfect wall. Kayla turned towards Lena when the healer's voice vanished. Not faded, vanished. The space around the medical group had gone completely silent. "Pale Ma," Kayla said through Mind Link 2. "Pairs. Nobody separates." The creature appeared behind 2 wounded players as a pale shape unfolding from the shadow of an overturned vehicle. Lena pulled one casualty backwards while Kayla moved beside her, Ward Veil 2 cutting across the Ma's approach. It changed direction immediately, searching for someone isolated. Jorge's voice remained steady across the raid channel. "Coyotes are hurting. Ram frames are closing lanes. Thread knives are stripping protection, and the Ma is targeting support. This is coordinated." Kayla watched another bridge charge begin building while civilians crowded towards the narrowing route. Nobody could solve one threat and ignore the others. Then the capstone marked the final defense stations across the plaza. Kayla saw 12 positions illuminate around the monolith, spread between the evacuation lane, the damaged barriers and the 2 ram frames. They weren't safe places. They were the people the raid couldn't afford to lose while everyone else completed their counters. Jorge saw the same thing. Core 12 to center. Emma, mark them. Kayla, same targets. Kayla's attention snapped to her sister. Emma's mana still hadn't recovered from the custodian, but last line oath drew from a separate barrier reserve once activated. That didn't make the price smaller. If we do this now, we're done after the window. Emma gave her a quick look. I know. Jorge didn't soften the order. You're not triggering yet. Mark only. We hold both abilities until the stations commit. Kayla selected the first ally as Emma began placing her own marks. Jorge came first, followed by Marcus, Maya, Dev, Lena, Alvarez and Reeves. The remaining raid specialists assigned to the final stations filled the count until 12 linked indicators settled inside Kayla's awareness. Life Covenant waited behind them, ready to redirect injury into her the moment she activated it. Emma finished a heartbeat later. 12 marked. Same 12, Kayla confirmed. A thread knife dropped towards Maya's position. Marcus fired before it reached the barrier, knocking it sideways while Maya layered another field beneath the damaged edge. Across the plaza, 1 ram frame's bridge charge brightened. Dev shouted from behind a shattered barricade. Anchor sequence identified. Reeves and I need 10 seconds once we start. Alvarez? Jorge called. Alvarez was already waving the civilian column towards the opening between 2 wrecked vehicles. I can clear the charge lane if the coyotes stop turning them back. Kayla tracked the pale maw through the silence spreading near Lena's group. It hadn't attacked again because nobody stood alone, but that wouldn't last once the final stations began pulling people apart. Emma stepped closer until their shoulders almost touched. 8 seconds for me. 10 for me, Kayla said. She hated how short the numbers sounded aloud. And after that? You shake. I sleep. Emma's mouth tightened. Great plan. It's Jorge's plan. That explains it. Jorge heard them over Mind Link 2. Save the complaints until you're unconscious. Everyone else, prepare to commit. The final stations changed from waiting markers to active objectives. Dev and Reeves moved towards the ram frame controls. Alvarez called the evacuation column forward. Maya expanded her overlapping barriers and Marcus shifted to cover the exposed approach. Kayla felt all 12 Covenant marks settle into readiness. Jorge raised his shield. Nobody triggers early. We get 1 window. We use it when everyone else is ready. The ram frames fired together. Their concussive charges tore through the roadway ahead of the evacuation column, but Alvarez had already moved the civilians behind the wrecked vehicles. Column clear of the first lane, he called. I need the second one open. Dev, Reeves, go, Jorge ordered. Dev and Reeves reached opposite anchor points and began working the timing cycle. Thread knives dropped towards them immediately. Maya layered 2 barriers across their position, letting the first drone cut through 1 field and meet the second instead. Marcus fired through the opening she deliberately left. 1 down. 2 moving left. Don't chase them, Maya said. I'll feed them into your lane. Near Lena, silence spread again as the pale maw attacked. Kayla saw it emerge beside a wounded player and nearly moved before Jorge's order stopped her. Lena has it. Lena dragged the casualty into another healer's reach, then stepped with her partner instead of away from him. The pale maw lunged into an empty gap. Rifle fire struck it as sound returned around the group. Support station clear, Lena reported. Keep doing your job, Kayla. The 12 Covenant marks remained ready. Anchor 1 severed, Dev called. Anchor 2 responding, Reeves said. 3 seconds. A ram frame charge began building directly across their position. At the same moment, thread knives broke Maya's outer barrier and ash coyotes rushed the evacuation flank. Jorge didn't hesitate. Now. Emma triggered last line oath 2. Kayla activated Life Covenant 2. The marked raid core struck her awareness all at once. Injuries that should have broken people became smaller wounds distributed through the Covenant, and part of each new impact reached Kayla instead. Pain hit her ribs, shoulder and leg in rapid succession. She stayed upright because everyone else needed those seconds more than she needed comfort. Emma took the center. Lethal strikes vanished against the Oath's emergency barrier reserve while her body slowed under the ability's restriction. She didn't attack. She simply refused to let the marked 12 fall. Anchor 2 severed. Reeves shouted. Maya, open the firing lane, Jorge ordered. Marcus, clear it. Alvarez, move the civilians. The overlapping barriers separated. Marcus and the marksman destroyed the remaining thread knife approach while Alvarez drove the evacuation column through the opening. Dev disabled the last ramframe firing cycle. Kayla's knees nearly folded. Hold, Jorge ordered. Stations report. Repair clear. Evacuation clear. Barrier clear. Support clear. The final confirmation sounded through the raid channel. Raid clear, Jorge said. Only then did Emma's oath collapse. Kayla felt her own covenant release a heartbeat later, and the plaza tilted as the system's medical lock took her consciousness away. Awareness returned beneath a wash of notifications. She couldn't move yet, but Emma's presence pressed against the twin bond, exhausted and awake. The final objective had cleared before either of them went down. That mattered more than who had still been standing when it happened. Capstone complete. Final defense objectives satisfied. Tutorial graduation authorized. Kayla's level increased to 100. The last progression awards settled with it. Her account reached 592 spent attribute points and 38 spent skill points, and graduate integration joined her class abilities. Through the bond, she felt Emma's matching advancement resolve at the same moment. Then another message replaced the progression display. Collective tutorial disclosure authorized. The environments, species, civilizations, ruins and conflicts used within the tutorial had been drawn from real collective records. The Vayari weren't inventions. Neither were the Kharid, the abandoned planes or the civilizations whose remains they had crossed. Earth wasn't a protected simulation sitting outside that history. Earth was one plane among many. Kayla stared at the final line until Emma spoke through the bond. So that was the lesson. That tomorrow isn't a game? Emma's tired amusement reached her. I think we worked that part out early. When Kayla next opened her eyes, the pod lid was rising at home. Patty was waiting beside it while David helped Emma sit upright in the neighboring pod. James was awake farther across the room, secured with Patty's tablet playing quietly beside him. Patty offered Kayla a hand. Before either of you asks, yes, the adult rota finished while you were doing the capstone. Kayla accepted the help and sat up slowly. All 4 sessions? 2 wall reserve defenses, the convoy evacuation and the infrastructure defense, Patty said. David and Mendez are level 60. I'm level 55, and so are Alvarez and Reeves. David gave them a satisfied look. Nobody carried us. Emma managed a weak smile. Wouldn't dream of it. Patty turned the security tablet so they could see the live household status. Serena Holt held Alpha Command outside with the complete shift staffed. James remained under family coverage and the property was secure. Kayla looked from the display to her sister. They'd entered the game to prepare for what was coming. Now their family, their friends and millions of other players were preparing too. The tutorial was over. Tomorrow wasn't. End of Book 2.